During the Warring States period, the runaway princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito, encountered the solitary and enigmatic Kurama Makoto in a forbidden realm. At first sight, they fell deeply in love, and Mito unexpectedly discovered her ability to hear Makoto's innermost thoughts. I am to marry Senju Hashirama and become the first Hokage's lady? No, I refuse. I wish to marry little Makoto instead. How can my husband's little kitty be a tailed beast? Is Izanagi merely a genjutsu developed by my husband? Makoto is actually the reincarnation of the Ten Tails? Little Makoto, transform quickly. Chapter 1. Mito eavesdrops on thoughts, preparing to escape marriage. In the Warring States period, on the outskirts of the Forest of Death in the Land of Fire, a 15-year-old beauty with a pale complexion was desperately fleeing. Her fiery red hair was tied up in a bun with a white jade hairpin, and her white silk garments adorned with azure patterns accentuated her exquisite beauty and refined demeanor. She was none other than Princess Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama in the original tale. Although at this moment, she had no ties to him, Mito's expression was grim as her pristine attire was stained with blood, with pursuers hot on her heels. The Warring States period was rife with conflict, resulting in countless casualties. The Senju and Uchiha clans, the two strongest factions in the ninja world, were embroiled in a fierce struggle, while the Uzumaki clan, being one of the few powerful clans beneath them, was a coveted ally. Recently, the Senju clan had approached the Uzumaki clan with the intention of an alliance, with the prospective groom being the clan leader Senju Hashirama and the bride being the renowned genius, Princess Uzumaki Mito. Mito's father, Uzumaki Nagato, the clan leader, sought to align with the Senju clan and thus decided to wed Mito to Hashirama. Having met Hashirama a few times, Mito, despite his ever-smiling demeanor, perceived the coldness in him, a willingness to sacrifice everything, including loved ones, for his ideals, which rendered him a poor match for marriage in her eyes. Moreover, Mito had heard rumors suggesting that Hashirama had an ambiguous relationship with Uchiha Madara. In a moment of impulsivity, she resolved to run away from home, hoping to find a way to alleviate her family's predicament. If all else failed, as a princess, she would have to marry Hashirama for the sake of her clan. Unbeknownst to her, the Senju clan disregarded Mito's safety and hastily publicized the marriage alliance, seeking to bolster their own influence. Consequently, there were those who opposed the union, leading to the attempts on Mito's life. Despair began to set in as Mito realized her chakra and stamina were dwindling, with her pursuers closing in, while ahead lay the treacherous Forest of Death. Once a mere forest in a land of fire, it had become notorious for the vast, illusionary barrier shrouding its depths, causing anyone who ventured within to vanish without a trace. Even the most skilled clan leaders had failed to unravel its mysteries. With her teeth gritted, Mito, seeing her pursuers drawing nearer, made a bold decision and dashed into the mist-laden depths of the forest. The pursuers, witnessing her plunge into the fog, exchanged glances filled with glee, declaring, "The task is complete. Uzumaki Mito is doomed." And no one has ever emerged from a mist. With a swift motion, they departed. Meanwhile, Mito spun within the fog, her strength waning and her spirit sinking. Suddenly, a light pierced through the mist, and she, akin to a drowning person seizing a life buoy, rushed towards it, ultimately breaking free from the illusion. However, upon witnessing what lay before her, Mito was taken aback. In the heart of the forest stood a clearing devoid of trees, upon which rested a quaint wooden cottage. A garden and a babbling brook adorned the area. A small cat, covered in black runes and exuding blue flames with mismatched eyes, lounged on the rooftop, its two tails swaying gently. It appeared to be a serene paradise, starkly contrasting the chaos of the outside world. Mito could distinctly sense the immense chakra emanating from the feline. Is that the two tails? She pondered, overwhelmed, as her youth and lack of strength rendered her incapable of contending with the tailed beast. Yet, amidst her fear, a small spark of excitement flickered within her. Clan records depict tailed beasts as embodiments of evil, yet this two tails seems as adorable as a pet cat. How I long to pet it. Confounded, Mito thought, for she was indeed a cat enthusiast. The two tails regarded the unexpected visitor with surprise, never anticipating someone could breach that little one's illusion. "Little Makoto, we have a guest," the two tails chimed, her voice melodious, akin to a gentle and understanding elder sister, a stark contrast to her fierce appearance. At that moment, a handsome young man emerged from the cottage. Kurama Makoto, 18 years old, possessed an otherworldly beauty. He was a traveler from another realm. At 6 years of age, he had witnessed his parents' murder but had resurrected, awakening the bloodline limit of the Kurama clan, 5 senses, manipulation, and exacting revenge on their assailants. Makoto discovered that he was endowed with an extraordinary gift. He could not die and would live for an extended period. From that day forth, he realized he could perceive the incompleteness of his soul. His chakra significantly enhanced illusion techniques, allowing him to absorb the wandering souls of the universe as he trained, gradually mending his physical deficiencies. With each completion of his being, his strength grew. He found himself effortlessly comprehending the essence of numerous illusions and applying that knowledge creatively. However, he always found his body resistant to ninjutsu. Thus, Makoto became a master of illusion techniques. In his view, mere techniques that created illusions were unworthy of the name. True illusion techniques should manifest fantasies into reality, altering the fabric of existence itself. After 2 years of exploration across the continent post his 13th year, he encountered the Two Tails, whose power and beauty captivated him, leading to a pact of companionship. The Two Tails not only wielded fire techniques, but also embodied the power of illusions, amplifying Makoto's abilities to a significant degree, elevating him to a level comparable to that of the strongest ninja. 3 years prior, Makoto and the Two Tails had sought refuge in the Forest of Death, aspiring to further hone their illusionary skills while establishing barriers to deter intrusions. Drawing from his past life's knowledge and boundless imagination, he developed extraordinary illusion techniques that rivaled even Izanagi. Today, while appearing as an unremarkable handsome youth, Kurama Makoto's strength had reached a level surpassing that of the Hokage, rivaling Senju Hashirama. At that moment, standing at the threshold of the cottage, Mito was struck by Makoto's stunning appearance. He is far more handsome than Senju Hashirama. What shall I do with these feelings of affection? Today, Mito realized she was indeed a person who valued beauty. Red hair, 2 buns on his head, and a charming countenance. Could this be Uzumaki Mito? How astonishingly beautiful. Hashirama is indeed fortunate to have such a lovely bride. Makoto mused internally, though his expression remained inscrutable. After all this time in another world, I have finally encountered a character I recognized. I had thought that only a few, like Hashirama Senju, could break through the illusionary array. I never expected Mito to possess such strength as well. In the world of Naruto, individuals mature at a remarkably young age, and at the age of 15, Uzumaki Mito had already blossomed into a tall and striking beauty. Hello, beautiful. My name is Kurama Makoto. Makoto waved in greeting. Mito's smile abruptly froze, her expression marred by annoyance. With that top knot, are you trying to compare me to a steam bun? I must not lose my temper. When did I become Hashirama's wife? I haven't even married him yet. Mito's delicate fist clenched tightly within her sleeves, as if ready to strike Makoto at any moment. Would Mito confide in Makoto that her presence here was merely a stroke of luck? Certainly not. Perhaps their encounter was guided by fate itself. Wow, this cute girl can't be serious, can she? Suddenly, Mito snapped back to reality, realizing that Makoto had not spoken. What had she just heard? Was it his innermost thoughts? The master of the forbidden grounds, with tailed beasts as pets, could hear each other's thoughts, and his handsome visage was indeed to her liking. A wave of curiosity surged within her heart. This beautiful young man was blissfully unaware that curiosity often heralds one's downfall. Perhaps it was prudent to subtly gather some information first. Hello, I am Mito Uzumaki, she blinked. In an instant, Makoto's form exploded into a myriad of purple butterflies, scattering in all directions before converging once more into human shape right before her eyes. Makoto and Mito found themselves in close proximity, their gazes locked. Mito felt her cheeks warm. Sir, please exercise restraint. I'm not a woman of loose morals. This poor girl, bound by a political marriage to Hashirama for the sake of her clan, subsequently becoming the host for the Nine Tails, only to witness her clan's annihilation. After his death, how tragic, Makoto mused internally, unaware that Mito had heard every word. Mito, taken aback yet not questioning it, pondered who had deceived themselves so brazenly. The more she thought, the angrier she became. No woman would willingly sacrifice her marriage, and after marrying for her clan's sake, the Uzumaki had still faced extinction. How could she accept that her clan had suffered such a fate? The Senju are all scoundrels. How vile. How could she protect her clan? As her thoughts spiraled, She caught sight of the death forest shrouded in mist, and suddenly, everything clicked. The one capable of crafting such a formidable illusion must possess immense power. If only she could set up a similar illusion for her Uzumaki clan, they would be safe. It is well known that illusionary ninjas are the weakest in one-on-one combat. But in times of war, each illusionist is as formidable as a strategic weapon. Suddenly, Mito stumbled, her face pale as she nearly collapsed, having lost too much blood from her wound. Quick as a flash, Makoto caught her, cradling her in his arms. "You silly girl. If you're hurt, you should say so sooner. Let me bandage you up." Lying in his embrace, Mito's heart raced. "Uzumaki Mito, you've just met him. How can you be so shameless?" Yet her body felt languid, devoid of any strength. She glanced up at Makoto's face, so handsome, far more than Hashirama. Instinctively, she shifted to a more comfortable position in his arms. Makoto lifted Mito's clothing, revealing a ghastly wound on her pale waist, blood oozing profusely. Mito intended to protest, but when Makoto's fingertips grazed her skin, a tingling sensation surged through her, causing her to momentarily forget her discomfort. She merely lowered her head, her cheeks glowing like ripe apples. "Thank you." "Not at all." During dinner, the two engaged in delightful conversation. Makoto found himself quite taken with the lovely Mito, and upon learning that she had not yet married Hashirama, a new thought flickered in his mind. Once, his sole ambition had been to enhance his strength and seize control of his destiny. After all, there were countless methods to combat immortality in this world. Now, however, as he gazed at the woman before him, a longing for love began to surface. Enduring decades until he could reunite with familiar faces seemed an insufferable ordeal. Meanwhile, Mito had gleaned ample information from Makoto's thoughts. He was from another realm and possessed knowledge of much of this world's future. More importantly, he was an exceedingly handsome young man. "Indeed, Makoto, the Senju clan wishes to ally through marriage with mine, but I have no desire to wed. Do you have any means to assist me?" Mito feigned a pitiful expression, deliberately batting her eyelashes. Though Makoto was intrigued, he did not fall for her act, regarding Mito with a knowing smile. "I could help, but if I do, Mito, you must marry me. Do you still want my assistance? From the moment we met, your gaze has been fixated on me. Are you truly coveting my body?" Mito slammed her hand on the table. Her silver teeth gritted as she feigned a grave resolve. "If you help me save my people from the war, I shall marry you." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Mito's eyes. So this was the taste of love at first sight. Quite delightful. Would she confess her own attraction to Makoto? Certainly not. High-caliber hunters often appeared as their prey. Makoto chuckled, believing he had the upper hand. As he grasped Mito's chin, their eyes locked. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face. "It's a deal then, future wife." Having read the original work, he was well aware of Hashirama's current strength. Even if he could not defeat him, he would not be at a loss that Makoto's illusion mastery had reached a profound level. "I'm sorry, Hashirama. Your wife shall be mine. Now, let us depart and visit my future father-in-law." The two tails gently leaped down from the rooftop, landing in Makoto's arms as they ventured once more into the mist. Chapter 2. The Defection of the Uzumaki Clan. May I hold the cat? Mito gazed expectantly at the two-tailed beast. Her youthful affection for felines tempered by a hint of trepidation due to the malevolent chakra that accompanied its beastly nature. Arima Makoto chuckled softly, placing the creature into Mito's embrace. The little beast emitted a soft hum, teasingly remarking, "Ah, my dear Makoto, assisting you in your romantic endeavors comes at a price. How about I prepare you some pickled fish tomorrow?" With that, Mito fell silent, content to enjoy the soothing strokes of her hand over the warm, flame-enshrouded creature. For even a tailed beast had an insatiable appetite for fish. Mito placed her hand on the cat, feeling its warmth and sensing an ethereal light flickering in her eyes. Arima Makoto observed the liberation radiating from Uzumaki Mito, who seemed unburdened and at ease. Although she was a sheltered princess, her striking red hair and cerulean eyes exuded an undeniable beauty. She was a living embodiment of gentleness and kindness, drawing Makoto in like a moth to a flame. Captivating him utterly, this was the essence of love at first sight. To offend the Senju clan for the sake of Uzumaki Mito was a sacrifice Makoto deemed worthwhile. Even if he could not best Senju Hashirama, he would not be defeated. His self-imposed isolation had reached its limits, and without the crucible of battle, his growth had stagnated, a primary reason for his desire to emerge from the shadows. Having traversed through time, it was time for the world to witness his brilliance. The group made their way toward the territory of the Uzumaki clan, located on an island east of the Land of Fire, where they had established the small yet vibrant country of Uzumaki. At this moment, the Uzumaki clan was in disarray. Mito's father, the clan leader Uzumaki Mito, a stern and imposing man in his 40s, was currently in a fit of rage. This girl has truly turned my world upside down. You all go out and find her, whether she is alive or dead. I demand to see her. Opposite Mito stood a man clad in blue armor, his silver hair and crimson eyes identifying him as Senju Tobirama, the brother of Hashirama. A glint of coldness flickered in Tobirama's gaze as he smiled. What does the esteemed clan leader mean by this? If you are unwilling to accept a marriage alliance with the Senju clan, you need only say so. The Uzumaki and Senju have always been allies. We would never resort to coercion. Mito inwardly cursed the cunning fox, should he dare to refuse. The Senju forces would arrive at Uzumaki to cleanse them. The sealing techniques possessed by the Uzumaki were formidable, yet their overall strength remained insufficient, rendering them a tempting target for many clans during the Warring States period. At this juncture, only a few years had passed since the conclusion of the Warring States and the establishment of Konoha. The end of the Warring States brought peace. Yet it was also a time of great turmoil. In his 20s, Senju Hashirama had surpassed the clan leaders in strength and was still on the ascent. While these older figures were beginning their descent, "Do not hold it against my nephew, Uzumaki Mito," Tobirama continued. "The bond between our clans has always been profound. Your brother, Senju Hashirama, is a paragon among men. How could I possibly refuse a marriage proposal for my daughter? The issue lies with her rebellious nature. Having sneaked away from our clan's grounds, I shall accept the Senju's gifts, and once I retrieve my daughter, we may proceed with the wedding. What do you think?" Mito smiled, but before he could finish, Uzumaki Mito returned to the clan grounds, accompanied by a man of extraordinary handsomeness. Namina's smile faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Father-in-law, I am Arima Makoto. Mito and I are deeply in love, and I have come to discuss our marriage," Makoto declared, while Mito clutched his arm, glaring fiercely at Tobirama. Before Mito could respond, Tobirama's anger flared. "You boy, when did the Arima clan presume to meddle in Senju affairs? Do you wish to court death? Go back and summon your clan leader. I wish to see what he has to say." The bloodlust emanating from Tobirama, honed through countless battles, crashed against Makoto like waves. Yet he remained unfazed, his expression composed. Conversely, Mito's face paled at the intensity of the aura surrounding them. As a princess of the Uzumaki, she had faced her share of battles, but the experience of someone like Tobirama, who had emerged from the blood-soaked fields of war, was altogether different. After all, she was merely 15. Makoto clasped Mito's hand, channeling his chakra to soothe her fears. He raised an eyebrow, pondering how Tobirama, often seen as the epitome of wisdom, now seemed somewhat arrogant and lacking in rationale. Yet, he remained indifferent. Although he bore the Arima name, he had no ties to the clan and was an orphan. If Tobirama sought to take issue with the Arima clan, he need not use Makoto as an excuse. Tobirama was somewhat taken aback. He recognized that Makoto had the audacity to defy him, suggesting he was no fool and possessed considerable strength. "Mito, come here," Mito stated, ready to exert his paternal authority. Mito cast a reassuring glance at Makoto and rushed over to her father, whispering urgently, "Father, Makoto is exceptionally powerful. He is the master of the Forest of Death. The core of that forest is nearly as vast as our entire nation, and his genjutsu can render even clan leaders powerless in battle, as you are aware. Do you not think that in this time of war, our clan has suffered too many losses? If Makoto sets up a genjutsu formation in Uzumaki akin to that of the Forest of Death, we can extricate ourselves from the mire of conflict and allow our people to rest. The children have suffered enough. We cannot continue to fight." Mito's eyes shone with determination. This was not solely about her marriage. Mito, as a wise princess, understood her responsibility to her clan, and Makoto was her chosen ally. In the Warring States era, children as young as 6 or 7 were thrust into battle, resulting in countless casualties. The Uzumaki clan, revered for their innate vitality, was often targeted by foes who sought to capture them for experiments, and bounties for their bodies circulated in the black market. Their sealing techniques were coveted. Yet their strength was insufficient. Otherwise, Mito would not seek the protection of the Senju. Mito's voice was soft, but among the 4 skilled individuals present, How could they fail to hear her? A flicker of alarm crossed Tobarama's eyes, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. The Uzumaki were his most suitable allies, and a marriage alliance would ease the Senju's burden in the southern front. For both face and substance, the Senju required the strength of the Uzumaki. Namina's gaze began to waver. He had witnessed the Genjutsu formation of the Forest of Death, and even he was unsure of how to dismantle it safely. Unlike the Four Purple Flame formation, which could be broken through sheer strength, Genjutsu formations were particularly effective in warfare. The number of individuals capable of mastering Genjutsu at such a level was exceedingly rare, and while Makoto had yet to reveal his full strength, his expertise in illusion could prove invaluable to the clan's legacy. An alliance with the Senju would require the Uzumaki to assist in warfare and bear the brunt of the labor, but choosing Makoto could immediately end the conflict. And moreover, Mito had feelings for this young man. Though Namina might sacrifice his daughter's happiness for the sake of his people, it seemed that selecting Makoto offered greater benefits. Namina was a shrewd man. He desired the advantages without the exertion. Despite his daughter's occasional stubbornness, she was not malicious. Mito's words indicated that Makoto possessed formidable strength. The chill on Namina's face evaporated, replaced by a warm smile directed at Makoto, seemingly unconcerned with pride. What good was pride if it could not be savored? Oh, my dear son-in-law, do stay for dinner. I shall have the clan prepare a feast. Then he turned to the side and addressed Senju Tobarama. Nephew, perhaps it would be best to abandon the idea of a union. It is truly my fault. I had no inkling that Mito already harbored affections for someone else. As a father, I cannot bear to disrupt my daughter's happiness, lest she resent me for a lifetime. Rest assured, I will return the bride price intact. I shall personally present a generous gift to the clan leader, Hashirama, to make amends. What do you think? Tobarama's countenance darkened, resembling one who had just tasted something bitter. Ever since Hashirama ascended as the leader of the Senju clan, none had dared to refuse the Senju. Arma Seiji chuckled lightly. Why the grim face? I have no intention of opposing the Senju clan, but I must confess my genuine affection for Mito, and I shall not relinquish her to another. Thus, let us engage in a duel. This will provide Hashirama with an explanation. If I prevail, this matter shall conclude, with Mito publicly declared as having succumbed to illness, ensuring that the Senju can seek another alliance without losing face. Is that not a fair concession? Tobarama huffed, but could only nod in agreement. Were it not for the fierce conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, he would have summoned Hashirama to chastise Seiji. In a flash, Tobarama activated the body flicker technique, arriving at the training ground where he had secretly summoned a small slug. Ever since he learned of Seiji's surname, he had been on guard against Seiji's illusions. The Senju clan's summoning contract was with the Wetbone Forest, and while Tobarama lacked the talent for sage arts, he could still use the slug sage's avatar to dispel illusions. The Arma clan's bloodline limit, which allowed for 5 sense manipulation, was formidable, yet it was relatively simple to counter, if another could render the victim unconscious. Seiji strolled leisurely toward him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobarama's hand seals were executed with such swiftness that they dazzled Seiji. A massive chakra coalesced into a torrent, transforming into a fierce water dragon over 100 meters long, hurtling toward Seiji. Truly, he was a man worthy of the title King of the Sea. While others' water dragon techniques spanned merely 20 or 30 meters, his exceeded 100. Simultaneously, Tobarama hurled a flurry of shuriken towards Seiji, several inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Preparing to strike with the Flying Thunder God slash, he had no intentions of holding back. The water dragon surged like a projectile, threatening to obliterate Arma Seiji. Yet what materialized before the spectators were fluttering butterflies, their azure wings ablaze, resembling a dream. These butterflies soon converged, morphing back into Arma Seiji's form. No one present could discern when Seiji had cast the illusion. Tobarama's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to dispel the illusion, only to find a multitude of Arma Seijis in his line of sight. Locking eyes, Tobarama seemed to see his own reflection within Seiji's violet pupils, which sparkled like countless stars. Illusion technique, no blade head shaving. Seiji began weaving hand signs, pointing toward Tobarama. In an instant, an excruciating pain enveloped Tobarama's entire being. His neck slackened, his mind spun in disorientation, and his body betrayed him, staggering and collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck like a fountain. Tobarama, incredulous, could scarcely believe it. Had he truly lost his head with a single technique? Impossible. There were no signs of ninjutsu. Was it an illusion? Dispelling technique. Yet it was futile. The slug? He sought to break free from the illusion, but his body had betrayed him, unable to control his chakra. Oxygen deprivation set in, bringing a chill and sharp pain. Gradually, Senju Tobarama succumbed to unconsciousness. The water dragon, bereft of its master's chakra guidance, lost its way, ultimately creating a massive crater before dissipating into a pool of water. Seiji easily evaded the shuriken that Tobarama had thrown, a smile playing on his lips. With the power of the Izanagi-like illusion at his disposal, Seiji understood the terrifying strength of illusions. The illusion technique, no-blade head shaving, was a forbidden-level jutsu developed by Seiji over 2 years, combining the Arma clan's bloodline limit with 5-sense manipulation. It consumed vast amounts of chakra, targeting the enemy's soul to weave a vision of their beheading, such that if their head was severed in the illusion, it would occur in reality. In a sense, it could be deemed a guaranteed killing move. To put it simply, it made the opponent see their own head being severed, causing their soul and every cell in their body to believe it, leading to self-dissolution, and hence, their head would indeed fall. The Slug Sage's avatar had not anticipated Seiji's overwhelming display of power, akin to Izanagi's illusion, and was unable to intervene. However, Seiji had no desire to become a mortal enemy of the Senju. Thus, he did not actually sever Tobarama's head. Tobarama's life was not in danger, and the slug felt reassured. The slug seemed to perceive the very essence of Arma Seiji's being. Astonished, "You should be buried in the ground, yet you roam freely?" Seiji found himself momentarily bewildered. What the hell? Does this riddle even make sense? The slug sage, having no further words, transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. "I have risen and struck down my opponent in an instant. There is nothing more to discuss. To engage the Senju clan on equal terms." Arma Seiji chose the most overwhelming method, defeating Senju Tobarama with absolute superiority, thus revealing the disparity between them. Watching from the sidelines, Uzumaki Mito was elated, her emerald eyes sparkling with joy. Even Uzumaki Namikaze expressed satisfaction, never expecting that their daughter would return home with such a formidable ally. "Someone, take good care of Tobarama. Inform all Uzumaki clan members outside to return home and seal the mountain. This battle is over." With a grand gesture, he exuded authority, weary after years of conflict. "Let us prepare to perhaps welcome a sister for Uzumaki Mito." Wonderful. That insufferable Senju has received a thorough lesson. Uzumaki Mito beamed at her chosen partner, thrilled that he had so effortlessly triumphed over the arrogant Tobarama. Chapter 3. A union with Mito Seiji. My second uncle has gone too far. After I finally escaped the tragic fate of a political marriage, I find that he has pushed my sister, and I, into the same predicament. Uzumaki Mito, her adorable green eyes aflame with indignation, stormed into Seiji's bedroom, throwing herself atop him through the covers, pinching his nose to rouse him, eager to advocate for her cousin. Arma Seiji, groggy from sleep, was about to protest until he realized it was Mito, the charming girl before him, and his irritation dissipated. "For you, it may be a political marriage, but your sister seems quite happy about it, so fret not. Moreover, Mito, do you dare attack me? Do you wish to be devoured?" Seiji chuckled, swiftly throwing back the covers and wrapping her up like an octopus, pinning her beneath him. Mito gasped, her cheeks flushed, squirming beneath the blanket, her apparent struggle only fueling their excitement. "Arma Seiji, I tell you, one must purchase a ticket before boarding. Let me go?" With a mischievous grin. He did not relent, but instead teased her further. As they reveled in each other's softness, their breaths quickened, and laughter echoed within the confines of the bedroom. Senju Tobarama had departed, having been bested in an instant by Seiji, his expression grim. However, the bride price from the Senju clan remained untouched. The Uzumaki clan, apart from the clan leader Uzumaki Namikaze, was led by several elders. His brother, Uzumaki Yanami, was the eldest elder. Although the union between Mito and Hashirama was annulled, Uzumaki Yanami resolved to marry his daughter, Uzumaki Yanai, to Hashirama. The rationale was that while Arma Seiji was indeed powerful, he was but one individual, and an alliance with the Senju clan promised substantial resources and military support, which was undeniably advantageous. The two girls were to be wed, ensuring that neither would suffer loss. Upon learning this, Onma Chung could only chuckle coldly to himself. To extricate himself from the quagmire of war, one must relinquish immediate gains and retreat into solitude. At least until the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Uzumaki clan would remain dormant, with its members not daring to venture forth. Even if others were to launch an attack, the vast ocean separating them from the land of whirlpools would render their efforts futile. However, a mere daughter would not suffice to gain the favor of the Senju clan. A significant portion of their kin would need to remain outside, accompanying the Senju in their battles. After the founding of Konoha, chaos would ensue. With the death of Hashirama, the Uzumaki would become a target, particularly the clan led by the second elder, awaiting inevitable annihilation, as the people of Konoha would hardly intervene to save them. Thus, the Uzumaki clan was irrevocably divided into 2 factions. Those weary of war would return to the land of whirlpools alongside Mito to recuperate, while the unwilling would accompany Uzumaki Yanagi to the Senju. Yet, these matters were of no concern to Onma-chung. His only desire was to marry Uzumaki Mito. Onma-chung returned to the village of Uzumaki with Mito. Unlike the 5 great nations, where the daimyo and Kage wield separate powers, the Kage of the land of whirlpools was also its daimyo, as this was their own nation, albeit a small one, barely a tenth the size of the land of fire. Upon his first glimpse of Uzumaki village, Onma-chung was struck by a singular thought. Despite being a country, how could the capital, Uzumaki village, appear so dilapidated? Years of war had rendered it increasingly desolate, with rows of low wooden houses, haphazard layouts, narrow streets, and muddy paths, sparsely populated by a handful of shinobi and civilians. The village bore the heavy burden of lost youth, exuding an air of melancholy. Mito felt a pang of embarrassment. Aware that her homeland looked shabby, yet it was her home. She shot a fierce glare at Onma-chung, silently warning him not to voice his thoughts. Chung merely smiled. Undeterred, and in front of the onlookers, he embraced Mito, bestowing upon her a deep kiss that left her momentarily breathless. Pointing towards the distant land, a broad smile adorned his face. You are the princess of this nation, and I am your husband. Regardless of the challenges this country faces, I shall stand by your side to confront them. Though it may be small and worn, it is your home, and thus it is my home too. I shall not shun it. Together, we shall strive to improve it. This is our duty as its rightful inhabitants. Mito's heart warmed, leaning into Onma-chung's embrace, nodding vigorously. In that moment, she felt an unending source of strength within her. From this day forth, she would have a man to rely upon for life, and the future of the Uzumaki clan would surely flourish. The wedding of Uzumaki Mito and Onma-chung was set for an auspicious day 2 months hence, and Chung had already moved into Mito's home. The ancestral land of the Uzumaki lay at the heart of Uzumaki village, occupying a vast area, yet primarily consisting of single-story houses. Cheng's previous words had successfully won over Uzumaki Lu Ming, who had initially opposed this man taking his daughter. After marrying Mito, the entirety of the land of whirlpools became Onma-chung's domain, and he was determined to invest his efforts into its development. Additionally, to transcend the 6 paths level, he required biologists to study Hashirama's cells, thus necessitating skilled individuals. Chung lacked the expertise to delve into genetics himself. Having thoroughly assessed the conditions in the land of whirlpools, Onma-chung collaborated with Uzumaki Lu Ming to devise a comprehensive development plan. They aimed to enhance agriculture, eliminating tea and other cash crops in favor of extensive rice cultivation. They would recruit scientists from across the continent to come to the land of whirlpools, clearing the land of all wandering shinobi and bandits. Utilizing Earth-style shinobi, they would construct irrigation systems, accept refugees, centralize the population, scale industries, and promote education. A Ministry of Justice would be established to draft the Constitution and various laws, ensuring governance by law. A security department would be formed with enforcement powers, guaranteeing the implementation of laws nationwide. A Ministry of Commerce would oversee national trade, fostering key industries. A Ministry of Education would be tasked with building schools, instituting 6 years of compulsory education, incorporating subjects such as biology, chemistry, and physics alongside ninjutsu training, with enrollment starting at 6 years of age and graduation at 12. Subsequently, Onma-chung, accompanied by the Two Tails and her entourage, spent over a month traversing the land of whirlpools, constructing an immense illusionary formation that enveloped the entire nation, exhausting even the mighty cat sister, who had dwindled from a 50-meter giant to a mere shadow of her former self. At last, the day of the wedding arrived. Onma-chung organized a traditional Chinese wedding, and Mito, adorned in a red gown, with emerald eyes sparkling like jewels, radiated warmth and affection towards him. Over the past days, Mito had journeyed with Onma-chung throughout the land of Whirlpools, their bond intensifying. Though their acquaintance was brief, Mito felt fortunate to have found the man she wished to entrust her life to, grateful for the gifts of fate. The thrill of love at first sight was truly delightful. Mito, today you cannot escape, Onma-chung chuckled, ready to celebrate their union. Yet, Mito wore a teasing smile. Are you certain it will be I who escapes and not you? With a swift movement, she tore her chi-pao, having already purchased the tickets. She was finally ready to embark on this journey. Little Chung, I must confess, from our very first meeting, I have been contemplating how to devour you. A night of joy ensued, leading to a period of blissful days. Unexpectedly, once she had made her commitment, Mito revealed her true nature. She was indeed a carnivorous creature. Mito, since the development of the land of Whirlpools is on the right track, shall we explore the shinobi world together? I have a secret I have yet to share. I can live for a long time, but I do not wish for you to perish. I want you to accompany me forever, so let us venture into the shinobi world. I know a way to grant you longevity. What do you think? As dawn broke, two heads emerged from beneath the covers, their bodies entwined. Gazing into Mito's azure eyes, Onma-chung felt a twinge of guilt. I am only considering our happiness. I assure you, I am not being selfish. Chung can still engage in 100 battles, he reassured her. Chapter 4. The Illusion of Susanoo. Acquiring a little admirer, Uzumaki Mito had initially planned to mock Onma-chung before they engaged in yet another round of playful banter. However, upon hearing him speak of a way to grant her longevity, she was taken aback. Previously, she had eavesdropped on his thoughts and learned that he could live for an extraordinarily long time, remaining youthful while she aged, and when she eventually passed, he would still be as he was. This notion had caused her considerable inner turmoil, though the joy leading up to the wedding had allowed her to set aside her worries for a time. What mattered to Mito was not immortality itself, but the opportunity to be with Onma-chung. There is no woman who does not wish to retain her youth and remain eternally alongside her beloved. Nonetheless, her first thought was of her father, a truly gentle man. Is it true? If so, then father could remain with us forever. She exclaimed. You see, just a few days after the wedding, father fell ill, gravely so. Concern clouded her face. Despite the earlier proposal by Uzumaki Lu Ming to sacrifice Mito for a political alliance, he remained her father, and she could not bear the thought of losing him. The hope in Mito's eyes dimmed as Onma-chung embraced her, his expression complex. I am sorry. The method for granting longevity is not something that can be widely shared. You are the one meant to accompany me through life, so I must apologize to your father. In this lifetime, all we can do is cherish our time with him and work towards realizing his dreams for the land of Whirlpools. Mito felt a tinge of sadness but could only nod in agreement. The two departed from the land of tides and returned to the ninja world. Arima Makoto had presented Mito with the option of becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The revival of the Outer Path Golem did not necessarily require the complete tailed beasts. Even a fragment would suffice. As long as that fragment's chakra was cultivated to a sufficient level, the Ten Tails could be resurrected. However, this method demanded an extensive amount of time to nurture the tailed beast chakra, which is why Obito in the original story did not choose this route. Yet, Arima had experimented with the chakra of the two tails and found that, inexplicably, his chakra could rapidly cultivate that fragment of tailed beast chakra to rival a complete tailed beast. The only difference was that this chakra lacked consciousness. 200 years ago, a meteorite fell from the heavens, which became known as the star. People discovered that this star could enhance their strength and augment their chakra, leading to the establishment of a settlement around the meteorite, which was the precursor to the Star Village. This so-called star was actually a piece of the Ten Tails, a remnant struck off by the Sage of Six Paths, floating in the cosmos for nearly a millennium and yet retaining its vitality. Given sufficient energy, this fragment could autonomously split and replicate into a new Ten Tails, serving perfectly as a vessel for Mito's tailed beast power. Arima disclosed all this information regarding the Ten Tails to Uzumaki Mito, who widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking such tales were mere legends, only to find them to be true. Arima chuckled, suggesting they had ample time to proceed steadily, assuring Mito that she would be by his side until the end of time. The two tails mewed, unable to bear the sight of their incessant affection. Arima was only familiar with the Star Village but could not recall its location. Thus, they wandered the continent aimlessly. After much effort, they finally located the Star Village, which at that time was not yet named as such, simply referred to as Star Village. It was nestled in a mountainous area, providing a natural barrier that made it easy to defend yet hard to attack. From a distance, Arima sensed a rich vitality and natural energy. Star Village was in the midst of battle. The civilians had hidden away in cellars for safety, while the ninjas, though few in number, had been empowered by the star's strength and could hold their ground against the enemy for a short time. Unbeknownst to them, the power of the Ten Tails remnants was akin to radiation. Their strength was a trade-off for their life force. Yet, for the sake of their home, they continued to fight valiantly. The enemy appeared to be members of the Uchiha clan, each afflicted with the red-eye disease. Leading them was a striking woman clad in black combat attire, wielding a battle blade. Uchiha Chiri, the creator of one of the Uchiha's two ultimate Genjutsu, Izanami. At the age of 20, Chiri had awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, holding a significant position within the Uchiha clan. As long as you surrender the star, the Uchiha will not harm your village, Chiri declared. By chance, the Uchiha had discovered that the power of the star could replenish their chakra reserves, prompting them to send Chiri and a small team to retrieve it. However, the star was a sacred object of the village, and they would not allow it to be taken without a fight. While Chiri was not one to indiscriminately slay innocents, the rarity of an item capable of replenishing the Sharingan was too precious to ignore, leading to the ensuing conflict, which had already begun to claim casualties. Hearing this, Arima could no longer remain passive. The Uchiha harbored the same goal as him, and that was unacceptable. He considered the remnants of the Ten Tails to be his quarry. Wrapping an arm around Mito's waist, he leapt into the heart of the battlefield. His sudden appearance heightened the tension on both sides. Apologies, but the star is my quarry and cannot be surrendered to the Uchiha, he smiled. The village leader, a middle-aged man named Hokuto, was incensed by Arima's words, declaring, "I would rather die than hand over our sacred object." In Hokuto's eyes, the remnants of the Ten Tails were a divine gift that protected the village and granted them strength, the very essence of their existence. Their eyes met, and Arima's gaze brimmed with mockery as he surveyed the ninjas of Star Village. "Did you think I was here to negotiate?" With a flick of his eyes, he unleashed the Genjutsu 3,000 Worlds. In the blink of an eye, Hokuto and his companions found themselves lost in the depths of Arima's purple gaze. To them, the enemy had been repelled, ushering in an era of peace where the villagers could live comfortably without fear for their safety. The village, bolstered by the presence of the star, gradually grew stronger, establishing its place in the ninja world while Hokuto enjoyed a blissful life. Everything appeared so idyllic. Oblivious to the reality, Hokuto was ensnared in the illusion, unaware of the peril that surrounded him, as their bodies slumped to the ground, devoid of consciousness. Every Genjutsu requires certain conditions to be met. This technique activated upon sighting Arima's eyes. Manipulating through the five senses, he constructed an extraordinarily vivid illusion based on the enemy's fantasies of a beautiful world. However, lurking behind this facade were countless layers of illusions, akin to an onion. The only way to unravel this technique was through an immensely powerful consciousness capable of shattering the layers of illusion. Even if one could break free from a layer in merely a second, it would still take 50 minutes to escape the entire illusion, a feat that would be completed long before then. The complexity of executing such a Genjutsu demanded an immeasurable amount of chakra and mental fortitude, yet fortuitously, Arima possessed an abundance of both. Uchiha Chiri gazed at Arima with stars in her eyes, captivated by his charm. "He is quite the remarkable individual," she mused. Both his presence and the techniques he wielded exuding beauty. The seasoned Uchiha clan members watched their infatuated leader with growing concern. "Hey kid, the treasure the Uchiha have their eyes on is not something you can meddle with. Best return to where you came from, or you might find yourself in grave danger." Observing Chiri's infatuated demeanor, Mito felt a surge of protective instinct. Arima chuckled, gently patting Mito's head, reassuring her, "Fear not, I am forever yours. You rest on the sidelines. I will deal with them." Mito nodded, though she glared fiercely at Uchiha Chiri. Chiri, with a playful smile, remarked, "It seems I can't simply let you go without a little scuffle, but don't worry, I won't harm you, especially considering how handsome you are. Otherwise, that foolish tomato over there might start crying." Arima, feeling a dark idea take root, observed Chiri's mischievous grin. "In that case, let me test out my newly developed technique," he thought with a smirk. A tremendous surge of released chakra coalesced in Arima's eyes, transforming into 3 purple tomo that spun and intertwined, forming a windmill pattern. Manifest. Illusory Susanoo. The dense purple chakra erupted from Arima, taking form as a towering figure adorned in armor, wielding a long blade, enveloping him within. Though his body felt unusually fatigued, Arima bore a smile, while Chiri and her companions were taken aback by the spectacle. This was precisely the effect he sought. Is that the power of the Mangekyo Susanoo? Are you of the Uchiha clan? Chiri inquired, astonished, her composure wavering. Arima chuckled. I am Arima Makoto, unrelated to your clan. Nor do I possess the Sharingan. To be frank, this is merely an illusion. Would you care to test it? The Susanoo raised its blade, pointing it towards Chiri and her team. Illusory Susanoo. By harnessing unimaginable in-release chakra, I can hypnotize myself, altering my memories, and convincing every cell in my body that I genuinely possess the ability to manifest Susanoo. Utilizing in-release chakra as sustenance, coupled with the audacity to blur the lines between reality and illusion, I can truly cultivate a Susanoo. In essence, the concept revolves around understanding the principles behind Susanoo. By employing an illusion, one can create a semblance of Susanoo, and as long as I believe in its existence, the false Susanoo can be transformed into a genuine manifestation. The ability to mimic such techniques requires immense chakra, especially for the Uchiha clan, who expend far more energy to activate Susanoo. However, Arima Makoto is unconcerned, for he possesses an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Upon hearing that it is an illusion, Uchiha Yuri grows increasingly exhilarated, a smile gracing her lips. Her crimson eyes swirling with the tomo, forming 3 interconnected circles, with blood trickling from the corners of her eyes. Susanoo. Utilizing Susanoo in Yuri's body is a significant burden, but the marvel of Makoto's technique leaves her utterly enchanted, rendering the weight of the burden inconsequential. A similarly red Susanoo stands opposite Makoto, and the two engage in combat. Both Susanoos wield swords, their blades clashing and igniting brilliant flames, remaining steadfast in their stances as the sharp edges slice through the sky, effortlessly cleaving a small hill 100 meters away, leaving behind a smooth incision. The furious onslaught of sword strikes creates a tempest of energy, furrowing the earth beneath them with deep gashes. The red Susanoo delivers a powerful punch, which is met with a stable block by the purple Susanoo. The swords are discarded as the two giants engage in a fierce melee, captivating the attention of all. Dust billows around them. The sound of thunder reverberates in the air, and the ground fractures grotesquely, a testament to the unleashed power of Susanoo. Before long, Uchiha Yuri stumbles, her complexion paling as she cries out, "Handsome brother, I concede. I don't want the prize." Swiftly, she dispels her Susanoo. For Yuri, who has yet to attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the strain of Susanoo proves to be overwhelming, and she cannot endure for more than a few minutes. Makoto, taken aback, dispels the illusion as well. The two combatants gaze at each other, Yuri appearing utterly drained, her face ashen with blood at the corners of her eyes, while Makoto merely catches his breath, feeling a pang of hunger from the exertion. "Brother Makoto, would you teach me the illusion technique?" Uchiha Yuri pouts, her arms encircling Makoto's, playfully caught between her two mischievous selves. Unlike Mito, who is more reserved, Yuri possesses a captivating charm that elicits a reaction from Makoto. "I adore illusion techniques. I never imagined they could achieve such a remarkable transformation from illusion to reality. It's simply astonishing. Would you consider taking me on as your apprentice?" Truly, illusion is the highest form of art. Makoto finds himself at a loss for words, astonished that after their skirmish, he has garnered the admiration of a young Uchiha fan. Yuri provocatively glances at Mito, then puffs out her chest, casting a sidelong glance at Mito's modest figure. The implication is unmistakable, inciting Mito's ire. Regardless of appearance, background, or talent, Mito is flawless, save for her flat chest, a detail she is particularly sensitive about. Her crimson hair flares with her rising anger, and Makoto fears that if they linger any longer, Mito may unleash her wrath. How shameless. You're older than Makoto, yet call him brother. Losing and then claiming handsome brother is quite the fickle display. Makoto is my husband. We are already wed. Mito glares fiercely at Uchiha Yuri, her frustration palpable. Were it not for her lack of strength, she would surely teach Yuri a lesson. Unperturbed, Yuri chuckles mischievously. "Hey, what's stopping you from marrying more than one? I don't mind. Finally extricating his hands from the duo's playful banter, Makoto interjects, "Enough of this. Don't aggravate Mito any further." Though married, Makoto finds himself utterly defenseless against the allure of attractive older women. After a prolonged display of charm, Yuri manages to align herself with Mito, forging a playful rivalry, prompting Makoto to share his insights on illusion techniques with her. Satisfied, Yuri bids farewell, "Brother Master. Do visit the Uchiha clan. I'll be waiting for you, along with that silly little tomato. Goodbye." As the Uchiha clan departs, Mito reflects on the situation. Though Yuri enjoys teasing her, she is also the first friend Mito has made. As a princess, Mito had previously been confined to the land of Whirlpools or engaged in family duties, leaving no room for friendships. Now, let us return to our duties. If I ever miss Yuri, I'll take you to the Uchiha clan to see her, Makoto smiles. After sealing the remains of the 10 tails, he dispels the illusions affecting the ninjas of Star Ninja Village and departs with Mito. Before leaving, he also leaves behind a portion of his insights on illusion techniques as a form of compensation for taking the remnants of the 10 tails. The next task at hand is to locate the tailed beasts, beginning with the 9 tails. Delaying further could lead to the 9 tails becoming a summon for Uchiha Obito, a challenge Makoto feels ill-prepared to face. Thus, Makoto and Mito embark on their journey through the Land of Fire, only to discover themselves within the territory of the Senju clan. Chapter 5. Unreasonable Confrontation with Senju Hashirama. Brother, you are Arima Makoto, correct? A pleasure to meet you. I am Senju Hashirama. And Mito, long time no see. In a dense forest, Hashirama, having separated from the main Senju forces, stands before Makoto and Mito. While they were en route, Mito's Kage heart sensed Hashirama's presence first, but Hashirama's would release grants him an extensive sensory range, quickly leading him to discover Makoto and Mito, engaged in their quest for the tailed beasts. They had just secured a tail's worth of chakra from the 9 tails and were on their way to another nation, thus having no desire to engage with Hashirama. However, he insists on following them. Please refrain from acting overly familiar. We have only met a few times. I am now Makoto's wife, so kindly maintain your distance, Mito declares, fiercely glaring at Hashirama, offering him no warmth. Is there something the clan leader wishes to discuss? My spouse and I have matters to attend to and may not have the time to entertain you, Makoto states flatly, his expression unyielding, as Hashirama approaches with an unmistakable intent. Yet it seems you two are merely out for a leisurely stroll and are not in a hurry, Hashirama responds with a grin. Previously, his brother Tobarama returned with exaggerated tales of grievances, attributing all faults to Makoto, making it seem as though he had suffered greatly, elevating Makoto's prowess to legendary heights. This has led the martial-minded Hashirama to remember the name Makoto, as Tobarama described him as the only one comparable to him and Madara, the strongest illusionist in the world. While Hashirama is a proponent of peace, he is also a martial enthusiast, and these traits are not mutually exclusive. Consequently, he is eager to spar with Makoto, as he has grown weary of battling Madara and craves a fresh challenge. Moreover, Hashirama senses that the Warring States period is nearing its end, and the strength of Arima Makoto will influence the stance of the village he intends to establish. Thus, this confrontation is inevitable, regardless of Makoto's willingness. This is the strategy devised by Senju Tobarama. He never intended to truly harm Makoto, but aimed to acquire a fraction of the Whirlpool clan's strength. His plan is deemed successful. The reason for reporting to Hashirama is that he felt a great deal of embarrassment after being defeated by Makoto in front of others and seeks to rectify that humiliation through Hashirama, knowing that his naive and martial nature would compel him to engage Makoto in a duel. My brother was well cared for by Makoto. Having heard of his profound illusion techniques, I wish to spar with him. What do you say? Hashirama beams, his expression radiant and seemingly innocent. No. My spouse and I have pressing matters to attend to. We must take our leave, Makoto asserts, resolutely grasping Mito's hand as they prepare to depart. Yet he was still intercepted by the ever-smiling Hashirama Senju. Greetings among friends often entail a casual exchange of a few techniques, which shouldn't take too long, especially since they are family. There's no need for such coldness, dear Chinkoan. Much like the encounters between Hashirama and Madara, their greetings typically consist of a slash and a kick. Arima Chung squinted, his expression darkening with misunderstanding. He had thought that today was a lesson aimed at him. Chung, newlywed, wished only to be close to his wife, yet Hashirama's insistence on sparring was a detour from his desires. After several months of marriage, Chung and Mito had already intertwined their hearts and souls, their love flowing warmly within. For Mito's longevity, Chang's greatest wish was to hasten her transformation into the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. While he would gladly traverse mountains and rivers for her, he could not tolerate Hashirama's insistence on a battle that squandered precious time. Perhaps this is the double standard of love, though Chung remained oblivious. He sent Mito to a distance away from the two of them. Chang's heart seethed with murderous intent, chakras surging forth, a monumental pressure crashing upon Hashirama like a tsunami. Yet Hashirama stood unwavering, like an immovable boulder. Truly, he was the child of destiny, the god of shinobi. Hashirama appeared eager, albeit slightly puzzled. His innocence rendered him unable to grasp Chang's anger. Yet, the sparring was about to commence, which delighted him. Summoning technique. Two tails, Matatabi. Chung bit his finger, forming seals. As a colossal cat, 50 meters tall, descended from the heavens, its body engulfed in blue flames that seemed capable of incinerating all. Manifestation of Susanoo. With a fierce shout, dense purple chakra transformed into countless armors that enveloped Matatabi, with Susanoo encasing the tailed beast, significantly enhancing both its defensive and combat capabilities. Two tails, coalescing chakra like hands, wielded swords. The formidable Susanoo, which was meant to debut in the Valley of the End battle between Hashirama and Madara, made an early appearance. An overwhelming aura of killing intent and colossal pressure enveloped the battlefield. Sensing the immense malevolence of the tailed beast chakra, a fleeting displeasure crossed Hashirama's face. But it vanished just as quickly. In that moment, Hashirama seemed to see his dear friend Madara. He had never anticipated that an illusion could manifest so vividly, which thrilled him. In the blink of an eye, he entered Sage mode. Sage art, true thousand-handed Buddha. With a mighty clap, Hashirama instantly transitioned into Sage mode. Countless wooden structures sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing to hundreds or even thousands of meters, transforming into wooden dragons that converged and fused into a Buddha towering over 1,000 meters high, with 1,000 hands, each the size of a small hill. The unimaginable disparity in size created an unparalleled sense of oppression. Arima Chung would not grant Hashirama such an opportunity. Their gazes had met when Hashirama stood before him, planting the seeds of illusion. Illusion, 3,000 worlds. The 3,000 layers of the illusion enveloped Hashirama. In this dream, he established Konoha, where war was absent. Children grew up safely, and he and his wife lived blissfully until old age. With Hashirama's prowess, the 3,000 worlds would not restrain him for long. Yet even a fleeting moment was sufficient. As his consciousness sank, the Buddha, devoid of its master's control, halted its movements. Chang's Susanoo raised its sword, unleashing an overwhelming force towards Hashirama's head. The sword's aura, sharp as a dragon, surged skyward, tearing through the clouds. However, the Buddha's massive size proved a disadvantage. Its movements were sluggish. By the time the Susanoo's sword descended from a distance of 200 meters, with a resounding clash, the wooden Buddha had regained its motion. Catching the blade barehanded, the wooden hand, like a vice, firmly gripped the sword's edge, making it difficult for Chung to withdraw it. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead, such a terrifying illusion. He had not expected to succumb for even 3 seconds. Chung, on the other hand, felt an urge to kick Hashirama twice. Illusion, 5 senses manipulation. Chung roared, the sound waves reverberating across the battlefield to Hashirama's ears, ensnaring him. Chang's 5-sense manipulation illusion activated upon any sensory perception of his emitted information. In an instant, Hashirama's body lost consciousness, his soul plunging into endless darkness. As if to remain in solitude forever, Chang's Susanoo finally withdrew the blade from the wooden hand. The fusion of yin and yang chakra coalesced into a colossal tailed beast ball, which was launched forth in an instant. Regrettably, Hashirama, a seasoned warrior forged in the crucible of battle, even when his senses were sealed, relied on instinct to continue fighting amidst imminent danger. The ungoverned chakra flowed of its own accord. The wooden Buddha came to life once more, infused with sage chakra, growing even taller, nearly 10,000 meters high, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Each of its hands was as large as a tailed beast, rendering Chang's Susanoo before it akin to a mere toy. Yet Chung remained unfazed. Susanoo was merely a countermeasure against the towering Buddha. Defeating it was inevitable, but his true lethal move had always been the illusion he had developed himself. Those wooden hands struck like dragons, relentlessly assaulting, and in the blink of an eye, the tailed beast ball was sent flying. The misdirected tailed beast ball, after traveling 10 kilometers, obliterated a mountain 1,000 meters high, sending a massive mushroom cloud into the sky. Chung sensed the immense strength of Hashirama's soul struggling to break free from the five-sense manipulation, which surprised him. Yet recalling that he was the child of destiny, he deemed it unsurprising. Thousands of wooden hands danced like raging dragons, each strike capable of uprooting the earth, creating gaping holes across the land, reducing dense forests to barren wasteland, obliterating everything within a 50-meter radius, as if playing whack-a-mole. If the wild two-tails had come, it would have been a punch for each tailed beast. The chakra blades of Susanoo twirled like blossoms, the illusionary seals on Matatabi continuously shifting. Augmented by the shadow clones Chung had specially developed for the two tails, it appeared as though hundreds of Susanoos had manifested on the battlefield, making it impossible even for sage techniques to discern the true body. The blades danced like dragons in a frenzy, uprooting colossal trees and sending debris flying. Despite facing an opponent many times larger than himself, Chung refused to relent, severing wooden hands one after another. What was once a forest had transformed into a canyon under their battle, with water surging from the furrows carved by their blades. No one else dared approach. Arima Chung narrowed his eyes. The moment had come. Just as the illusion was on the brink of collapse, Hashirama's consciousness would be at its most vulnerable. Sealing technique. With hands transforming into guns, he aimed directly at Hashirama. Illusion, blade of the shaved head. Cheng's striking violet eyes locked on a Hashirama's, who had just escaped the five-sense manipulation. With a resounding crash, an ocean of in-released chakra surged forth. Chung stumbled, his face paling as he felt drained. The stronger the user of this technique, the greater the in-released chakra required. From Hashirama's perspective, having finally broken free from the five-sense manipulation, he saw Chung still 100 meters away. Yet in the blink of an eye, his head was severed. Hashirama was bewildered. During the Warring States period, all strong fighters prioritized ninjutsu and taijutsu, dismissing illusions as mere tricks unworthy of attention. In their eyes, illusions were nothing but the antics of the unskilled, as true masters found it difficult to fall prey to them. Regrettably, Arima Cheng's mastery of illusions surpassed their expectations. How painful! His body continued to move, the life force within his cells struggling to heal the wound. Yet how could he reattach his head? Yet his chakra remained unperturbed. Was he not ensnared by an illusion? This is the sensation of decapitation. I never imagined Chinkuin's illusions to be this formidable. I truly am too weak. What a pity, I cannot witness the dawn of peace. In the environment, Hashirama gradually closed his eyes. At the same time, in the real world, a streak of blood spread across his neck, and it felt as if his head was about to be severed. Suddenly, a sensation akin to being targeted by a fierce tiger engulfed Sarutobi, causing cold sweat to pour down as he struggled to breathe, as if a mountain of immense height were pressing down upon him. He quickly dispelled all his techniques. The two-tailed beast shrank, having expended a great deal of chakra, and the once robust creature now resembled mere bones, hiding in Mito's embrace. An inexplicable vitality surged forth from the void, beginning to heal Hashirama's wounds. The oppressive feeling of being watched finally dissipated, but Sarutobi's expression remained grim, primarily due to the unreasonable entanglement with Hashirama that had left him infuriated, prompting him to unleash his ultimate technique. He had forgotten that the Sage of Six Paths, the old silver coin, was always watching. Hashirama was destined to end the fate of the Warring States, and the sage would not permit him to perish here. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, this conflict had been orchestrated by the Sage of Six Paths. He had been observing Sarutobi for many years. Although Sarutobi had seldom engaged in battle and his true strength was unknown, his genjutsu had proven to be extraordinarily formidable, making him a significant variable. The sage could only intervene in the present world through the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. Today's confrontation was also a means for the sage to ascertain Sarutobi's true nature. However, aside from being unexpectedly powerful, the sage could not discern much more. Ignoring Hashirama, Sarutobi departed. After traveling a considerable distance, he finally smiled. For everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. With the strength of his soul, the in-release chakra he had cultivated could not be disregarded even by Hashirama. High resistance mattered little when he had nearly been defeated. Though next time, Hashirama would undoubtedly be more vigilant. Meanwhile, amidst the war that had transformed into a canyon, tranquility returned as Hashirama's injuries healed. A man, clad in a dark mask and bearing stitched scars, emerged from the grass at a distance. It was the infamous bounty hunter Kage. Observing the unconscious Hashirama, he couldn't help but feel awed. It was truly terrifying how a figure like this had emerged in the ninja world, capable of defeating Hashirama. With that thought, Kage threw a shuriken from 800 meters away and swiftly vanished from the scene. The shuriken landed on Hashirama's hand, not even breaking the skin. Who threw a shuriken at me? Hashirama slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 6. Are you floating, old father-in-law? Brother Chum, I've been waiting for 2 years, and nothing has happened. Could it be that I cannot bear children? Lying in Sarutobi's embrace, Mito furrowed her brows, gently touching her flat abdomen, her face filled with worry. Sarutobi sighed helplessly. You silly girl, how many times must I tell you? Just call me husband or Chum. Don't call me brother Chum. It's inauspicious. After saying that, he cupped her face and planted a tender kiss, gently stroking her head. Don't fret. Both of us will live long lives, and a child will come in due time. You laugh at me for dying young, and I laugh at you for dying less, Sarutobi thought to himself. Mito caught the tail end of his inner thoughts. While she didn't fully understand the first part, she could guess the general meaning, a sly smile creeping onto her face. Having spent so much time with Sarutobi, Mito, though gentle most of the time, occasionally exhibited a playful side. She let out a soft hum. After being kissed by him, her earlier worries quickly faded. But Mito, since you desire a child so much, we should exercise more, Sarutobi chuckled, flipping over and pinning the naked Mito beneath him. This elicited a surprised exclamation from her. Dame, I'm tired. You weren't tired last night when we went until midnight. Soon, delightful melodies echoed from the bed. 2 years had passed, and they had spent every day together without a hint of weariness. Their bond was beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Since that battle with Hashirama, he had not sought revenge against Sarutobi, and Sarutobi's name had been revealed by Kage. Although Sarutobi seldom fought, his reputation was resounding. He had swiftly defeated Tobirama Senju, triumphed over Hashirama Senju, and the aftermath of their battle had permanently altered the landscape. He had become the master of the Death Forest Jinjutsu formation, with a record of having ensnared a clan leader, Kage level, and 800 ninjas, who had never emerged again. Thus, his name resonated throughout the ninja world, with well-meaning individuals referring to Sarutobi, Hashirama, and Madara Uchiha as the triune gods of the warring states. Now, 2 years later, Sarutobi had just obtained a tail from the seven-tailed beast, gathering all the tailed beast chakra, and thus he was indulging in sweet moments with Mito. The remnants of the 10 tails, nurtured by Sarutobi's chakra, had transformed into a seed sealed within Mito, beginning to provide her with immense vitality. Once enough tailed beast chakra was cultivated and sealed, it would be complete. However, these final steps were crucial and required considerable time. When the sun shone brightly overhead, they reluctantly rose from the bed. Without a doubt, the morning had been spent wrestling in bed again. Mito appeared radiant, her youthful charm fading, gradually revealing the allure of a mature woman. Now that we have gathered all the tailed beast chakra, we should return home. We have been away for 2 years, and I wonder if my father has managed to develop the land of Whirlpools according to your plan. Mito, perched on Sarutobi's back, leaned close, playfully blowing into his ear, his weakness. Feeling the teasing from the beautiful woman on his back, Sarutobi shivered, his temperature rising slightly as he shot her an annoyed glance. Mito, is your bottom itching again? Oh, so Brother Ching wants to hit me? Does that mean you no longer love me? The feelings have faded. Mito began an exaggerated performance. Watching his theatrical wife, Sarutobi chuckled, his eyes filled with affection. As they meandered closer to the land of Whirlpools, however, Mito's joyful smile vanished, replaced by a fierce anger. What's wrong? Sarutobi asked, somewhat confused, lacking the talent for perception. Mito gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening, pulling Sarutobi toward the village she sensed. Upon reaching the village entrance, Sarutobi caught a strong whiff of blood. As they entered the village, his brow furrowed, a surge of killing intent welled within him. This village, composed of common folk who made their living by fishing, was where Mito and Sarutobi had resided for a time after their marriage while searching for tailed beasts. The villagers had been kind, even gifting them many local specialties, and Sarutobi vividly remembered a 4-year-old girl named Ruri, who, despite her young age, swam with remarkable speed. Yet now, all the villagers lay slain, their bodies scattered across the ground, from the elderly to newborns. The culprits were two red-haired jonin from the Uzumaki clan, who wore lewd smiles in a small wooden hut. On the ground lay a beautiful woman, stripped bare, covered in wounds, blood flowing from her mouth, her gaze vacant. On the brink of death. Beside her, a 6-year-old girl wept bitterly. It was the girl named Ruri, her eyes ablaze with the crimson of the Sharingan. The two Uzumaki jonin recognized Mito and Sarutobi upon their entrance, their faces devoid of shame, instead brimming with pride at having accomplished a difficult task. "We greet you, Lady Mito." Mito's expression turned ashen, her gaze piercing through the kneeling ninjas, her voice icy enough to freeze. "Are you under the orders of the elder or the people of the land of Whirlpools? What crime have the people of this village committed?" The two elite shinobi from the Uzumaki clan displayed utmost respect before His Highness Mito. "My lord, your whereabouts were known within the clan during your absence. After you departed, we unexpectedly discovered a photograph of Uchiha Izuna alongside a woman, revealing that this girl is his illegitimate daughter. Initially, the clan had no intentions of causing her harm. However, following the recent decree from the clan leader to acquire the Sharingan and Uchiha genes, we came here with the intent of taking Izuna's daughter. Unfortunately, we were discovered by the villagers, who fought fiercely to protect her, which compelled us to eliminate everyone in our path to complete our mission." Karma Makoto paused, surprised. Uchiha Izuna was already deceased, yet he had not anticipated that Izuna had a daughter raised among commoners. Was Uzumaki Akina truly so audacious as to kidnap the daughter of Uchiha Izuna? Did he not fear Uchiha Madara descending upon the land of Whirlpools to exact vengeance? After merely 2 years of development in his homeland, he believed he could ascend to the heavens? A chilling smile crept across Karma Makoto's face, his eyes glinting with malice. Though Uzumaki Akina possessed strength, he was, at his core, a petty opportunist, lacking foresight and vision. Had it not been for Karma Makoto's decisive victory over Senju Tobarama, Akina would never have dared to wed Mito to Makoto. The two elite shinobi from the Uzumaki clan remained unperturbed by Makoto's words, their faces alight with fervent admiration. "But you are here, are you not? You stand alongside Uchiha Madara as one of the 3 gods of the warring states. The Uzumaki clan has no need to fear the Uchihas. Our clan leader has proclaimed that as long as we secure the Sharingan, the Uzumaki will undergo a transformation, soon to become the mightiest clan in the ninja world." Karma Makoto scoffed, his murderous intent surging. "If you were in the right, I would naturally protect the Uzumaki clan with Mito present. However, you are in the wrong. Why should Akina presume I would clean up his mess? If you seek the Sharingan, engage in battle with your foes on the battlefield. What is the merit in slaughtering these innocent villagers?" With a mere snap of his fingers, Karma Makoto locked eyes with the two shinobi, vibrant starlight swirling within his gaze. Genjutsu, no dachi shaving. With a sickening pop, the heads of the two Uzumaki elite shinobi exploded like watermelons, blood splattering across the ground. At that moment, little Ruri finally regained her senses, spotting Makoto and Mito. The child cried out in desperation, "Is that you, brother Makoto and sister Mito? Please, save my mother. I beg you. I know you are capable. You must be able to rescue her." The 6-year-old girl knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Blood streaming from her forehead, tears mingling with the crimson liquid as they fell. Mito's heart shattered at the sight. She rushed to embrace little Ruri, wiping her tears. Yet even she could only shake her head helplessly. "I'm sorry, dear. I am too weak. I cannot save your mother." Meanwhile, Karma Makoto could mend fractured souls. Yet Ruri's mother was beyond his reach, her body exhausted. Ruri's cries grew louder until, overwhelmed by grief and the awakening of her Sharingan, she fainted. Susanoo, a colossal figure clad in purple armor, wielded a long sword, carving a massive pit in the earth to serve as a grave for the villagers. "I will return to the Uchiha clan and deliver this child to them. Mito, will you accompany me or return to the land of Whirlpools first?" Uzumaki Mito gazed at her husband, whose eyes glimmered with a cold light, the aura of death surrounding him. She sighed heavily, recognizing the gravity of her father's transgressions. She understood that Karma Makoto's anger stemmed not from the Uzumaki's audacity to abduct an Uchiha, but from their heinous actions towards innocent villagers. This act made him feel as though all his plans for the advancement of the land of Whirlpools had been for naught. Karma Makoto had sought to ensure a peaceful and content life for Mito's kin, not to nurture a band of savages. I shall return to the land of whirlpools first. I will await your return at home." Mito gently embraced Makoto, her eyes filled with compassion. "When you return, I will present you with a cleansed Uzumaki clan. I shall eradicate the vermin. Father, if it comes to that, let him be handed over to Ruri to atone for his sins. After all, he is the one who erred." Karma Makoto hesitated, shaking his head. The matter of the 10 tails must remain undisclosed, especially from Akina. "Upon my return, I will assist you in resolving Akina's fate." He then cradled the frightened little girl in his arms. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Uchiha Ruri. Rest well, I shall find you a new home." Makoto hurried towards the Uchiha clan's territory. A 6-year-old prodigy awakened, the child of Izuna. Surely, she would find happiness among the Uchihas, wouldn't she? Chapter 7. A gift from Uchiha Madara. As they traveled, the unconscious Ruri slowly awakened from Karma Makoto's embrace. Being the child of Uchiha Izuna, she possessed remarkable talent and a prodigious memory, recalling everything that had transpired. Her expression was complex as she clenched her tiny fists. "Brother Makoto, are you allied with those men? Are you going to capture me as well? What wrong have I committed to deserve such fate at the hands of you all?" Ruri struggled to comprehend why she faced such misfortune. Makoto could only remain silent, uncertain of how Uzumaki Akina had ascertained Ruri's identity. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the instigator, Uzumaki Akina, was inextricably linked to him. The 2 murderers had been eliminated. They were his kin, and he felt deeply remorseful for their disgraceful actions. "I will not capture you. I understand that should I take you in, you would object. Thus, I shall send you to your uncle, your father's brother. He shared a close bond with your father, yet he was unaware of your existence following your father's untimely demise. He will cherish you, and you will receive the finest education, gaining formidable strength. If, upon growing up, you wish to seek vengeance, I shall not hinder you. By the way, your father's name was Uchiha Izuna, hence your full name is Uchiha Ruri. In the Warring States era, only the nobility bore surnames, while commoners like Ruri's mother possessed only given names." Having concluded his explanation, Karma Makoto recognized that despite Ruri's prodigious lineage, for a 6-year-old girl who had lost her mother and home, everything was terrifying. However, Ruri said little, for she understood that the 2 murderers referred to brother Makoto's wife as princess, and they all shared the same red hair. Though not of Makoto's doing, young Ruri was at a loss for how to navigate such complex emotions, seeking refuge in Karma Makoto's embrace, burying her head against his chest as she softly sobbed. Karma Makoto believed that after 20 years in the Warring States, he had grown indifferent to such matters, yet the truth was that he still felt profound sorrow. After a considerable time, Karma Makoto led Ruri to the Uchiha clan's territory. At that moment, Ruri's innocent smile had vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. Before the Uchiha clan's domain, Karma Makoto could only marvel at its grandeur. Indeed, it was one of the 2 strongest clans in the ninja world. The expanse of their territory rivaled that of a small to medium-sized ninja village, bustling with life and vibrancy. Makoto's arrival quickly drew the attention of the security forces. "Halt! This is Uchiha territory. No outsiders are permitted entry. Otherwise, you shall face death." 2 Uchiha clan members clad in combat attire and wielding long swords had activated their Sharingan, blocking Makoto's path. These youths, barely in their teens, bore the 2 Tomo Sharingan, and their palpable killing intent indicated they had been tempered by the rigors of war. Uchiha Ruri felt a twinge of fear, yet Karma Makoto merely smiled. "There is no need for concern. I am here to visit a friend. Might I trouble you to inform Uchiha Chiri that her friend, Karma Makoto, has come to see her?" Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Chiri was pleasantly surprised by Karma Makoto's visit. Especially this time, Seiji found himself devoid of the presence of that foolish tomato, who was always entwined in chaos. Observing the one-eyed Chiri, he felt a complex mixture of emotions. The turmoil within the Uchiha clan, ignited by Izanagi, had indeed come to pass. Yet, Chiri remained undeterred, her gentle and cheerful demeanor reminiscent of the past. With a playful smile, she recounted last year's clan discord, expressing her gratitude for her master's guidance in illusion techniques, which enabled her to conjure Izanami. Although she had lost an eye, she felt joy in having rescued her lost kin. To Seiji's surprise, the ever-popular Chiri of the Uchiha clan, akin to a lamb, entwined her arm around his and nestled it against her ample bosom. "Hee hee, With Tomato absent, are you feeling lonely, dear disciple of the master? Worry not. For I am here, she teased. Seiji could only roll his eyes, feeling helpless yet unwilling to withdraw his hand from her captivating embrace. A place imbued with a certain enchantment that rendered him utterly powerless. Chiri possessed a genuine passion for illusion techniques, and it was Seiji's extraordinary prowess in this art, coupled with his ethereal visage, that ensnared her heart, making him the embodiment of her every fantasy. Enough of this frivolity. I summoned you for a serious matter. In Chiri's abode, the two sat across from each other, while Uchiha Ruri had already retired for the night after dinner. Have you seen the child I brought? Seiji sighed. Exasperated. What is the matter? Is that your child with Tomato? It shouldn't be possible for her to develop so quickly in just 2 years. Chiri was momentarily taken aback. Seiji playfully tapped her forehead. Are you daft? Listen to me. Ruri is Uchiha Izuna's daughter, the brother of your current clan leader, Uchiha Madara. She has encountered a slight issue. Her mother has passed away, and I wish to have her return to the Uchiha clan to acknowledge her heritage. By the way, Ruri is 6 years old and has just awakened her Sharingan. Seiji's revelation struck Chiri like a thunderclap, and after a moment of shock, she declared, I shall seek Lord Madara at once. The technological advancements in the world of Hokage were remarkably absurd, while other areas lagged behind the ancient times of Blue Star. Their biological sciences were astonishingly advanced, providing numerous methods to ascertain Ruri's lineage. Seiji longed to speak directly with Uchiha Madara, yet he was acquainted with no one in the Uchiha clan save for Chiri, and it was unlikely they would allow an outsider to meet Madara. Shortly thereafter, clad in crimson armor, Uchiha Madara entered with an air of urgency. It was Seiji's first encounter with the man known as the Azura of the ninja world. At this juncture, Madara was 29 years old, with only 2 years remaining until the founding of Konoha. Madara exuded an overwhelming presence. The murderous aura honed amidst a sea of corpses and blood, exerting immense pressure on Seiji. The Sharingan's ability to counter illusions posed a significant threat. Seiji sensed that facing Madara would be even more daunting than his encounters with Hashirama. Madara regarded Seiji with a hint of curiosity, yet his demeanor was unguarded. Devoid of ulterior motives, unlike Hashirama, who often masked his true intentions under a facade of nonchalance. What is the situation? Madara inquired. Seiji sighed, recounting how Izuna had fortuitously met Ruri's mother just before his final campaign, falling in love at first sight. He intended to bring her away upon his return, but tragically, Izuna perished at the hands of Senju Tobarama. Seiji divulged the entire story, recognizing the simmering anger within Madara. Reflecting on Ruri's tearful visage, Seiji assured him, rest assured. This matter has its rightful perpetrators. The Uzumaki clan heired, and I will not shield those who have wronged merely due to my ties with Tomato. I will ensure they are expelled from the land of Whirlpools, allowing you to seek your vengeance. Even your father-in-law, Uzumaki Akina? Madara pressed. Including him, Seiji replied. Madara fell silent, his anger seemingly dissipating as he acknowledged Seiji's forthrightness. Very well, I shall leave Akina to you and your wife to resolve. But I demand that no other culprits escape justice. A smirk formed on Seiji's lips. It seemed the Uchiha clan, despite their haughty demeanor, still considered the welfare of others. Madara understood that if Seiji truly surrendered Uzumaki Akina, a quarrel with Tomato would ensue, leading him to compromise, for Seiji's candor had left a positive impression on him. Do you know? If it were a member of the Senju clan who committed such an act, Hashirama would certainly have brushed it aside, saying something like, let us consider this a favor and move on. Madara gazed at the night sky, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Seiji chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Suddenly, Madara turned to Seiji, locking eyes with him. What are your thoughts on the future of the ninja world? Seiji shook his head. The war is nearing its end, and peace will soon dawn, yet mutual understanding among people remains an unattainable dream. Living on this land, with divergent ideologies and necessary resources, conflicts are destined to persist. Eternal peace is an impossibility. However, we can strive to prolong the duration of peace as much as possible. War is merely a crude means of seizing interests, simple yet immensely effective, albeit at a significant cost. Thus, to attain peace, one must wield a formidable deterrent, one that transcends all, compelling others to abandon the path of war. To realize ideals, one must possess substantial power. In pursuing such ideals, it is not recognition that we require, but trust. There exists a saying, Paths that differ cannot conspire together. Forcing others to accept one's perspective only invites further conflict. We should simply trust those who share similar aspirations. Seiji raised his teacup, falling silent thereafter. His words prompted Madara to contemplate deeply. In contrast to Hashirama's naive rhetoric about understanding and love, Madara found new insights into the path to peace. As Seiji had articulated, if Hashirama lacked strength, what weight did he hold in the eyes of the ninja world? You reside in the affluent land of fire, while I dwell in the barren desert. How can we not clash? Madara regarded Seiji, a peculiar light gleaming in his eyes. In returning Izuna's bloodline, you have rendered me a significant service. Moreover, the illusion techniques you shared with Chiri were invaluable. It was through your assistance that she quelled the insurrection within the clan. Both instances constitute a substantial favor to the Uchiha. Your insights have greatly benefited me, rendering my views on the future more pragmatic. The Uchiha are not a clan that merely exploits others. I have prepared 2 gifts in return. First, I shall bestow Chiri upon you as your wife, effective immediately. Do not speak to me of your marital status. You are alone, and with only Tomato as your wife. How can you ensure the continuation of your lineage? Second, this is for you. Consider it an attempt on my part, a gesture towards a peaceful future. With that, Madara's figure dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. Upon opening the sealing scroll Madara had given him, Seiji discovered a vial containing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. What was Madara up to? Just then, Chiri, her purple hair cascading and one eye obscured, emerged with a mischievous grin. Was this your idea? Are you satisfied now? Seiji remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. He hadn't anticipated that Uchiha Madara would extend mercy towards his wayward father-in-law, agreeing to marry Chiri in exchange for sparing Uzumaki Akina. If he chose not to marry, the Uchiha clan would remain in a perpetual conflict with Uzumaki Akina, and without Seiji's intervention, Tomato would inevitably witness her father's demise. Seiji had not foreseen Chiri's influence being substantial enough to sway Uchiha Madara to extend such a favor. It was evident he had assumed Madara would seek vengeance against Uzumaki Akina for Izuna's wife and daughter. Now, he found himself compelled to marry, lest Tomato be heartbroken. Regarding the notion of sharing a husband with other women, as a princess of a warring nation, Mito had long accepted the inevitability of such circumstances. Upon their initial encounter, she did not regard Uchiha Chiri with kindness, solely due to Chiri's jest about her modest bosom. Go seek out Mito. If she declines, I assure you, I shall not partake in your demise. There was a sense of resignation. Unlike the instant affection he felt for Mito, his interest in Uchiha Chiri was merely driven by physical allure. However, the girl had willingly presented herself, leaving him with no alternative. Chiri chuckled, I understand. With my intellect, managing the mistress will be a trivial task. Fear not, I shall share a bed with my master tonight. Do not dare remove my trousers. Chapter 8. The conclusion of the warring states. Time flies. After ensuring Uchiha Ruri's safety, Kuruma Makoto resolved to escort Uchiha Chiri back to the land of Whirlpools. Just as he was about to speak, Chiri pressed her finger to his lips, silencing him. Gazing into his remaining eye filled with longing, she declared, there is no need for further words. I have long since made my decision. Ever since I was a child, I have been enamored with illusions, reveling in the boundless imagination they inspire, fantasizing about the strength, brilliance, and beauty of my future husband. That is the ideal I have always aspired to but could never attain. And you embody everything I have envisioned. Your techniques are as stunning as you are. Thus, I cannot let you slip away. I yearn for you. Even if Mito disapproves, I would gladly remain by your side for eternity, even if it means merely observing you from afar. Makoto felt his heart warm. What more could he say? The beauty's kindness was a debt not to be taken lightly. Mito, do not hold it against me. Blame your father instead. Were it not for his mischief, you would not have found yourself with a sister. They returned to the land of Whirlpools, traversing the misty illusions of the sea, emerging into a clear sky. Over the course of 2 years, despite the unreliable nature of Uzumaki Rumi, the development of the land of Whirlpools had finally found its stride, thanks to Makoto's initial plans. Vast expanses of wasteland had been transformed into fertile fields, and a comprehensive drainage system connected the entire nation. Agricultural advancements meant that hunger was no longer a concern. Schools were established in every few villages, accessible to both commoners and ninjas alike. The faces of the people were adorned with smiles, free from bandits and rogue ninjas. Having distanced themselves from war, life had become leisurely. Children played freely outdoors, unburdened by safety concerns. Uchiha Chiri felt an unmatched sense of peace and stability, distinct from the ninja world, and her heart swelled with joy. The children around her, witnessing her adorned with a forehead protector and brandishing a blade, regarded her without judgment. A passing little girl, captivated by Chiri's beauty, gifted her a flower plucked from the fields, which she adorably placed in her hair. "I adore this place," Chiri beamed brightly. Finally, they arrived at Uzumaki village. In light of the massacre of Uchiha Ruri, all conspirators had been imprisoned, including her father-in-law, Uzumaki Rumi. Mito was presently occupied in the daimyo's office, managing the affairs of the land of Whirlpools. Upon noticing Uchiha Chiri's return with Kuruma Makoto, Mito abruptly set her documents aside, squinting at Makoto with an aura of menace. Makoto, feeling helpless, disregarded the gravity of the situation and embraced Mito. "What of it? No one is watching." He planted a lengthy French kiss on her, lasting 5 minutes. Mito's cheeks flushed crimson, her body languishing in Makoto's arms, before he finally spoke. "You know my character. We were indeed in the wrong, and I will not shield them from justice. The Uchiha will seek retribution." Madara, unable to bear the conflict between Mito and him over Rumi's actions, consented to spare Uzumaki Rumi, but at the cost of marrying Uchiha Chiri. At that moment, Mito, feeling lightheaded from the kiss, found solace in Makoto's embrace, her intelligence seemingly diminished. How could Madara, so powerful, concern himself with the marital affairs of our clan? Chiri was one of the few influential women within the Uchiha clan and had contributed significantly, hence Madara was willing to grant her a favor. Observing Mito, who had become a puddle of bliss, Makoto winked at Uchiha Chiri, who wore a radiant smile, delighted by the turn of events. Suddenly, a thought struck Makoto. "By the way, what prompted my father-in-law to covet the Sharingan?" Mito shook her head, responding, "Father did not disclose that to me. You must inquire directly." The two lingered on the sofa in the daimyo's office for quite some time, until Mito finally rose, noticing Uchiha Chiri's beaming smile. Suddenly, she recalled that they were not alone. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. The thought of her father's audacious actions bringing her a sister infuriated her, causing her face to puff adorably, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. Uzumaki Rumi. Mito clenched her fists and stormed into the prison. Over these past years, Mito had been nourished by the 10 tails, her strength having grown tremendously. Within moments, she had Rumi crying for mercy, truly a devoted daughter. Seeing Mito finally at ease, Kuruma Makoto entered, positioning himself beside her. "I am not angry that you found me other sisters. Such occurrences are commonplace in this era. While I may have my reservations, what truly vexes me is your decision to seek other women without consulting me. There must not be a repeat of this. Henceforth, no woman shall cross the threshold of the Kuruma household without my consent." Mito, aware of her husband's lecherous nature and fully cognizant of his affection for her, could not genuinely harbor anger. Yet, she understood the necessity of maintaining a certain facade. Makoto nodded eagerly, then turned to his bruised father-in-law. "Father-in-law, what transpired? Surely you must enlighten me. You only dared to confront the Uchiha after hearing of my exploits. Otherwise, your courage would not suffice to challenge the child of Uchiha Izuna, even if they were abandoned." Uzumaki Rumi had initially intended to assert his authority as the father-in-law, but upon seeing his daughter's fierce demeanor and recalling the rumors of his son-in-law's prowess in defeating Hashirama, he decided to be forthcoming, muttering about ungrateful daughters. It turned out that they had discovered a stone tablet in the ancestral grounds of the Uzumaki clan, which detailed the legend that the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans descended from sages. When the two clans united, they would gain the power of creation. Although the land of Whirlpools had sealed its mountains, their trade caravans occasionally ventured forth, bringing news of Makoto's victory over Hashirama. The heightened combat prowess and the 2 years of peace had resulted in an influx of ninjas to Uzumaki village, which led Rumi to believe he was capable of great things. Upon hearing this, Makoto was momentarily taken aback. This sounded eerily familiar. Was it not the same as the inscription on the stone tablet of the Uchiha's ancestral grounds? Simply substituting Uchiha for Uzumaki had transported it here. It became evident to Makoto that this was all orchestrated by Kage. The Uchiha and Senju clans had completed their roles. Now, with the Uzumaki resting and growing stronger, if they could be coaxed into conflict, the war would be far from over, and the greater the chaos, the more advantageous it would be for Kage to maneuver. Unbeknownst to Makoto, the illusionary formations, though formidable, were utterly ineffective against Kage's creations, born from the very essence of yin and yang. Makoto's expression turned peculiar as he chuckled. "You've been deceived," before exiting the prison, leaving his foolish father-in-law to manage the aftermath. Mito, eavesdropping on Makoto's thoughts, silently absorbed the unfolding drama. The third child of the rabbit goddess, the brother of the sage of six paths? To rescue the mother sealed upon the moon? Is Uchiha Madara merely a puppet? The land of waves is the home of Chung and Mito. He did not wish to leave Kurojitsu to stir up trouble, but after searching for a long time, he could not find any trace of Kurojitsu, so he decided to let it be. With the fall of Ashina, all governmental affairs in the land of waves fell into Mito's hands, fortunately, with the assistance of Uchiha Chiri beside her. Chiri was diligent and selfless, residing next door to Mito without a hint of complaint. Finally, on a dark and windy night, Mito instructed Chung to consume Chiri, with the condition that although Mito was younger, she was the rightful wife. Thus Chiri had to address her as sister. However, Chung took advantage of Mito's momentary distraction and boldly challenged both Mito and Chiri alone. The room was filled with cheerful sounds. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years flew by. The chakra extracted from the tailed beast had been cultivated to a significant volume, and Chung sealed it within Mito's clone of the 10 tails. Surprisingly, although the amount of chakra was vast, it still proved insufficient. The clone of the 10 tails, infused with the chakra of all the tailed beasts, had transformed within Mito's body into a tree adorned with small flower buds. Mito needed to enter seclusion to absorb natural energy alongside the 10 tails, converting it into tailed beast chakra. The process of the flower buds blooming and bearing fruit would be lengthy, possibly taking 2 to 3 years, or even 8 to 9. The clone of the 10 tails bore no malicious thoughts, and becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki would be flawless. The day Mito emerged from her retreat would mark her ascension to the 6 paths level. Mito established an incredibly powerful barrier in her bedroom, preventing any disturbances. Once the door closed, it would remain uncertain when it would reopen. "Chiri, I must tell you, during the years I am away, you must keep a close watch on this guy. He is quite the lecher," Mito reminded her dear sister, recalling their shared history of being teammates bombarded by the same explosive. Uchiha Chiri nodded with a smile. Time flew by, and Mito had been in seclusion for a year. The Warring States period had ended, and the 5 great ninja villages had been established. This time, Senju Hashirama convened a summit of the 5 Kage in the Land of Iron, intending to discuss the ownership of the tailed beasts. Although Kuruma Chung was not a Kage, an invitation letter mysteriously arrived in his hands, personally written by Senju Hashirama, inviting him to the meeting. Chapter 9. Hashirama's thieving logic. What does Senju Hashirama mean? The 5 Kage summit has nothing to do with us. Why did he summon me? Kuruma Chung pondered, perplexed. Beside him, Uchiha Chiri was equally baffled by Hashirama's train of thought. Whatever, if you want to go, go. If not, then don't. After all, with your strength, he can't do much to you. After some contemplation, Kuruma Chung decided to see what Hashirama was planning. He had to consider the existence of the Land of Waves, especially for Mito. Though Hashirama's strength was inferior to his, one could never be too cautious. What if the Sage of 6 Paths granted Hashirama a significant power boost? He directly extracted his 2 eyeballs and placed them in a potion for soaking. In the world of Naruto, the eyes of the strong are instantly usable. He simply inserted the Sharingan that Madara had given him into his eye sockets. Moments later, the Sharingan began to rotate, the visual nerves reconnecting. Though he could not utilize ninjutsu, Kuruma Chung's chakra encompassed the elements of yin and yang, with an almost limitless supply, particularly potent in yin release. Sensing a familiar cold aura emanating from his eyes, Kuruma Chung channeled his virtually boundless yin chakra directly into the Sharingan. After a quarter of an hour, a smile crept across Chung's lips as he observed the spinning tomo of the Sharingan converging into a single circle, flanked by 3 dark pillars linked externally. The Mangekyo Sharingan had been awakened. A smile illuminated Kuruma Chung's face. The ocular power of the Sharingan represented a manifestation of yin release strength. It required profound sorrow to awaken, serving as a means to stimulate the deepest recesses of the soul, inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths. Given the vast quantity of his chakra, akin to that of the 10 tails, and with sufficient consumption of yin chakra, he could mature the Sharingan. This maturation, however, was a one-time event, Once his chakra was depleted, it would revert to the standard Sharingan. Uchiha Chiri gazed at the transformation in Cheng's eyes, utterly astonished. Goodness! With your assistance, the Uchiha clan would be invincible. Cheng, aware of his chakra's capacity, felt a twinge of melancholy. He pondered, this power cannot be mass-produced. His in-released chakra may be boundless, yet the amount consumed in that brief period rivaled that of a tailed beast. Although he recognized his own prowess, the maturation of the Sharingan only intensified Cheng's curiosity about his own nature. After all these years, he had come to a firm conclusion. He was certainly not human, perhaps merely a humanoid monster. Even Cheng, devoid of Uchiha blood, could not deactivate the Sharingan. He merely cast an illusion over his eyes, making them appear ordinary to others. Left eye technique, illusion heaven's deity, greatly amplifies illusion effects, 100-fold increase. Right eye technique, divine emperor spirit mastery, absorbs others' ninjutsu and returns it. Cheng had not anticipated that the techniques of his eyes would be akin to those possessed by Otsutsuki Kage's Rinnegan. Kuruma, Cheng journeyed to the Land of Iron, where the 5 Kage summit was officially convened, attended by 6 individuals. Wait a moment, Hashirama, why did you summon me here for a summit concerning the 5 Kage? The Land of Waves is not involved in the conflicts of the ninja world, Cheng said, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Senju Hashirama. For years, Cheng had sensed a void in his body, and as he continued to hone his illusion techniques, he absorbed what appeared to be a form of spiritual energy from the outside world. The day his body reached completeness would mark his ascension to the 6 paths level. Cheng could distinctly feel that missing fragment nearing restoration. Senju Hashirama had grown significantly stronger since their last confrontation, evidently receiving a boost from the Sage of 6 Paths. Moreover, they had arranged some form of formation at the venue in the Land of Iron, which, although its effects remained unknown, made Cheng instinctively uncomfortable. Hashirama glanced at Kuruma Cheng with a smile and began, esteemed guests, the purpose of this 5 Kage summit is quite simple. Peace is hard won. Yet I have discovered a force of excessive power that may threaten this peace, the tailed beasts. To address this, I have captured all the tailed beasts in existence, reserving the 9 tails for Konoha. The rest will be sold to your villages. Tailed beasts possess the destructive power to annihilate entire villages, and with them as a deterrent. I believe wars will be kept at bay. Senju Hashirama's words were naively amusing. Yet the other Kage wore smiles, fully aware of the terror the tailed beasts embodied. While they could attempt to capture the beasts themselves, it would entail significant casualties and effort, but Hashirama had already done the heavy lifting. They merely needed to pay. How considerate. Kuruma Cheng was momentarily stunned. Realizing that Hashirama had recognized the peril of the tailed beasts after their battle years ago and had taken measures to capture them all. This foresight meant that during the future Valley of the End battle, Madara would lack the 9 tails. Don't blame me, Madara. As Cheng savored the unfolding drama, he suddenly met Hashirama's gaze. Cheng, I am aware that the 2 tails is in your possession. I hope you can contribute it for the sake of peace in the ninja world. Although my wife is merely the daughter of the elder of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju and Uzumaki will forever remain allies. With Konoha's presence, the Uzumaki need not worry for their safety. We have only just achieved peace, and the Land of Waves has been recuperating for many years. I once secretly visited the Land of Whirlpools. As an ally of Konoha, the Land of Whirlpools is not vast and does not require immense power. However, now, with you, the tailed beasts, and the strength of the Uzumaki clan, the Land of Whirlpools has become formidable, so powerful that it poses a potential threat of war. The accumulation of power appears to lead only to the possibility of conflict. If you would willingly diminish a fraction of your strength and surrender the tailed beasts to demonstrate your intentions of peace, wouldn't that ease everyone's concerns? Hashirama spoke with an air of righteousness. Meanwhile, Kuruma Makoto's expression resembled one who had just consumed something distasteful. What nonsense is this? Just because I am stronger than you, I should weaken myself? If Konoha is stronger than the other ninja villages, could you not also instigate war? If you are willing to relinquish the 9 tails, we would trust that Konoha would not disrupt the peace. Upon hearing this, Hashirama vehemently countered, stating that it was impossible. Konoha needed formidable strength to protect itself and maintain peace during turmoil in the ninja world. The 2 tails cannot be given to you. To me, it is not merely a tailed beast, but family. If you desire it, Hashirama, you may try to take it from me. I would like to see just how fiercely that being has been empowered. If it comes to a fight, I am prepared to engage. Let me see if anyone will come to your aid this time. With a cold huff, Makoto showed no regard for Hashirama and departed. Previously, the Sage of Six Paths had severely empowered Hashirama, and though his strength now rivals that of Makoto, this was the land of iron, where a conflict could force Makoto to retreat. Moreover, he had seen through Makoto's Jinjutsu, and Hashirama was taken aback to discover that Kuruma Makoto possessed the Sharingan. A glint of coldness flickered in Hashirama's eyes as he rejected Kuruma Makoto and harbored murderous intent. Yet, I am no longer the same as before. Indeed, your frenzied accumulation of power poses a threat to peace. I must eliminate you to protect my village and maintain tranquility. Deep within Hashirama's soul, the Sage of Six Paths observed the retreating figure of Kuruma Makoto, his eyes reflecting a mixture of longing and gloom. As for Hashirama, he had become a foolish puppet, easily swayed by the sage. Chapter 10. Sealing Yuri. Heading to Konoha at home, Uchiha Yuri noticed the displeasure on Kuruma Makoto's face upon his return and, with a smile, drew him closer, allowing Makoto to rest his head on his lap while gently stroking his hair. "What troubles you so?" he inquired. Initially, Makoto was quite irate, but resting on Yuri's lap, obscured by two enormous evil spirits, he could not see Yuri's face and suddenly felt his anger dissipate. Changing his perspective, he realized how large the bottle he typically used appeared. With a look of disdain, he remarked that Hashirama had lost his mind. He had captured all the tailed beasts, keeping the 9 tails for himself and selling the others, yet had the audacity to demand that Makoto surrender his family. What was his reasoning? The land of Whirlpools was too powerful and posed a threat. Was he dreaming? If provoked, I might just raze Konoha to the ground. The cat, the 2 tails, lounging in the sun in the corridor, perked up her ears and meowed, seemingly amused. Yuri, unable to deal with the childishness of Makoto, merely chuckled, saying, "All right. You are not the type to harm the innocent indiscriminately. A few words of bravado will suffice." Makoto huffed, falling silent. Setting aside the matter concerning Hashirama, he turned his thoughts to another issue. Now, Uzumaki Mito had reached a 6 paths level, possessing formidable strength and immortality, while Makoto himself was only a step away from that level, lacking just a catalyst. Even if he could not break through in the immediate future, his lifespan remained lengthy. But what of Uchiha Yuri? Approaching 30 years of age, a product of the Warring States period, he had endured countless battles and harbored innumerable hidden injuries. With an average lifespan of only 30 to 40 years, Yuri was no exception. Over the years, both Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri had become integral parts of Makoto's life. He could not accept the thought of losing Yuri. To grant Yuri eternal life, it would be best to clone another 10 tails like Mito did. However, the 10 tails vessel had been sealed within Mito's body, and Makoto could no longer obtain it. Other forbidden techniques seemed too far-fetched, leaving the only viable option to be through biological technology, employing gene editing to revert Yuri to the Otsutsuki lineage. Yet, with the current technological capabilities of the Uzumaki clan, achieving this goal would require a significant amount of time. Reflecting on the forbidden techniques previously developed, Makoto sighed and rose from Yuri's lap. Meeting Yuri's gaze, he confessed, "Yuri, I have never told you this before, but I am immortal. As for Mito, I once aided her in finding a way to transcend and attain divinity, achieving immortality upon her awakening. You, however, are not yet able to do so, which concerns me greatly. I possess a method to elevate you to our level of existence, but it requires a great deal of time, so much that you may not be able to endure it. I cannot accept the thought of you aging and passing away before me. Thus, I have been searching for a solution over these years and have finally developed a forbidden technique. Illusion Sealing Technique, a forbidden-level Jinjutsu created from the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, inscribed with my profound source of spiritual power to deceive the world, causing time to come to a complete halt for the user. This technique will plunge you into a deep sleep, pausing your body at the age of 28. It will be as though you have merely taken a nap. After several decades, when I release the technique, you will awaken, and I will have a way for you to remain with us forever." Uchiha Yuri gazed at Kuruma Makoto with tenderness, his eyes filled with admiration. "I knew it. The man I love is capable of anything. Do not worry. A mere few decades of solitude is bearable for me. I have sworn that even in death, I will remain by your side. This minor issue poses no threat." How could Uchiha Yuri not feel fear? Decades of slumber awaited him, and he was still only 28. Both remained unaware that Yuri's voice trembled slightly. Yet, the thought of enduring through it all to gain infinite longevity with his beloved filled him with boundless strength. Makoto felt a pang of sorrow but recognized this was for their future happiness. He had no choice but to seal Uchiha Yuri. The forbidden technique exacted a heavy toll, draining Makoto's spiritual power, causing him to spit blood, pale in complexion, and feel significantly weakened. Fortunately, it succeeded, taking an entire year for him to recover from the ordeal. In the heart of the land of Whirlpools stood a square, courtyard-like home, reminiscent of a traditional Seiyuan. This was Kuruma Makoto's residence. The southern-facing courtyard housed a bedroom with a slumbering crimson figure, Mito, in the midst of evolution. Next door, a small coffin contained a beautiful woman with purple hair, his beloved. Layers of ceiling barriers protected the home, for Makoto feared that some dark figure might attempt to steal his wife's body. With Mito and Uchiha Yuri absent, the once vibrant home had grown silent, leaving Kuruma Makoto feeling somewhat despondent. He realized that 20 years had passed since he crossed into this world. He was now 24 years old. Once, he had merely viewed himself as a transient. Being in an alternate world, the Warring States period felt entirely foreign to him. Aside from a few names, Hashirama, Mito, and Madara, he had little understanding of anything else. Yet, as the years passed, and he formed bonds with Mito and Uchiha Yuri, he no longer perceived himself merely as a visitor. The ties he forged within the ninja world allowed him to embrace this reality. He finally had a home once more. The transformation of mindset led Arima Makoto to eagerly anticipate the unfolding of the narrative. As familiar faces began to emerge one by one, an unimaginable sense of fulfillment washed over him. He contemplated the idea of residing in the land of waves, a place that would feel more familiar, where he could once again encounter known companions. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet Mito had yet to emerge. The land of waves had progressed to its fourth 5-year plan, boasting an astonishing number of shadow-level warriors, despite its modest size and population, which paled in comparison to the land of fire. Technological advancements accelerated rapidly, and living standards gradually mirrored those of his previous life. With skyscrapers rising and high-speed trains powered by lightning and fire chakra making their debut, the foolish father-in-law, stripped of all rights, busied himself with procreation at home. Arima Makoto took matters into his own hands, acquiring numerous cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kage clans. The Senju and Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, while the Hyuga and Kage were related to the Sage's brother, descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. The Uzumaki, being kin to the Senju, naturally inherited a portion of the Otsutsuki genes. By utilizing the Uzumaki's extraordinary vitality as a foundation and integrating the diverse genetic fragments from the other 4 clans, he sought to revert to the Otsutsuki lineage. However, progress in his research was excruciatingly slow. For years, Makoto remained confined to his home, having severed ties with Senju Hashirama after reclaiming all credentials for entering the illusion array from the land of waves. The nation became self-sufficient, no longer reliant on foreign trade, and all citizens were prohibited from leaving. Over the past decade, his mastery of illusion techniques advanced considerably, allowing him to further optimize the illusion array outside the land of waves. On this day, he sensed an individual lingering at the periphery of his realm and promptly appeared. It was none other than Uzumaki Ina, Hashirama's wife and Mito's cousin, who had shared a close bond with Mito during their childhood. Younger than Mito and undeniably beautiful, her close relationship with Mito warranted a visit. With Mito in seclusion, Ina had come bearing a message from her husband, who was unable to leave due to pressing matters. He wished to invite Makoto to Konoha for a gathering, knowing that only her presence would prompt him to appear. Strength has certainly increased, she mused, observing Makoto. However, her thoughts were not of any ulterior motives. This was merely her second encounter with Arima Makoto. The 9 tails within her stirred, glancing at him with a sense of admiration. Makoto found himself perplexed by Hashirama's thought process, yet he remained unfazed. Calculating the time, he realized that the battle at the Valley of the End between Hashirama and Madara was imminent. With his newfound strength, what purpose would he have in merely indulging in earthly pleasures? Rest assured, I shall make my way there, Makoto affirmed, nodding to his sister-in-law. Are you longing to return to the land of waves? After all these years, it is only natural to miss home, he added with a smile. Ina, feeling a surge of emotion, eagerly nodded in agreement. Having married Hashirama for 15 years, she was now 26. Makoto took her hand, ensuring she would not lose her way in following his steps. Their similarly red hair danced in the breeze, brushing against Makoto's nose, prompting him to sneeze. The scent, Ina's fragrance, was reminiscent of Mito. Chapter 11. So I am the God Tree. 13 years had passed in Konoha, and Uzumaki Ina accompanied Arima Makoto back to the village. Using the funds from selling tailed beasts, Senju Hashirama had developed Konoha into a thriving hub, now regarded as the most prosperous location in the ninja world. Gazing upon the vast ninja village, Makoto felt a wave of nostalgia. At last, after decades, he had returned to a place familiar to him. The Konoha of the present bore little difference from the memories etched in his mind. From the moment he stepped into Konoha, Makoto sensed the shackles binding him, akin to a mountain pressing upon his shoulders, causing him to frown slightly. It was a barrier specifically designed to seal illusion techniques. Logically, no entity within should be able to utilize such powers. However, due to Makoto's overwhelming strength, Konoha could not fully suppress him, allowing some of his techniques to manifest despite a significant reduction in his power. His abilities were constrained to merely 1/10. Likely a result of the Sage of Six Paths bestowing a boon upon Hashirama. Nonetheless, he remained untroubled. Even with limited strength, he was undying. Equipped with his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, should he choose to depart, none could hinder him. Upon his arrival in Konoha, he was greeted by Senju Tobarama, who bore a glimmer of concealed malice in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of mockery, as if to suggest that Makoto's end was near. The moment he crossed the gates of Konoha, countless eyes of the village's shinobi scrutinized him closely, aware of the numerous observers lurking in the shadows. He paid them little mind, settling into the inn prepared by Hashirama. Why did Hashirama summon me? Makoto pondered. Madara returned to the village yesterday, and my brother is currently handling matters concerning him. Once he is finished, he will come to see you, Tobarama remarked with a cold smirk before departing. Makoto's heart sank in realization. The battle at the Valley of the End was indeed about to commence. Hashirama, are you inviting me to take advantage of your weakened state after your fight with Madara? He mused. Even with the sage's assistance, they would be evenly matched. And once Hashirama dealt with Madara, he would be left in a vulnerable state. The notion of being surrounded by the shinobi of Konoha was hardly comforting. For at this moment, Konoha was the most powerful it had been since Naruto's generation. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha boasted the largest number of clans, each with a formidable lineage dating back to the Warring States period. It was not uncommon for these clans to possess shadow-level warriors as their foundation. The Senju clan alone, excluding Hashirama and Tobarama, still had 5 shadow-level elders, not to mention the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Konoha now possessed no fewer than 30 shadow-level shinobi, capable of sweeping through the entire ninja world with their collective strength. Makoto waited patiently, yet instead of Hashirama, it was Uchiha Ruri who arrived first. Reclining on the ground, engrossed in a book, he was startled when a striking beauty entered the room. Recognizing her from their past interactions, he hastily concealed the book. Uchiha Ruri had blossomed into a stunning woman at the age of 20, her figure alluring yet clad in combat attire, a weapon slung across her back. Reflecting the coldness within her, her once cheerful demeanor seemed absent. Is that you, Ruri? How have you fared these years? I apologize for not visiting Konoha sooner. I've been preoccupied, he began, nostalgia filling his gaze. Time had been relentless, transforming the little girl he once knew into a remarkable woman. Ruri's expression was complex, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed. I am doing well in Konoha. The truth was, her years had been anything but pleasant, burdened by rigorous training, merciless assassination missions, and the weighty expectations of her clan pressing down upon her. It was widely known that Ruri was the daughter of Izuna, and Senju Tobarama held an adversarial stance towards her. While things were manageable during Madara's tenure in Konoha, after his departure, Ruri faced significant animosity from the Senju. Were it not for her exceptional talent and strength, she might have succumbed to the perils of her missions. Yet, she wished to shield Makoto from these truths. After the events of their past, she had no desire to return to the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha had become her refuge. You should not have come, Ruri remarked, her expression laden with complexity. At first, Leoli harbored merely a fondness for the charming and articulate older brother. Over the course of 2 years, Chung saved her life and assisted her in returning to her roots, a profound kindness indeed. Although Onma Ching never had the opportunity to visit Uchiha Leoli, He consistently sent substantial financial support from the Land of Rivers each year for her sustenance. Chung smiled, remarking that since he was already there, he simply wished to observe what kind of performance Hashirama would put on. He believed he could never die, for no one could slay him. Liuli fixed her gaze on Cheng's eyes, and after a long pause, she spoke slowly, expressing that she no longer held resentment towards him. After all, those beasts were related to him only by surname, and in every other aspect, they were disconnected. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced on Ma Cheng's face, and he reminisced about the first time he met her when she was merely 3 years old. She had swum along the shore like a fish, obedient and understanding, her face adorned with an innocent smile. He had often told Mito how he wished their child could be like her. Cheng understood her reluctance to return with him, her disbelief in his ability to protect her, and while he could empathize, it saddened him deeply. Fortunately, after all these years, she had finally begun to move forward. Uchiha Liuli fell silent, her heart in disarray, uncertain how to confront Chung. After a long silence, she rose to leave, leaving behind only a promise to repay the life debt he had saved her from. Liuli did not believe that Onma Chung could survive the siege of Konoha. It was known that Hashirama's strength had surged in recent years, akin to a cheat. 10 years ago, Chung could have bested Hashirama, but now, Hashirama had reached the pinnacle of his power, and the Hashirama from a decade prior would scarcely endure a few exchanges against his current self. Liuli had never witnessed Cheng's full power, but she had seen Hashirama in action. She assumed Chung was merely preserving his pride in front of her, his former little sister. Onma Chung paused, intending to say something, but Uchiha Liuli had already departed. After spending several days in Konoha, Onma Chung sensed 2 immense chakra signatures, comparable to tailed beasts, rising in the distance. The battle was fierce. The earth trembled, flames soared into the sky, and a mushroom cloud symbolizing destruction ascended, visible even from Konoha. As if heralding the apocalypse, Chung realized that the battle at the Valley of the End had commenced. He thought to himself that if he remained in Konoha, he would be reluctant to involve the innocent, but since she had ventured outside, he would take advantage of her vulnerability. An unexpected twist occurred. None of the watchers attempted to intercept Onma Chung as he made his way to the Valley of the End. The battle between Madara and Hashirama had concluded. Without the Ninetales' aid, Madara's Susanoo had evidently grown in size, leading to Hashirama's narrow victory, much like in the original tale. At this moment, both Hashirama and Madara lay unconscious on the ground. Hashirama's wooden clone had reached an extraordinary level of mastery, and even with the Sharingan gifted to him by Madara, Onma Chung did not realize that the Hashirama lying in the water was merely a wooden clone. The entire Valley of the End lay in ruins, transformed into a wasteland spanning thousands of meters, a testament to cataclysmic power. Drawing a long sword, Onma Chung severed Hashirama's head, proclaiming, "You are too naive. It is time for you to perish." However, the moment Hashirama's head was severed, it exploded, showering Onma Chung with countless wooden shards that began to siphon his chakra, transforming into towering trees in the blink of an eye. Senju Hashirama emerged from the depths of the water, his face filled with murderous intent, asserting that he knew Chung would come to kill him. He had visited the Land of Rivers and understood that they were training numerous ninjas and recruiting soldiers known as police, which would inevitably incite war. For the peace of the ninja world, he vowed to eliminate Chung. Would release, would golem technique. Hashirama clapped his hands, and a torrent of chakra surged forth, causing countless trees to sprout from the ground, merging into a colossal wooden figure towering 100 meters high, radiating lethal intent. Simultaneously, shadows leaped forth from the darkness. Konoha's elite, Senju Tobarama, Uzumaki Inai, Uchiha Liuli, and the remaining 15 were all elite ninjas regarded as the foundation of their respective clans. These 18 were not there to engage Onma Chung in combat. Rather, they formed a sealing illusion array that would completely suppress all in-release chakra within the area, rendering those within unable to utilize Jinjutsu. Uchiha Liuli had been arranged by Tobarama, who believed she would not assist the family of her mother's murderer. Considering her to be a naturally malevolent Uchiha, it could only be said that the Senju lacked an understanding of human emotions. Uzumaki Inai had only just learned of this, her face filled with urgency as she implored her brother-in-law to apologize to Hashirama. "If you are willing to admit your fault, I will plead on your behalf to Hashirama. You will not face any consequences." However, this plea was met with Hashirama's reprimand. "Silence. I have always said that anyone, whether they be my relatives, wife, brother, or friend. Who dares to harm the village, I shall show no mercy. And if you wish to associate with this criminal who endangers the village, do not blame me for severing our bond." Upon hearing this, Onmachung laughed. Under the influence of the Sage of Six Paths, Senju Hashirama was the most hypocritical individual he had ever encountered, without exception. The strength of Konoha was essential for maintaining peace in the ninja world, while the might of the Land of Rivers was a malevolent force seeking to instigate war. What logic was there in that? Furthermore, the Nine Tails, who had merely been sleeping in the wild, was captured by Hashirama under the pretense of preventing him from jeopardizing peace, as if he were merely catching a chicken. How could such reasoning hold? Chung chuckled, declaring, "In terms of hypocrisy, I, Onma Chung, would gladly deem you the strongest." With words unworthy of further discourse, he prepared for combat. Onma Chung possessed the Sharingan left by Madara and the summoning technique to call upon the Two Tails for assistance. With the power of Susanoo combined with the Two Tails, he was capable of swiftly eliminating one of them, breaking the sealing illusion array. At that point, Hashirama would be left to await his demise. Even if Hashirama managed to strike him down first, Chung could ambush him upon resurrection, remaining entirely unfazed. Senjutsu, true thousand-handed Buddha. Hashirama clapped his hands. The wooden figure was infused with overwhelming chakra and rapidly grew to a height of 1,000 meters. Countless fists descended upon Chung with the force of a mountain, the oppressive pressure resonating through the air. In the face of such might, Onma Chung appeared as an insignificant insect, as if destined to be crushed into a pulp, yet he bore a smile, refusing to evade. In Hashirama's estimation, Onma Chung's strength was comparable to his prime. However, with the sealing illusion array inherited from the Sage of Six Paths, Chung's power, devoid of Jinjutsu, was merely that of an average chunin, unable to withstand even a single strike. Uchiha Liuli could no longer restrain herself. This fool, claiming to be fine, is merely waiting for death. Susanoo. She broke free from the sealing illusion array, a crimson Susanoo manifesting instantly to shield Onma Chung. In her eyes, there was no trace of fear. Faced with her village in the debt of gratitude, Liuli ultimately chose her benefactor, for she recognized that, apart from his formidable strength, Onma Chung had committed no wrongdoing. Chung, preoccupied with observing Hashirama, failed to react to Liuli's actions and witnessed Hashirama's fist, each as large as a small hill, crash down upon Uchiha Liuli. The complete Susanoo stood 100 meters tall, yet the true thousand-handed Buddha towered 1,000 meters high. Liuli lacked an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Her Susanoo was insufficiently resilient and was instantly obliterated, followed by a thunderous explosion and flames soaring into the sky. At the moment the illusionary array was shattered, the body of Arima Makoto transformed into countless purple butterflies. In the eyes of Hashirama, both Arima Makoto and Uchiha Ruri vanished without a trace. The crowd was ensnared by the illusion, unaware of their adversary before them. Ruri. Arima Makoto cried out in anguish, embracing Uchiha Ruri in a moment of desperation. He had never anticipated that she would rush to shield him from Hashirama's true thousand hands. "I told you I wouldn't die. Why do you not believe me?" Although she had only graced his life with a fleeting moment, the debt of her saving grace weighed heavily upon him. "I wish to repay the kindness you have shown me, yet these years within the Uchiha clan have brought me no joy. I yearn for the days spent with my mother." Exhausted, he pleaded, "Let me seek her out." With those words, Uchiha Ruri's breath faded completely, consumed by guilt. Arima Makoto lamented that it was his presence that had drawn the attention of the Uzumaki clan, culminating in Ruri's tragedy. He had believed that sending her to the Uchiha would benefit her, yet it had only subjected her to years of suffocating despair. Each expectation from the Uchiha clan piercing her like daggers. Ultimately, Ruri sacrificed her life to save him, even though he could have resurrected himself. Even if Hashirama's true thousand hands had reduced him to mere flesh. 20 years of traversing time. This was the moment of Arima Makoto's deepest sorrow and anger. Under the strain of overwhelming emotion, he completed the missing essence of his soul, losing all rationality in the process. His physical form exploded before the eyes of the onlookers, flesh and blood coalescing into a great tree, taking root upon the surface of the Valley of the End. In an instant, the roots spread underground for dozens, even hundreds of miles, continuously absorbing the wandering souls of the deceased, nourishing the divine tree with their essence. In that moment, Arima Makoto's true nature was unveiled. He was a seed, the 10 tails, a new and unknown seed that had finally taken root and sprouted into a new divine tree. All 10 tails are seeds. Upon absorbing power, they transform into divine trees, bearing fruit. However, as a seed, there must be a source. Arima Makoto was the original 10 tails, the progenitor of the divine tree, from which all other 10 tails had split. He wielded the ultimate power of illusion, capable of transforming thoughts into reality, with Jinjutsu being a manifestation of this power. To create everything through illusion and bring the unreal into existence essentially translates to the concept of manifesting one's desires. Manifestation does not equate to omniscience or omnipotence. The energy of the universe is conserved, and turning illusion into reality requires energy. Though the energy possessed by the progenitor 10 tails rivals that of the entire world, it is not limitless. Arima Makoto is the most powerful of all 10 tails, known as the progenitor 10 tails. In the past, the deity Otsutsuki sought to become omniscient and omnipotent, intending to devour the progenitor 10 tails. While Otsutsuki was no match for the progenitor 10 tails, he commanded followers from the Otsutsuki clan, leading to a mutual destruction of both sides. The progenitor 10 tails descended into the ninja world, taking on a human form to recuperate. Arima Makoto traversed time and occupied the body of the 10 tails, consuming its soul. However, their fusion was imperfect. Although Arima Makoto's powers were complete, the shattered soul of the 10 tails caused its body to instinctively utilize Jinjutsu, a process that drew upon the illusionary powers of the 10 tails to gradually absorb the spiritual energy of the world to mend itself. This explains the remarkable prowess of Arima Makoto in Jinjutsu. The legendary chakra ball, forged from the fusion of 10 tails power, is said to possess the ability to create worlds. However, this notion is flawed. While the chakra ball's power is undeniably immense, it embodies destructive force capable of annihilating worlds, yet it cannot create life. If the chakra ball could truly birth all things, why did Sage of Six Paths not use it to craft a perfect world following the sealing of Kage Otsutsuki? The answer is simple: it is incapable of such. With the imaginative prowess of the beings from Blue Star, combined with the ultimate illusionary power of the 10 tails, Arima Makoto emerged as the master of Jinjutsu. As for why he, as the 10 tails, did not employ ninjutsu or taijutsu, it is because he constantly repaired himself through Jinjutsu, a method that could reach the soul, which ninjutsu and taijutsu could not. Who knows how many years it would take to restore the soul of the 10 tails. Thus, the body of the 10 tails instinctively chose the optimal solution. Even now, despite having reclaimed his lost powers, employing Jinjutsu remains his preferred method. After all, Jinjutsu is so spectacular, requiring no physical effort. Simply imagining it evokes an air of sophistication. Roots akin to great dragons danced wildly, while the wooden beings summoned by Hashirama's sage techniques crumbled before the divine tree formed by Arima Makoto, as if they were mere fodder. The divine tree's assaults grew ever swifter, exuding an overwhelming chill reminiscent of the underworld, instantly piercing through Hashirama's manifested Buddha. The towering figure, thousands of meters high, was reduced to ash in the blink of an eye, in a realm unseen by others. Hashirama's soul was ensnared by a massive chain emerging from the divine tree, binding it tightly and dragging it to the subterranean roots, transforming it into nourishment for the divine tree. No matter how powerful Hashirama was, once his soul departed, his body became akin to a fish on a cutting board, destined to be mere fertilizer for the divine tree. Severely injured, Hashirama found himself without means to retaliate against the fully revived 10 tails, especially since he lacked any soul defense techniques. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths, concealed deep within Hashirama's soul, fell into a stupor. Having never anticipated the existence of another 10 tails, one even stronger than the one from his mother's era. As for Hashirama, his role was fulfilled. The Sage of Six Paths would no longer concern himself with him. Such is the unforgiving nature of fate. Hashirama's lifeless body plummeted amidst the confusion of the onlookers, half of it ensnared by the divine tree. All transpired in a heartbeat, with Senju Tobarama only able to save his brother's hand using the flying thunder god technique. On a branch of the divine tree, a small flower bud began to bloom, absorbing the soul of Uchiha Ruri, who had just perished, her spirit not yet ascended to the Pure Land, and slowly nurturing her. Subsequently, The roots of the divine tree continued their assault, darting like a startled dragon, faster than lightning. The roots were so robust, they seemed not of this world, rendering any ninjutsu ineffective, reducing them to mere sustenance. Blood flowed freely, and dismembered bodies littered the ground, with only Senju Tobarama managing to escape, taking his sister-in-law and his brother's hand with him. The Valley of the End fell into silence, while Uchiha Madara's corpse was taken by Black Zetsu. The latter, glancing at the divine tree formed by Arima Makoto, dared not look back, sensing the tree's insatiable desire to consume him. As the dust settled, the divine tree, born from Arima Makoto, grew tranquil, its roots extending for hundreds of miles, continuously absorbing the dispersing spiritual energy of the world as nourishment. After all, as long as there is life, it will age. And the process of aging leads to the continuous overflow of spiritual energy. Naturally, the most abundant nourishment came from Hashirama's soul. Once the divine tree absorbed both his soul and body, it would mark the day Arima Makoto fully restored himself, becoming the complete 10 Tails. Senju Tobarama returned, seeking to seal the divine tree that Arima Makoto had become, but the strength contained within was too formidable for them to manage, impervious to blades and flames. Their efforts ultimately came to naught, and they designated the Valley of the End as a forbidden zone. Time is relentless, in the blink of an eye. It was now the 23rd year of Konoha. Chapter 12, A Decade in Haste, Reunion of Spouses. In the 23rd year of Konoha, the Valley of the End had become a renowned forbidden area within the Land of Fire. The divine tree had grown to a height of over 1,000 meters. On this day, the bud atop the divine tree finally blossomed, yielding a fruit imbued with terrifying powers capable of reshaping the world. This fruit gradually distorted, ultimately transforming into a human form. A vast and overwhelming pressure swept across much of the Fire Nation, only to dissipate in an instant. Countless individuals were engulfed in fear, questioning what had transpired. In Konoha, Uzumaki and I sensed the disturbance, her expression complex. "Is it you, brother-in-law?" Yuan Firijan arrived personally with a team of Umbu to investigate. At this moment, Arima Makoto emerged into the light. He appeared much like he did a decade ago, save for the addition of a vertically aligned crimson rinnegan in the center of his forehead. However, unlike the Sage of Six Paths, his body had not turned entirely white. There was a certain weariness etched upon his face, as if he had awakened from a long and profound dream. With his appearance, the divine tree crumbled to ash, scattering with the wind across the heavens and earth. All the powers of the 10 Tails were now fully under his control, and Makoto's rinnegan had been birthed. His rinnegan's ocular technique, nests of the ancestor deity, granted him the ability to bestow souls upon any inorganic matter, thereby breathing life into it. The beings created would be utterly obedient to him, and he possessed the power to manipulate the souls of others at will. Grasping a sphere of light in his right hand, he held the soul of Uchiha Ruri, proclaiming, "Ruri, I shall resurrect you." In his moment of lost reason, he had managed to seize a fragment of Uchiha Ruri's body through his final consciousness controlling the divine tree. With his rinnegan technique, he could ensure a perfect fusion of Ruri's soul and body, for the realm of souls was indeed his dominion. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the statues of Hashirama and Madara standing in the distance. With a summoning technique, he called forth the 2 Tails, who appeared before him. "Sister Cat, it has been far too long." The 2 Tails gazed at Arima Makoto, sensing the unfathomable depth of his spiritual power, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Have you finally regained your true self, little Makoto? I thought I had been mistaken all those years ago. It seems you truly are a completely new 10 Tails." With a playful grin, Makoto replied, "I'm tired. Would you carry me? Let us return home." After a prolonged slumber, the first thought for anyone is to return home. And Makoto was no exception. The 2 Tails rolled her eyes at him, though she held no anger, and promptly crouched down. With a swift motion, he leaped onto her back. The flames swirling around her form caused him no harm. Rather, they enveloped him in a gentle warmth. The massive 2 Tails galloped across the fields, and the mere residual pressure from the tailed beast instilled terror in countless onlookers. "What year is it now, Sister Cat?" he inquired. "It's the 23rd year of Konoha," she answered. As a manifestation of the divine tree, Makoto possessed only a vague awareness. He reflected on how swiftly time passed. He had once been timid upon his arrival, and after 6 years of discovering his immortality, he endured 12 long years of rigorous training, followed by 5 blissful years spent with Uzumaki Mito. Ever since Mito entered seclusion and he sealed Uchiha Izumi, time had slipped away like sand through his fingers. He recalled that in his previous life, he had only been in his 20s, yet in this life, a mere blink had transformed him into a man in his 40s. After 20 years, to once again ride upon the form of another, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. The two tails glared at him, warning, "Be careful with your words. Water should not be angered." Suddenly, Makoto sat upright on her back, a look of euphoric realization dawning on his face. "Has Mito awakened? That is splendid news. Let us hurry home." "Not yet, but I suspect it will be soon. Since you left, I've been here watching over them." Recently, a formidable pressure comparable to the Sage of Six Paths has emanated from the barrier where Mito resides. I believe her awakening is imminent. Upon hearing this, he could no longer contain his excitement. "Let us go home. What if I arrive just as Mito awakens?" He thought eagerly. The two tails shot him a sidelong glance, half-jokingly remarking, "So now that you have a wife, you'll treat me like a beast of burden? It was I who knew you first." Despite her words, she quickened her pace. Not long after Makoto departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reached the Valley of the End. Observing the remains of the colossal tree, his expression darkened. Konoha is on the verge of transformation. As the disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, he was well aware of the events that had transpired here. And he had not anticipated that Makoto, who had transformed into a tree, had miraculously survived. Upon returning to the land of the Whirlpools, he found that it had progressed to its 6th 5-year plan. Although Makoto had been away for many years, the land of the Whirlpools had developed its own robust system and continued to thrive. While still secluded, it had evolved into a semblance of the land he had known in his previous life, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He made his way to the quaint redwood courtyard etched in his memory. Over the years, aside from Mito's father, Ashina, no one in the Uzumaki clan knew who resided there. For these years, the two tails had assisted in maintaining the home. Upon arriving, he found it was already evening. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a melancholic glow over the uninhabited house that felt desolate and empty. Yet, in Makoto's eyes, it was as if yesterday he had been lying in the courtyard with Mito, embracing the cat, or playfully tussling with Izumi, with the laughter of the two women still echoing in his ears. The rocking chair he had crafted with his own hands for himself and Mito still sat on the porch, empty. The violet flowers that he and Izumi had planted remained in bloom, though their presence was now absent. The anticipated surprise did not manifest. Despite knowing that Uzumaki Mito was on the verge of awakening, a sense of melancholy washed over him. In his limited lifetime, 20 years felt interminably long. A mischievous smile crossed the two tails' face as she leapt onto the rooftop without a word. Makoto lay there, lost in thought, longing for his beloved wives, when suddenly, with a creak, the gate to the courtyard swung open. To his astonishment, Mito returned from outside, carrying a basket of vegetables. Having transcended the Sage of Six Paths, she retained her youthful appearance, unchanged save for a pair of adorable little horns atop her head. Mito retracted her rinnegan, revealing the same azure eyes that held a profound love for Makoto. "It has been so long, my husband. Welcome home. Did you know how much I missed you?" With a rush of emotion, Makoto dashed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, unwilling to let go. "We shall never part again. 20 years has been far too long." He understood his love for Mito, yet the passage of 20 years weighed heavily upon him. "If I must endure such separation again, I would rather perish," he thought. Gazing into the depths of his beloved's eyes, filled with longing, Mito sensed the multitude of unspoken words in his heart, and her own eyes brimmed with affection. Cradling Makoto's face, Mito leaned in and kissed him, their lips lingering together as if time itself had paused. The two of them nestled together on the rocking chair crafted for their wedding, swaying gently. "How did you return from outside? I thought your barrier was still sealed," Makoto inquired, perplexed. With a playful smile, Mito replied, "I broke through this morning. After awakening, I had a brief chat with Sister Cat, and learned you hadn't returned in 10 years. When Sister Cat was summoned away, I knew you must be on your way home. I wanted to surprise you, so I asked Sister Cat not to inform you. I went to greet Father and brought back some vegetables to cook for you. Aren't you happy?" Makoto grinned in delight. "Your happiness is my happiness." The power to master one's own destiny, coupled with a beloved partner to share a lifetime of companionship, led Arima Makoto to express his heartfelt gratitude multiple times to the unknown entity that facilitated his journey. "Darling, I shall prepare a meal for you. After all these years, you must surely miss my culinary skills. Mito's nose twitched with pride. A smile of bliss graced the corners of Arima's mouth as he replied, I will join you. As night fell, the once desolate wooden house, silent for 2 decades, was once again illuminated by a warm light. At the dining table, Arima and Mito exchanged smiles. As he recounted the events of the past 20 years, Mito listened attentively, continually replenishing his bowl with food, her gaze never straying from her beloved. Sweetheart, kiss me. Oh, darling, I want more. Once we finish eating, hurry and take a shower. Mito, wait for me. The couple had even prepared a special dish of pickled fish for her way. Though it seemed insufficient to satisfy her, her fondness for it was undeniable. Erway lay in the oversized plush cat bed Arima had bought her, observing the young couple with drooping ears, seemingly weary of their antics. Yet her wagging tail betrayed her happiness. In her long lifespan of 1,000 years, these recent decades had been her most joyous. Chapter 13. Unsealing Uchiha Chiri. Settling in Konoha Mito, it is time for us to attend to serious matters. Arima and Mito entered the room where Uchiha Chiri was sealed. As they opened the coffin, they gazed upon their beloved, who had been suspended in time for 20 years. Mito smiled slightly, realizing it was indeed time to awaken Chiri, especially since both she and Arima had ascended to the 6 paths level, capable enough to extend Chiri's life. Release the illusion of heaven. After forming the seals, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from Arima, enveloping Uchiha Chiri's body and washing away the soul incantations etched upon her. Moments later, it seemed as though Chiri emerged from the void into the realm of reality, the laws of existence once again descending upon her as time resumed its flow. Her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath violet tresses, opened once more after 2 decades. Chiri slowly climbed out of the coffin, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she regarded Arima and Mito. Long time no see, darling, and my dear sister, she teased. Oh, you big-breasted girl. Still daring to jest with me? Watch out for my dragon claw. Mito chuckled, engaging in playful combat with Chiri. Given that merely 20 years had passed, it was impossible for Arima and Mito, now at the pinnacle of their power, not to be surprised by Chiri's return. However, as one was her husband and the other a comrade in arms, Chiri held no ill thoughts. Arima expended a considerable amount of his primordial energy to strengthen Chiri's soul, transforming her into an immortal being. Although she currently lacked the power of the other two, her lifespan was significantly prolonged. The ability to manipulate souls endowed him with the capacity to grant immortality, greatly extending life. Upon completing this process, Arima realized the essence of his power. It was the ultimate force of imagination, where the unimaginable became reality, and creating a soul was merely one application of this power. Like the Sage of 6 Paths, while immensely powerful and reputed to have created worlds, Arima understood that destruction was indeed easier than creation. He possessed the ability to create souls and impart longevity to others. However, the cost was substantial, for the world did not permit the widespread existence of immortal beings. Arima sacrificed a significant portion of his soul's energy to alter Chiri's essence, granting her the trait of immortality, allowing her lifespan to reach a millennium. In that time, he could later seek out a 10 tails for her to absorb. With the ultimate imaginative power of the 10 tails, Arima restored the lost vision of Chiri's Mangekyo Sharingan, illuminating her previously blind eye. Next came Uchiha Ruri, whose broken form Arima had salvaged years ago. However, under the power of the divine tree, it had retained its vitality. Now, with the ultimate imaginative force of the divine tree, restoring Ruri's body was straightforward, and merging her soul would be simple thereafter. Ruri slowly opened her eyes, confusion evident as she looked at Arima. Am I not dead? Arima smiled. I have brought you back to life. You were simply too foolish back then. I told you I was immortal. It has been 10 years since that battle. If you do not wish to return to Konoha, you may stay in the land of Whirlpools. I believe you will find it to your liking, enjoying a life of simplicity. Uchiha Ruri nodded slowly, her expression one of weariness. Mito spent a considerable time tending to the young girl before taking her leave. Mito also replenished her aging father's vitality, who had grown quite frail over the past 20 years. Discovering that her father had been engrossed in procreation for 2 decades left Mito speechless, as Uzumaki Rumi had already given her over 30 younger siblings. After a long separation, the 3 indulged in creating a family and explored the present-day land of Whirlpools. In this era, the land of Whirlpools thrived in both entertainment and technology, rivaling the 1980s Blue Star that Arima remembered, bringing immense joy to them all. A month swiftly passed. Mito and Arima returned home, satisfaction radiating from Mito's face as she linked her arm with Arima's. I knew my husband was the best. If it weren't for you, the land of Whirlpools wouldn't be flourishing like this today. Arima graciously accepted his wife's admiration, chuckling. Then, Mito, shouldn't you put in more effort tonight? Oh, who was it that cried for mercy after losing in bed last night? Mito retorted with a scoff. Uchiha Chiri merely linked her arm with Arima's, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief, laughing heartily like a gander. As their restless hearts gradually settled, the trio returned to a serene and tranquil lifestyle, embracing the simple joys of daily life. Though the land of Whirlpools thrived, its population remained scarce. In the future, Konoha would emerge as the center of development in the shinobi world, abundant with intriguing individuals. Arima contemplated, after 23 years, those familiar faces will soon reappear. While he harbored frustrations towards Hashirama, he bore no prejudice against the innocent inhabitants of Konoha. Mito, catching her husband's inner musings, grinned. Let us visit Konoha. I've heard it's south the most prosperous place in the shinobi world, and I've never been there. Plus, I haven't seen an eye in years. I wonder how she's faring with that rascal Senju Hashirama. She was quite attached to me in our childhood. Then let us go? Arima replied with a chuckle. Since we wish to go, we shall. Besides, Chiri, it has been many years since you returned to Uchiha. Don't you want to see your family? Chapter 14. Taking on Tsunade as a disciple, Uchiha Ruri chose to remain in the land of Whirlpools, enjoying a peaceful and tranquil life. She relished the mundane existence devoid of conflict. Meanwhile, Arima, Mito, and Chiri set off to explore Konoha. It was the time of the First Shinobi War, with turmoil reigning across the continent. Yet, the land of Whirlpools quietly dismantled the illusionary barrier that had enveloped the nation, no longer needing such measures. The stable living environment, generous remuneration, and secure promotion pathways deeply attracted those displaced by war. The five great nations sensed the unusual vitality of the land of Whirlpools, but with the ongoing conflict, they were too preoccupied to address these anomalies. War has wrought immense devastation, countless souls spilling into the universe, absorbed by Arima Makoto as if he were harnessing the very essence of nature, thereby augmenting his strength. For him, war serves as sustenance. Nonetheless, Mizuho retains a benevolent heart. Upon encountering his aged father, the fury he once harbored dissipates, and he embraces the clan members who followed the elder to Konoha. He decrees that as long as they wish, they may return to the land of the Whirlpools to live. The elder, Uzumaki Yanagi, has long since passed, and the remaining clan members rely on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Yanai, for support. Years of warfare and the precarious situation of being a Jinchuriki have left the Uzumaki clan vulnerable to the ambitions of others, making their existence increasingly arduous. Despite Uzumaki Yanai's formidable power as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha will not permit her to leave the village. Traversing a wide road shrouded by dense foliage, Makoto and his companions arrive at the gates of Konoha. Although Hashirama has departed this world, the village stands resilient, capable of contending with 4 other villages simultaneously without faltering. Nestled in a fertile plain, Konoha boasts abundant resources, while the neighboring nations are either arid deserts, lofty plateaus, or inhospitable mountainous terrains, leading to their envy of the village. The war has not encroached upon the life within Konoha, though an atmosphere of desolation and tension prevails. As Makoto gazes at the familiar gates, nostalgia washes over him. A decade has passed, and Konoha now mirrors the scene etched in his memory. He begins to anticipate the days ahead, where both cherished and detested individuals will finally take center stage. The trio strides boldly into the village, unnoticed by the sentinels or the protective barrier enveloping it. Makoto has cast an illusion upon them, rendering them invisible to all. Time has flowed interminably, and few in Konoha recognize Makoto now. As they walk through the bustling streets, Mizuho appears contemplative. Despite being established by that villainous Hashirama, the village exhibits a certain charm, though it lacks the modernity of the land of the Whirlpools. It is commendable by the standards of the ninja world, evident in the villagers' pride in their home. Disguised as merchants, they procure a spacious residence in Konoha to serve as their second home. However, upon nearing the ninja academy, Mizuho's composure falters. The modest two-story building with a playground of merely 400 or 500 square meters represents the entirety of Konohagakure's ninja school, besides basic techniques and kunai throwing. The curriculum consists of indoctrinating children with the will of fire, urging them to sacrifice themselves for the village. Such a meager education, teaching only rudimentary skills before sending children to battle, lacks humanity and pales in comparison to the schools of the land of the Whirlpools. Mizuho's clairvoyance allows her to perceive the lessons being imparted, and sensing the atmosphere of wartime mobilization, she realizes that ninjas are rallying recently graduated children for battle. Children trained in only basic techniques are bound to become mere fodder on the battlefield, with survival being a rare stroke of luck. Makoto merely smiles, acknowledging that not everyone possesses the compassion of his beloved Mizuho. He asserts that the happiest place in the ninja world is undoubtedly her homeland, the land of the Whirlpools, and their past efforts were worthwhile. At that moment, a robust voice resonates from beyond the academy's walls. I must see which fool dares to speak ill of the village. Konohagakure is undeniably the most fortunate place in the ninja world. With a swift motion, a 10-year-old girl with golden hair tied in a ponytail leaps over the wall, none other than the young Tsunade. Makoto is taken aback to encounter the truant Tsunade. He realizes that although he has taken Mizuho as his wife, Tsunade remains Hashirama's granddaughter. This girl has endured much. Her parents, beloved, and brother have all perished, leaving her alone as her entire clan was obliterated. By the time she reaches her 50s, she may become Hokage, yet her childhood companions will be lost or defected. Mizuho, sensing Makoto's unspoken thoughts, feels a surge of compassion for Tsunade's plight, her maternal instincts igniting. She recognizes Tsunade as the granddaughter of her long-lost cousin, and thus, she resolves to be kinder in her words. Meanwhile, Makoto, although appreciative of beauty, finds Tsunade too young, merely 12 years old. He is intrigued by her current form, pondering how she might develop into a stunning woman in the future. Who could have imagined that this flat-chested girl would one day become the most beautiful and formidable kunoichi in the ninja world? The future 5th Hokage, possessing incredible strength, unmatched beauty, and a wealthy heritage, will be a force to reckon with. Even in his vast memories, he has never encountered anyone with a physique that could surpass Tsunade's. Mizuho, upon hearing Makoto's musings about Tsunade's future beauty, feels a pang of jealousy. Sharply pinching his waist, "What are you looking at? Have you taken a liking to that little girl?" Makoto winces in pain, hastily pleading for mercy. "My dear, she is only 12. How could I possibly fancy her? You know my tastes. I do not prefer the young." These words, however, provoke a visible reaction from Mizuho, who glowers at him. "Ah, so you have always found me lacking, haven't you? Go find yourself a buxom beauty then." Makoto quickly embraces her, holding her close while pleading for forgiveness, and softly breathes against her ear, causing her to relent and settle against him, grumbling softly. Nearby, Uchiha Yuri chuckles heartily at the scene. Mizuho possesses many admirable qualities: beauty, kindness, and understanding. Yet she harbors a singular insecurity: her modest chest, comparable to mere bean-sized mounds. Despite her formidable prowess, she cannot alter her physical endowments. At that moment, Tsunade recognizes Mizuho's face and pauses, momentarily perplexed. "An eye, Granny?" she exclaims, only to quickly correct herself, realizing the discrepancy. Uzumaki Mizuho and Uzumaki Inai, having grown up as cousins, share striking similarities, both adorned with crimson hair and azure eyes, as well as captivating beauty, thus explaining Tsunade's initial confusion. Then, Tsunade's gaze lands on Makoto, and she exclaims, "Wow, he's handsome." For years, Makoto has maintained his youthful visage, his violet eyes sparkling like the night sky. Having reclaimed his true self, he exudes an ethereal charm, and the experiences of the past have imbued him with a mature allure, making him irresistible to women. Tsunade, though still young, feels a flutter in her heart upon first seeing him. "I shall forgive you this time. You must be newcomers to the village. From now on, welcome to Konohagakure." As she speaks, her pride in her heritage as Hashirama's granddaughter shines brightly in her eyes. Unaware of the village's darker truths, she deeply cherishes her home. "You are not attending classes diligently. What do you intend to do by skipping them?" Chung smiled gently, harboring a fondness for Tsunade. The young Tsunade appeared somewhat disheartened. With only a few months left before her graduation as a ninja, her teachers had informed her that, aside from her considerable strength, she lacked talent. She yearned to become stronger, Yet despite her diligent efforts, she struggled with ninjutsu. The youth often idealize adulthood. Observing Tsunade's dream-filled gaze, Arima-chung could not help but reminisce about his own past. Having ventured forth from the Arima clan at the tender age of 13 to navigate the tumultuous era of the warring states. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. In that case, allow me to be your mentor. I possess considerable strength. In his previous life, Arima-chung had always held a particular admiration for the open-hearted Tsunade, and his intentions were far from frivolous. Mito had long been eavesdropping on her husband's inner thoughts, finding his lewdness rather exasperating. Despite all his virtues, her husband had a penchant for the lascivious, which was evident from the very first day they had met, when he had entertained thoughts of marrying her. Yet, what could Mito do? She was merely a pitiable master of the six paths. Her husband's whims could only be indulged. She was well aware that Arima-chung was quite discerning. Ordinary beauties would hardly catch his eye. From Chung's inner musings, Mito understood that she would soon be sharing her bed with 6 or 7 comrades in arms. When Tsunade heard Chang's offer to be her mentor, she scrutinized him with skepticism, questioning whether he, being only a few years her senior, was truly capable, remarking on his slight physique. With that, she raised her tiny fist and aimed a punch at Arima-chung. Inheriting the Senju bloodline, Tsunade had begun to awaken her extraordinary strength. Her fist was powerful enough to shatter walls, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, yet Arima-chung firmly grasped it, rendering her motionless. At that moment, Tsunade regarded the remarkably handsome young man before her. The pressure on her hand was ticklish, causing her to feel flustered. Chung, with a furrowed brow, was met with laughter from Mito and Jiraiya, who were both in fits of laughter. Little Chung, the eyes of the onlookers are sharp. I told you, you are inadequate. Mito teased, her tone brimming with mockery. Chung shot her an annoyed glance before turning to Tsunade. You possess immense talent. It is simply that you have not yet recognized it. Being a ninja does not solely hinge on mastering offensive ninjutsu. For instance, I specialize in genjutsu and can hardly execute many ninjutsu myself. After speaking, he locked eyes with Tsunade. His radiant purple gaze, reminiscent of a starry sky, captivated her. As his vast spiritual power infused her soul with the entirety of her future skills, including the In Seal, the 100 Healings technique, the creation of ninjutsu, and an array of medical ninjutsu knowledge. Utilizing the power of the 10 Tails to transmit memories, he ensured that Tsunade would forever remember these teachings without burdening her soul, especially since he had previously imparted a portion of his power to strengthen her spirit. At that moment, Tsunade effectively comprehended these new abilities, her expression one of astonishment. Passionate about medical studies, young Tsunade understood deeply the terrifying potential that arose when ninjutsu intertwined with medical knowledge. Who are you? You taught me the In Seal, which my grandmother has not yet imparted to me. How do you know such things? Tsunade inquired, her face betraying a hint of wariness. How could ordinary individuals possess such knowledge? She was familiar with the skilled ninjas of Konoha, yet these two were unknown to her. I do not wish to confront those who have bestowed such a significant gift upon me, but I fear you may be spies from rival villages. Tsunade quietly retrieved a kunai from behind her. Ching chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I have declared my intention to be your mentor. While I have shared this knowledge with you, understanding and execution are two different matters. My wife and I, having some free time, can assist you in training for a while. If you are willing, you may visit me tomorrow. By the way, my home is near Ichiraku Ramen, easily identifiable by the sign that reads Mito-sama and her dog's abode. Mito interjected with a mischievous grin, enjoying the moment. As for our identities, you may inquire with your grandmother. Farewell, little Tsunade. Chung's eyes glimmered with purple light as he employed his illusionary technique to obscure all information regarding himself and Mito from Tsunade's perception. Tsunade blinked, and suddenly the figure of Arima-chung vanished, as if she had been dreaming. She hurried home to seek out her grandmother, Uzumaki Ina. At that moment, Uzumaki Ina was a mere 42 years of age, having married Hashirama at 14. It was entirely reasonable to have given birth at 15. Tsunade was born when Ina was 30, and in the world of Naruto, one is considered quite aged by their 40s. Although she still retained the beauty of her youth, Ina's eyes bore the unmistakable signs of weariness. Clearly, the years spent in Konoha had taken their toll. Despite the power of the 9 Tails allowing her to discern good from evil, these years had not been particularly joyful for her. Yet, upon Tsunade's return, Ina's face lit up with delight. "Slow down, little Tsunade," she called out. "Grandma Ina, you won't believe it. I just encountered some peculiar individuals. That incredibly handsome older brother said he would be my teacher. He even taught me the Een seal, which only you know. Who are they? They said you know them." Tsunade exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Uzumaki Ina paused for a moment. Upon hearing Tsunade's description of Chung and Mito, despite the years that had passed, she could never forget. Memories of the past drifted through her mind. Thoughts of her brother-in-law and sister. Were they returning? A struggle welled within her as she recalled the cold gaze of Senju Tobarama over the years, filling her heart with icy dread. Chapter 15. The filth of the Senju clan. The following day, Uchiha Jiraiya was tending to flowers in their new garden, while Mito and Arima Chung playfully bantered nearby. Like children at play. "Mito, how about tonight you wear glasses, a shirt, and black stockings? How does that sound for teacher-student attire?" Chung suggested. Mito shot him an irritated glance. "Last night was not enough for you. Now you want a teacher-student scenario? Little Chung, why don't you just ascend to the heavens?" Their previous night's encounter had been intense, leaving Mito with a slightly sore mouth. Chung lamented the missed opportunity to showcase Mito's perfect figure, one that could embody any style. Previously, she had donned a gentle and sweet look, but he wished to see her in a more aloof and sophisticated appearance. Mito, with a sly smile, replied, "Teacher-student is not out of the question, but I want to be the student." Her cheeks flushed slightly. Although she had become more assertive under Chung's influence, uttering such words still stirred her. Jiraiya, overhearing their exchange, looked on with happiness, realizing that Mito had indeed learned a few mischievous tricks. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Chung and Mito separated from their closeness, adjusting their attire to present a more composed appearance. "Open the door." Indeed, it was Uzumaki Ina. Tsunade did not accompany her. Upon learning of Arima Cheng's identity from Ina, Tsunade found herself at a loss. This was the man who had slain her most revered figure, the first Hokage. Upon seeing Ina, Arima Chung was genuinely astonished. Possessing mastery over soul energy, he could immediately discern the state of Ina's body, though she appeared to be in her prime. The toll of years spent under duress had drained her spirit, leaving her body gradually depleted. The vibrant red hair, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, had lost some of its luster compared to her youth. "Long time no see, Ina. How has it come to this?" Chung inquired, perplexed. Although Uzumaki Inai is married to Senju Hashirama, this naive woman once offered to assist him. Additionally, due to their childhood as cousins, Mito and Inai share a deep bond, which leads Makoto to hold a favorable impression of Inai, who bears a slight resemblance to Uzumaki Mito. With a heavy heart, Mito expressed her regret, recalling how she advised Inai against marrying Hashirama, but her words fell on deaf ears. Subsequently, she summoned her vast life force to help Inai heal. Tears streamed down Inai's cheeks as she remembered how Hashirama had wrongfully targeted Makoto. Yet here was Makoto, willing to treat her, the cousin he hadn't seen in years, as family, filling Inai with gratitude and guilt. The three sat side by side, with a bittersweet smile on Inai's face, reflecting on the innocence of youthful love. Recalling the first time she met Hashirama, she was captivated by his confidence and vigor, embodying all her fantasies of an ideal partner, leading her to desire marriage. However, when Hashirama unjustly accused her brother-in-law, she felt remorse, having tried in vain to dissuade him. Yet, as the years passed, the past remained just that. After Hashirama's demise, Senju Tobarama ascended as the second Hokage, leaving Inai without a kinship, and Konoha became embroiled in a myriad of sordid affairs surrounding power. What troubled her most was Tobarama's unsettling desire for her. She could not forget the predatory glint in his eyes. Inai's complexion paled, and she felt humiliated. In some cultures, it is said that when an elder brother dies, the widow belongs to the younger brother. However, this notion was more humiliating to Inai than death itself. She would never accept it. As the head of the Senju clan and Hokage, Tobarama stood at the pinnacle of strength and authority, while she, a widow, struggled to survive, relying on the power of the Nine Tails. In Mito's presence, Inai seemed to shed her defenses, tears flowing freely. Though the Uzumaki clan, which Inai led, was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Senju clan. Unbeknownst to her, the land of Whirlpools had reopened, allowing her clan members to return home. For the sake of her people, she could not sever ties with Konoha. Despite the acceptance of polygamy in this world, the value placed on chastity weighed heavily on Inai's heart, becoming the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The The two cousins, of similar status, age, and appearance, grew up together. As the elder sister, Mito took Inai under her wing for training and fishing, defending her from childhood bullies. Upon hearing this, Makoto suddenly laughed, realizing that Tobarama's reluctance to marry stemmed from his infatuation with his sister-in-law. It was a bizarre thought, yet he acknowledged Inai's beauty, which rivaled that of the finest in the shinobi world. While Makoto internally critiqued, Mito caught wind of his thoughts, glaring fiercely at her husband. Stop having those indecent thoughts. I expect you to defend Inai fiercely and teach that Senju Tobarama a lesson. If you don't take action, I will. She was adamant, recalling Tobarama's arrogant demeanor, which confirmed her suspicions about his character. Rest assured, Inai, your clan members can return to the land of Whirlpools, Makoto reassured her. He reminded her of her previous visit to the village, noting how it was far better than Konoha, free from its troubles. The Uzumaki clan had since regained its strength, and the illusion barrier was lifted. Upon hearing this, Inai wept even more. 30 years ago, the Uzumaki clan had forsaken the tumult of the warring states to return home, a decision that demanded immense sacrifice. Yet, her branch, enamored with the Senju's prosperity, chose not to return and was labeled traitors. Inai never anticipated Mito would still welcome them. Thank you, Mito. Observing his wife nurturing Inai like a mother hen, Makoto couldn't help but smile, gently patting Mito's head. Don't worry. We won't need to teach him a lesson. Senju Tobarama is doomed. At that moment, Tobarama was not in the village. He had gone to negotiate peace with the second Raikage of the Cloud Village, unaware that he would meet his end during these negotiations. Mito comforted Inai, holding her close. Whenever you feel troubled by the Senju, you can stay with us. I'll sleep beside you tonight. Upon hearing this, Makoto's excitement surged, but Mito's fierce glare silenced him. After some time, Inai rose from Mito's embrace, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripened apple, slightly alluring. Makoto found himself bewildered by such thoughts. Hashirama wants to kill me, so I sleep with your wife. Perhaps I haven't been fed enough by Mito lately. He dismissed the inappropriate notions from his mind, unaware that Mito had overheard his musings. Now, she regarded him with heightened vigilance, as if guarding against a pestilence. After all, Inai was a married woman, unlike the innocent maidens outside. This won't do. My husband is becoming increasingly depraved. I must find a way to educate him properly. Mito pondered, struggling to devise a plan. That evening, the family gathered for a hot pot, with Makoto's spicy beef stew delighting the three women. Sister-in-law, come try this. With a playful spirit, Makoto beamed as he offered Inai a piece of delectable meat. Inai, blissfully unaware, was swiftly stopped by Mito, who exclaimed, "Oh no, husband, you won't trick my sister into eating that." Mito's radiant smile shone as she placed the meat back into Makoto's bowl. You've been working hard lately. Enjoy this piece. Inai, you can serve yourself whatever you wish. And remember, dear, you always say like attracts like, right? You'll surely enjoy this beef tail. With that, she retrieved an unmentionable piece of meat, grinning as she attempted to feed it to Makoto. Defeated in his playful attempt to tease Inai, Makoto surrendered to his fate, shedding tears as Mito finally smiled in satisfaction. Suddenly, Makoto recalled a humorous memory. It was only their second day in Konoha, and the two-tailed cat sister was still at home in the land of Whirlpools. With a summoning technique, he conjured the two-tailed beast, who appeared in his arms. Meow, meow, meow. The two-tailed beast was ready to showcase her prowess, her aura surging as she prepared to unleash a tailed beast bomb, mistaking Makoto's summoning for an enemy's presence. Realizing they were simply dining at home, she sensed the presence of the most arrogant nine-tails. With a soft meow, she relaxed in Makoto's embrace, playfully glancing at Inai's belly. As Makoto offered her a piece of beef, she happily accepted it. Instantly, the nine-tails could no longer contain himself. Being a fellow-tailed beast, he envied the two-tailed's freedom to roam and enjoy delectable food while he languished in a small cage. I could easily pet a cat, especially with that gentle sister. Makoto chuckled, casting an encouraging glance at Inai. The irresistible charm of a cat was unmatched. Who could resist such an adorable creature, especially one with striking heterochromatic eyes? Even Uzumaki Inai was taken aback. She had always known that the two-tailed was her brother-in-law's summoning beast. From her experience with the nine-tails, she understood the nature of tailed beasts, yet she was astonished to see the two-tailed behaving like a pet. The two-tailed, sensing Inai's interest, smiled gently and leaped into her arms. Don't worry, I am nothing like that foolish nine-tails. The warmth of the little cat has healed Uzumaki Ino. The gentle warmth in her hands mirrored the warmth in her heart. Within her, a nine-tailed beast roared, trapped like a caged creature, demanding release with a fierce desire to rend her foes to pieces. What a pitiful golden retriever, or rather, a golden fox. Yet, all the Nine Tails could attain was the binding of the adamantine seal. Mito recounted to Ino the events that transpired in her hometown after she wed Hashirama. At times, Kuruma would join in their playful banter, and even when Mito teased him, he wore a cheerful demeanor. Unlike Hashirama, who appeared jovial with friends and family, yet remained stern and humorless with Ino, embodying the role of a patriarch. As Ino gazed upon the radiant smiles of her brother-in-law and others, a sense of envy filled her heart. Those were expressions she could never witness in her own home. Reflecting on her own marriage, she pondered whether she truly had no regrets about marrying Senju Hashirama. The answer eluded her. Thus, Ino settled in Kuruma's household, much to the discontent of the Senju clan, yet they could do little in the absence of Tobarama. Ultimately, Tsunade reconciled her feelings upon discovering that her grandmother also resided in Kuruma's home, leading her to ask Kuruma to be her mentor and train under him. However, whenever she watched Kuruma with Mito, a shadow of longing crossed her gaze, reminiscent of a wronged wife. Who is stronger, you or my grandfather? Of course, it's me. Why must you kill my grandfather? He is such a good man. Because he sought to kill me first, leaving me no choice. I will defeat you to prove my grandfather's worth. Feel free to try, but do not disturb me when I am in bed. Such dialogues repeated endlessly. Little did Kuruma realize that his words would ring true, as decades later, Tsunade would indeed defeat him in their private moments. In the ninja world, medical ninjutsu had yet to be developed, merely budding in Tsunade's mind, yet it had already become a structured technique in the land of Whirlpools. Tsunade possessed unparalleled talent in medical ninjutsu, and Kuruma consciously guided her, delving deeper into her potential, recognizing the rarity of scientific talent. Medical ninjutsu could save lives while still proving effective in combat, capable of stealthily severing an opponent's nerves with a microscopic chakra blade. Under Kuruma's tutelage, many abilities that Tsunade would only master later in the original storyline were acquired early, significantly enhancing her strength. Kuruma himself infused her body with a seed of natural energy, using the power of the Ten Tails. When Tsunade ventured into the wet bone forest to learn sage techniques, this seed would ensure her safety against corruption. Within Tsunade's gem-like brown eyes, Kuruma sealed an illusion technique with immense in-release power. The illusion of 3,000 worlds, when invoked by Kuruma, would trap any being beneath the 6 paths level in an endless cycle of illusion until death, with no chance of escape. This technique would activate in moments of peril, targeting anyone harboring murderous intent towards Tsunade within a 500-meter radius, thus ensuring her survival in critical situations. Kuruma found satisfaction in this, and as for Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, he was not a concern yet. The boy had yet to be born. In the future, he could easily earn Tsunade's favor and manage her well. Kuruma discovered the joy of nurturing, watching as Tsunade blossomed under his guidance. Once Tsunade grew familiar with Kuruma, she often visited, especially since her grandmother lived there. Her home felt too lonely otherwise. Occasionally, she would intrude during Kuruma and Mito's joyful moments, leading to an amusing reprimand from Mito. Before long, news of Senju Tobarama's demise reached them. Konoha began to stir with ambitions for the position of the third Hokage, causing unrest among the populace. In the midst of this turmoil, tensions flared over the Hokage's position. At Kuruma's residence, members of the Yuzu branch from the Land of Fire sought out Uzumaki Ino. However, having shed her burdens while living with Kuruma, Ino experienced peace and happiness. Do not trouble yourselves. I have no desire to vie for the Hokage. I am weary after all these years. Please leave. From the Warring States period until now, Uzumaki Ino had remained a girl impulsively enchanted by love, awed by heroism. She was gentle, kind, yearning for love and familial bonds, devoid of lofty ambitions or a fondness for conflict. Gifted with the ability of the Nine Tails to see the goodness and malice in others, Ino had grown fearful of the outside world, suffocated by its weight. For her, her quaint home and lively granddaughter constituted her entire world, and she knew she would never see her own children, who had become lords in the Land of Fire, again. The Uzumaki clan departed, disheartened, confused, and enraged. In the Hokage building's conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting of the Jonin immediately upon returning to the village. noting the diverse reactions of those present, which gave him a headache. Konoha boasted over 100 jonin, the highest among the 5 great nations. Yet many were away on the battlefield, leaving only a handful and their representatives behind. Among the jonin, some regarded the 18-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect, others with disdain. And some merely ignored him, presenting a myriad of expressions. The second Hokage's untimely passing had bequeathed the leadership to Hiruzen. Yet his youth raised doubts among the older shinobi regarding his ability to command their loyalty. Once the jonin dispersed, a shadow emerged from the darkness beside Hiruzen. It was Danzo, who would later become infamous. Though still youthful, Danzo exuded an unsettling aura. The primary dissent within the village stemmed from the Uchiha and the Uzumaki. Hiruzen decided to leave the Uchiha matter to Kakashi, knowing he would handle the insurrectionists. As for the Uzumaki, he resolved to deal with them himself, believing their interference in village affairs warranted their expulsion. From this day forth, I shall be the root that lurks in the shadows of Konoha, bearing the darkness to eliminate all obstacles for our village, Danzo declared. Hiruzen felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated. But Danzo, Lady Ino is still alive. And the Uzumaki approached her, only to be rebuffed. Moreover, I have received word that the land of Whirlpools, which had been closed for 30 years, is now open. As you know, the one who killed the first Hokage was the husband of the princess of the land of Whirlpools. With the disappearance of the Valley of the Indes tree, it is possible that the princess has not perished. We cannot ascertain their intentions. This is a tumultuous time. After a moment of silence, Danzo's eyes gleamed with determination. We must act, even if the first Hokage were to return. The strength of our village may yet withstand him. Any threat to Konoha must be eradicated. Furthermore, the Land of Fire's Uzumaki clan has long been deemed traitors by the rightful rulers of the Land of Whirlpools. As for the Land of Waves, even if they harbor ambitions, what can such a minuscule place accomplish? The entire population of the nation is scarcely comparable to that of a single village, Konoha. What do you expect them to achieve? Danzo holds this diminutive nation, which has been isolated for 30 years, in utter disdain. Having spoken his mind, he departed. Resolute in his decision, the Uzumaki clan led by Inai poses a potential threat to the stability of Konoha and must be eradicated without exception. Furthermore, he has long coveted the Uzumaki's unparalleled vitality and mastery of sealing techniques. The reputation of the Jinchuriki has already spread across the continent. The other nations possess flaws in their tailed beast seals, while the Uzumaki clan can subdue them perfectly. Who wouldn't he desire such power? Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi could never fathom that the individual they feared had already taken residence in Konoha with great audacity. Currently, the most conspicuous activity in Konoha is attributed to the Uchiha clan. Konoha was jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha clans. With the entirety of the village situated upon Uchiha territory, it was agreed that the first and second Hokage would belong to the Senju, while the third Hokage would be of Uchiha lineage. Now that Tobirama Senju has passed away, they feel it is their turn to ascend. Moreover, the Senju currently lack top-tier experts, allowing the Uchiha to surpass them and become the strongest clan in the shinobi world. They have begun clandestine communications with various shinobi clans. But alas, their efforts are destined to be futile. Had the previous Hokage been Hashirama Senju, they might have had hope. However, the last was Tobirama Senju, who famously disparaged the Uchiha as inherently malevolent. For years, Tobirama suppressed the Uchiha. Although the Uchiha, who oversee Konoha's security forces, possess the authority to enforce laws and even wage war, their actions have bred widespread discontent. The hearts of the people do not belong to the Uchiha, ensuring that this clan could never ascend to the Hokage position, for only those recognized by the village can hold such a title. Furthermore, the candidate they wish to promote, Uchiha Kagami, is already under Tobirama's shadow. Additionally, there exists a faction of the Uzumaki clan, led by Inai, who have not made their home in Konoha, feeling discontented under the watchful eye of the Hokage, despite outwardly proclaiming that the Senju and Uzumaki are eternal allies. Tobirama's covetous gaze upon Inai has led to their continued suppression, prompting them to establish a small village in the northern region of Konoha, named Uzumaki Village, to reminisce about their true homeland, a distance of 50 kilometers, neither too far nor too close. Unbeknownst to them, the Land of Waves has been unsealed. From the moment they left their clan to ally with the Senju, they believed they had severed ties with their homeland. For years, the Land of Waves has remained inactive within the shinobi world. In their memories, Uzumaki Village is still the dilapidated seaside fishing village of yore. Although it is their homeland, they are unwilling to return to live there. As for Inai's claims that the Land of Waves is flourishing, they are entirely skeptical. Seizing this opportune moment, they plan to nominate Inai as Hokage. As the wife of the first Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessing mastery over various sealing techniques, her power is immensely formidable. She is certainly the strongest in Konoha, and it would be an affront to justice if she were not appointed Hokage. Should Inai ascend to this position, they would reap substantial benefits in the Land of Fire, whether through military assistance from Konoha or economic support from the nation, ensuring their prosperity. Even if Inai were to decline, would donning the Hokage's robe not be worth considering? This faction is not particularly powerful, aside from Inai. The only other elite is her elder uncle, who is over 60 years old. Uchiha Kagami has personally rooted out those within the clan who sought to incite rebellion. Inai has been living happily with Tsunade in the village, believing that with the Hokage's succession, Konoha's stability has been secured. However, this tranquility is shattered by a plea for help from the Land of Waves. The one seeking aid first approached Inai before turning to Hiruzen Sarutobi, which provokes a sense of affront to his authority as Hokage. Danzo has leaked information regarding the Land of Waves, drawing the attention of the Cloud Village, who have come to massacre the Uzumaki, seizing their bodies and appropriating their sealing techniques. Danzo, unhesitatingly collaborating with the very village that recently killed his master, reveals his true nature. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for their extraordinary vitality, has become the object of desire in the black market, referred to as a human-shaped elixir, sought after by many. Previously, due to Konoha's presence, no one dared to overstep, but with Konoha's direct involvement, a feast of carnage ensues. The Senju clan, who pride themselves on being allies of the Uzumaki, did not lift a finger to assist, adhering to the guidance left by Tobirama Senju. Konoha, burdened by warfare, claimed they were too strained to deploy reinforcements. Inai, filled with desperation, witnesses the darkness of Konoha, her heart heavy with despair, tears glistening in her eyes. Why? Having refused the title of Hokage, does the village not come to her aid? Am I not a part of this village? Unable to bear Inai's sorrow, Mito, concerned for her kin, urges Kuruma to hasten their departure. Kuruma, leaving behind a substantial amount of chakra, forms 9 seals to cast a shadow clone technique, transforming this chakra into Inai's likeness, enabling them to fight with the power of the Nine Tails for a time without being detected. The technique of deception shrouds their presence, rendering them invisible to the world, as if they existed in a separate realm. With a snap of his fingers, Kuruma leads Inai and Mito out of Konoha under the watchful gaze of many, each observer able to see them as they pass by. They then swiftly head towards Uzumaki Village. However, upon their arrival, it is too late. The air is thick with chakra, the unmistakable scent of the 8 tails permeating the atmosphere. Though concealed, it poses no challenge to those of their caliber. The main force has completed its mission and withdrawn. What remains are mere remnants of thieves drawn by the scent of blood. The surroundings are strewn with ruins and corpses, many scavenging the bodies of the Uzumaki for research purposes. They dissect the corpses, skinning them, and extracting numerous organs from the Uzumaki, sparing even the youngest of children. The village's sealing techniques have been obliterated, their whereabouts unknown. Inai's rage surges. Though her father, Uzumaki Ryum, is deceased, many acquaintances and descendants reside here, now slaughtered. Inai weeps, her face flushed, her emerald eyes bloodshot. Why? People of the Cloud Village, why have you committed such atrocities? What sin have they committed to warrant such a massacre? Sparing not even the youngest of children? Mito senses a few survivors fleeing in all directions. Those escaping are either pregnant women or older children carrying infants, pursued relentlessly by marauding thieves. This faction, once numbering in the thousands, has dwindled to merely 10, and their brutality is beyond Mito's comprehension. The Uzumaki clan has weakened over the years due to the Senju's attrition, with many of their elite perishing, leaving primarily lower-ranking shinobi, with only a handful of jonin remaining. Mito's fury ignites, coupled with regret for not having heeded her own advice to return to the Land of Waves. How could such tragedies occur? Her hair stands on end, her emerald eyes transforming into the Rinnegan, ignited by wrath. Mito has always adhered to principles of reciprocity, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yet she cannot accept such a massacre. Do you not recall how her father's clan once committed similar acts, nearly leading to his own condemnation? After that incident, their relationship was irrevocably shattered. You shall all perish. With a thunderous roar, Mito summoned the Dao gem behind him, transforming it into 9 pitch-black rods. After a moment of charging, they shot forth like missiles, cutting through the sky and piercing the bodies of the bandits as if delivering divine retribution. The bandits, struck by the Dao gem, watched in terror as their bodies decayed into ashes, powerless to resist. Mito's expression was icy as he reassured the surviving clan members. Preparing to return to the land of Whirlpools, he vowed that Yunin would pay a price, a chilling resolve in his heart. The radiance of the reincarnation emanated from him as he manipulated gravitational forces, propelling himself forward like a comet streaking across the heavens, heading straight for Yunin. Chapter 17. The Death of the Eight Tails. The third Raikage dies upon ascension. Shouldn't we assist Sister Mito? Ino expressed concern, gazing at Kuruma Makoto. Makoto smiled reassuringly. There's no need for worry. With Mito's current strength, there is no one in this world capable of matching her. Having transcended the 6 paths level, Mito was akin to a child with a new toy, eager to showcase her prowess. The opportunity had finally arrived, and both the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the newly appointed third Raikage were destined to perish. Let us first ensure the safety of the surviving clan members. As for Mito, her display of power will serve as a deterrent against any who would dare to covet the land of Whirlpools. It is not enough for us to be formidable. The world must recognize our might to deter any adversaries. After all, no matter how strong we are, we cannot always protect the Uzumaki clan. Makoto gently ruffled Ino's hair, wishing for her to grow in strength and wisdom. Understanding among people is a rare commodity. Yielding endlessly only leads to self-harm. We must inflict pain upon those who would seek to bully us. Ino nodded, albeit with a sense of unease, feeling the warmth of Makoto's hand on her head. A blush creeping onto her cheeks as she thought, "It feels so comforting when my brother-in-law touches my head." The two approached the surviving clan members. Mito was a beacon of faith for all in the land of Whirlpools, while Ino represented that hope for her clan. Among the 10 survivors were 2 pregnant women, 5 children around 10 years old, 3 6-year-olds, and 2 infants cradled in arms. The expectant mothers clung to Ino in fear, weeping uncontrollably. Ino felt their pain deeply, healing their wounds and apologizing profusely for her late arrival. Meanwhile, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure swept across the land of fire, speeding toward the land of lightning. The hidden Black Zetsu, sensing this aura, was consumed by regret, lamenting why he had not acted against Mito when he had the chance. He had known of Kuruma Makoto's plans, but had underestimated Mito's potential for success. After all, with his technological prowess and strength, he could not hope to split the remains of the 10 Tails. Little did he realize that Kuruma was also a manifestation of the 10 Tails, and it was only through the 10 Tails' power that the outer path's remains could be nurtured into a new vessel. As Kage's third son, Black Zetsu's strength was far from that depicted in the original narrative. A millennium of scheming had stirred turmoil across the continent, leaving countless bloodstains among the clans. And just when his plans were nearing fruition, 2 6 paths level beings emerged unexpectedly. Had he acted sooner, his mother would have been freed and could wield power beyond that of the past. He cursed himself for not recognizing Kuruma as the 10 Tails. Moreover, Kuruma was unlike the 10 Tails of the ninja world, which possessed only a fraction of life's instincts and was merely a vessel for tailed beast chakra. In contrast, Kuruma wielded immense power with human intellect, rendering the original 10 Tails' capabilities trivial. Given his current strength, seizing Kuruma's power was now impossible. Instinctively, Black Zetsu burrowed deeper underground, resigned to waiting. Fortunately, Madara remained a part of his plans, and with his talent, he should be capable of nurturing the reincarnation eye. At this moment, in the ninja world, the forces of Yunin village had just retreated to the borders of the land of fire, led by the current 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Shabi. With each ninja carrying a scroll containing the corpses of the Uzumaki clan, they reveled in the success of their mission. Lord Shabi, I must say, the women of the Uzumaki clan are truly exquisite, one remarked, astonished by the wealth of resources found even in the Fire Nation's Uzumaki branch. If the land of Whirlpools has such riches, imagine what lies within. Shabi's expression turned cold. Have you all forgotten the 3 prohibitions? If it weren't for the need to vent the pent-up frustrations of war, do you think I would indulge you? There will be no second chance. As they engaged in this heinous act, feigning concern for their comrades' mental health, their hypocrisy was palpable. Suddenly, the Eight Tails sensed an unimaginable pressure approaching, radiating with lethal intent, and cried out, "Something terrible is coming. Run, Shabi!" But it was too late. Mito floated in the sky, surveying everything below, regarding the Jinchuriki as mere insects. Her violet reincarnation eye shimmered with boundless authority. She sensed hidden observers lurking in the distance and welcomed their attention. "For the Uzumaki clan, if you have wronged us, you may exact your vengeance. However, I will not tolerate harm against the innocent. If you do, you shall meet their fate." Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force emanated from Mito, expanding outward at incredible speed, pushing everything in its path away. The once solid ground crumbled like cotton under its might. In an instant, Shabi entered his tailed beast chakra mode, enveloped in crimson chakra as four tails emerged from his back, forming a massive bull's head upon his right shoulder. Tailed beast bomb. A sphere with a diameter of 1 meter coalesced before Shabi, launching forth with explosive fury. The impact of the tailed beast bomb collided with Mito's repulsion wall, exploding like an egg against a wall, engulfing the area in flames. A mushroom cloud several hundred meters wide rose into the sky, while the heat and light were repelled by Mito's force, leaving her untouched and unscathed. All energy was redirected toward Shabi, and the overwhelming repulsion struck like a fiery hand, triggering another explosion. The land was scorched, flames consuming everything, as the intense heat melted rock into flowing magma. In an instant, a crater thousands of meters wide formed beneath Mito's feet. The forces of Yunin were left with only Shabi, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, standing alone. One move was all it took. There was nothing more to say. The existence of the Six Paths level unleashed the Shinra Tensei, akin to a wall colliding with you at the speed of sound. Only those who have achieved the status of a Jinchuriki at the shadow level could withstand it. The rest of the ninjas were obliterated, reduced to mere pulp, their remains erased, leaving only the traces of blood to mark their existence. Shabi struggled out from the ruins, blood at the corner of his mouth, with one of the horns on his head seemingly broken. The oppressive aura emanating from Mito, surpassing even the Eight Tails, enveloped Shabi, instilling within him a sensation akin to facing the entirety of the world, suffocating, inescapable. Yet, Shabi felt no fear, only profound sorrow, as he could no longer envision the day when his village would grow stronger. Within Shabi, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, observed the swirling Mito with astonishment. Years ago, when Kurama Sujiro took Mito to collect the tailed beast chakra, they had encountered the Eight Tails, who had doubted their capabilities. After being soundly defeated by Sujiro, the Eight Tails had lost a tail to them. The realization of their success now astonished Gyuki. "That woman possesses power on par with the Sage of Six Paths. I can offer you no assistance. Prepare to meet your end." Gyuki's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Unlike the other tailed beasts, the Eight Tails had a strong bond with its Jinchuriki. Shabi was the first human whom the Eight Tails regarded with favor and recognition. "Is this where my journey concludes? Such is the fate of a ninja, either to kill or be killed," Shabi mused, devoid of any trepidation. As the chosen Jinchuriki of the first Raikage, his resolve was unwavering. He fixed his gaze upon Mito, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Your kind is a tragedy for Konoha. They obsess over power, forgetting that true strength is the ultimate truth." "Ha! I am ready. Come, Eight Tails." With a heavy sigh, the Eight Tails responded, "Alas, there is nothing I can do. Let us proceed." The complete tailed beast transformation commenced, and in the blink of an eye, Shabi became the fully realized Eight Tails, an enormous beast with the upper body of a bull and the lower body adorned with tentacles, towering 50 meters high. Mito appeared smaller than even the Eight Tails' eyes, yet it was Gyuki who felt the fear. The colossal fist, akin to a mountain, hurtled toward Mito, tearing through the air with a roaring sound, like a meteor descending with tremendous force. Eight Tails transformed into whips, swirling like dragons, encircling from all directions, seeking to expose Mito's vulnerabilities. Yet, this endeavor proved futile. The Eight Tails collided against an invisible wall and was sent flying thousands of meters by the Shinra Tensei, crashing into the ground and creating a deep ravine. Mito's expression remained indifferent. "Rest assured, shortly I shall summon your Raikage to keep you company." With a flick of her wrist, 9 dark orbs appeared behind her, 8 transforming into spears that pierced the air and instantly impaled the Eight Tails' 8 appendages. Gyuki howled in agony, unable to budge the spears forged from the orbs, no matter how hard he tried. I offer you this chance. After all, tailed beasts can only manifest tailed beast balls. Use your strongest attack. Mito scoffed. Tailed beasts were universally recognized as overwhelmingly powerful. Here, she aimed to slay the tailed beast in the most domineering manner possible. For only such an act would instill fear in the world and ensure the safety of the Uzumaki clan. After all, the land of Whirlpools was too small. Lacking in numbers, despite 30 years of development, it could contend with one of the 5 great nations. But should the Shinobi Alliance target the land of Whirlpools, they would stand no chance. The Eight Tails understood it had reached its final moment. Gathering all its chakra, its body felt as if it were being drained. Reduced to mere skin and bones, its once rounded tail now withered. A 500-meter-wide black-tailed beast ball materialized, concentrated through relentless effort. Even the Eight Tails struggled to maintain control. The colossal-tailed beast ball surged toward Mito, obliterating everything in its path, whether stone or tree, leaving a trail of explosive energy. The path carved by the tailed beast ball was marked by endless magma, slicing through the earth like a hot knife through butter, annihilating all. From behind Mito, the last of the orbs transformed into a Jin spiral-long sword, extending over 100 meters in an instant. The Ama no Murakumo, a legendary artifact said to create worlds. It was the very spear wielded by the Sage of Six Paths to cleave the seas and forge land. Yet, mythology is merely that. The Ama no Murakumo does not possess the ability to create worlds, but rather lies dormant within the will, holding the power to destroy them. Before the spear, all existence would be shattered, if it could indeed create worlds. Why did the Sage of Six Paths not restore the desolate lands after his battle with Kage? It was simply beyond his capability, aside from Kurama Seijiro. The other 10 tails held only the power of destruction, incapable of creation. Mito drew her sword effortlessly. With a swift slash, the compressed-tailed beast ball was severed in twain. And with a mere point of the blade, the Eight Tails-tailed beast ball obeyed Mito's summons, altering its course and soaring into the sky, traveling countless miles before erupting. An endless radiance illuminated the heavens, visible to the residents of both the land of fire and the land of lightning, as if a second sun had emerged, rending the clouds apart. Only after a considerable time did the light extinguish. Countless individuals set out to uncover the cause of this phenomenon. The Eight Tails, having exhausted all its chakra, could muster no more strength. Mito advanced. With a single strike, she cleaved the seemingly impervious body of the tailed beast in two. The Jinchuriki was dead, and the Eight Tails perished as well, like a chicken slaughtered without resistance. The battlefield, once a desolate plain, now bore a gaping crater several kilometers wide. The ground marred by jagged fissures. Where the Eight Tails fell, the chakra infused with human malice spread, tainting the earth, rendering the surrounding 50 miles infertile. Mito felt no concern for the absence of an audience to witness her display of strength. She had sensed bounty hunters observing from over 20 kilometers away. In a decade's time, the scattered chakra would coalesce, and the Eight Tails would be revived. Having concluded her business here, Mito swiftly made her way to the hidden cloud, where the second Raikage and Senju Tobarama had perished during peace negotiations. The third Raikage, A, had recently ascended to power and had yet to claim the title of the strongest spear and shield in the shinobi world. This individual, too, must meet his demise. As for Konoha, her husband would handle that. Her flight was swift and unabashed. The third Raikage caught sight of the celestial anomaly, but remained unaware of its implications. The land of lightning, situated on the plateau and venerating strength, had its leader traditionally disdainful of attacking the innocent. However, the resources provided by Danzo were far too enticing. In a time of war, the village was in dire need of such resources. After all, the Uzumaki were enemies, and thus there was little hesitation on A's part. At that moment, the third Raikage awaited the return of the Jinchuriki, eager to learn how many resources had been acquired. This was his first major military operation since taking power. If successful, the future of the hidden cloud for the next 5 years would be secure. Suddenly, a streak of crimson shot through the sky at incredible speed, shattering windows as it approached him, a hand seizing him by the throat. He attempted to summon chakra, employing his most prized lightning release technique to obliterate the assailant's head, but found himself incapable. Assassin, protect Lord Raikage. The ninjas of the hidden cloud. Though trembling beneath Mito's overwhelming presence, still mustered the strength to throw shurikens and unleash jutsu in a desperate attempt to aid their leader. Yet, they could not breach even the barrier of Shinra Tensei surrounding Mito. Was ensnared by Mito's Ten-Tails' all-encompassing power, sealing his chakra points, rendering him unable to channel any strength. The quest for the Tao yielded a small dagger, and the body of the third Raikage, forged through countless trials, appeared more fragile than a mere tissue before the Tao. In an instant, his head fell, blood gushing forth from his neck, staining the ceiling crimson. Having previously demonstrated his power against the Eight Tails, Mito felt no need for further hesitation. After eliminating the Raikage, the turmoil within him was nearly expended. He soared into the sky, disregarding the onlookers from the hidden cloud village. Who could have anticipated that this newly ascended, yet to shine legendary Raikage would meet such a perfunctory demise in his own office? Ultimately, the events unfolded were soon known throughout the ninja world, leaving many in awe. Mito's identity and his unfathomable strength instilled fear, reminiscent of the devastation following the battle with the Eight Tails, the emergence of a second sun in the sky, and the third Raikage, who was effortlessly slain in the confines of his home. The hidden cloud village withdrew all its combat power to maintain the overall situation. Thus, the first great ninja war reached its conclusion, restoring peace to the ninja world. All nations recalled the small, isolated island that had been closed off for 30 years, seemingly resurfacing, prompting a deluge of spies flocking towards the land of Whirlpools. Chapter 18. The Hokage takes a disciple. Allow me to guide Jiraiya with matters resolved, and the war concluded. The Akamatsu family returned to their ordinary yet sweet romantic routine, allowing sincerity to restore tranquility. Dear, it seems we should be on the same level of life, right? Both being six paths beings, why have we not conceived a child yet? Mito pondered in confusion. Was there truly a reproductive isolation between the Ten-Tails and the Jinchuriki? That shouldn't be the case. Akamatsu Makoto chuckled inwardly, realizing that the lack of conception was simply due to insufficient attempts. A bit more exercise would suffice. The last time Makoto intervened, he had delivered a severe lesson to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, and now their true identities were revealed. Following the betrayal of their clan by Konoha, Uzumaki and I had completely moved into Makoto's home, disillusioned with Konoha, while Tsunade also began to consider this place her second home. Do you want me to assist in transferring the Nine Tails? If I intervene, even if the Jinchuriki is extracted, they will not perish. Makoto reassured his sister-in-law, and I, without hesitation, notified Konoha to seek out a new Jinchuriki. Once found, she would return the Nine Tails to the village, leaving no debts between them. The Senju clan was quite dissatisfied, yet there was little they could do, as there were no longer any formidable warriors among them to take charge. When Anai first moved in, she often heard the music of Makoto and the others exercising, initially blushing, but as time passed, her bond with her sister Mito grew stronger and her shyness diminished. After all, Anai was a beautiful woman in her 40s, having lost her husband many years ago. She was in her prime. Time always seems to fly when one is happy. When Tsunade graduated from the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, decided to select disciples to stabilize the village's power after the war. It was unprecedented for a Hokage to take on disciples, causing a frenzy among many. The chosen disciples remained as in the original story. Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, represented the power of the Leaf Village. Orochimaru, a talented commoner orphan, could provide a path for the common ninja, and Jiraiya, who had performed poorly in the academy, was recognized by Sarutobi for his true genius, making him the only choice to inherit his legacy. Tsunade and the others were mere tokens, representing an exchange of interests between the Hokage and the noble and common ninja factions. Initially reluctant, Tsunade felt that Sarutobi might not be as adept as her own master. After all, her master was remarkably handsome. During her training with Makoto, she had made significant progress in physical techniques, chakra manipulation, and medical ninjutsu, her Senju heritage endowing her with vast vitality. At this point, Tsunade had attained the strength of a jonin. However, Makoto urged her to accept Sarutobi's offer. After all, they lived in the Leaf Village, where lineage and prestige were highly valued. If Tsunade did not become Sarutobi's disciple, he could never become the fifth Hokage. Moreover, bonds among companions were indispensable in this world, enhancing one's understanding of it. With Makoto's encouragement, Tsunade agreed. She looked forward to her future teammates, knowing they would share life and death experiences, a sentiment every aspiring genin would cherish. Finally, the moment arrived for the third Hokage to meet his disciples. At the perimeter of the Death Forest, in Training Ground 42, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his disciples with a satisfied smile. From this day forth, you shall be my students. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. My fondness lies in hot springs, I detest war, and my dream is for the villagers of Konoha to live happily. Now, how about you introduce yourselves? Jiraiya spoke first, still unaware of his latent talents, merely a rough youth. I am Jiraiya, fond of women, loathing green onions. And my dream is to become Hokage, he concluded with a boisterous laugh. Following him was Tsunade, and then Orochimaru introduced himself. I am Orochimaru. I despise death, enjoy learning ninjutsu, and my dream is to master all forms of ninjutsu. A flicker of fervor, subtle yet discernible, shone in Orochimaru's eyes as he looked at Sarutobi. Sarutobi, pleased, declared, next, it is time for me to assess your abilities. I must understand my students to know how best to guide you, so cooperate well. He was aware of the strengths of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but Tsunade's prowess remained a mystery to him due to Makoto's protection. Though he felt unable to teach her any specific ninjutsu, he was determined to instill in his students the importance of trusting their companions and working together. A responsibility befitting a teacher. The classic bell-stealing exercise commenced. Jiraiya initiated with an exaggerated shadow clone technique, charging towards Sarutobi without hesitation, only to have his clone swiftly dispelled by a small stone thrown by Sarutobi, sending him tumbling into a nearby thicket. Following closely, Orochimaru had secretly activated his own shadow clone technique, leaving one clone hidden while the other, along with his real self, capitalized on Sarutobi's distraction caused by Jiraiya. Darting forward with serpentine speed, completing his hand seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's hands transformed into numerous serpents, intertwining as they lunged towards the bell at Sarutobi's waist. Behold! Tsunade joined the fray, her feet pounding the ground, causing cracks to appear as she shot forward like a cannonball. The pressure she exuded astonished all three present. Sarutobi was taken aback by Makoto's ability to develop a genin into someone comparable to a jonin in mere months. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were astonished at the overwhelming strength of their peer. Watch my heavenly foot. A heavy chakra enveloped Tsunade's foot, and with immense force, she unleashed a kick that resonated with explosive sounds in the air. Earth release, earth wall. The third Hokage's hand seals were executed at lightning speed, summoning a sturdy earthen wall between him and Tsunade. Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands had to be abandoned in light of Tsunade's assault. As debris flew and dust enveloped the area, Tsunade's momentum remained unyielding as she struck Sarutobi directly. With a sudden thud, Sarutobi vanished into a wisp of smoke, revealing it to be a mere shadow clone. In the next moment, a swift whoosh echoed as Tsunade was seized by Sarutobi and hurled directly towards Orochimaru. The two tumbled to the ground, rolling several times and emerging somewhat disheveled. All right, enough, Sarutobi declared. I am well aware of your abilities. There is still much for Orochimaru and Jiraiya to learn. As for you, Tsunade, while you have attained a physique and chakra comparable to a chunin under the tutelage of that individual, your combat experience is woefully lacking. You must train more diligently. And as a ninja, do you really think it wise to announce your attacks? This is not a mere game of ninjas. Earlier, Orochimaru had a chance, but your chaotic assault disrupted him. He continued, when I am not around, Orochimaru will be the leader of your trio, understand? And thus began Tsunade's journey as a team member. Under Sarutobi's rigorous training, Tsunade's regimen intensified, burdened with chakra-infused metal weights that she could not remove. Still a child. After enduring Sarutobi's stern discipline on the first day, the bonds of camaraderie among the three misfits quickly deepened, forming the foundation of their friendship. The legendary three ninjas were destined to cross paths. Even though Orochimaru and Jiraiya were not yet formidable, Tsunade held no disdain for them. Rather, she exuded a protective, sisterly demeanor, often proclaiming, I will surely protect you. The young and stoic Orochimaru watched Tsunade's prowess with awe, which greatly flattered her vanity and deepened her appreciation for her handsome mentor. Jiraiya, too, was envious and implored Tsunade for assistance. Yet she was reluctant to part with her precious mentor. Amidst their playful sparring and training, their friendship blossomed into a genuine bond. One fateful day, after a covert drinking session, Tsunade unwittingly agreed to let Jiraiya receive some guidance from her mentor, Sarutobi. Early the next morning, Sarutobi was at home, engaging in morning exercises with Mito and Uchiha, the melodies enchanting and stirring the soul. Sarutobi, aware of the third Hokage's ability to use the telescope technique to spy on any location in Konoha, was wary of his wife being subjected to unwanted gazes. He instructed Mito to set up barriers around their home, ensuring that no other men could enter. Amidst their joyous exertions, they momentarily forgot to close the door. Mito, lost in the merriment, felt secure behind the barrier, oblivious to the need for vigilance. Tsunade, with her impatient nature, grew irritated by Jiraiya's antics and was eager for her mentor's guidance, hoping to drag him out for a shopping spree. Unmindful of the alluring music, her grandmother had already taken her leave, fearing that she would be tempted to join in the fray if she lingered. Tsunade, in her haste, burst into Sarutobi's bedroom. "Ah!" The startled trio gasped, and Tsunade quickly shut the door. Mito, being the more open-minded, took it in stride, while Mito, overwhelmed with embarrassment, could not vent her frustration on Tsunade, and instead delivered a couple of swift punches to Sarutobi, leaving him with panda-like eyes. "Get out," Mito said irritably, hastily dressing. Her motivation for exercise thoroughly dashed. She knew Sarutobi's thoughts. Over the past year, she had been captivated by the straightforward and lively Tsunade, eagerly awaiting the day she would become a comrade in arms. But that was a future yet to come, at just over 10 years old. Tsunade felt a deep sense of shame at being seen. Meanwhile, her heart raced with a singular thought. Her mentor was exceptionally impressive. Finally, Sarutobi emerged, looking at the clumsily intrusive Tsunade with some exasperation. "Can you not mend your reckless habits? Even if I hadn't locked the door, surely you could hear the commotion. Do you not understand what we were engaged in?" His wife was rather shy. Tsunade lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, murmuring, "If I were to be interrupted mid-play by your wife, I would certainly drag her into the fray with me." This thought lingered in her mind, unbeknownst to Sarutobi. "Why are you so hastily seeking me this early?" Tsunade finally realized, grasping Sarutobi's hand with a sense of pride. "I have a teammate named Jiraiya, and upon discovering my strength before becoming a genin was all due to your guidance. He has been pestering me to introduce him to you. I didn't wish to disturb you, but after a night of drinking, I inadvertently agreed. Please, just offer him a few words of advice." Desperate, she implored, "I beg of you, master." Sarutobi, overwhelmed by the charming Tsunade's pleas, felt as though he might succumb to her adorableness. Although Tsunade had yet to fully develop, her features were beginning to resemble her future self, and in that moment, Sarutobi felt as though he might perish from the sweetness of her request. The unexpected joy of raising her was both delightful and confounding. Remembering Jiraiya's past antics, Sarutobi felt a pang of caution. Together with Tsunade, they purchased dango for breakfast and set off to find Jiraiya. At last, they arrived at Training Ground 42, where they found Jiraiya already engaged in his exercises. "Jiraiya, we're here," Tsunade called out, waving to him. Jiraiya, merely responding with a casual acknowledgement, continued training with his back to them. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and, with a bamboo skewer from the dango still in hand, poked Jiraiya playfully on his backside. "Ah!" Jiraiya yelped, flailing as he hastily extracted the skewer from his rear, blood staining its tip. Covering his backside with one hand, he glared at Sarutobi with indignation. "What do you mean by this? If you do not clarify your intentions, do not blame me for retaliating." Jiraiya snarled, infuriated, having always been the one to tease others, never imagining he would find himself on the receiving end. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, stepping confidently to Sarutobi's side. "All right, Jiraiya, confess. Have you been up to no good?" In her heart, she believed that while her handsome mentor could be somewhat reckless, he was fundamentally good-hearted. The only reason for such behavior must be because Jiraiya had done something wrong and was now facing his mentor's just punishment. Jiraiya wore an aggrieved expression, ready to defend himself, but Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. There was no deeper reason. He simply found Jiraiya insufferable. In Sarutobi's view, one might indulge in romantic pursuits, but crossing the line into lewdness was unacceptable. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had mockingly teased Tsunade in her youth, but when she matured and became alluring, he returned, professing his affection, pretending to be sincere. His feelings were far from genuine, they were merely lustful. Later, he would shamelessly spy on women in the hot springs, justifying his behavior as research. Was this not pure bullying? The women merely sought to bathe in peace. yet they were subjected to his prying eyes. If Jiraiya had a genuine interest in women, he could pursue them, but his lewd voyeurism crossed a line that was utterly unacceptable. Even when caught, he wore an air of arrogance. Ultimately, he was misled by the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, squandering his life in pursuit of the so-called Child of Destiny, which was laughable. Taking on Nagato and his companions as disciples was not out of benevolence, but rather because he saw the potential of Nagato's Rinnegan. Believing he might be the fabled Child of Destiny he sought, Jiraiya's decision to take Minato as his disciple was driven by his initial belief that Minato was the Child of Destiny, prompting him to provide meticulous guidance. However, after Minato's death in battle, Jiraiya came to realize that Minato was not the person he had been searching for, even knowing that Naruto was Minato's son. In a world where the bond between teacher and student rivaled that of father and son, he couldn't muster the inclination to offer Naruto even a word of encouragement. Indifferent to Naruto's struggles, eventually, he accepted Naruto as his pupil, convinced that Naruto might indeed be the destined child. I have little to teach you. Except this. Should you ever visit the home of the Toads, you may learn their wisdom and strength. But do not place your faith in the absurd prophecies of the Toads. Karma glanced at Jiraiya, dismissing the notion of a destined child as nonsense. What is destiny anyway? It is simply that which is bound to happen. If he is fated to save the world, then regardless of guidance, he will fulfill that destiny. Furthermore, you may be comrades in life and death with Tsunade, but do not harbor any feelings beyond that. Lastly, should I catch you peeping from atop the women's bathhouse in Konoha again, I will strike you. Karma took Tsunade away. Master, do you dislike Jiraiya? Tsunade asked cautiously. Karma nodded. Is it because that perverted lecher is too close to me? Fear not, Master, I will never come to like Jiraiya. Karma looked down to see the sparkle of anticipation in Tsunade's eyes. It made him swallow the words he had intended to say. He couldn't bear to let her hopes be dashed. Hooray, I knew you liked me, Master. Come on, there's a new shop in the commercial district, said to be from the land of Whirlpools. Many people are buying from there, and I want to purchase a beautiful new outfit. Tsunade's face lit up with a sweet smile. Although she cared little for ostentatious clothing, shopping was a time-consuming activity that allowed her to spend more time with Karma. In such moments, she felt that her handsome master belonged solely to her. Oh, she was quite the clever little girl. Young Tsunade's heart was filled with sweetness. The world of Naruto developed at a startling pace. Children fell in love at 6 or 7, and by 12 or 13, they understood the essence of love. Meanwhile, Jiraiya felt a pang of disappointment, not anticipating that Tsunade's strikingly handsome master would harbor such disdain for him. Tsunade was so ordinary. How could he possibly like her? Perhaps it was because he had inadvertently glimpsed the wife of that esteemed individual while peeping in the women's bathhouse. The pain in his backside led Jiraiya to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Karma. After all, what harm was there in looking? Such stinginess. Jiraiya failed to grasp the concepts of dignity and boundaries, only earning disdain from others, and even now, he blamed others for his misfortune. Yet, since Karma was unwilling to guide him, Jiraiya believed that with the third Hokage as his teacher, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. Setting aside these grievances, what truly occupied his mind was the meaning of watch out for the Toads. Time slipped away quietly, and inevitably, the story unfolded much as it had in the original work. One day, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was teaching the 3 students the summoning jutsu, Jiraiya suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, having ventured to one of the 3 great sage lands, Mount Myaboku. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, displeased with Sarutobi's arrangement regarding the Toad clan's contract, set out to seek a summoning beast of his own, ultimately discovering the lair of the Snake Clan, the Ryuchi Cave. The summoning contract of the Wetbone Forest was solely held by the Senju clan, with only the sage of the slug present. And Tsunade had long since signed a contract with her. Karma had specifically instructed that Tsunade should seek out the Wetbone Forest for sage training when Jiraiya went to Mount Myaboku. As for others, it was merely Karma's peculiar sense of humor. When Jiraiya believed he had mastered sage techniques and boasted arrogantly, Tsunade would knock him down with a single punch. The thought of it was quite delightful. In this life, Jiraiya's disappearance did not incite panic, for Tsunade had conveyed the information about the 3 great sage lands that Karma had shared with her. At that moment, Jiraiya was surrounded by countless Toads upon his arrival at Mount Myaboku. Under the guidance of the Sage of the Toads, the entire clan combined their strength to aid Jiraiya. And at last, his innate talent began to awaken through their power. He learned the Toad's ninjutsu and, with the Sage of the Toad's assistance, mastered the Sage Mode. Another year passed. A transformative year for Jiraiya. He delved into body techniques, chakra, ninjutsu, and Sage Mode, though his mastery of Sage Mode remained imperfect, leading to a pronounced transformation into a toad. Consequently, he was reluctant to utilize Sage Mode unless absolutely necessary. Unbeknownst to him, his thinking and lifestyle began to mirror that of a toad, subtly altering his human essence. Finally, the Toad clan had imparted all they could to Jiraiya. What remained was for him to fully comprehend and utilize Sage Mode. Upon achieving it, Jiraiya surged from a low-ranking ninja to a high-ranking one, which made him quite proud. Though he could only enter Sage Mode with the assistance of 2 Toad Sages, and even then, he could only maintain it for a minute. Upon exiting Sage Mode, Jiraiya had attained the strength of a Chunin, yet he still had a long journey ahead to become the legendary Sannin he was destined to be. Jiraiya, the great Toad Sage is awake and has urgent matters to discuss with you. At that moment, Jiraiya was tearfully savoring a stew of earthworms and centipedes prepared by the Sage of the Toads and quickly made his escape. In the vast hall, an enormous old toad reclined in a chair inscribed with the character for Sage, adorned with a necklace bearing a jewel inscribed with the character for Oil. The great Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, Toad Maru, appeared ancient, his teeth long gone, yet his face radiated a warm smile, so perfect that it seemed devoid of any dark undertones, almost as if it were not meant to exist in this world. Are you the one? Jiraiya? Oh, I remember now, little Jiraiya, the great Toad Sage spoke. I have seen it. An adversary who devours souls and brings death. A cataclysm will sweep through the shinobi world. Endless illusions will shroud the heavens, turning all into phantoms. Even the moon goddess Kage will not escape. Those purple eyes herald the decay of souls. He will consume the entire world, trapping it in a dreamlike fantasy. And you shall find the child of destiny, becoming his guide. The destined child will shatter the illusions, bringing all beings back to reality and ushering peace to the shinobi world. Jiraiya was somewhat perplexed by the vague prophecy, yet after a year of camaraderie, he had been thoroughly assimilated by the toads, forgetting karma's warning. At that moment, Jiraiya envisioned himself as the herald of a new era, leading the fated protagonist to save the world. How incredibly cool. Great Toad Sage, rest assured, I will find the child of destiny and save the shinobi world. After Jiraiya departed, the great Toad Sage opened his drowsy eyes, filled with avarice and longing, shedding any semblance of his previous muddled appearance. A beast is a beast. How could it ever align with humanity? 1,000 years ago, the Sage of 6 Paths had been deceived by him, and now it was Jiraiya's turn. Chapter 20. The unaware Jiraiya the remarkably handsome great Toad Sage, have finally returned to Konoha, the strongest genius, Jiraiya. Standing at the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya gazed at his hometown, which he had not seen in over a year, boldly proclaiming, drawing the bewildered gazes of countless passers-by. Jiraiya, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, yet a perennial underachiever in the Ninja Academy, and after a year away, he begins to boast? What audacity! In their hearts, the beautiful, kind, and open-minded Princess Tsunade is regarded as the contemporary strongest genius of Konoha, yet she remains as foolish as ever. Orochimaru arrives just in time. What a coincidence! Long time no see, everyone. A girl's cheerful voice echoes from the end of the road, a golden figure approaching from afar. It is Tsunade, who feels a flicker of anticipation at the sight of her companions. After a year and a half of individual training, the gap between the 3 legendary ninjas has widened. Tsunade, a powerful elite jonin, has mastered Sage Mode and possesses strength on par with that of a Hokage. Orochimaru, at this moment, is merely a regular jonin, lacking the forbidden techniques he would acquire in the future, relying primarily on the snake techniques from the Ryuchi cave. Jiraiya, in his ordinary state, possesses the strength of a mid-level ninja, with a temporary taste of Hokage-level power in Sage Mode for just a minute. Tsunade has matured significantly. Her shoulder-length golden hair, enhanced by the practice of Ein Seal, has accumulated a vast amount of chakra, resulting in renewed physical development. Although she has yet to reach her future fully mature self, her figure has already drawn attention. Jiraiya gazes at her with wide eyes and drooling mouth, exclaiming, "Wow, Tsunade, have you been taking something?" His eyes sparkle with hearts, and he rushes to her side, eager to embrace her. Ha ha ha, as the saying goes, why let good fortune go to waste? Let me give you a little squeeze. Relieving the pressure of my teammates is a duty for the leader. Tsunade, I like you. Be my woman. Being with me won't diminish your status. He boasts. The great sage frog has seen my prophecy. I am the one destined to lead the child of fate and bring peace to the ninja world. Ha ha ha, isn't that cool? It is baffling how Jiraiya dares to utter such shameless words, having forgotten how he once ridiculed Tsunade as a flat-chested violent woman. As soon as Sarutobi's teachings ended, he abandoned Tsunade and Orochimaru to peek at the women's bathhouse. Throughout, Jiraiya has shown no genuine affection for Tsunade. Now that her figure has developed, he runs over to declare his feelings? How disgraceful. Observing Jiraiya's lewd expression and actions, Tsunade's anticipation for companionship evaporates. Before she can even respond, Jiraiya's hand nearly reaches out to touch her, igniting her fury and prompting her to contemplate whether he deserves to be her partner. You idiot. What do you take me for? With a punch infused with an overwhelming amount of chakra, Tsunade sends Jiraiya flying like a cannonball, crashing into the trees nearly 20 meters away, breaking several trunks, dust swirling around him as he coughs up blood, having fractured a rib. As the dust settles, Jiraiya slowly rises, eyes filled with defiance. Damn you, Tsunade. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you must become my girlfriend. Little does he know, Tsunade had held back just moments ago. At 14, under the tutelage of the great sage, Jiraiya has forgotten the dignity of being human, only seeking to satisfy his desires without considering the implications of his actions. Once the weakest among their trio, he claimed not to care, yet inwardly, he was deeply concerned. Now, transformed from a weakling into a formidable ninja, he can hardly contain his desire to showcase what he has learned. In Jiraiya's mind, it seems that defeating Tsunade would earn her admiration. Recalling her handsome mentor's assessment of Jiraiya, naive, foolish, and shameless. Having succumbed to the frog's influence and trampling upon the dignity of women, Tsunade sees no redeeming qualities in him. His current lively demeanor is merely a facade. Once he masters his power, all his inner ugliness will be revealed. Jiraiya is now lost in the illusions spun by the frog, believing himself to be the savior of the world, even feeling entitled to utter revolting words. Tsunade's expression remains cold. Indeed, my master is always right. Jiraiya, even if you win, I could never like you, let alone the fact that you stand no chance of winning. Come on, Jiraiya, if you seek death, I shall oblige. In her heart, only Hanma Makoto remains. Tsunade shudders at the thought of what would happen if Jiraiya were to touch her. If that were to occur, she would lose her purity, and how could she remain beside her handsome mentor then? Just a fraction away from her dream being shattered. She vows to teach Jiraiya an unforgettable lesson today. Meanwhile, Orochimaru licks his lips, a smile creeping onto his face as he follows suit. At Training Ground 42, they take their positions. Jiraiya remains oblivious to his transgressions, still leering at Tsunade's chest even as the fight approaches, inciting her anger. Her chest is not for anyone but Hanma Makoto. Come on, use your strongest sage mode. Let me see what those frogs have taught you. Tsunade huffs, her gaze filled with disdain, already hinting at her emerging commanding presence. Hanma Makoto has long since informed Tsunade of Jiraiya's techniques in ninja combat. The advantage of intelligence is unparalleled, especially given that Jiraiya's raw strength pales in comparison to Tsunade's. It will be a quick resolution. The Great Sage Frog has arrived. With a summoning technique, the Great Sage and Shima appear on Jiraiya's shoulders, somewhat puzzled, yet the two frogs obediently form hand seals. Tsunade waits for the 5 minutes it takes Jiraiya to enter Sage mode, a brief recharge for a fleeting moment of power. Observing Jiraiya's grotesque appearance, his face covered in boils, his nose swollen, and his eyes resembling those of a frog, Tsunade's focus sharpens on the competition. Indeed, Jiraiya has transformed into a frog, just as her master foretold. Frog Song. Jiraiya bellows, forming double hand seals. He uses his feet to perform the summoning technique, calling forth a gigantic frog wielding a cleaver, Frog Wanta. The two sage frogs take a deep breath and unleash a deafening sound wave directed at Tsunade, attempting to manipulate her senses, disrupt her chakra, and render her body uncontrollable. The sound-based Jinjutsu, powered by sage chakra, can penetrate even if Tsunade ruptures her eardrums to block sound. The only way to counter it is to interrupt the two sage frogs while they are charging their power. Jiraiya aims to ensnare Tsunade in an illusion, hoping to take advantage of her vulnerability within the Jinjutsu realm. Even Pain, controlled by Nagato, would falter against this technique, But alas, Tsunade is a disciple of Hama Mikoto. The necklace that hangs between her ample curves is a protective talisman gifted by Hama Mikoto, though the death god connection from Hashirama also resides with Tsunade. Nothing compares to the gift from her future husband. It contains the chakra of the primordial 10 tails, unless one exceeds Hama Mikoto's mastery of Jinjutsu. No illusion can ensnare Tsunade. As Jiraiya stands astonished, a violet aura encircles Tsunade, forming a protective barrier. Upon impact, the sound waves collide with the barrier, creating ripples that rebound back. The two sage frogs realize the peril too late, hastily gathering their strength to suppress the sound waves. Yet blood trickles from their mouths as they are struck by their own technique, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sage mode is not solely your domain, Tsunade proclaims, striking her palm down with the grace reminiscent of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. A faint blue, tadpole-like shadow appears at the corners of her eyes, her pupils filled with a vibrant green, expanding to envelop her entire gaze, lending her an ethereal allure that is undeniably captivating. In the original narrative, Tsunade lacked the mental fortitude to master Sage mode, but in this life, with Hama Mikoto's assistance, there is no way she could fail. Upon witnessing the natural energy seed left within Tsunade by Amakusa Mikoto, the slug sage was utterly astonished. With such a technique, Mikoto could potentially produce a multitude of Sage mode users. All he needed was a location rich in natural energy, allowing those who received the seeds to naturally cultivate and master Sage mode. Mikoto's utilization of this primordial force of nature surpassed the sage's imagination, prompting the inherently docile slug to eagerly align with him. The Sage mode of the wet-bone forest bestowed an unimaginably profound vitality. Even if Tsunade's heart were to be removed at that moment, she would remain unharmed. This boundless life force rendered her body so robust that it seemed almost otherworldly, enhancing her strength, speed, and recovery by thousands of times. She transformed into a projectile, leaving only a series of afterimages in her wake, her movements surpassing even the speed of the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. The rocks beneath her feet cracked underfoot, creating a crater several meters deep. Her corporeal form surged forward, accompanied by the sound of air exploding around her. A single punch unleashed a force akin to a mighty river, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space. Jiraiya was taken aback. Tsunade's velocity was extraordinary. Frog kata. This technique allowed the user to manipulate natural energy into desired shapes for combat, often referred to as an invisible attack. A colossal hand formed from the surrounding natural energy aimed to send Tsunade flying. However, the sheer magnitude of natural energy she commanded far exceeded Jiraiya's control. It was akin to a tiger attempting to swat away an incoming missile, an endeavor destined for destruction. With a thunderous crash, Tsunade unleashed her punch. The explosive sound echoed through the heavens as the concentrated natural energy detonated, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Debris flew, and the ground bore a pit nearly 8 meters deep, uprooting trees in its wake and creating a small mushroom cloud. The aftermath resembled a miniature version of the devastation wrought by Pain's Shinra Tensei on Konoha. The force of this singular collision rivaled that of an S-rank ninjutsu. As the smoke dissipated, Tsunade's Sage mode emanated a soft green glow, having endured the explosion unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found himself cocooned in a rapidly growing mass of hair, resembling a hedgehog. Super strength fist. Seizing the moment while Jiraiya was still disoriented, Tsunade gathered all her Sage chakra into her fist and leaped before him. Her punch, propelled by immense speed, generated a sonic boom, the destructive force of her Sage mode potent enough to shatter a mountain. With a sickening pop, the white cocoon exploded, causing Jiraiya to spit blood and lose consciousness, his body flung several hundred meters away. A grotesque wound marred his chest. His muscles were completely torn, exposing his organs to the air, while his ribs suffered shattering fractures, bone shards piercing his lungs, and his other organs displayed varying degrees of failure. Tsunade sighed, disappointed in Jiraiya's immaturity and lack of respect for women, her frustration boiling over. Orochimaru, I'm leaving, she bid farewell. Influenced by Mikoto's subtle guidance and Jiraiya's egregious behavior, Tsunade's regard for her companions had dwindled to just Orochimaru. From that day forth, Jiraiya had shifted in Tsunade's heart from a partner to merely a stranger with whom she occasionally undertook missions. The battle left Orochimaru profoundly shaken. Despite possessing the formidable summon known as Manda, He was the only one among the trio unable to master Sage Mode, a reality he found difficult to accept. Even if he could not surpass Tsunade, he certainly did not wish to be outperformed by the underachieving Jiraiya. The vitality of Sage Mode was like a poison, deeply alluring to Orochimaru. Though he had yet to experience the baptism of death, he had already glimpsed the beauty of power, undergoing an earlier transformation than in the original narrative. Orochimaru chuckled, a cold glint in his eyes. Jiraiya was oblivious. But the normally composed Orochimaru recognized the truth. Despite still being comrades in life and death, the team had fractured. Jiraiya's actions today were egregious, trampling on Tsunade's dignity as a woman, treating her as if she were a mere object. It seems I have a long way to go on my path to mastering all ninjutsu, he mused, shaking his head. Sarutobi-sensei, I have matters to attend to. Jiraiya, I'll leave you to the hospital. With that, he vanished, and from the shadows emerged the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Among Tsunade's trio, Jiraiya was the only one he had selected as his successor. Initially, he believed he had misjudged Jiraiya's potential, but this latest venture to Myaboka Mountain had surprised him immensely. He swiftly whisked away the unconscious Jiraiya. Why did Hiruzen not intervene in the battle? There was no need, with the existence of Hashirama's cells. As long as one did not perish, they could be revived. Meanwhile, at Amakusa Makoto's residence, a group lounged on an oversized circular sofa, with Makoto at the center, one arm around Mizuho and the other around Chiri, occasionally leaning in closer to both. They were engrossed in watching one piece on a screen he had conjured through illusion, projecting memories of the manga for them to enjoy. Vortex and I reclined on another sofa, stealing glances at Makoto, while Mizuho and Chiri occasionally emitted soft sighs, their allure undeniable. And I felt a pang of longing. She wished for the same attention. Mizuho, with her keen perception, was acutely aware of the budding feelings I harbored. But the thought of encouraging her cousin, especially since she was already married, felt too shameful. This situation had to be navigated delicately. Makoto, oblivious to Inai's affections, regarded her more as family due to his bond with Mizuho and her innocent nature. Suddenly, Makoto raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he sensed a strand of chakra from Tsunade. Master, I'm back. Did you miss me? Her voice resonated, and Tsunade's face lit up with joy as she dashed to Makoto's home, knowing her beloved master awaited her. The cold, unwelcoming Senju clan house was the last place on her mind. Having returned after more than a year away, Tsunade's thoughts were consumed with memories of her charming master, shopping together, training, drinking, and gambling. The other matters, including her grandmother, were a distant concern. She leaped into Makoto's embrace, holding him tightly, her fair cheek brushing against his. Master, it's been a year and a half. I've missed you so much. Makoto stood stunned. When had Tsunade grown so bold? Meanwhile, Mizuho and Chiri exchanged mischievous smiles, while Inai watched in awe, envious of Tsunade's courage, wishing she could be that brave without facing Mizuho's wrath. Chapter 22. The Understanding Lowly Conan. Conan was the youngest of the trio from the Rain Village, merely 4 or 5 years old at this time. Orphaned and alone, with her hometown ravaged by war, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment among strangers, utterly powerless. Each word and action of those around her could determine her fate. Initially, she had envisioned herself as a ninja, but reality seemed starkly different from her fantasies. The little girl pondered that it would be impossible not to be afraid. Yet, that handsome older brother captivated her, and the beautiful sisters here were equally enchanting. She thought, beautiful things always bring a sense of security. It is in our nature. The petite girl with violet hair, though somewhat frail from hunger, had large, jewel-like eyes that sparkled with kindness and warmth, clutching her trembling dog. Tsunade revealed Xiao Nan's background to everyone. Mito, with her gentle and delicate heart, immediately recognized the fear that resided within Xiao Nan. She tenderly embraced the little girl, her face adorned with a warm smile, assuring her that there was nothing to fear. You are Xiao Nan, right? You can stay here comfortably. My name is Mito Uzumaki. A soft wave of warm chakra flowed from Mito, circulating through Xiao Nan's body, nurturing her and enveloping her in warmth. As for the idea of a child bride, you need not concern yourself with that. Just grow up happily, and if you happen to fall for that scoundrel, so be it. But if he dares to force himself upon you, I shall certainly break his third leg. With that, Mito cast a fierce glance at Kuruma Makoto, who shuddered at the implication. Tsunade let out a playful noise, making a face at her mentor, as if to say, "Serves you right," before playfully hiding in Kuruma's embrace, seizing the opportunity while the main wife was absent. Surrounded by Mito's warm embrace, Xiaonan began to feel a semblance of security in this foreign place. It was so comforting, so reassuring. This red-haired older sister evoked a maternal feeling within her. After a long and exhausting journey to Konoha, the 5-year-old girl fell asleep in Mito's arms. Thus, the Kuruma household welcomed its 6th member. Time swiftly passed. And evening approached as the sun dipped low in the sky, signaling dinner time at the Kuruma residence. Xiaonan slowly opened her eyes, her surroundings unfamiliar causing her to instinctively curl up, ready to flee. Suddenly, she recalled that this was to be her new home. The soft yellow light added warmth to the bedroom, where a cozy blanket lay, alongside a neat set of new clothes. Her loyal dog, Xiao Huang, was sleeping beside her. Xiaonan noticed that her soiled clothes had been replaced with clean ones, drying outside. Cautiously, she donned her new outfit and opened the door, peeking out to survey her new surroundings before stepping out. In the living room, she spotted the handsome older brother who had earlier suggested she become a child bride, diligently preparing dinner. "Ah, you're awake, Xiaonan. Perfect timing. Dinner is ready," Kuruma smiled warmly. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Kuruma Makoto." What Tsunade said earlier was just nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Although Kuruma did indeed have such intentions, it was far too early to voice them. After all, it was a conversation meant for when Xiaonan was older. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan felt a bit more at ease and quickly bowed deeply to Kuruma, expressing her gratitude for his hospitality. "I shall strive to repay your kindness." The Kuruma household was filled with carnivorous appetites, and tonight's meal was a spicy beef hot pot. Xiaonan, having never tasted meat before due to her previous starvation in the land of rain, was overwhelmed by the delicious aroma that awakened every cell in her body with longing. However, she delicately picked up a piece of boiled vegetable from the pot, still relishing the flavor infused by the meat. Though it was merely a vegetable, it was the first truly delicious thing she had ever tasted. She lowered her head, trying to conceal her yearning for meat, fearing that if she ate too much, she would be scorned by Kuruma and the others. An orphan, innocent and kind yet profoundly sensitive, her understanding evoked pity. The older women, having lived for decades, could easily see through Xiaonan's subtle thoughts. Witnessing her desperate longing for meat while hesitating to touch her chopsticks filled their hearts with sorrow, prompting them to serve her food. "You can eat whatever you like. It's okay. You need to grow, Xiaonan. Don't be afraid. You are already a part of our family." In no time, Xiaonan's small bowl was overflowing with meat. Overwhelmed by their compassion, she finally surrendered to her hunger, devouring the food voraciously. Her cheeks puffing out like a hamsteress, tears streaming down her face as she ate. The memories of her childhood in the land of rain and her current life in the Kuruma household felt surreal, like a vivid dream. Kuruma, his own emotions complex, gently ruffled her hair, assuring her that everything was in the past. The Xiaonan before him was a genuine person, her true character far richer than depicted in the original narrative, endearing her even more to him. "Now that you are with me, I shall ensure you live a life filled with joy. As for those unfortunate souls from the land of rain, it is best you distance yourself from them." He mused internally. Unlike the original story, at this moment, Xiaonan had merely wandered with Yahiko and Nagato for a while, having yet to face the trials that would bind them deeply. Over the years, Mito and the others, having lived for so long without children, found their maternal instincts awakened by the adorable little girl. Kuruma found himself less appealing to them, as they devoted their attention to Xiaonan. Gradually, under the gentle influence of Kuruma's wives, Xiaonan adapted to her new identity and blossomed into a more cheerful version of herself, though still retaining her gentle demeanor, her smile becoming more frequent. Even Xiaonan's mother from the original story was not of a fierce nature. She had always been a tender-hearted girl seeking a sense of belonging. After some time in Kuruma's home, Tsunade departed once again. Still young, she had been well protected by Kuruma and the others, remaining unaware of the darker sides of Konoha. Her greatest dream was to protect the village established by her grandfather. Meanwhile, with the war in the land of rain resolved, Tsunade was dispatched to the battlefield in the land of wind. Kuruma decided to enroll Xiaonan in the ninja academy. "Why not just keep her at home? Do you think we lack the ability to teach her?" Mito protested, unwilling to part with Xiaonan. She often envisioned how wonderful it would be if her future child resembled the lovely and obedient Xiaonan. Gentle, kind, and a bit sensitive. Xiaonan had captured the hearts of all the women in the household. Kuruma, somewhat resigned, explained, "We can teach her, but in a school. She'll make friends her own age. If she stays with us all the time, she won't have peers, and that's not good for a child's upbringing." He added, "Besides, the Konoha Ninja Academy has holidays every day. You'll still see her." After pondering this, Mito agreed that it would indeed be beneficial for Xiaonan to have peers, though she wouldn't admit her error. What kind of head of the household would concede in front of her lover? Instead, she pulled Kuruma closer, embracing him affectionately, making Xiaonan blush with embarrassment. Kuruma decided to take a role as a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy for some amusement. If he remembered correctly, the golden generation of Konoha, the future 12 legendary ninjas' parents, were about to make their debut at the school. Minato Namikaze, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and others were all attending during these years. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Kuruma Mikoto felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been 9 years since he last set foot here, during the devastating incident that obliterated the village of the Whirlpool in the Land of Fire. Back then, he had brought Uzumaki Inai along to exact a fierce retribution upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, avenging Inai's suffering. How swiftly the years had passed. Sarutobi must be elated to see me again, he mused with a faint smile. Chapter 23. Encountering an Uzumaki Kushina. The security at the Hokage building was the most formidable in all of Konoha, with 2 jonin stationed at the entrance and Umbu members perpetually patrolling. Nevertheless, Kuruma Mikoto strode in unabashedly. With his mastery of Genjutsu, he could deftly manipulate the senses of others, rendering himself invisible to their sight. Thus, he made his way directly into the Hokage's office. "It has been a long time." Sarutobi, Kuruma greeted with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by the sudden appearance of an old acquaintance, wore an expression of deep discomfort. Now in his 30s, Sarutobi was at the pinnacle of his power, his reputation as a formidable ninja, instilling fear throughout the shinobi world. His position as Hokage was solidified, and years of holding such authority had imbued him with a presence as profound as the ocean. Typically, anyone enveloped by Sarutobi's aura would be consumed by trepidation and find it difficult to articulate their thoughts. Yet, before Kuruma, Sarutobi found himself unable to retaliate. "Why have you come?" Sarutobi's heart raced with fear, anger, and astonishment. He was acutely aware of Kuruma's identity, knowing that this was the very man who had slain the first Hokage and had bested him 9 years prior, leaving him utterly defenseless. Although he had improved over these years, Sarutobi knew he had not yet reached the level of the first Hokage. Despite his prolonged tenure in Konoha, the mere presence of Kuruma made him uneasy. 9 years ago, Kuruma had avenged Inai by subjecting Sarutobi to a week of humiliation in a genjutsu where he was transformed into a woman and tormented by 9 men. It had become Sarutobi's lifelong nightmare. He was enraged that Kuruma treated this place like his own backyard, entering uninvited and showing him no respect, leaving Sarutobi to question where his dignity as Hokage had vanished. He was also shocked to see that Kuruma, nearing 60, showed no signs of aging. "I wish to teach at the Ninja Academy for a few days, and I would like you to assist with the enrollment of a child," Kuruma stated. The Ninja Academy was the cornerstone of Konoha's future, and should Kuruma wreak havoc there, it would spell disaster for the village. Sarutobi instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon witnessing Kuruma's enigmatic smile and the half-formed hand seals, he swallowed his words. Outmatched, there was little he could do. Kuruma chuckled. "Well done, little monkey. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate." At that moment, an Umbu Jonin entered, leading a red-haired girl of 6 or 7 years. "Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. The target has been brought in." In that instant, Sarutobi's expression darkened to a deep scowl. "What the hell? Did I not inform you, Umbu, that Kuruma's presence was to be kept secret? She is of the Uzumaki clan. Do you wish to invite disaster?" The girl was undeniably beautiful, her 7-year-old visage filled with apprehension as she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings. No matter how strong her spirit, in such a strange place, where her life was at the mercy of others, it was impossible for her to feel entirely unafraid. Kuruma's gaze hardened. "You kidnapped someone from the land of the Whirlpool? Are you truly courting death?" Sarutobi quickly interjected. "No, she is not from our land of the Whirlpool. We found her in the mountains. Her ancestors left the Whirlpool long ago. Her family was slain by bandits, and our people fortuitously discovered her, bringing her back to Konoha. Kuruma replied with a bemused smile. Oh, is that so? Then I extend my gratitude on behalf of Mito. With that, he took the girl's hand, intending to leave. Suddenly, he glanced back at Sarutobi. An unspoken message lingered. It had been 9 years, and you have yet to find a suitable host for the next Jinchuriki. You must hasten your efforts, but the Uzumaki clan is off limits. Though Sarutobi possessed no ocular techniques, upon meeting Kuruma's violet eyes, he found himself transported to a lake beneath a blood moon, where 6 shadowy figures materialized. This time, he was not transformed into a woman within the Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu release. Sarutobi cried out in terror, frantically forming seals, yet he could not dispel the illusion. Kuruma, damn you! His anguished wails echoed through the air. The little red-haired girl, still oblivious to the situation, was led by Kuruma to his doorstep. However, she felt no fear. This handsome older brother seemed kind. Had he mentioned being of the Uzumaki clan? Was he one of her kin? Moreover, why did the legendary Hokage, known as the strongest in the shinobi world, appear so timid before him? The girl's curiosity about Kuruma deepened. At the entrance, Kuruma finally remembered to ask the little girl her name. She looked up at him with a sweet smile, warmth radiating from his grasp. Hello, big brother. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. Kuruma was momentarily taken aback. Holding Kushina close, he observed her closely, realizing she resembled the mother of Naruto from his memories. He could not comprehend why fate's whims were so formidable. The land of the Whirlpool had not been destroyed, yet here was Kushina emerging from a remote valley. He simply did not have the heart to allow a member of the Uzumaki clan to become a Jinchuriki. Little did he know he had stumbled upon Naruto's mother. But since the heavens had delivered Kushina into his hands, he mused. Perhaps it would not be so bad for Minato to take a step back and allow him to play the role of Naruto's father. He chuckled inwardly. Don't look at me like that, big brother, little Kushina shyly protested. Do you not know of the land of the Whirlpool? It is the homeland of the Uzumaki clan, and it has improved greatly. Why did you not return there? Kushina queried, her curiosity piqued. Is that so? She continued. My grandmother said it was our ancestral land, but she claimed it was chaotic and impoverished. In desperation, she and the others fled to the mountains for refuge. The mountains were secluded, and we rarely received news from the outside world. It was safe there, and many refugees built a village together, living happily, until one day, a band of marauders found us. Among them were ninjas, and everyone in the village was killed. I was fortunate enough to be rescued by Konoha ninja, who happened to arrive. Upon hearing this, Kuruma raised an eyebrow, sensing familiar undertones. Becoming a Jinchuriki was no trivial matter, and for the Nine Tails, the requirements were exceptionally high. The Uzumaki clan possessed remarkable vitality and could learn the sealing techniques left behind by Anai. Kushina was destined to be Konoha's new generation of Jinchuriki. The sudden attack on Kushina's village after so many years of peace, followed by her coincidental rescue by Konoha, seemed orchestrated to enhance Konoha's image in her eyes, fostering a bond between the Jinchuriki and the village. Fear not, Kushina, you will be part of our family from now on. In a few days, I will take you to school. Come, let me introduce you to your little sister, Kuruma said, leading Kushina back home. Konan, come out. I've brought home an older sister for you. Kuruma called out, but instead of Konan, he was greeted by Mito, brandishing a rolling pin. Ah, Kuruma. While it's one thing to have a fondness for mature women, today you said you were going to help Konan with her school matters. Why have you brought home a little girl, especially one from the Uzumaki clan? You have changed your preferences, haven't you? Fond of nurturing Lolas? Go to hell, Zinni. Mito swung a rolling pin and struck a blow. Chapter 24. The Transfer Students, Kushina and Konan. Greetings, everyone. I am Kurama Makoto, your newly appointed teacher. With a smile, Kurama Makoto greeted the children at the ninja school, his amethyst eyes shimmering like precious gems, pulsating with boundless illusionary powers, capturing the attention of all the children. Indeed, among the familiar faces present, he recognized several, including Hinata Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Yameka Ino, Akimichi Choji, and Uchiha Makoto. The golden-haired boy, Minato Namikaze, had advanced a grade due to his genius, placing him in the same class as those slightly older than himself. This promises to be quite amusing, Makoto mused. Next, I would like to introduce 2 new classmates who have just transferred here. Please extend a warm welcome to them. With a wave of his hand, Kushina and Konan entered the classroom together. Hello, everyone. I am Uzumaki Kushina. I look forward to getting to know you all. Hello, everyone. I am Konan. It's a pleasure to meet you. The two charming girls greeted their classmates with eager anticipation, but the harmonious scene they envisioned did not materialize. Konoha, a village of ninja, focused on teaching martial arts but neglected the morals of humanity, leading the unruly children to ostracize the newcomers for their differences, uttering unkind words. How ugly they are, with that red hair, like a tomato. Exactly. The one beside her has purple hair, just like the eggplant I had yesterday. So ugly, huh? The laughter of the unruly children pierced the air, creating a cacophony in the classroom. Unlike Kushina's resilience, the gentle Konan felt intimidated. She could not comprehend why these children mocked her merely for her hair color. Yet, Makoto had assured her that her purple hair was beautiful. She admired Uchiha Suki, who also had long purple hair, and aspired to be like her when she grew up. Noticing Konan's distress, Kushina gently grasped her hand. Having lived in Kurama Makoto's home for a month or two, the vivacious Kushina had come to regard everyone as her new family. As the only peers in the household, she cherished her tender-hearted sister, Konan, and had resolved to protect her. Silence. Kushina bellowed, her fiery red hair billowing with her rage, as if it had come alive. Makoto observed with great interest. Indeed, she was still the fiery red pepper she had always been, huh? However, Kushina's fierce outburst had little effect. Her animated hair only deepened the discontent among the unruly children. Is she a monster? Her hair moves on its own. We won't play with this monster. Kushina could no longer tolerate it and turned to Makoto, her eyes pleading for assistance, for she was ready to retaliate. Before coming to school, Makoto had instructed them not to instigate trouble, but also not to shy away from it. If anyone bullied them, they should fight back. Makoto smiled reassuringly. No need for you to take action. As your teacher, I shall not tolerate bullying of new students. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he activated his Jinjutsu, the illusion of nightfall. This low-level Jinjutsu reveals a person's deepest fears, perfectly suited for these 7 to 8-year-old children. Using sound waves as a medium, all those who had mocked Kushina and Konan found themselves ensnared in the illusion, and suddenly, cries filled the classroom as several children collapsed, eyes glazed over, foaming at the mouth, their bodies convulsing on the ground. Among them was a member of the Uchiha clan. Children from prominent families, such as Hinata Hizashi, exchanged wary glances, realizing the new young teacher was far more formidable than they had anticipated. After all, such Jinjutsu usually required a medium. They had never heard of someone capable of casting it without seals. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted, as the junior clan leader, even at a young age. He could discern the situation. Teacher, this is excessive. Using Jinjutsu on children. You are bullying my Uchiha kin with your powers. Our clan will seek an explanation from you. In Fugaku's eyes, the small ninja school teacher was nothing more than an ant before the Uchiha clan. He could not fathom where Makoto drew his confidence. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement, believing Makoto had gone too far, and spoke up. Previously, when the unruly children mocked Kushina and Konan, he had intervened. Yet now he approached to voice his discontent, diminishing Makoto's impression of him significantly. Minato, you may as well perish. In this lifetime, Kushina is mine, humph. Makoto had already sentenced Minato to death in his heart. With a radiant smile, Makoto declared that those ensnared in the Jinjutsu received their deserved punishment. In school, one must learn not only the art of ninjutsu, but also the principles of humanity. Those who bully their companions are nothing but beasts. Why do I use ninjutsu on children? Simply because it brings me joy. So, everyone, do not err, or you shall surely have vivid memories. As for the Uchiha, feel free to seek trouble with me. Unbeknownst to Makoto, after he finished speaking, Kushina gazed at him with eyes that sparkled with admiration. He guided Kushina and Konan to find a suitable place to sit. Minato wished to sit beside Kushina, but was met with Makoto's piercing gaze, filled with an overwhelming aura of menace, rendering him unable to move. Makoto wore a brilliant smile. His purpose in becoming a teacher was not only to entertain the future parents of the protagonists, but also to indulge in a bit of personal enjoyment. I am a master of Jinjutsu. Unlike other teachers, I shall teach you only the art of illusion. My Jinjutsu is the finest in the world. Throughout the millennia of history in the ninja realm, the understanding of illusion has been superficial. Your illusions merely trap people in delusions, which is too simplistic. The true art of illusion transforms fantasies into reality. The strength of the technique is only limited by the expanse of one's imagination. That is the essence of true Genjutsu. Throughout the lesson, the meticulously planned training schedule for Minato's generation was swept away by Makoto's exquisite teachings on Genjutsu, prompting them to ponder whether they could become such extraordinary illusionist ninjas. As for Uzumaki Kushina, she absorbed not a single word throughout the entire class, too engrossed in gazing at Makoto's face. Conan, on the other hand, spent the lesson folding paper, leaving a small origami figure of Makoto on her desk. Chapter 25. The Divergence of the Protagonist's Parents. Happy moments always slip away swiftly, yet time held little significance for Makoto and his companions. Kushina and Conan thrived at school. Despite the majority of Konoha's children disliking them, they forged friendships, particularly with Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke's mother. The three little girls became inseparable best friends. In just 2 months since their enrollment, under Kushina's leadership, they had engaged in numerous playful scuffles, especially with the arrogant members of the Uchiha clan. Though only 7 years old, Kushina had inherited the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and, under Makoto's tutelage, could easily handle the children at school, even without using ninjutsu. Moreover, Makoto had instructed them to retaliate if anyone dared to bully them. One day, Uchiha Fugaku gathered his subordinates, planning to confront Kushina in a decisive battle after school. As the ones who had mocked Kushina the most, many among the Uchiha clan had already felt her strength firsthand. As the young clan leader, Fugaku could not stand idly by while the Uchiha were being assaulted. He felt compelled to uphold their dignity. Minato, you should join us. That red-haired girl is quite sinister. And I believe you wish to exact revenge on her as well, for she has struck you too, Fugaku declared. Although Minato was a common ninja, he was renowned throughout Konoha as a prodigy, and thus Fugaku regarded him as an equal. After all, they were close friends. Minato was taken aback, initially contemplating the unfairness of adults bullying a young girl. However, the resolute determination in his friend's eyes rendered him unable to voice his dissent. Instead, he could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. He resolved to save Kushina during the altercation, hoping it might improve her disposition towards him, as he had long been captivated by her striking crimson locks. Unfortunately, his initial timidity had left a less than favorable impression on Kushina, compounded by Karuma's incessant instigation for her to avoid this blonde brat, leading Kushina to harbor little fondness for him. At that moment, Fugaku's clandestine meeting had just concluded, and Kushina, along with her friends, were returning to their classroom, chattering cheerfully. Rising to his feet, Fugaku inhaled deeply, his face ablaze with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kushina. Vortex Kushina, your audacity is intolerable. My Uchiha kin merely spoke a few words and stealthily plucked a few strands of your hair, and yet you have the gall to assault one of my clan. If you have the courage, do not leave after school. Meet me at Training Ground 42 for a duel. And you, Uchiha Makoto, I advise you to distance yourself from this woman. You belong to me. Remember your place. In the world of Hokage, individuals matured at an astonishing rate, and Fugaku had already considered Makoto as his own, despite her never having consented to such a claim. Gentle Makoto did not harbor any affection for Fugaku, but as the granddaughter of the third elder, she found herself powerless to refuse him. A flicker of melancholy crossed her youthful face. Kushina sprang to her feet, fixing her gaze on Fugaku with a scornful smile. Unprovoked assault? They mock us without cause. They isolate us and bully us, and I am supposed to sit idly by? Restoring the dignity of the Uchiha? Look at that arrogant face of yours. Humph. And mind your words. What do you mean Makoto is yours? She has no affection for you. Have some dignity. If you continue to bully Makoto, do you believe I will stand by quietly? Before Fugaku could respond, Minato interjected, Kushina, please calm down. Even if they insult you, you can choose to ignore them. Attacking a comrade is indeed excessive. Upon hearing this, Kushina could no longer contain her frustration. So it's acceptable for them to bully us and hurl insults at us? No wonder you, this blonde brat, have been eyeing us. Clearly, you are not a good person. Humph. You expect me to endure their bullying? I am not a turtle. Why should I suffer? If you wish to play the saint, do so yourself, and be quiet, or I will include you in my wrath. In that moment, Minato felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He sensed something vital slipping away from him, causing a profound ache. Today, Karuma and Mito's attempt at a 3-on-1 battle had ended in Karuma's defeat, and he was still at home, blissfully unaware of the impending conflict involving Kushina. After school, at the training ground 42 on the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Kushina, Konan, and Uchiha Makoto gathered together. Opposing them stood Fugaku, his sycophants, and Minato, along with a throng of onlookers. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing through the use of a telescope technique, witnessed the unfolding events with a smile, unfazed by the chaos. The Uchiha clan had grown excessively arrogant, and he relished the thought of using Kuruma to teach them a harsh lesson. Should I call Sensei Kuruma over? There are too many of them. Makoto expressed her concern for her friends. Kushina laughed confidently. I can handle these weaklings without needing Kuruma-senpai's help. A sneer flitted across Fugaku's face as he brandished a sharpened kunai, preparing to confront Kushina. Shadow clone technique, he shouted, and in a puff of smoke, 3 identical Fugakus charged towards Kushina. Kushina's fiery red hair danced in the wind, making her appear as a sprite amidst flames. Her azure eyes glimmering with derision directed at Fugaku. Super Strength Fist. The Vortex clan, possessing sage body capabilities, could master the immense strength akin to the Senju clan. Even a 7-year-old girl like Kushina wielded strength that was formidable beyond her peers. She propelled herself forward like a cannonball, causing cracks to splinter the ground beneath her feet, and delivered 2 powerful punches that obliterated Fugaku's clones. The sound of air being torn asunder by her fists resonated in her ears, as a sense of imminent danger loomed over Fugaku. Channeling chakra into his eyes, he activated his Sharingan, revealing a pair of crimson tomo. The Sharingan's exceptional dynamic vision allowed Fugaku to perceive Kushina's movements, but his physical training could not keep pace. With all his might, he attempted to retreat, yet he was unable to evade her strike. Kushina's fist collided with the kunai, sending it flying from his grasp. Fugaku's expression twisted in fury, the force of Kushina's attack reverberating through his hand. Fire release, great fireball technique, he cried, struggling to form the seals amid the pain. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing from afar, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. So, the prodigy who awakened his Sharingan at 8 years old keeps such a secret from even the Hokage? Are you attempting to incite trouble? Kushina, a natural talent, had only trained under Kuruma for a mere 3 to 4 months, yet her innate abilities were beginning to surface, and her combat prowess was undeniable. Sensing Fugaku's movements, she charged directly at him, fully aware of the principle of seizing the opportunity in an opponent's moment of weakness. Fugaku's face flickered with panic, but it was soon replaced by a menacing scowl. All Uchiha attack. His followers, devoid of morals, surged forward at his command. Konan raised an eyebrow, swiftly joining the fray, while Makoto refused to abandon her friends, even against her own clan. A chaotic battle erupted. Fugaku finally completed his fire technique, unleashing a massive fireball the size of 2 meters towards Kushina, its scorching heat reminiscent of the sun, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Kushina's eyes narrowed, a glint of lethal intent flashing through them. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains. The Vortex clan's most potent sealing technique, under Mito's tutelage, had equipped Kushina with sufficient knowledge in a mere 3 months, given her prodigious talent. As her chakra coalesced into 3 chains, they pierced through the fireball in an instant. With a resounding thud, the fiery sphere extinguished, its chakra sealed away. Fugaku was taken aback, his eyes widened in astonishment at the Vortex clan's extraordinary sealing technique. Momentarily frozen in disbelief, seizing the opportunity, Kushina delivered a powerful punch directly to Fugaku's forehead, causing blood to spill and leaving him unconscious on the ground. The defeat of their leader threw Fugaku's followers into disarray. Minato, astonished at his friend's swift downfall, hastily approached Fugaku, forgetting his initial intentions of impressing Kushina. Kushina's gaze fell upon the suddenly rising blonde, her fury igniting anew. So, you little blonde brat, are you still their accomplice? Time for a beating. Her fists descended like meteors, a palpable aura of menace locking onto Minato, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Alas, my fate is sealed. The heart of Watergate echoed with a wail of despair as he was sent flying like a cannonball by a single punch from Kushina. Rolling several meters before struggling to rise, his face pale as death and blood trickling from his lips, rendered incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, Kushina, having freed her hands, swiftly dealt with the remaining assailants with remarkable ease. The 3 little girls, drenched in sweat, wore expressions of pride. With an air of authority, Kushina huffed disdainfully, declaring that all present were worthless, especially you, blonde-haired boy. Keep your distance from us, for your gaze is utterly repugnant." With that, she turned and strode away. Uchiha Fugaku lay beaten, his face bruised. This boy, merely a sycophant, was only capable of a shadow clone technique, which paled in comparison to Kushina's martial prowess, rendering him little more than an ant. The few who could employ basic ninjutsu found themselves incapable of breaching Kushina's sealing techniques. Thus, the largest battle since the establishment of the Konoha Ninja Academy concluded with the 7-year-old Uzumaki Kushina emerging victorious. In this world where lineage dictated supremacy, possessing the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and mentored by Kurama-sei, Kushina's combat abilities surpassed those of ordinary genin, far beyond what these children could contend with. The original protagonist's parents diverged on their paths, leaving no possibility for reunion. Kushina's heart was filled solely with the image of her beloved Sei brother, leaving no room for another. Watergate appeared to her merely as a cowardly, double-standard bully. As for Fugaku's oppressive behavior towards Mikoto, his vile intentions of forcibly marrying her were keenly felt by Kushina and her companion, prompting the decision to have Kurama-sei intervene. A resolution was found to Mikoto's greatest shackles, and the girl's smile brightened. Whether Naruto and Sasuke would follow the original narrative or become Kurama-sei's children remained uncertain. After the battle with Uchiha Fugaku, Kushina, and Watergate, along with Mikoto and Fugaku, parents of the original protagonists, had irrevocably parted ways. Kushina's heart was consumed by thoughts of her Sei brother, while Mikoto, though still indifferent towards Sei, found herself intrigued by the handsome and enigmatic teacher. Spending each day at Kushina's side. Following Fugaku's defeat, the Uchiha clan sought retribution, and Kurama-sei dispatched Chiri to resolve the engagement between Mikoto and Fugaku. Although Mikoto had shed her bonds, Chiri's identity was recognized by the Uchiha antiquarians, stirring unwarranted ambitions among them. Currently, only Uchiha Kagami possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan among the Uchiha clan, and with Chiri's addition, there were now 2 pairs of Mangekyo, 2 shadow-level powers, which Uchiha believed could potentially oust Sarutobi Hiruzen and install one of their own as Hokage. Originally, it was declared during the village's founding that the third would belong to the Uchiha, but now they were faced with the brash Sarutobi, and the ongoing targeting of the Uchiha clan had left them discontented, leading them to frequently seek out Chiri, hoping their ancestor might return to the fold. However, Chiri had no intention of entertaining their whims. Yet, her sole identity now was that of a devoted wife to Kurama-sei. Ultimately, it was Kurama-sei who intervened, developing a new illusion technique. He inscribed a single word upon the family's entrance: Uchiha, begone. Any Uchiha who laid eyes upon that word would instantly forget their purpose and depart from the Kurama household. Day after day, Kurama-sei reveled in the company of his 3 wives, spending leisurely hours teasing the 2 little girls, Kushina and her friend, but this tranquility was destined to be disrupted. One day, Kurama-sei received news from the land of Whirlpools. The research on the Otsutsuki Kage's ancestral gene retrogression serum had succeeded. After 40 years of relentless effort and resources, the breakthrough had finally been achieved. The descendants of the sages in the ninja world were limited to 5 clans: Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Kage, and Uzumaki. The serum was effective solely for members of these clans, merging the virtues of their genes while utilizing the foundational Otsutsuki genes hidden deep within, thus stimulating their hereditary factors. This ingenious methodology allowed for the editing and amalgamation of the genetic fragments from the 5 clans, ultimately enabling their cells to regress to that of the Otsutsuki lineage. Simply put, this was the technology for creating artificial Otsutsuki. Of course, since the source of the genes was Kage, the retrogressed individuals could not surpass her power, yet it was sufficient, as long as the energy was adequate. The mass production of 6 pads-level abilities was a terrifying prospect. Kurama-sei understood this was a Pandora's box capable of annihilating the world, but he felt compelled to proceed with the research. Even without consuming the God Tree's fruit, the lifespan of the Otsutsuki clan far surpassed that of the ninja world, hundreds, if not thousands of years, without difficulty. This was the only way Kurama-sei could grant his wives prolonged lives and formidable strength, after which he could sow the God Tree on various planets throughout the cosmos. Thus, Uzumaki Inai, Uchiha Chiri, and Uzumaki Kushina would all regress to become members of the Otsutsuki clan, gaining longevity. Nevertheless, deep within Kurama-sei's heart lingered doubts. If they could develop the mass production technology for the Otsutsuki in 40 years, What was preventing the original Otsutsuki from harvesting the cosmos? After all, the more individuals there were, the greater the risk of exploitation. Why hadn't the Otsutsuki clan acted similarly? Was there an underlying danger? A roundtable meeting was convened at the Kurama household. Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri, Uzumaki Inai, and Kurama Sei gathered, while Kushina and Konan remained at school. As for Tsunade, she was lost in her fantasies of defending the village, continuing to shine brightly on the battlefield. Both Mito and Chiri were aware of the research on the Otsutsuki genes. Yet it was the first time for Inai to learn of such matters, her small face alight with astonishment. A minor question arose. Should they allow Kushina to use the serum now? Acquiring power beyond comprehension at such a tender age would not bode well for her. Kurama Sei spoke, and Mito chuckled, a hint of mischief gracing her features. Such matters were trivial for us, but the crux lies in your feelings for Kushina. Do you see her as family or as a sister for our future? Having heard Kurama Sei's true sentiments, Mito was already aware of his thoughts. Yet she longed to hear her husband speak candidly, for he ought to be forthright. Kurama Sei's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite his lecherous nature, Kushina was but 7 years old. However, he could not bring himself to lie, which elicited a chorus of teasing from the three women. Ultimately, they decided that Kushina should wait before utilizing the Otsutsuki gene serum, while for Konan, they would seek out another tailed beast. As the Otsutsuki clan surely possessed more than a single Ten Tails. In theory, as the progenitor of the Ten Tails, Kurama Sei could also split and create new ones. But he lacked the complete memories necessary to do so. The family cradled the two-tailed cat as they made their way to the land of Whirlpools. The current lord of the land of Whirlpools was Mito's 131st brother, who personally welcomed his sister and brother-in-law. Now 70 years old, Kurama Sei's father-in-law appeared as robust as ever. Thanks to Mito's nurturing, he remained enraptured by the act of procreation, producing dozens of children each year for the past 30 years. The flourishing population of the Uzumaki clan owed much to his efforts. As the Second Shinobi World War drew to a close, the mainland was rife with chaos, yet the land of Whirlpools maintained a semblance of peace and prosperity. This was not solely due to Mito's birth in the land of lightning a decade prior. The sixth five-year plan of the land of Whirlpools had also been completed. Though the population was modest, there was no shortage of skilled individuals, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Along with the Otsutsuki who had been brought from the land of water by Kurama Sei, exhibited remarkable talents, with shadow-level ninjas emerging, the common ninjas of their homeland. Having learned from Kurama Sei's insights into illusion techniques, also saw a surge in the emergence of Jonin. The advancement of technology has significantly transformed both combat and production methods, allowing people to live in peace, far removed from the ravages of war. Those who can reach the land of Vortex are welcomed with open arms. This situation greatly pleases Mito. In the laboratory, 10 vials of the Otsutsuki gene serum were successfully developed. The silvery potion sparkled like a galaxy, seemingly containing the essence of all existence, enticing one to consume every single vial. Arima Makoto swiftly destroyed all research materials, sealing the memories of the researchers with illusions. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the natural energies of the world, transforming them into flames that melted the entire underground laboratory. In the hills behind Vortex Village, figures stirred. Chiri and Inai each held a vial. Makoto smiled and reminded them to prepare for the transformation. They would end up with white hair and eyes, sporting horns akin to Mito, though Chiri, disliking white hair, dyed hers red. Each took a vial and consumed it, despite their bodies yearning for it. The taste was akin to moldy refuse, leading them to cry out in despair and collapse. Thousands of clones stood in unison, hypnotized by Arima Makoto. This was prepared for Chiri and Inai. Once the Otsutsuki gene editing was complete, it would lead to cell division and replication, replacing their original cells, a process requiring immense vitality. Arima Makoto gestured, and 2 violet chains emerged from Chiri and Inai, connecting to all the death row inmates. The life force of those inmates was extracted, instantly transforming into powder, providing an inexhaustible source of vitality for the 2 women, causing their Otsutsuki genes to undergo rapid division and replication, replacing their own cells. Their souls began to visibly strengthen. The signature red hair of the Vortex clan was tainted by a strand of snow white, spreading across their bodies in an instant. The excruciating pain of their genes fracturing overwhelmed Inai, as if her bones were being shattered inch by inch. only to be mended by an overwhelming surge of vitality. Simultaneously, Arima Makoto channeled the ultimate illusionary power of the Sage of the Six Paths Ten Tails to nurture the two women, his strength absorbed like nourishment. Beside him, Uchiha Chiri underwent the same transformation. A vast divine might, akin to the stars, began to blossom within the two women, gradually growing stronger. A smile crept onto Arima Makoto's face. He knew success was imminent. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously, dark clouds gathering above. Makoto furrowed his brow, sensing a malevolent intent, as if the world disapproved. Then, a dazzling golden light shot from the cosmos, as if a celestial sword sought to cleave the heavens. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Mito scoffed, soaring into the sky, the jewel of seeking appearing behind her, coalescing into the heavenly spear. Seeking death, she cried. As the heavenly spear sliced through the golden light, the explosion resonating through the sky, fierce flames erupting like a second sun, illuminating the surroundings and tearing apart the clouds. A massive mushroom cloud rising into the atmosphere. The very ground of the land of Vortex trembled. Arima Makoto squinted, a murderous intent crossing his features. He had forgotten about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, distinct from the main family in the universe. The Otsutsuki here were merely descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths brother, Otsutsuki Yumura, wielding the power of the Rinnegan and representing genuine Six Paths level strength. They possessed a colossal Rinnegan, capable of monitoring the entire ninja world. This giant Rinnegan, known as a perpetual motion machine, hinted at its immense power, rivaling even the Ten Tails, making it a formidable challenge. I had forgotten about you, but since you've come to pluck the fruit, prepare to perish. As Chiri and Inai's transformation neared completion, Arima Makoto revealed a satisfied grin. Utilizing the power of the Sage of the Six Paths Ten Tails, he set up an illusionary array, erasing the two women from this world, visible yet intangible, free from the worry of interference. With a whoosh, Arima Makoto shot towards the heavens like a cannonball, positioning himself beside Mito. You take care of them, I'll handle the enemy, he added, planting a kiss on her cheek. Mito nodded and vanished. Turning his gaze towards the Otsutsuki, their eyes met, and Arima Makoto's illusion had already quietly commenced. Otsutsuki real person, a man in his 30s, with cerulean eyes radiating pure light akin to the vast cosmos, exuded an aura of untainted nobility. The Rinnegan, the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, was deemed the eye governing life and death, while the comparable Rinnegan was known as the eye of destruction and creation. These eyes, rare even among the Otsutsuki clan in the starry sky, indicated his formidable prowess. The Otsutsuki real person was the current bearer of the Rinnegan. It must be said, the Otsutsuki genes were indeed remarkable. Despite their snow-white appearance, they were all strikingly handsome, causing Arima Makoto to marvel. He was the first man he had encountered in numerous years who rivaled his own handsomeness, though he deemed himself slightly more attractive. Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki real person struggled to maintain his composure. Will the Otsutsuki on the moon not introduce themselves? The Rinnegan bearer, Arima Makoto, said, a glimmer of mockery crossing his face. I'm just grateful that you Haven Tea sought out trouble with us. How dare you come before me and cause a ruckus? Who granted you such courage? Liangjingru. The Otsutsuki real person chuckled, a trace of disdain evident on his face. The incomplete Ten Tails dared to boast before the Rinnegan. The Otsutsuki on the moon had been monitoring the ninja world. He knew Arima Makoto was the Ten Tails. However, over the years, aside from his battle with Senju Hashirama, Arima Makoto had little to show for his exploits, and Hashirama, in front of the Rinnegan, was hardly impressive. In the eyes of the Otsutsuki real person, Arima Makoto was akin to an incomplete Ten Tails, resembling an outer path golem stripped of chakra. Though formidable, he possessed the Rinnegan, and the colossal Rinnegan on the moon was powerful enough to match the Ten Tails. As for maturing Arima Makoto to obtain the divine tree's fruit and consume it, the Otsutsuki real person had considered it, but realized that his essence was fundamentally different from chakra. Thus, he turned his attention to the Otsutsuki Kage gene retrogression serum that Arima Makoto was researching. Such a substance would undoubtedly elevate his Rinnegan to new heights. I am the Otsutsuki real person. Hand that over. The Otsutsuki genes are not for you to study. Arima Makoto chuckled. You've been monitoring the ninja world, so you must know my movements. Why did you remain silent when I first began my research, only to appear once I had results? Why the charade? Shouldn't we be more sincere? Let me guess. The purpose of this serum for your clan is either to enhance your lineage with more pairs of Rinnegan through the Otsutsuki power combined with the pure Byakugan, or you wish to create an Otsutsuki body to revive some ancient being. Though you share the name Otsutsuki, your bloodline power pales in comparison to that of the Otsutsuki in the starry sky. Enough of your prattle. If you wish to seize it, then let us do battle. Do you know how delectable the power of that colossal Rinnegan is to me? A fervent longing gleamed in Arima Makoto's eyes. In an instant, he activated the Tomo Rinnegan in the center of his forehead. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki real person made the first move. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A blinding golden light transformed into a long sword in the real person's hand, extending into the heavens for countless miles, the ultimate essence of repulsion. Everything touched by the golden light would be torn asunder by unending repulsive force. Golden light surged like a dragon, shattering the essence of the steed and its rider in an instant. The sword's radiance cleaved the sea, evoking a cataclysmic sensation, as if the very heavens were collapsing, shaking the earth and rending the distant lands apart. In the blink of an eye, this devastation spread throughout the land of fire. A ghastly chasm, spanning the entire realm, manifested upon the earth, cleaving the land of fire in twain. Yet, in the eyes of Otsutsuki Kinshur, there was not a trace of blood. The corpse of the rider exploded instantaneously, unleashing a swarm of purple spirit butterflies from the void, fluttering around the sage. With each passing second, the butterflies multiplied endlessly, surging towards him like moths drawn to a flame, merging into Otsutsuki Kinshi's very being. A flicker of unease stirred within him. Even the power of his Rinnegan could not dispel them. He sensed an alien presence within himself, yet felt utterly powerless, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, attempting to shed these spirit butterflies. However, upon blinking again, the swarm remained, unkillable and unshakable. Once all the butterflies had integrated into his body, a butterfly seal materialized upon his neck. The illusion of the steed and rider was set in motion. With another blink, Otsutsuki Kinshi's expression shifted dramatically as the blazing sun and clouds vanished, leaving him suspended over an infinite lake of blood, unable to move. His consciousness severed from his corporeal form, his soul completely isolated from his body. An invisible blade loomed, poised to sever his head, and blood already trickled down his neck. A wave of deathly dread surged within him, prompting a swift transition into Rinnegan chakra mode. Yet, no matter how he summoned it, the power in his eyes seemed to have evaporated. How infuriating it was to be ensnared by an illusion that could deceive the Rinnegan. Reluctantly, he called upon the colossal Rinnegan on the moon. This time, he succeeded. An immense torrent of power surged from the moon, akin to a tidal wave, shattering the blood lake illusion like glass and revealing the smiling face of the steed and rider. Otsutsuki Kinshur grunted. The connection with the giant Rinnegan imbued him with strength as vast as the 10 tails, instilling within him a sense of divinity. Entering Rinnegan chakra mode, azure green chakra swirled around him, ablaze like fire. The colossal Rinnegan amplified Kinshi's chakra, reaction speed, and physical prowess 1,000-fold. With a whoosh, a green comet streaked across the sky, wielding a golden longsword, its blade aiming at the target. Unbeknownst to him, Kinshur had already become a lamb for slaughter within the steed and rider's illusion. The true enemy was nowhere to be found. In a fit of rage, he tore the earth asunder, leaving behind a desolate wasteland, transforming the steed and rider into countless fragments. Yet, in the next moment, the rider resurrected once more. The citizens of the land of fire were utterly captivated by the golden light that pierced the heavens, engulfed in terror. Through prolonged exposure, Otsutsuki Kinshur had summoned the might of the colossal Rinnegan, finally discerning its hidden location. The grains have been found. You are no longer of use. The steed and rider smiled, inciting Kinshi's ire. I wish to see how many lives you possess, to remain unyielding. Kinshi's expression was one of disdain, for ignorance bred arrogance. Little did he realize, from the moment the steed and rider had exchanged roles with Mito, Kinshur had already fallen prey to the rider's illusion. The Kinshur he perceived was naught but a mirage, battling with the air, engaging in a grand display of aerial acrobatics, while the true steed and rider merely observed, expending no effort. Such was the overwhelming power of illusion. With a snap of his fingers, the dazed Otsutsuki Kinshur stood frozen, his head severed cleanly, blood gushing forth. Had one the ability to perceive souls, they would witness Kinshi's spirit shattered, his lifeless body succumbing to decay. I have risen, a single strike suffices. There is not more to say. Unlike the Rinnegan, the strength of the rebirth I lay in combat, possessing limited resistance to illusions. While the steed and rider's illusions directly targeted the soul, impervious to obstruction. As the steed and rider prepared to ascend to the moon, a sudden furrow of concern crossed his brow, turning to gaze at Kinshi's corpse. An overwhelming force, vast and boundless, descended from the void, merging with Kinshi's lifeless form. The source of this power went unnoticed by the steed and rider, yet it was immensely potent, rivaling his own strength. Kinshi's corpse stirred, retrieving the lifeless head and reattaching it, the wounds miraculously healing. However, the vitality within Kinshi had dissipated entirely, revealing a decayed and chilling aura. As the soul now inhabiting this body was no longer Kinshi. As the corpse opened its eyes anew, the power within its Rinnegan radiated beyond imagination. As expansive as the cerulean sea, capable of shattering entire planets with ease. Yukimura? A grave expression crossed the steed and rider's face. Both brothers exhibited this tendency to occupy their descendants' bodies for resurrection. Your strength surpasses my expectations. It was only at this moment that the steed and rider recognized his folly. The power of the Six Paths brothers was far greater than depicted in the original narrative, merely a hair's breadth from restoring the primordial 10 tails. In a true confrontation, taking Yukimura would require significant effort. Why pursue this? With your strength, you could have lived until now. Why engage in such theatrical resurrection? Or is there a secret to the Pure Land that I am unaware of? Pray, enlighten me. The steed and rider's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness. Yukimura, with an indifferent gaze, cast a glance at the steed and rider, the blue light in his pupils radiant as the sun, effortlessly piercing through the illusion to discover the steed and rider's true form. A flicker of gravity crossed Yukimura's eyes. He had absorbed Kinshi's memories and understood the nature of the steed and rider. I no longer desire the Otsutsuki genetic serum you possess, but do not seek that colossal Rinnegan again. It remains invaluable and cannot be relinquished. Yukimura declared, and should the steed and rider disagree, a confrontation with this ancient sage would ensue. The 9-tomo Rinnegan at the center of the steed and rider's forehead exuded boundless radiance, seemingly intent on devouring Yukimura's Rinnegan. To fight or not to fight, that was the question. Uchiha Chiri and Uzumaki Ina's transformation would take time, yet the steed and rider had the assistance of Uzumaki Mito. Two beings of Six Paths caliber could undoubtedly subdue Yukimura. However, Yukimura had honed his soul in the Pure Land for millennia, rendering it exceedingly powerful. A formidable soul posed a significant counter to the steed and rider's illusions. Should a battle ensue, it could devastate half the Land of Fire. Although the steed and rider remained indifferent to the lives of shinobi, the collateral damage would be extensive. Most importantly, what benefit lay in exerting such effort to conquer Yukimura? Suddenly, an overwhelming force, vast enough to rival even the steed and rider, locked onto him, as if spatial ripples enveloped him, threatening to hurl him into the cosmos. The steed and rider's expression shifted to one of anger. He declared, "Leave me be. I care not for your schemes. Do not disrupt my existence, or you shall reap the consequences." The colossal Rinnegan, heralded as a perpetual engine, showcased its immense power, rivaling that of the 10 tails. Utsuin was aware that he was no match in a confrontation, yet the immense Rinnegan possessed the ability to open spatial passages between celestial bodies. Just moments ago, it had locked onto Arima Makoto, and with a careless move, Utsuin intended to cast him into the boundless void of the stars. The sole skill Arima Makoto had to counter the space-time ninjutsu was the illusionary seal that had confined Kiri for 30 years. But employing this technique would render Makoto himself into nothingness. While others would be unaware of his presence, he would have no means to confront his adversaries. However, it was not feasible for Makoto to remain on guard against Utsuin indefinitely. Although the power of the 10 tails, his progenitor, was omnipotent, it was not omniscient. Arima Makoto lacked spatial aptitude and was oblivious to the coordinates of the ninja world within the cosmos, should he venture into the stars. Returning to the ninja realm would be nearly impossible. Moreover, he could not forsake his beloved wives for a mere giant Rinnegan. Locking eyes with Utsuin for a brief moment. In the next instant, Utsuin transformed into a meteor, soaring towards the heavens. Makoto sensed that the colossal Rinnegan, once within his perceptive range, had vanished without a trace. Revived? Utsuin concealed the giant Rinnegan on the moon before seeking out the Sage of the Toads in Mayaboko Mountain. Upon returning, Makoto found Mito still guarding Uchiha Kiri and her companion. Seeing him return, Mito felt a wave of relief wash over her. Makoto recounted the events that had transpired and requested Mito to investigate if there existed any sealing techniques that could prevent him from being sent away by space-time ninjutsu. As night fell, the transformation of Kiri and Inai was finally complete. Observing the two women, their bodies pure white and adorned with horns, Makoto sighed with relief, grateful that no mishap had occurred. After all, although the Kage gene potion had theoretically succeeded in research, no one knew what would truly happen upon its application. In Makoto's heart, joy blossomed. The issue of his wise lifespans had been resolved, allowing him to finally lay his worries to rest. The power of Kage was formidable among the Otsutsuki, though she had yet to master its usage. Uchiha Kiri and Uzumaki Inai sensed the surging power within them, exchanging knowing smiles before embracing Makoto tightly, unwilling to let go. Tears shimmered in their eyes, eliciting a pang of affection from him. Why the tears? I have always been here. There is no reason to cry. Shouldn't you be happy about your newfound strength? I do not weep for my strength, but rather in relief, for I can finally be by your side for a long time. Inai retorted, casting a playful glance at him, her eyes brimming with allure. Although you made promises before, how could I ever feel secure? The thought that Mito and the others might accompany you for thousands of years while I might depart in mere decades weighs heavily on my heart. Makoto paused, sighed, and gently ruffled his sister-in-law's hair. He had once promised to treat all his wives equally, yet he was subconsciously drawn to Mito first, followed by Kiri. His sister-in-law was a gentle soul, always content as long as she could be by Makoto's side. Now that everything is settled, let us head home, Makoto declared, planting a kiss on the cheeks of both Inai and Kiri, playfully patting their backs. The four exchanged smiles, and Mito began teasing her cousin once more. In an instant, they shot towards the sky. A family endowed with Rinnegan could certainly soar with ease. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the school day ended, and the little girls Kushina and Konan returned home. The usually vibrant Kuruma household was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. The darkness inside made the home feel cold under the setting sun, stirring a sense of unease in both girls. Brother Makoto? Sister Mito? Sister Inai? Sister Kiri? Konan called out cautiously, yet no one responded. Typically, Makoto would have prepared dinner, waiting for their return amidst laughter. However, today, as they opened door after door, they found emptiness. The house was entirely deserted. Konan's gaze became distant, her voice trembling with the weight of abandonment and sorrow as she crouched in a corner, questioning whether her recent mischief had led Makoto and the others to abandon them. The gentle Mito, and the mischievous Makoto who often teased her about becoming a child bride, had vanished. The joyous sounds of family felt like a distant dream, tears dampening her clothing. No, I have always been the good one. They must have just gone out for something important. They will be back soon. We should keep watch over the house, all right? Don't be sad, Konan, Kushina reassured, embracing her sobbing friend. No one noticed the glimmer of tears in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes as she refused to believe that Makoto and the others would abandon her. After all, Makoto was someone even the Hokage could not contend with. Yet, regardless of what transpired, at least one person would always remain behind. This unexpected departure left Kushina profoundly worried. Ultimately, it was Makoto's haste that had caused him to forget to leave even a note. Now, with Mito and the others awakened to their own Rinnegan, controlling gravitational forces to fly was a simple task. The trio soared through the skies at unimaginable speeds, rivaling that of an aircraft. In just one night, they traversed from the land of water back to Konoha. Early the next morning, as Makoto and the others opened the door, they were met with the sight of Kushina and Konan hurtling towards them like cannonballs, crashing into Makoto's embrace. I thought you had abandoned us, exclaimed the two little girls, one red and the other purple, their voices tinged with tears. Makoto felt a wave of guilt wash over him for failing to leave a message, which had caused Kushina and the others such distress. After enduring a barrage of scolding from his wives, he expended great effort to calm them down. Time flew by, and another year passed. Kushina and Konan grew increasingly attached to Makoto, yet they were still far too young to be consumed by his affections. One day, as Makoto dozed on a rocking chair in the yard, dreaming of celebrating with the grown-up Kushina and Konan, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. A golden figure descended from the sky, landing atop Makoto. "Master, tell me what happened between you and Grandma and I. You beast." It was Tsunade, returning from the Second Great Ninja War. Tsunade had transformed into the very image of Makoto's memories, her golden twin tails and slender figure captivating. She was fragrant and soft, instantly igniting a spark within Makoto. Without hesitation, Tsunade planted a passionate kiss on his lips, nearly causing him to faint, and offered him half-eaten candy. "Isn't this sweet?" As their gazes locked, Makoto regained his senses, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Sweet indeed." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Tsunade teased, "I can't hold back any longer. Grandma got here before me. How infuriating. Makoto, you should just surrender to me. Are you sure you don't want to see the mark on my chest?" With that, Tsunade leaned down, carefully placing the keys to Makoto's new car into his hands as their journey began anew. Recalling the intense battle of the previous night, Chin couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected Tsunade, who appeared so carefree, to possess such sensitivity. Adjusting to a more comfortable position, he held Tsunade in his arms and drifted back to sleep. The other girls in the household, being considerate, refrained from disturbing Tsunade. After all, this was a long-awaited moment for her, a rare two-person world, with several family members waiting for Chung to finish his tasks. It wouldn't be so simple for Tsunade to enjoy such solitude again. However, just as Chung had barely closed his eyes, he was roused by loud knocks at the door and a man's voice shouting outside. "Tsunade, I know you're home. I'm back. Did you miss me? I'm treating you to drinks. There's someone important who seems to have a problem. Could you take a look?" At such a young age, Tsunade had already become the foremost medical ninja in Konoha. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the man attempted to barge into the house, only to be repelled by Chang's barrier. The two on the bed awoke simultaneously, exchanging smiles. Tsunade showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she playfully kissed Chung again before becoming still. "Master, please go tell that person outside to quiet down. I want to sleep," she said. Sliding off Chung and sprawling out on the bed, her pristine beauty fully displayed. Chung covered Tsunade with a blanket and rose, his expression darkening. A flicker of coldness passed through his violet eyes. "What a nuisance, shouting so early in the morning. Don't they realize that my home does not welcome any male disturbances?" As Ching opened the door, he was met with a familiar, unsightly face adorned with white hair, emanating a faint aura of malice. With the power of the original Ten Tails, it was evident that Jiraiya's soul had begun to exhibit some toad-like traits. Jiraiya's hair stood on end, and he trembled slightly, clearly having been shocked. Chung was taken aback, feeling a surge of displeasure. "Jiraiya, I believe I've made it clear that no other men are allowed in my home. If you seek death, I am more than willing to oblige. Have you forgotten my warning? Those toads are not to be trusted. You have forsaken your humanity to become a monster. How pitiful. Moreover, Tsunade has entered my home as my wife. Your team has disbanded, so do not seek her out again. Keep your distance. She is not your friend. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave promptly." Though fundamentally, Chung was a humanoid supermonster, he still viewed himself as human, both physically and mentally. Approaching matters from a human perspective, "You slander me. The Sage of the Toads has always worked for peace in the ninja world." Jiraiya regarded the toads of Mount Myaboku as celestial beings, akin to his rebirth parents, and was understandably displeased by Chang's remarks. "And you are from Konoha as well, are you not? My intentions in seeking Tsunade are for the greater good of Konoha. She would never refuse me." However, the moment Jiraiya looked up, he was met with Chang's piercing gaze. Having completed the essence of the original Ten Tails and endured 2 ninja world wars, absorbing countless natural energies and scattered souls, Chang's power had reached new heights. His eyes had transformed into a crystalline violet, exuding an overwhelming dominance, perceiving all existence as mere insects. At that moment, Jiraiya beheld Chung as a deity capable of creating the universe, noble and supreme, rendering Jiraiya speechless. In that instant, he envisioned the world's destruction, wars igniting, and a purple sun rising from the ninja world, heralding a new era. Yet, the aura dissipated, and before him stood the familiar, smiling young man next door. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, believing Chung had merely employed an illusion. In his eyes, Chung was no more than an elite jonin, not a Kage, for it was inconceivable that a Kage would waste time teaching a group of young children at the Ninja Academy. Even if Chung were indeed a Kage-level ninja, Jiraiya had confidence in himself. "And you, too, are of Konoha. Shouldn't we actively contribute to matters beneficial to our village, even if it costs us our lives? Jiraiya exclaimed, exuding frustration. Suddenly, he grasped a crucial point from Chang's words. Tsunade had become Chang's wife? You. Jiraiya gasped, pointing at Chang in disbelief. This is impossible. You are Tsunade's teacher. How can a teacher and student be together? It is immoral, incestuous. You are an old bull eating tender grass. Though Chang appeared younger and more handsome than Jiraiya, the latter knew that Chang had looked the same a decade ago and had not aged since. Who could tell how old Chang truly was? Hearing Jiraiya's words, a hint of derision flickered in Chang's eyes. And you, peeping at young girls from the rooftops of bathhouses, tarnishing their reputation, is that moral? Which law states that a teacher and student cannot fall in love? My relationship with Tsunade is none of your concern. Kindly leave and return to your toad-like existence. Just as Chang was about to close the door, Jiraiya seized it, determination flashing across his face. You are Tsunade's teacher. You must have coerced her into submission. I challenge you to a duel, to rescue Tsunade from this den of vice. During the years of the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya had been training Nagato and Yahiko, but his title as the Toad Sage had echoed across the continent, filling him with pride. Moreover, as he gazed into Chang's seemingly enchanted violet eyes, he felt an instinctive unease. The Sage of the Toads had spoken of a world-destroying figure, and Jiraiya sensed a connection to Chang. This was the perfect opportunity to uncover Chang's true nature. Chang chuckled, if you seek death, do not blame me. Initially, he hadn't intended to engage with Jiraiya, considering him a mere clown. Yet, Jiraiya's persistent desire for Tsunade and his audacity to intrude upon Chang's home was intolerable, especially with so many women present. What if Jiraiya saw something he shouldn't? Since you cherish Mount Mayaboku, allow me to assist you. A sense of unease flickered through Jiraiya's mind. Do you intend to duel within the village? That would endanger the villagers. Chang shook his head with a smile. There's no need for such complications. In an instant, under Jiraiya's horrified gaze, Chang revealed his eyes, resembling crystalline violet with the power of the Rinnegan. This is the eye technique, nesting the ancestor's command. A technique unique to Chang. It directly affected the soul, granting him the ability to imbue any object with a soul and reshape it at will. A true means of creating life. With a mere flick, he pointed at Jiraiya's forehead. As contact was made, the technique found its medium. Jiraiya felt his body immobilize. Chakra pouring out of him like a rushing river, dissipating into the air, while his form visibly weakened, shrinking, muscles twisting grotesquely, blood erupting. He attempted to speak, but the sounds that emerged were not human, they were croaks. Jiraiya's soul was utterly transformed into that of a toad. As his essence shifted, his once human body grotesquely morphed into that of a small, diminutive toad. With a rustle, Jiraiya's clothing fell to the ground, his human form vanished, leaving behind a tiny toad the size of a fist, marking Jiraiya's complete transformation from human to toad. Jiraiya was engulfed in a profound terror, as all his chakra was dissipated by the overwhelming power of Arima Makoto, rendering him incapable of performing any jutsu. At this moment, Arima had transformed into a demon in Jiraiya's heart, ruthlessly altering the essence of life and reducing beings to mere beasts. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for the shinobi world. The little toad wished to leap away and convey the vital information about Arima to the destined child, Nagato Uzumaki, so that he might grow up far from this fiend. Although everything transpired right at the doorstep, Arima's jinjutsu obscured the vision of passers-by, leaving no one aware of the anomaly occurring before them. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, Arima thought him truly foolish. With a swift motion, he crushed the transformed Jiraiya beneath his foot, and a fiery blaze descended from the heavens, incinerating both Jiraiya's garments and the toad's remains. Suddenly, Tsunade appeared at Arima's side, nestling against him while peeking out the door. Did I just hear Jiraiya's voice? Arima slapped Tsunade playfully and shot her an exasperated look. Jiraiya attempted to force his way into our home, threatening to abduct you as his girlfriend while spewing revolting words. In a fit of rage, I ended his life. Previously, Arima had hoped to follow the original narrative for amusement, but now, with the completion of the Sage of the Ten Tails essence, his mindset had shifted. He would pursue his own happiness, and anyone who displeased him would meet their demise. As for Jiraiya's death, and who would teach Minato and Naruto afterward, Arima was indifferent. Tsunade was besieged by a tingling sensation that clouded her thoughts. Her body growing weak as she sighed at Arima, If he is dead, then so be it. That guy was always peeping and insulting innocent women. His demise is for the best. She sighed. Enough about him. If my grandmother and I returns, I still haven't figured out how to explain this to her. What a bother. Should I call you master, husband, or grandpa? A hint of annoyance crossed Tsunade's face. Listen, master, when Anai is with you, please don't call for me. I would rather jump off the valley of the end than play with you. Arima chuckled, anticipating the delightful warning from Tsunade. Enough chatter. Come inside. As they relished the aftermath of their passionate encounter, Kushina and Konan returned. Don't go in, Kushina. Mito tried to intervene, but Kushina, resembling an eager kitten, hurriedly dashed into Arima's bedroom, evading all attempts to stop her. Arima was taken aback and was about to usher her out, for he and Tsunade were still unadorned. Although Kushina was to be his future wife, she was merely 8 years old, and such exposure was inappropriate. Unexpectedly, Kushina climbed into bed, wrapping her arms around Arima, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother Arima, do you not want me anymore? I heard them say you would sell me to Konoha to feed the Nine Tails. Tsunade, unperturbed by Kushina's presence, regarded her master with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Arima disregarded his state of undress and hastily reassured Kushina. What are you thinking? Did we not promise to never part? You are my little bride. Grow up quickly. Yet, a flicker of coldness flashed in Arima's gaze. Despite Kushina's formidable strength resulting from his training, her youth and innocent nature left her vulnerable. It seemed Konoha had whispered insidious notions in her ears. Did they still entertain the thought of the Uzumaki clan becoming Jinchuriki? Had Sarutobi once again sought to provoke trouble? Pondering these uncertainties, Arima addressed Kushina. Do not worry. Stay home and rest well. I will confront the third Hokage. Not even the Hokage can bully our Kushina. He attempted to rise and dress, but to his surprise, he could not extricate himself from Kushina's embrace. Feeling the warmth of Arima's body and gazing at the impressive key to his vehicle, Kushina fell silent, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 30. The first Hokage's wife departs from Konoha. I will seek the Hokage to vindicate you. Patting Kushina's head, Arima sighed in exasperation. Didn't they say you were a fiery little pepper? Yet here you are, acting like a soft, adorable little girl in front of me. I want to get up. Kushina replied, her face aglow, snuggling deeper into Arima's embrace. I want to sleep with you, Arima. She extended her tiny hand, cautiously flicking the key, her curiosity piqued. So this is what it looks like. This is what boys have. Kushina's cheeks reddened like a ripe tomato, a mix of shyness and intrigue swirling within her. Arima felt her movements and shuddered slightly. Had she been 19, he would have succumbed to temptation, but she was merely 9. Even though children in the shinobi world matured early, this was rather unexpected. Tsunade could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into giggles as she playfully nudged Arima. I knew it. You're such a beast, master. Ha ha. With a playful wink at Kushina, she encouraged her. If you like him, be brave. With that, Tsunade got out of bed, feeling hungry, leaving Arima and Kushina alone in the bedroom. It took considerable effort for Arima to escape Kushina's grasp. Alone in the bed, filled with Arima's scent, Kushina giggled like a giddy goose. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. The third Hokage, Nagato Uzumaki, and a Konoha elder named Shimura Danzo were present. Danzo had once betrayed the Uzumaki clan to the Land of Fire, and Arima had avenged them by killing him. Subsequently, Danzo's older brother, Tsurugi, had taken over his responsibilities. Arima could not have anticipated that this incarnation of Jiraiya would manage to lure his disciple to Konoha, intending to make Nagato the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, thereby augmenting the power of the destined child. They were poised to discuss the matter of Konoha's new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although the third Hokage and Tsurugi were aware of the legendary Rinnegan, they remained ignorant of its true appearance. With Nagato's head bowed, his bangs obscuring his eyes, they merely assumed it was an unknown ocular technique. Nonetheless, Tsurugi's eyes glinted with envy at the prospect of Nagato's eyes. Kushina's insecurities about being abandoned stemmed from whispers planted by rude operatives. Currently, all children in the Ninja Academy were potential Jinchuriki, and Konoha sought to select the most suitable among them. Sarutobi, without a doubt, would not allow Arima to have his Uzumaki clan members designated as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Had he forgotten the previous warning? Let us recruit Nagato into root. Only they can fully harness his talents, Tsurugi proposed. This child has just arrived in Konoha and possesses no sense of belonging to the village. How could he possibly be made a Jinchuriki? Sarutobi concurred with Tsurugi's sentiments. But since Nagato had been brought back by Jiraiya, and despite Arima's insistence that participation should be voluntary, the third Hokage remained wary of the Uzumaki clan. "Let us wait for Jiraiya to return," Sarutobi nodded. A mere exchange of glances between the two conveyed their mutual understanding, a testament to their camaraderie. As a 10-year-old outsider, Nagato was too mature to form a bond with the village, and with the presence of the land of Whirlpools. They resolved to keep Arima in the dark and utilize Nagato as Konoha's tool. After all, both the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and that enigmatic, powerful eye were invaluable assets. However, as a few waited anxiously, watching the sun descend in the west, Jiraiya had yet to return. Jiraiya must be dead. The third Hokage's tone was frigid, his teeth clenched tightly. His right hand, concealed beneath his robe, was clenched in a tight fist. His binocular technique could only reach as far as the vicinity of the Kama family, after which it was obstructed, yet he was aware that Jiraiya had ventured there. Now, having dispatched the Umbu to search for him, they found nothing, and the Kama family would certainly not allow Jiraiya to cross their threshold. The humiliation of being powerless while a disciple was slain within the village weighed heavily on the third Hokage, who was now referred to as the hero of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Nagato, overhearing their conversation, trembled slightly, his rinnegan brimming with hatred. "Has something happened to my master? And you, the Hokage, do not seek vengeance for him?" Sarutobi's expression darkened. That man was no ordinary ninja. Should a confrontation occur, the entire village could be obliterated, a cost we cannot bear. He had always harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding Kama's power. The recent flash of golden light that sliced through the heavens had split the land of fire in two, and it was Kama who had been engaged in that battle. This news had reached countless individuals in the land of waves, echoing throughout the continent. The ninja world had just come to realize that such an ancient figure was still alive. With Kama residing in Konoha, Sarutobi had long contemplated eliminating him. Yet his own strength had proven inadequate. For years, he had sought ways to drive Kama away or even eliminate him entirely. Nagato's countenance soured. Before this, he had found Konoha appealing based on Jiraiya's words, but now he perceived it to be just as he suspected. Nagato had never been a person of strong conviction, a trait evident in both the original narrative and his current life. Jiraiya's existence, intertwined with Kama and Uzumaki Inai, had created an exceedingly strained relationship between the Jinchuriki and the village, prompting the thought of making Nagato a Jinchuriki himself. A vast power emanated from Nagato's eyes, instilling a sense of pressure within Sarutobi and Tobirama. The two exchanged glances before turning back to Nagato, realizing some insights. Could this be the legendary Rinnegan? The third Hokage felt a flicker of hope. If so, it must be wielded by the village. Could the power of the sages truly vanquish Kama? Sarutobi pondered, feeling a lack of confidence. Meanwhile, Kama was about to confront the third Hokage when he received news from Konoha. The selection of the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had been completed, and Uzumaki Inai was summoned for a meeting. Sarutobi had personally come to invite her. Logically, a Jinchuriki without their tailed beast would perish, and the third Hokage was reluctant to provoke Kama. However, Kama had made a promise years ago, compelling the third Hokage to comply, as the power of the Nine Tails was of paramount importance to the village. Kama had previously expressed to Inai that if he desired the Nine Tails, he need not return it to Konoha. Yet Inai believed it would be beneficial to cut ties with the village at this opportunity. Now transformed into a 6 paths level master, Inai, alongside Kama's strength, would not perish even if she were to sever her bond with the Nine Tails. Before the third Hokage, Kama embraced Inai's slender waist with ease. "Lady Inai, The third Hokage was taken aback. The wife of the first Hokage deigned to be with another, leaving him feeling humiliated. There is no need for further discussion. After returning the Nine Tails, I shall have no further ties with Konoha. Inai's demeanor was composed, devoid of the gentleness she once possessed. Kama and I are mutually affectionate. Your opinions are unwarranted. The Senju clan, Konoha, far too much dirt lingered. Now, besides her granddaughter and the child far away in the capital of the Land of Fire, Inai desired no further connection with the village. The third Hokage's expression soured. As the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Inai was not only powerful but also held immense prestige within the ninja world, serving as a significant foundation for the village. Yet now, she chose to be with another and sever ties with the village. Mr. Kama need not accompany the meeting, Sarutobi suggested. He received a disdainful glare from Kama. I am going to see my wife. Your concerns are irrelevant. If I wished to seize the Nine Tails, I would have done so when Hashirama was still alive. There was no need for now. Fool. Sarutobi wished he could deliver a scathing rebuke to Kama, but lacking the strength, he could only endure. Kama arrived at the sealing location. However, the chosen candidate for the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki was someone he never expected. Namikaze Minato. Chapter 31. The Rain Village's Escape. And Kama can also transform into a green fire guy. Upon seeing Minato, Kama couldn't help but laugh. He never anticipated that after all the effort. Konoha had ultimately selected Namikaze Minato as the Jinchuriki. Minato indeed possessed the bloodline of the Senju clan, harboring immense vitality, making him an excellent candidate. However, the chakra of the Nine Tails was overwhelmingly vast and filled with malice. Minato lacked sealing techniques and could not forcibly utilize the Nine Tails chakra, as Anai had. Minato's fate as a Jinchuriki would mirror that of Naruto in the original narrative, disrupted by the Nine Tails power, making it difficult for him to master advanced techniques like the Flying Thunder God. As for Minato being able to use the Nine Tails chakra mode after being reanimated, that was because the half of the Nine Tails sealed with him lacked a soul, merely a mass of chakra. Now, facing the complete, maleficent Nine Tails, Minato lacked the protagonist's halo that Naruto possessed. In Kama's view, given Minato's character, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to gain the Nine Tails' acceptance. Would this mean the yellow flash of Konoha was destined to falter? Yet, these matters were of little concern to Kama. The transfer ceremony of the Nine Tails unfolded without any complications. Uzumaki and I, having lost the Nine Tails, appeared quite fatigued, having lost such a significant source of vitality. However, Kama awaited this moment. The life force of the progenitor, the Ten Tails, was virtually limitless, effortlessly replenishing Inai's lost vitality. Inai finally released her burdens. And Kama no longer cared for Konoha, carrying the unconscious Uzumaki Inai back home. Observing that even after losing the tailed beast, Kama was still able to rescue her. Sarutobi's wariness of Kama intensified significantly. Yet, this was no longer the pressing issue. Sarutobi gazed at the unconscious Namikaze Minato, a satisfied expression crossing his face. This young man is the inheritor of the will of fire. I believe he will dedicate his life to the village. From today onward, Namikaze Minato shall be my disciple. The Second Great Ninja War had concluded. Kushina and Konan, having completed 2 years of study, graduated from the Ninja Academy. Owing to Kama's influence, they would not become ninjas serving Konoha. Meanwhile, the little girl, Uchiha Makoto, had also extricated herself from the mire of Konoha due to her apprenticeship with Uchiha Izumi. As nations engaged in peace negotiations, this life bore no cliches of Minato rescuing his sister beneath the moonlight. Kushina's heart was wholly devoted to Kama. As for Konan, from their first encounter, she had accepted her fate as a child bride, and with Kama being both handsome and gentle, treating them well, and possessing immense strength, he appeared the perfect partner. It would be disingenuous for Konan to claim she was not moved. The two young girls occasionally found themselves discussing what life would be like marrying Kama, their greatest wish being to grow up quickly. These 3 children roamed around Konoha, evading missions, garnering envy from many of their peers. Finally, Mito's research on the space-time sealing technique succeeded, utilizing the power of the Ten Tails Rinne Tensei. Sealing space and pausing time was sufficient to counter the immense Rinnegan and transport Kama into the cosmos. Lately, things have been rather dull. Shall we take a trip to the moon? Kama suggested with a smile, seated before his wives, Kushina, Konan, and Uchiha Makoto. I am set upon seeking vengeance against that old silver coin in Rain Village. If it has returned, I shall ensure it meets its demise once more. The power of that colossal Rinnegan is comparable to the Ten Tails. Consuming it would elevate Arima Makoto's strength significantly and awaken his own Rinnegan. The ultimate fantasy power of the progenitor Ten Tails is an omnipotent force, and understanding it allows one to harness its capabilities. Once Arima Makoto comprehends the essence of that immense Rinnegan, he shall cultivate a Rinnegan uniquely his own. While the Rinnegan is formidable, the Rinnegan possesses a certain aesthetic appeal. Additionally, I might pay a visit to Kage. Perhaps I could recruit her as a handmaiden, he mused to himself. Mito, standing beside him, overheard her husband's thoughts clearly. Initially, he was indeed on a serious mission, but it seemed he was ultimately motivated by the prospect of a girl. What mischief is he concocting now? Is he planning to find a companion on the moon? Mito flashed a mischievous smile at Arima Makoto. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Inexplicably sensing that under his wife's watchful gaze, he had no secrets to keep, and he quickly shook his head. I must go. Didn't they say there are fairies on the moon? I want to see. Kushina giggled. This girl, with her vivacious and sunny disposition, yearned to explore everything new and untried. She leaped into Arima Makoto's embrace, declaring, if you don't let me go, I'll tell Sister Mito about the time you secretly bullied me. The little one wore a conspiratorial expression, believing she was whispering secrets. Yet her words rang out loud and clear for all to hear. Mito wore an amused expression. You little fool, do tell us how he bullied you. I shall avenge you. At this, Kushina sprang from Arima Makoto's arms, her face turning as red as a tomato upon realizing that everyone was looking at her with knowing smiles. Oh no, how did I let that slip? She was too bashful to admit that it was she who had intruded and flicked Arima Makoto's car keys. Even though children in the ninja world matured early, this was exceedingly embarrassing in front of so many. The women's teasing gazes only heightened her embarrassment, prompting Kushina to pout and deliver a playful punch to Arima Makoto, exclaiming, You bullied me. This incited laughter from the group. The distance between the moon and the ninja world was indeed vast. Within the ancestral grounds of the Hyuga clan, there existed a spatial passageway, forged by the power of the colossal Rinnegan. This route allowed for swift travel between the moon and the ninja world, being the only means of transit unless one relied on the Rinnegan's powers to fly directly. Arima Makoto had prepared himself for this journey, intent on consuming that immense Rinnegan, for its power would undoubtedly propel him to new heights. The force contained within that enormous Rinnegan was overwhelming, its density akin to that of stars, rendering it immobile. Although Rain Village had been resurrected, it could not carry the colossal Rinnegan with it. It was undoubtedly hidden upon the moon. The roots of the progenitor Ten-Tails differed from the original Ten-Tails of the ninja world. They were intangible, embedded in the void between heaven and earth, drawing sustenance from natural energies and perpetually growing and evolving, now spreading across much of the ninja world. After consuming the colossal Rinnegan, Arima Makoto's might would suffuse the entire realm, granting him the ability to reshape reality at will. Ultimately, Uchiha Shursui remained to guard the home, while the other wives accompanied Kushina and Konan to the heavens alongside Arima Makoto. Utilizing his sensory abilities, he concealed their figures and successfully traversed from the Hyuga ancestral grounds to the moon. Upon beholding the grand city before him, Kushina was taken aback, brimming with excitement to explore. However, as they approached, they discovered the ancestral grounds were deserted. The resurrected Rain Village had taken all its descendants, inciting Arima Makoto's ire. What began as a joyful excursion quickly turned into disappointment. No fairies? This is boring, Kushina sighed, her nose wrinkling in discontent, prompting laughter from the others. After considerable effort, and with the aid of Uzumaki Inai's Rinnegan, they located the hidden colossal Rinnegan. Inai's ocular technique could perceive the folds of space, revealing that the immense Rinnegan was concealed on a small asteroid outside the moon, within a parallel space created by Rain Village. The diameter of that Rinnegan exceeded 100 meters, and ultimately, Arima Makoto opened his mouth wide and consumed it, savoring its delightful, sweet, and fluffy essence. Little Makoto, surely you are not a magical pig for being able to eat so much? Mito marveled. You devoured such a massive eye? At the moment of fully digesting the colossal Rinnegan, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded Arima Makoto's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the fundamental truths of gravity, repulsion, and the intricacies of yin-yang release. He began to cultivate a Rinnegan of his own, merging the power of the progenitor Ten-Tails to refine the colossal Rinnegan into his own eye. Within a day, he succeeded. In the blink of an eye, Arima Makoto's nine-tomo Rinnegan transformed into a Rinnegan that shone with the brilliance of sapphires. He could now seamlessly switch between the Rinnegan and the new Rinnegan, embodying the duality of destruction and creation, life and rebirth. In that moment, Arima Makoto felt as though he could command the sun itself. A smile graced his face. It seemed that legends held a kernel of truth. Previously, while he could achieve such feats, it required immense effort. Now it felt significantly easier. And of course, the primary reason was the sheer aesthetic appeal. Surrounded by green flames in Rinnegan chakra mode, he transformed into a small green flame figure, undeniably more striking than the Rinnegan. Ah well, Though I do not concern myself with the future of the ninja world, I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those monstrous beasts. Upon my return, I shall lay waste to Miyaboku Mountain, Arima Makoto resolved. He harbored no fondness for the Miyaboku Mountain toads who treated humans as mere pawns. With the serious matters concluded, Arima Makoto indulged in a personal whim. He wished to visit Kageheim, who lay sealed upon the moon. "Dear, I have completed my business. I shall go see the sealed Kage," he announced. He had already informed his wives about Kage's circumstances. "Are you certain you're merely negotiating with the ultimate antagonist and not contemplating turning an alien goddess into a handmaiden?" Mito's face bore a mischievous grin, having discerned the truth from Arima Makoto's thoughts. "Surely, I am not that kind of person," Arima Makoto exclaimed in surprise, realizing that his wife had become adept at reading his innermost thoughts. Yet, he could not concede to this. He needed to maintain the remnants of his noble image before her. "I care not for your romantic pursuits. Should you dare to engage with women outside and play your tricks, you shall meet your demise." With a soft grunt, Mito made a scissor gesture towards Arima Makoto, sending a chill down his spine. "Do you not know who I am? I shall never bring a woman home whom I do not acknowledge." Makoto, still defiant, declared that if you do not go, I shall venture forth myself. Upon saying this, he transformed into a streak of light, penetrating the earth below. Within the core of the moon lies a vast subspace, and although Makoto is not versed in illusions, there exists no seal that can restrain him in this world. He effortlessly breached its confines. After centuries of solitude, Kage had etched every detail of this dark expanse into her memory, and the moment a foreign presence emerged, she sensed it instantly. "Who goes there?" she exclaimed, her voice imbued with a divine aura, reminiscent of a playful kitten stirring one's heart. Makoto beheld the long-cherished progenitor of the ninja world, far more enchanting than depicted in the original manga. Clad in pure white, devoid of any flaw, she exuded a noble essence akin to that of an angel. Her beauty transcended any words Makoto could muster, and even her oversized robe could not conceal her alluring figure, the curves tantalizingly visible. "Greetings, Kage. I am Arima Makoto, and I find myself in need of a maidservant. Would you care to accept the position?" He revealed his presence. In the blink of an eye, Kage stood before him, their gazes locking. "To insult me is to court death," she retorted, her anger palpable. As a princess of the Otsutsuki clan, she possessed an innate superiority, and to be commanded to serve was intolerable. With a forceful strike, she unleashed the 80 Gods vacuum attack. The punch surged forth, resembling a dragon in flight, as if to shatter the very fabric of space, accompanied by a sound akin to shattering glass. Were this in the outside world, such a blow could obliterate a mountain. In an instant, Makoto's head exploded like a watermelon, blood gushing forth as his body convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Kage felt a pang of vexation at the loss of this rare encounter. Yet the thought of Makoto's audacity in demanding her servitude brought a satisfying sense of vengeance. "Am I already deemed a lecher before we even commence?" she pondered, feeling a peculiar sensation as his breath grazed her ear. "How is this possible?" she gasped, preparing to retaliate, only to find herself locked in his gaze. Before her lay a pair of perfect, infinite eyes, resembling amethyst, imbued with overwhelming power, the Rinnegan. "It is over. My purity cannot be preserved," was the last thought that crossed Kage's mind before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself surrounded by a fragrant, melodious environment, unable to channel any chakra. Rendered as powerless as a delicate maiden, Kage recognized she had fallen victim to Makoto's illusion, his version of Tsuki-no-Mi, wielded through the Rinnegan with the power of the 10 tails. This was a realm of illusion. As she glared at him with venomous rage, wishing to rend him asunder, Makoto grinned and seized her, commencing his playful torment. "This is for your arrogance, for ignoring my words." In the realm of Tsuki-no-Mi, actions and sensations were tangible, and Makoto replicated the experience outside, indulging in her. Kage felt a mix of shame and anger, nearly losing control as she struggled futilely. With each movement, her dampened white robe clung to her form, revealing her exquisite silhouette. Ultimately, she found herself at an impasse, having succumbed to a sensation she had never before experienced in her millennia of existence. "Could you be the 10 tails?" Kage mused, her earlier indignation fading as she scrutinized him closely, realizing Makoto bore an uncanny resemblance to a divine tree, a matured 10 tails. "Correct, and for that, you shall receive 200 more," he smirked. I am the original 10 Tails, the first seed of divine trees from which all others have split. You, Otsutsuki, refer to me as the progenitor of the 10 Tails. Kage was momentarily stunned. The 10 Tails possessed immense power, yet lacked intelligence to maintain cosmic balance. However, before her stood a humanoid entity, wise and wielding great power. In that moment, she regarded Makoto as her equal, no longer perceiving him as mere debris of the ninja world. What is your purpose? Do you covet my power? But the 10 Tails are immortal. My strength holds no allure for you, Kage inquired, her curiosity piqued. Makoto chuckled. I am not here for something so mundane. I seek you, to be more direct. I desire your form. Kage's face flushed with indignation. You dare, she retorted. As for those 2 children, I cannot fathom how you, with such pride, would wed a mere human. Finally, Makoto broached the question that weighed heavily on his mind. While he could accept Uzumaki and I, compelled by the pressure from his primary wife, Kage was a different matter altogether. Kage huffed disdainfully. How could I ever be fond of those insects? After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, I was bestowed with human blessings and became the goddess of the hair. Under the weight of boundless wishes, I inexplicably became pregnant. I once considered ending the pregnancy. Yet even with my might, I found it impossible. Ultimately, I bore them. How dare you insult my purity? I could never be sullied by such creatures. Makoto exhaled in relief. Though children had come into existence, at least she was still a first-hand vehicle. Have you not had your fill of beating me? Kage seethed, summoning a bone to strike at him. As she thrust, he burst like a balloon, and when she opened her eyes again, he had restored himself. This was a deliberate ploy by Makoto, designed to watch Kage grasp at hope only to have it dashed, thus diminishing her pride. A truly wicked man. A technique that can deceive the Rinnegan. How infuriating. Kage's expression betrayed her frustration as she felt on the verge of tears. Observing her turmoil, Makoto wore a satisfied smile. Her arrogance would not go unchallenged. To subdue her, he needed to strip her of that pride, akin to training a hawk. Have you made up your mind? Will you serve as my maid? If you agree, I shall take you with me, he proposed, his voice a seductive whisper. Fuming, Kage retorted, even as a princess. I have never been toyed with as I am now. You wishful thinker, begone. Makoto remained silent. Taming a hawk required patience, and he had ample opportunity ahead. I shall depart, but I will visit often. Do think of me, he chuckled, as darkness enveloped them once more. I am a princess, and you dare treat me so lightly. Even as the progenitor of the 10 Tails? I shall have my revenge, Kage vowed through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Mito and the others awaited the return of Arima Makoto. Are you finished? In a moment of mockery, Mizuho smirked, teasing, is little Chogo faltering? You've become quite fast. Haven to you? Having spent much time with Arima So, the gentle Mizuho had also learned to adopt a sardonic tone. Without hesitation, Arima So embraced Mizuho, playfully challenging. Why not test your mettle tonight? If you possess the skill, refrain from calling for reinforcements. The group departed from the moon, returning to the shinobi world. After Arima So's departure, Yuzuru ascended back to the moon, gazing at the now-vanished colossal Rinnegan. A glimmer of hatred and envy flickered in Yuzuru's eyes. The progenitor, the 10 Tails. He scoffed, no matter how formidable you may be, there will come a day when you face reckoning. He and the Sage of the Toads from Myobokuzen had already begun plotting against Arima So. In the shinobi world, Arima So was taken aback to discover that, following Jiraiya's demise, the Toads of Myobokuzen had aligned themselves against Konoha. It appeared a confrontation was imminent. Chapter 33, The Toads Conspiracy? A considerable number of toads had been dispatched from Myobokuzen, led by the Sage of Shinsaku, accompanied by one Tai and a multitude of formidable toads. Each of these gigantic toads, comparable in size to tailed beasts, required several elite shinobi to contend with. Myobokuzen had unleashed around 50 to 60 such colossal toads this time. The toads assembled at the borders of Konoha, exuding an air of impending hostility, as if ready to obliterate the village at a moment's notice. Conversely, on Konoha's side, Sarutobi Hiruzen had rallied a host of elite shinobi, a veritable exodus of their finest. The ground lay strewn with debris, smoke swirling in the air, revealing the aftermath of a fierce battle. Despite emerging victorious from the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha had suffered grievous losses and now faced immense pressure from the Toads' forces. Myobokuzen's tactics were alarmingly cunning. having bypassed the village's reconnaissance teams to appear directly at the village gates. Sarutobi's expression darkened. If Myobo-Kuzan had allied with other villages, Konoha's fate would be dire. Moreover, Sarutobi had not anticipated that Myobo-Kuzan would deploy a force rivaling that of a major shinobi village. Unbeknownst to him, this might not even be their full strength, which was intolerable for someone who prided himself as the strongest village leader in the shinobi world. Arima So could not suppress a cold laugh upon realizing that the sage of Shinsaku possessed strength comparable to the Nine Tails. The chakra contained within the old toad was unimaginable, and with the ability to harness sage techniques, his combat prowess was exponentially enhanced. In the original storyline, the sage of Shinsaku and the sage of Shima appeared rather inept, likely because they regarded Jiraiya as a discarded pawn whose usefulness had waned following his death. As Jiraiya, a disciple of the Great Toad Sage, played a crucial role in the future of the Great Toad Sage, Sarutobi, you must provide Myobo-Kuzan with an explanation, lest we take matters into our own hands to seek the true culprit. The sage of Shinsaku spoke menacingly, feigning an aura of lethal intent. The summoning scroll from Myobo-Kuzan bore Jiraiya's signature, granting them dominion over the life and death of the contract holder and the ability to summon them to Myobo-Kuzan. The toads were well aware that Jiraiya had perished. The toad summoning scroll not only controlled the fate of the contract holder, but also secretly nourished the toads with the life force of the summoner, embodying a sinister scheme unknown to the world at large. The third Hokage snorted. Jiraiya was also my disciple. Do you think I would kill him? His death has nothing to do with Konoha. It is entirely due to Arima So. As he sought to lead his forces into Konoha, there was no chance of that. Sarutobi felt a surge of indignation. It was one thing to have Arima So riding high above him, but now a horde of toads from Myobo-Kuzan was causing trouble? He understood that the three great sage lands were formidable, yet he was not unduly intimidated by the toads. The culprit has been revealed. You wish to apprehend him? Go seek out Arima So yourself, Sarutobi sneered, his expression betraying a cold amusement. Since Arima So resides in Konoha, do not blame me for using you as a shield. Arima So chuckled softly, eager to witness what drama would unfold. They soared through the sky, concealed by Arima So's Jinjutsu, rendering them invisible to all eyes. Mizuho, take Kushina and the others home. I shall confront this band of toads, he stated with a smile. Mizuho nodded, preparing to depart. I want to go back. I want to stay with Brother So, Kushina declared, her youthful face alight with eagerness. This spirited girl, drawn to excitement, could not resist the allure of such a grand spectacle. Arima So sighed, ruffling Kushina's hair. I will be engaging them in battle. Your current prowess is merely on par with a large toad. You would be in danger standing by. Despite 2 years of training under Arima So, Kushina, at just 10 years of age, had yet to develop fully, and thus, Arima had refrained from teaching her sage mode. Her strengths lay in taijutsu and sealing techniques, rendering her abilities akin to those of an average jonin. Would Brother So really allow me to be hurt? Kushina tugged at his hand, her eyes sparkling, a playful smile gracing her lips. Arima So inhaled deeply, feigning exasperation. Of course not. The girls erupted into laughter, with Mizuho teasingly observing Arima. It seems you want to be the sole one to handle him after all. With that, the girls returned home, leaving Arima So and Kushina behind as he dispelled the Jinjutsu and descended between the two armies. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Arima So, the so-called murderer. Jiraiya was indeed slain by my hand. I wonder what you seek from me. He spoke, a genial smile gracing his face. Yet an inexplicable chill swept through all present. Kushina extracted a snack, preparing to observe Arima So's display of bravado, viewing Jiraiya as his successor. He understood that in the world of Hokage, the bond between mentor and disciple could rival that of father and son. With Jiraiya's death at Arima So's hands, Sarutobi yearned to exact vengeance, yet was powerless to do so, forced to endure. The sage of Shinsaku among the toads regarded Arima So with a mix of astonishment, envy, and trepidation. Reflecting on the words of the great toad sage, the sage of Shinsaku chose to ignore Arima So, turning away as if he had not seen him. Jiraiya was foretold as the harbinger of peace in the shinobi world, the guide of the destined child, now having met an untimely demise in his own homeland. Do you claim the murderer is indeed the culprit? I trust only the results of my own investigation. You must provide Myobo-Kuzan with an explanation today, he demanded. Upon hearing this, Arima was momentarily taken aback, then grinned knowingly. Indeed, these creatures harbor no true desire for vengeance for Jiraiya. It seems they covet something within Konoha. Sarutobi, being the cunning fox he was, quickly grasped the implications of Myobokuzen's intentions, his expression darkening. What is it that you truly seek? The sage of Shinsaka huffed, feigning reluctance to engage in conflict for the sake of peace. I have received the latest orders from our lord. Konoha and Myobokuzen shall sign a treaty of peaceful coexistence, permitting Myobokuzen's toads to serve as summoning beasts for your shinobi. However, the contract holders must be children from the ninja academy, which posed no detriment to Konoha, yes? Though Jiraiya's demise could be overlooked, to send Minato Namikaze to Myobokuzen would mean the great toad sage would accept him as a disciple. In the prophecy of the great toad sage, a calamity would inevitably sweep across the world, and Minato would emerge as the new leader. He would discover the destined child, guiding them toward the righteous path, ultimately leading to peace in the shinobi world. After completing his training, Minato would return to Konoha. Anyone who obstructs is a murderer of peace. If you disagree, do not blame me for being ruthless. Everything is for the sake of the entire ninja world. All the harsh words have been spoken by Shinsaku, and Sarutobi's face darkened. Currently, as the host of the Nine Tails, Sarutobi is unwilling to let Minato leave the village. Yet he has no choice. At least in the eyes of the public, the toads are still somewhat trustworthy. Akamaru, who was nearby, silently mourned for Minato for a few seconds upon hearing this. Unlike Jiraiya, he held no particular feelings for Minato, but it seemed Minato was about to become the toad's new pawn. One could only hope Minato would not provoke him in the future, otherwise, he should be wary of Naruto wanting to change fathers. As for killing Minato over some baseless concerns, he was not that kind of person. Akamaru sensed that the toad's ambition was becoming increasingly impatient. Signing contracts with all the children from the Ninja Academy, what were they planning? Children are the future of Konoha. They are digging at the roots of the village. The summoning contract of Myoboku Mountain is undoubtedly problematic, yet he remains indifferent. The only ones Akamaru cares about for the next generation of Konoha are Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino, but those three girls have yet to be born. I promise you. After much contemplation, Sarutobi finally agreed, and Shinsaku sighed in relief. Currently, Akamaru not only completed the original source of the Ten Tails, but also consumed the colossal Rinnegan, resulting in a significant increase in power. The natural energy flowing from him could rival the ocean. To those capable of wielding natural energy, Akamaru's unusual physique was glaringly evident, bringing immense pressure to Shinsaku, who only wished to leave. Did the old man not say he was going to the moon? Why is he back so soon? How dreadful. The Ten Tails. Just as Shinsaku prepared to lead the Toad army away, he was obstructed by Akamaru. With arms crossed, his dark hair moved as if caught by an unseen wind, and his eyes brimmed with dominance. I said the Toad heads are relocating. An immense sphere of natural energy materialized, resembling a colossal sun, captivating the attention of all the Toads. Generally, natural energy possesses a strong resistance against Genjutsu, but unfortunately, the one casting it was Akamaru. The Toads' eyes dulled, their forms frozen, their souls shattered. In the next moment, blood flowed like a waterfall through the forest, leaving behind massive toad carcasses. I demand flames. With a snap of his fingers, a swirl of violet flames descended from the void, incinerating all the toad corpses to ashes. An elite beast of shadow level, 50 toads equivalent to the strength of 4 or 5 jonin were obliterated in a single move. There was little more to say. At this moment, the great sage of Myoboku Mountain wore an expression of grave concern, vowing, I will consume you, original Ten Tails. He had not anticipated that the Rain Village would turn its back on him and transfer the great Otsutsuki on the moon, resulting in Akamaru's premature return, causing the toads to perish in vain. The ninjas of Konoha were astonished that Akamaru could resolve so many foes merely by speaking. It was nothing short of a miracle, and they regarded him as the village's foundation with fervent admiration. Brother Akamaru, I want to learn that. I demand flames. I said the heads are relocating. Kushina clung to Akamaru, her eyes sparkling. I want to learn this. So impressive. Words become law. How cool. Brother Akamaru, please teach me. The little girl nestled in Akamaru's embrace, beginning to pout, even attempting to snatch the car keys. I will teach you later. Akamaru stiffened, hastily adjusting his trajectory. There were still others present. She should not be so reckless. Feeling somewhat helpless, He found it difficult to handle this little firecracker. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face flushed red as she withdrew her hand from Akamaru's pants. Akamaru's life returned to tranquility, filled with natural evolution, spending time with his wives, and nurturing little girls. The schemes of Mayaboku Mountain began to surface, with countless toads appearing throughout the continent, signing summoning contracts with others. However, Akamaru remained unconcerned. For the land of Whirlpools had issued a ban on any contracts with toads. Any toads entering the land of Whirlpools would be executed. Unbeknownst to Akamaru, Mayaboku Mountain, besides being in Konoha, had made its presence known in all 5 great ninja villages, secretly seeking something. The toads had begun to suck the life from all ninjas. Leisurely days passed swiftly, and after entering puberty, Kushina's body rapidly developed, changing daily. Her favorite pastime became sneaking into Akamaru's bed at night. In the blink of an eye, it was the 48th year of Konoha. Kushina and Konan had completely shed their youthful innocence, exuding a mature allure, resembling the figures etched in Akamaru's memory. Now grown, Kushina no longer called him Brother Akamaru, instead referring to him as Little Akamaru. Little Akamaru, Konan and I have grown up. When will you bring us home? Chapter 34. The Plastic Sisterhood of Kushina and Konan. Over the past decade, aside from the toads seeking attention, little else transpired in the ninja world. The toads of Mayaboku Mountain ensnared humans in their summoning contracts. The higher-ups of each village had toads among them. With the toads' interference, the third great ninja war still occurred. And it was even more devastating than in the original story. Just after the conclusion of the third war, the number of ninjas from the Land of Fire was reduced to 1/5 of what it once was. When deities clash, mortals suffer. The battles among ninjas often resulted in cataclysmic destruction, displacing countless ordinary people. Many mid to high-ranking individuals in various villages perished, and those who signed contracts with the toads entered the centers of power, issuing a series of seemingly clever, yet ultimately debilitating policies aimed at weakening humanity. Akamaru was aware of all this, yet he thought, why should I care? He remained oblivious to the fact that the toads in the Rain Village were seeking means to counter him. While the Ten Tails were formidable to the Otsutsuki clan, they were nothing more than toys, and there were indeed methods to counter them. Long ago, Kage and Otsutsuki Ishiki arrived in the ninja world aboard a spaceship, which contained an artifact crafted by the Otsutsuki ancestors, based on their own power and combined with Otsutsuki technology, capable of nullifying and restraining the power of the Ten Tails. Unfortunately, that spaceship was lost in a different dimension, leaving the Toads and the Rain Village at a loss. This was the information the Toad Sage provided to the Rain Village. But how the Toad Sage came by this knowledge remains a mystery. On Konoha's side, due to becoming a Jinchuriki, Minato, under the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, never learned the Flying Thunder God technique throughout his life. However, Minato did learn many of the Toad techniques and Sage Mode from Mayaboku Mountain, eventually becoming a Shadow-level master. Yet, the Yellow Flash's legacy was completely extinguished. Minato's current title was the Toad Sage. Brainwashed by the Toads and reduced to a pawn, Minato began searching for the so-called Child of Destiny. Throughout his life, Kushina remained with Akamaru, while Minato's wife was from the Senju clan and was now pregnant, soon to give birth. Everything else unfolded according to the original plot. Rin had died, and Obito had darkened. Meanwhile, the land of Whirlpools became a paradise in the eyes of countless ordinary people, a place devoid of war, where ninjas would not oppress them at will. Countless refugees flocked there, many thinking that even if they died, they would send their children to the land of Whirlpools. However, the territory of the land of Whirlpools was too small to accommodate so many refugees, which would lead to problems. Mito and her companions, who were kind-hearted and could not bear to see others suffer, all headed to the land of Whirlpools to settle those refugees. At home, only Akamaru, Kushina, and Konan remained. In their childhood, Kushina and Konan were inseparable, closer than biological sisters. But as they grew up, despite still being close, they began to clash over certain matters. Initially, the two girls were still young, so Akamaru refrained from consuming them. After speaking, Shounen helped Kushina to her feet and sent her back, leaving Arima Makoto brimming with frustration and helplessness. The two of them had acted like naive children in this matter. Who would have anticipated that after sending Kushina away, Shounen would suddenly return unexpectedly? If it weren't for Kushina's keen perception, sensing Shounen's movements, she would have been the first to taste the fruits of their interaction. Ultimately, Both women nestled beside Arima Makoto, wrapped in each other's warmth as they drifted into slumber, their faces adorned with contented smiles. When alone with Makoto, they would desire to consume him entirely. Yet, in his presence together, their shyness would render them incapable of such bold actions. Time passed, and it was now October 1st. 48 years after the founding of Konoha, the day Naruto was born. Onma-chung was eagerly anticipating this moment. The Nine Tails would not allow its seal to weaken during childbirth. How would Obito plan the ensuing chaos of the Nine Tails rampage? What fate awaited Minato? A chuckle escaped Arima Makoto's lips. As the evening's grand spectacle awaited, it was still morning. Kushina and Shounen each took hold of one of Arima Makoto's hands, pressing them against their chests. The three of them basked in the sun, enjoying a serene moment together. Makoto smiled, pondering the simplicity of their situation. Why all the contention? Kushina and Shounen each held on to one of Onma-chung's arms, pressing them against their chests. The three of them basked in the sun together, feeling quite content. Onma-chung smiled, thinking, isn't this wonderful? What is there to quarrel over? I've decided that both of you will share the same chamber. And then there will be no distinction between sisters. After waiting for so many years, he thought, you two delicate flowers, I can no longer hold back. Today, I must indulge. With that, he tore off the clothes of Kushina and Shounen, engaging in brazen acts that reflected a decline in moral values. Chapter 35, The Nine Tails Chaos. The recklessness of Nagato. The thrill of such indulgence is beyond what others can fathom. From now on, there should be no more disputes. It should be done to be obedient. No dissent, Onma-chung commanded, as he playfully squeezed and caressed them. All right, we will obey you, both stirring desires within. After a passionate encounter, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Onma-chung spoke. Tonight, a grand performance will unfold. Shall we head out together? Minato would shine brightly during the Third Shinobi World War, eventually becoming the fourth Hokage. He resembled a youthful Jiraiya, yet this time, his wife was not a Jinchuriki. So the childbirth would lack the usual protective measures from the village. She would simply be in the hospital, experiencing a normal delivery. As his wife was about to give birth, Minato was preoccupied with administrative duties, working overtime. He was the type to sacrifice his family for the sake of the village. An embodiment of cold detachment. The night in Konoha was quiet, the autumn winds whispering through the streets, which remained lively and bustling, unaware that death was drawing near. Arima Makoto arrived at the hospital ahead of the crowd. Utilizing his heightened senses, he remained unseen, and he and Kushina entered the delivery room unnoticed. Minato's wife was Senju Riri, the legitimate daughter of the second elder of the Senju clan. Now, apart from Tsunade, Riri was the last remaining member of her clan. Tsunade had settled into her role as Arima Makoto's wife, distancing herself from the affairs of Konoha. Riri was beautiful, her talent perhaps not rivaling Tsunade's. But she was nonetheless a formidable kunoichi, inheriting the immense political prestige of the Senju clan. Minato's ascension to the position of fourth Hokage was not solely due to Sarutobi. Riri's support played a significant role. So this is what childbirth is like, Kushina mused with curiosity, observing the heavily pregnant woman. Arima Makoto raised an eyebrow, surprised to find such beauty among the Senju remnants. Her figure was only slightly less impressive than Tsunade's, and an inexplicable wicked thought crossed his mind, though he quickly dismissed it. Minato, I have taken one of your wives, but I shall not claim a second. It would not be fitting for the yellow flash to become the green hat flash, he chuckled. With a sudden, resounding cry of a newborn, Naruto finally entered the world. Senju Riri, weakened from childbirth, struggled to rise and catch a glimpse of her child. Suddenly, ripples in space began to expand, and a vortex emerged from the void. It was Uchiha Obito, utilizing his Manjikyu Sharingan's Kimui to infiltrate Konoha. Behind him was a red-haired figure, Nagato. Following Jiraiya's demise, Konoha had managed to placate Nagato, only to discover his legendary Rinnegan and entertain thoughts of seizing it. Danzo had rallied numerous root ninjas against Nagato, but his strength rivaled that of Danzo himself. In a desperate situation, Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem, turning the tide and escaping with his life, thus establishing a deep-seated vendetta against Konoha. A smirk appeared on Arima Makoto's lips, surprised at Obito's audacity. Obito swiftly seized Naruto, employing the wood release, cutting technique. Hard, steel-like branches sprouted from Obito's hands, instantly impaling all the attending doctors, blood spilling across the floor. Riri, having just given birth, was swiftly overpowered by Nagato. Do you truly believe that your wife and child can threaten the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Nagato questioned, his face a mask of malice. Today, he was determined to teach Konoha a lesson they would never forget, to make them feel pain. Obito smiled, I doubt it. In my view, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would willingly sacrifice even his students or family for the sake of the Dark Village. But it costs nothing to test the waters. Before long, Minato arrived. After all, he had received word of the impending birth. The air outside the delivery room was thick with the scent of blood. But Minato brushed it aside. Wasn't bloodshed during childbirth normal? However, as he opened the door, his expression froze, a chilling aura emitting from him as he gripped a kunai. Release Riri and the others. Do not act rashly. This is Konoha. You may let them go, provided you take your own life. I swear by the name of Uchiha Madara that I shall not go back on my word, Obito replied, a smile playing on his lips. Minato scoffed, you are delusional. If I die, Riri and the others will be at your mercy. Obito's grin widened. See? I told you, for the sake of the village. He is willing to sacrifice his own family. Such moral coercion is truly remarkable. Very well then, you need not die, as long as you release the Nine-Tails. I will also free your wife and child. Minato, gritting his teeth, glared fiercely at Obito. Impossible. The Nine-Tails' emergence would spell doom for the village. Riri, Naruto, forgive me. It's my fault. Once I eliminate the enemy, I will join you in the afterlife, Minato thought, his aura of wrath intensifying. Minato had resolved to abandon his wife and child. With a swift motion, he entered Sage mode, his pupils transforming into those of a toad. Orange shadows appearing at the corners of his eyes, and slight pustules forming on his nose. Minato's Sage mode bore slight, toad-like traits, not entirely perfected. But his ability to enter it instantaneously surpassed even Jiraiya's. Nagato scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at Obito. Your suggestion was foolish. It has wasted precious time. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a pitch-black iron rod, which he plunged directly into Senju Riri's heart. Naruto, nearby, could only wail in despair. And Minato's eyes turned crimson with rage. You will pay for this, he shouted, unleashing his sage art, Super Otama Rasengan. Today, he is determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to Konoha, making its people experience profound suffering. Obito chuckled softly, feeling that his opponent would not succumb to threats. His ability to enter it instantaneously was already superior to Jiraiya. Nagato snorted coldly, casting an unsatisfied glance at Obito. Your suggestion is terrible. We're wasting time. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a pitch-black iron rod and pierced Senju Riri's heart. Naruto could only cry out in distress. And Minato's eyes turned red with fury. Die, he shouted, unleashing the sage art, Super Spiraling Sphere. Today, he is determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to Konoha, making its people experience profound suffering. Obito chuckled softly, feeling that his opponent would not succumb to threats. In his view, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails would undoubtedly sacrifice his own disciples and even his wife and children for the sake of the Dark Village. However, it would cost him nothing to test this theory. Indeed, it wasn't long before Minato arrived, having received word at the time of his wife's delivery. A pungent scent of blood lingered at the delivery room door, but Minato brushed it aside, deeming the bloodshed during childbirth a natural occurrence. Yet, the moment he pushed the door open, his expression turned to frost, radiating an aura of menace as he gripped the kunai tightly. Release Rin and the others. Do not act foolishly. This is Konoha. You may let them go, provided you take your own life. I swear by the name of Uchiha Madara that I shall not break this promise, Obito replied with a smile. Minato scoffed, you are dreaming. If I die, what becomes of Rin and the others? They would be at your mercy. Obito's smile widened with delight. See? I told you for him. Sacrificing his own family for the village is a trivial matter. Such moral coercion is truly skillful. Very well, you need not die, as long as you release the Nine-Tails. I will also free your wife and children. Minato gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Obito. Impossible. If the Nine-Tails appears, the village will be doomed. Rin, Naruto. I'm sorry, this is Father S' fault. Once I eliminate the enemy, I will join you in the afterlife, Minato thought, the murderous intent emanating from him unabated. Die for me. Sage art, Super Spiral Rasengan. Minato transformed into a projectile, propelled forward by natural energy, his speed rivaling that of the Flying Thunder God technique. Feel the pain. This is a gift from the divine, Nagato declared, his eyes filled with dominance as he raised both hands. Shinra Tensei. But his ability to enter it instantaneously surpassed even Jiraiya's. Nagato let out a cold snort, casting a dissatisfied glance at Obito. Your suggestion is a waste of time. He waved his hand, producing a pitch-black iron rod that pierced through Rin's heart. Nearby, Naruto could only wail in despair, his father's eyes red. Die for me. Sage Art, Super Spiral Rasengan. Minato transformed into a projectile, propelled forward by natural energy, his speed rivaling that. Feel the pain. This is a gift from the divine, Nagato declared, his eyes filled with dominance as he raised both hands. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive barrier rapidly expanded from Nagato, colliding with Minato's Rasengan in a thunderous explosion that sent Minato flying. Obito let out a sinister laugh, tossing Naruto onto the ground. Observing Naruto's cries and reflecting on how the boy's life was manipulated like a pawn, Obito couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Naruto, I bear you no ill will, but I shall gladly take your wife. Hinata, do not even think about it. With a glare from Obito's right eye, he activated Kamui, drawing Minato into the dimensional space of Kamui. Minato, unable to master the Flying Thunder God, had little room to maneuver against Obito. For Obito, the threat posed by Minato's technique was far greater than that of Sage Mode. Soon after Nagato, he broke through four tails. Obito chuckled, not enough. He then formed an intricate series of seals, effortlessly breaking the nine-tail seal. With a cloud of smoke, Nagato and Obito emerged, followed by a battered Minato, his body riddled with black rods. These rods, crafted from the power of the Rinnegan and Inu, a casual swipe of its paw resulted in the demise of numerous bystanders. The Nine Tails, massive as a mountain, crushed a street beneath its weight. With its resurgence, the Nine Tails, brimming with arrogance, was about to spew insults when Nagato's Rinnegan took effect, rendering it completely hypnotized and subservient. The patterns of the Rinnegan appeared in the Nine Tails' eyes. How dare you speak out before a god? A pet must recognize its place, Nagato scoffed, a proud smirk adorning his face, leaving Obito speechless. Teacher, I will avenge you. The full form of the Nine Tails re-emerged into the world. With a thunderous roar, the beast shook the very foundations of Konoha, causing chaos to ensue. A casual swipe of its paw resulted in the demise of numerous bystanders. The Nine Tails, massive as a mountain, crushed a street beneath its weight. With its resurgence, brimming with arrogance, was about to spew insults when Nagato's Rinnegan took effect, rendering it completely hypnotized and subservient. The patterns of the Rinnegan appeared in the Nine Tails' eyes. Unaware of Kuruma's keen observation, Kushina, should we teach that ignorant little brother of yours a lesson? Kuruma mused, ruffling Kushina's hair. Despite the arrangements made in their home, Nagato vowed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Taking control of the Nine Tails, he conjured a colossal-tailed beast bomb, locking onto the target. Ironically, the direction of the Kuruma family. Nagato, you have quite the filial piety, but why court disaster? Chapter 36. The Day of Suffering for Senju Tobarama at this moment. Let me show him what happens when one dares to assault our family. With that, she manifested from the void, charging directly toward Nagato and Obito. Nagato paused, momentarily taken aback. You, a woman of the Uzumaki clan, would dare defy the authority of a god. Kushina scrutinized him, realizing he resembled a fool. I have no business with Konoha, but you attempted to attack my home. My husband sent me to teach you a lesson. Nagato's demeanor shifted as rage surged within him. Untouched by any means from the shinobi world. However, Nagato's audacity to attack his home left. Let me show him what happens when one dares to assault our family. With that, she manifested from the void, charging directly momentarily taken aback. You, a woman of the Uzumaki clan, would dare defy the authority of a god. Kushina scrutinized him, realizing he I have no business with Konoha, but you attempted to attack my home. My husband sent me to teach you a lesson. Nagato's demeanor shifted as rage surged within him. So you are Kuruma's wife. Perfect. I will make him feel pain today. This is the cost of offending a deity. I will kill all those close to Kuruma with these divine eyes. What a pity for your Rinnegan. It seems no one is without one. Kushina retorted with a hint of sarcasm. To think you elevate yourself as a god because of a pair of eyes. Such arrogance is foolishness. In an instant, Kushina's emerald eyes transformed into Rinnegan. Nagato was left in disbelief. He regarded his Rinnegan as a gift from the heavens, proof of his divinity. 6 chakra orbs appeared behind her, transforming into a pair of obsidian gauntlets that enveloped Kushina. She then propelled, unleashing countless chakra chains from her hands that ensnared the heavens and earth, transforming into a colossal net that surged towards Nagato and his companions. Meanwhile, with a sound akin to shattering glass, Nagato's Shinra Tensei was obliterated, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater as he rolled and tumbled. Mastering another's eyes prevents you from harnessing the true power of the Rinnegan, Kushina remarked. A flicker of emotion passed. They only intervened when the Ninetales attempted to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon the village. The Uchiha clan, much like in the original narrative, unleashing countless chakra chains from her hands that ensnared the heavens and earth, transforming into a colossal net that surged towards Nagato and his companions. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still embroiled in a fierce battle alongside the ninjas of Konoha against the Ninetales. The sage of Mount Mayaboku merely put in a perfunctory effort. Clad in blue armor and renowned as the mightiest water-style ninja. As for Hashirama, his body had long since become the fertilizer for the resurrection of the 10 Tails. They only intervened when the Ninetales attempted to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon the village. The Uchiha clan, much like in the original narrative, remained sequestered within their ancestral grounds due to the influence of the root, with no one emerging to assist. Sarutobi Hiruzen, reluctant to relinquish his current power. The Ninetales rampaging? Ino had encountered trouble? You lot are truly disappointing, unable to even contain a Ninetales. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing his teacher, dared not assume an authoritative demeanor. Master, clad in blue armor and renowned as the mightiest water-style ninja. As for Hashirama, his body had long since become the fertilizer for the resurrection of the 10 Tails, with only a single hand retrieved by Tobirama. Furthermore, Hashirama's soul had been shattered. Over the years, Konoha had been researching techniques to restore fragmented souls. Yet, nevertheless, even the mere presence of Tobirama instilled immense confidence in the people of Konoha. Upon regaining consciousness, Tobirama sensed the dire situation and could no longer the Ninetales rampaging? Ino had encountered trouble? You lot are truly disappointing, unable to even contain a Ninetales. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing his teacher, dared not assume an authoritative demeanor. Master, a true marvel. Why would she not wish to be with me? I possess such stature. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this predicament, could not deny his trepidation. After all, Senju Tobirama nearly stumbled, his face contorted with rage. That beast Makoto is still alive? And Ino is with him? After his elder brother's death, Ino should have wed him. His elder brother had proposed to Uzumaki Mito, only to have her claimed by Makoto. Now his sister-in-law had fallen to him as well. Even as he experienced a physical reaction, logically, those resurrected through impure world reincarnation should possess no sensations. Yet Tobirama's desire and wicked thoughts regarding you insult my Senju clan so. The grievance of polygamy shall never be forgiven. With a cold huff, Senju Tobirama resolved to subdue the Ninetales before confronting Makoto. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Chakra surged, coalescing in Tobirama's hands into a fearsome, massive water blade. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he created 4 clones. His elder brother had proposed to Uzumaki Mito, only to have her claimed by Makoto. Now his sister-in-law had fallen to him as well. Severing the tendons at the Ninetales' ankle, the Ninetales let out a pained cry, and Tobirama's clones began to exert their strength, allowing Makoto to step into the barrier. Following Tobirama, you insult my Senju clan so. The grievance of polygamy shall never be forgiven. With a cold huff, Senju Tobirama resolved to subdue the Ninetales. They became embroiled in combat. The Ninetales unleashed tailed beast bombs with reckless abandon, creating craters in the ground, while the Valley of the End was expanded exponentially. Each wielding a flying thunder god kunai, encircling the Ninetales. Beast. One kunai was hurled, and in the blink of an eye, Tobirama traversed over 100 meters. severing the tendons at the Ninetales' ankle. The Ninetales let out a pained cry, and Tobarama's clones began to exert their strength, allowing Makoto to step into. The Ninetales departed as well. Freed from the control of the Rinnegan, the Ninetales sought to explain itself to Tobarama, but he was in no mood to listen. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Makoto, images of his sister-in-law entwined in a passionate embrace surged to the forefront of his mind. Tobarama felt a shameful reaction arise within him. Tobarama's water techniques were no jest. The water dragon bullet tech. Do you believe that your impure world reincarnation grants you infinite chakra and immortality to act with impunity? Makoto chuckled, reveling in Tobarama's distress. Just as Tobarama prepared to strike, he noticed that Makoto had vanished from his sight. His body rendered immobile, Tobarama blinked, only to discover that his clothing had inexplicably vanished. Meanwhile, the deceased Hashirama stood before him, blushing furiously while wielding a wooden dragon. I want you, Hashirama shouted, charging at Tobarama, who cried out in despair, No, brother. It was an illusion, manipulating the five senses. You cherish your sister-in-law so, then let us transform you into her. Makoto scoffed coldly. Ino was now his woman, and he would not allow anyone else to covet her. Moreover, he had not forgotten how Tobarama had pressured Mito into marriage and subsequently incited Hashirama to confront him. In the realm of reality, Tobarama seemed frozen in place, yet Makoto had already reached his mind. Whelp, gaze upon me. Makoto's Sharingan opened, invoking the divine technique, birth of the heavenly ancestor. Tobarama's soul began to transform, gradually shrinking until he ultimately became a mother teddy bear. Makoto grinned. This time, he merely erased Tobarama's memories of the drawing reincarnation, leaving the rest intact as a form of punishment. Naturally, the impure world reincarnation lacked sensation. So Makoto added a personal touch, restoring Tobarama's sense of touch. An immortal existence devoid of pain would be a blessing. It was imperative that Tobarama suffered. He crafted an intricate illusionary world for Tobarama, weaving a fate of becoming a breeding machine. Meanwhile, Kushina returned, having dealt a thorough beating to Obito and Nagato. However, in her moment of exuberance, she neglected to set up a space-time seal, allowing Obito and Nagato to escape. Yet, this was a minor concern. Ultimately, Minato, with the aid of the sage of Mount Myaboku, regained his sense of self. However, burdened by the countless casualties he had caused, Minato, despondent and guilt-ridden, opted to seal the Ninetales within Naruto's body through the corpse reanimation technique, hoping to bolster future defenses against enemies. He contemplated taking his own life, entirely oblivious to the fact that the turmoil caused by the Ninetales would cast a shadow over his child's life, rendering Naruto's future exceedingly arduous, all while neglecting his responsibilities as a father. Yet, all of this was of no concern to Makoto, as Naruto was not his child. After witnessing the unfolding chaos, he realized that Naruto remained the destined child. Makoto resolved to embark upon his stellar pasture plan, intending to cultivate the God Tree on another planet, ensuring that Konan would also ascend to the Six Paths level. After all, a man ought not to show favoritism. Konan was his wife as well. Brother Makoto, am I not remarkable? Kushina approached with a radiant smile. Jio Xian Nai, when in the company of others, often exclaims in a boisterous manner, calling out to Xiao Qingcheng. However, when she is alone with Arima Chung, she shyly refers to him as Chunggu. This subtle contrast completely captivates Arima Chung. He affectionately ruffles Jio Xian Nai's hair, who playfully asks if she can have him all to herself tomorrow night. Arima Chung pauses, pulling the little firecracker into his embrace, teasingly noting that she is no longer just a little pepper, but a big one. Am I not remarkable? Kushina approached with a radiant smile. Jio Xian Nai, when in the company of others, often exclaims in a boisterous manner, and she might not be able to withstand it. Chung breathes a sigh of relief, having initially thought there was discord between Jio Xian Nai and Xiao Nan. The tranquility of his household is something he cannot tolerate. What was he thinking? His essence has always been nourishing Xiao Nan. She would be just fine. Chung playfully taps Jio Xian Nai on the head, reminding her that if they are to be sisters together, they must share the night. He declares that tonight. Jio Xian Nai's face shows a hint of concern as she expresses her worry for Xiao Nan, fearing that their physical prowess surpasses hers, and she might not be able to withstand it. Chung breathes a sigh of relief, having initially thought there was discord between Jio Xian Nai and Xiao Nan. Haven T, you noticed what you've dropped into my hands? Arima Chung teases, shaking a piece of black fabric. Jio Xian turns back, her face paling in shock. Her small face flushes as she reaches down to find it missing. I was wearing pants. When did you steal them, Arima Chung? Hurry and give me back my panties. Chapter 37. Adorable Kage is once again subdued, entering the celestial realm of the divine tree, the top maidservant. After the Nine Tails disturbance, Cheng's wives finally returned, bringing vibrancy back to the household. It transformed into a lively space filled with laughter and card games during the day. For instance, today, when Mikoto dropped by for a meal, Chung and the others were still engaged in playful combat. From behind the door, Mikoto heard her masteress voice. Unable to fathom how her usually dignified and composed teacher could sound so carefree, stirring a flutter of emotions within her. Fortunately, the battle was nearing its end, and it wasn't long before Arima Chung concluded it. Master, do you think there's any way I can help the Uchiha? The atmosphere in the clan feels quite off, bringing vibrancy back to the household. It transformed into a lively space filled with laughter and card games during the day. For instance, today, the Uchiha, as leaders of the Konoha security forces, failed to assist the village in its time of crisis, leaving them in a rather awkward position. They lost the trust of the people, facing scorn from many. Uchiha Fugaku claimed he was instructed by the travelers not to intervene, and it wasn't long before Arima Chung concluded it. Master, do you think there's any way I can help the Uchiha? The atmosphere in the clan feels quite off. In the living room of Arima Cheng's home, Uchiha Mikoto, along with Chiri and others, were enjoying a meal, her brows knitted together in deep thought. During the Nine Tails disturbance, the Uchiha, as leaders of the Konoha security forces, failed to assist the village in its time of crisis, leaving them in a rather awkward position. They lost the trust of the people, facing scorn from many. Uchiha Fugaku claimed he was instructed by the travelers not to intervene, but the roots of the clan directly countered his assertions, leaving Fugaku powerless. Unlike Chiri, who had endured a lengthy path, Mikoto was still young, with her family intact, and her ties to the Uchiha clan remained strong. Chiri smiled gently, patting Mikoto on the head, reassuring her that she need not worry too much. Harboring feelings for someone special, but lacking the courage to confess. To Arima Chung, Mikoto was not an object of ravenous desire. He approached her with a laid-back attitude, neither pursuing nor rejecting her. Oh, the folly of a thoughtless man. For years, Mikoto had been by Arima Cheng's side, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at him, the warmth of her affection burning brightly within. However, Arima Chung remained oblivious, merely offering her a calm smile before shifting his attention to the other women. Under Chiri's guidance, Mikoto's strength had grown remarkably, making her both powerful and captivating, a prominent figure in the Uchiha, harboring feelings for someone special, but lacking the courage to confess. To Arima Chung, Mikoto was not an object of ravenous desire. He approached her with had shared their secrets on how to win over Arima Chung, and Mikoto listened with envy, though her timid nature held her back from being as bold as them. The warmth of her affection burning brightly within. However, Arima Chung remained oblivious, merely offering her a calm smile before shifting his attention to the other women. Contemplating whether to replicate the trick he once played on Mito by directly placing Mikoto in Arima Cheng's bed. Of course, a master should help his disciple find happiness. She was unsure how to navigate her feelings for Arima Chung, relegating her heartaches to silent suffering. Her close friends, Jio Xian and Xiao Nan, had shared their secrets on how to win over Arima Chung, and Mikoto listened with envy, though her timid nature held her back from being as bold as them. Chiri observed Mikoto's infatuation with a knowing gaze, realizing he needed to assist her. Aside from Jio Xian, Chiri was the most mischievous in the household. Arima Chung finally healed the wounds left from his battle with the Otsutsuki deity, restoring the Ten Tails to its peak power. The next step was to find ways to enhance not only his own strength, but that of his wives as well. Currently, there were only 4 methods available to augment Arima Cheng's power. The Ten Tails, also known as the Divine Tree, theoretically could draw nourishment from anything abundant in energy, including certain powerful individuals. Kage was slated to become a maidservant, but it was unacceptable to consume the souls of all shinobi. The remaining option was to consume the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, though these two were regarded as the children of destiny in the shinobi world. The next step was to find ways to enhance not only his own strength, but that of his wives as well. Currently, There were only 4 methods available to augment Arima Chang's power. The Ten Tails, also known as the Divine Tree, theoretically could draw nourishment from. Arima Chung understood that the Otsutsuki deity would descend upon the shinobi world in a few decades, annihilating everything cherished by Naruto, ultimately falling at Boruto's hands. Yet, the remaining option was to consume the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Though these two were regarded as the children of destiny, and the Otsutsuki deity had the entire cosmos at their disposal. What if their power had further advanced over the years? The original narrative did not include his own 10 tails, which Arima Chung had not anticipated. Meanwhile, Kage had ascended into the stars, making her unreachable. Having seen the events of Boruto, how was he to create the seeds of the Divine Tree? Wasn't this something he was meant to forge? Why did he have no recollection of it? Arima Chung could not allow his fate to rest in another's hands. While he had regained his strength, he was not to be underestimated. And the Otsutsuki deity had the entire cosmos at their disposal. What if their power had further advanced over the years? The original narrative did not include. Chung reclined in a bed of softness, reveling in the comfort. The women of Mito are inherently kind-hearted, but that kindness is reserved solely for their homeland, the ninja world. When it comes to extraterrestrials, their fates are of no concern. The very nature of a ninja is one of cold-bloodedness. The women readily concur. Over the years, aside from Mito's gradual advancement in strength, the others have remained stagnant. And thus, the time has come. Arima Makoto blinked again. This time, he revealed his newly manifested Rinnegan. While the Sage of Six Paths level was formidable, it was not the end. For even now, for him, the power of the Rinnegan can forge spatial pathways between celestial bodies. When it comes to extraterrestrials, their fates are of no concern. The very nature of a ninja is one of cold-bloodedness. The women readily concur. I will seek Kage to inquire about a few matters, he stated, but was met with Mito's teasing banter. It's only been a few days, and already you long for that alien goddess? Arima's cheeks flushed crimson. Would he confess to Mito that Kage's skin felt exquisitely soft? Unbeknownst to him, the power of the Rinnegan can forge spatial pathways between celestial bodies. Serving as a formidable tool for cosmic navigation, far surpassing the speed of Arima Makoto's display of the original Ten-Tail. I will seek Kage to inquire about a few matters, he stated, but was met with Mito's teasing banter. It's only been a few days. And already you long for that alien goddess? Arima's cheeks flushed crimson. Would he confess to Mito that Kage's skin felt exquisitely soft? Unbeknownst to him, Arima remained steadfast, while Kage crouched, cradling her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. That hurt so much. Arima's expression turned peculiar. Is this your strategy? To bash your head against me when you cannot defeat me? Observing Kage, who resembled an innocent girl oblivious to the world, all of Arima's pent-up irritation dissipated. A surge of vitality flowed from his hands as he gently rubbed Kage's head. So warm. The pain in her head vanished, and Kage found herself comforted. Go to hell. With that, she transformed into a white streak of light and barreled toward Arima like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, akin to striking steel, Arima remained steadfast, while Kage crouched, cradling her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. That hurt so much. Arima's expression turned peculiar. Planning to take revenge? Then come at me. I want to fight back. I'll count to 3, and you can prepare yourself. Kage was momentarily taken aback. Really? A surge of vitality flowed from his hands as he gently rubbed Kage's head. So warm. The pain in her head vanished, and Kage found herself comforted. Even someone as innocent as Kage would surely recognize the implications of his words. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Here to take advantage of me again. The mere sight of him sent waves of discomfort coursing through her, as if an electric current were surging from behind. Arima laughed. Planning to take revenge? Then come at me. I want to fight back. I'll count to 3, and you can prepare yourself. Kage was momentarily taken aback. Really? Familiarity had bred a strange comfort. Initially, Kage remained quiet. However, as the moments passed, she could no longer contain herself, instinctively letting out a soft moan. Even someone as innocent as Kage would surely recognize the implications of his words. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Is it merely to be taken advantage of? You insufferable lecher. I swear, even in death, I will preserve my purity and never become your servant, Kage vowed fiercely. Resuming his rhythmic beat, Kage let out a soft whimper, unable to break free, and please enlighten me on how to create new god tree seeds. Arima finally inquired, a matter that had piqued his curiosity. As the progenitor of the 10 tails, realizing what she had done, she quickly covered her mouth, but Arima had already noticed, a teasing smile spreading across his face. Is it merely to be taken advantage of? You insufferable lecher. I swear, even in death, I will preserve my purity and never become your servant. Kage, if you call me Lady Kagaya, I might consider it. Having been bested by him too many times, Kagaya's face radiated excitement, envisioning herself triumphantly standing over him. Please enlighten me on how to create new god tree seeds. Arima finally inquired, a matter that had piqued his curiosity. As the progenitor of the 10 tails, he pondered why he possessed none of the seeds himself, while the entirety of them lay in the hands of the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya paused, her expression thoughtful as she sifted through her vast memories before finally retrieving the information he sought. Yet, she was proud and reluctant to share. If you call me Lady Kagaya, I might consider it. Having been bested by him too many times, Kagaya's face radiated excitement. Are you certain? Arima inquired, his hand inching toward her robe. Ultimately, Kagaya relented. Taking a deep breath, I recall hearing that our ancestor was dissatisfied with the limited number of seeds and attempted to create new ones using some power to manifest the body parts of the 10 tails, cloning an entirely new 10 tails. Yet, he failed, for it is impossible to replicate the soul of the 10 tails. Our ancestor asserted that biological technology holds no sway over such beings. Upon hearing this, Arima's expression transformed into one of profound realization. Piecing together fragmented memories, he finally understood. Why then would you need to ask me for new god tree seeds? The seeds were all captured by our ancestors during their hunts among the stars. However, I recall hearing that our ancestor was dissatisfied with the limited number of seeds and attempted to create new ones using some power to manifest the body parts of the 10 tails. Just as Orochimaru in the original narrative struggled to cultivate the 8 tails horn, ultimately resulting in failure. The Otsutsuki clan wished to create more 10 tails to harvest power for themselves. But without the power of the progenitor, no matter how strong they were, they could not succeed. Their power was one of destruction, while Arima's power was one of creation. Arima snapped off a finger and cast it to the ground. An endless surge of power flowed into it. Spiritual art, nest of the divine ancestor. Activate. It could not be called mere cloning, but rather the creation of an entirely new 10 tails. For others, attempts at cloning the 10 tails would inevitably fail at a certain threshold. Just as Orochimaru in the original narrative struggled to cultivate the 8 tails horn, ultimately resulting in failure. The Otsutsuki clan wished to create more swelling until it became a blood-red heart the size of a fist. Once placed in a location rich in energy, Arima snapped off a finger and cast it to the ground. An endless surge of power flowed into it. Spiritual art, nest of the divine ancestor. The energy transformed into light and shadow, resembling the birth of a soul from the void. A phantasmagorical soul slowly coalesced, with Arima's own soul using his own body as the template. A 10-tailed soul was forged. Moments later, the severed finger transformed into a pulsating mass of flesh. For in a certain sense, each 10 tails was a part of Arima himself. Thus, Arima finally understood how the progenitor of the 10 tails could grow stronger. The seed would absorb energy and evolve into a 10 tails in a remarkably short time, subsequently transforming into a god tree that would bear fruit. The infinite creation and division of the 10 tails, sending them across the cosmos to harvest and sustain themselves, exemplifies the tyrannical nature of the primordial 10 tails. Little Kagaya, I must take my leave. When you come to your senses and are willing to be my attendant, I shall release you. Farewell. With a wave. For in a certain sense, each 10 tails was a part of Arima himself. Thus, Arima finally understood how the progenitor of the 10 tails could grow stronger. Arima Seiji and his companions began to leap through the starry expanse. In this boundless cosmos, habitable planets are scarce. Initially, the novelty captivated everyone, but as time passed, the infinite creation and division of the 10 tails, sending them across the cosmos to harvest and sustain themselves, exemplifies the tyrannical nature of the primordial 10 tails. Little Kagaya, devoid of even a single pig in sight. After an indeterminate period, Arima Seiji and his companions finally discovered a planet suitable for planting the divine tree. The astonishingly dense natural energy surpassed that of the ninja world, capable of supporting more than one divine tree. The planet, dominated by vast oceans, had its continent shattered into countless fragments, forming islands scattered across the waters. Though the structures had decayed, traces of civilization remained, yet not a single living soul could be found, only an endless expanse of white Zetsu. Has this place been cultivated with a divine tree? Arima Seiji furrowed his brow, devoid of even a single pig in sight. After an indeterminate period, he was astonished to find that these white Zetsu were unlike the feeble ones from the ninja world. They seemed to possess the powers they held in life. Had its continent shattered into countless fragments, forming islands scattered across the waters. Though the structures had decayed, traces of civilization remained, yet not a single living soul could be found, only an endless expanse of white Zetsu. Has this place been cultivated with a divine tree? An ominous sensation washing over him, as his thoughts swept across the planet. For I am the strongest white Zetsu in the world. Chapter 38. The Intruding Maiden. Arima Seiji discovered several white Zetsu with strength comparable to that of a Kage. The arrival of Arima Seiji and his companions caught the attention of the white Zetsu, who swarmed toward them like a horde of locusts. Are they humans? The legendary humans? Do you know what it feels like to defecate? Have you tasted the flavor of excrement? Oh, how I long to defecate. Legendary humans, I hold great hope for you. Come be my children. For I am the strongest white Zetsu in the world. Chapter 38. The Intruding Maiden. Seiji's joy of fatherhood. Arima Seiji utilized Genjutsu to conceal the forms of himself and his companions, thus quieting the frenzy of the white Zetsu. The white Zetsu were the sole inhabitants of this planet. Moreover, some possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of Kage-level ninja, and their numbers were considerable. However, though Seiji could not recall them at the moment, under Seiji's direction, Mito commenced an exploration of the planet's conditions. Having surpassed the sixth, enhanced by her powerful Uchiha heritage, allowed her to cover the entire planet. Unless the beings were hidden in an alternate space, it was impossible to evade her pursuit. After a while, a peculiar expression crossed Mito's face. She had detected no humans, only a multitude of white Zetsu, densely packed, with not a single. The stronger one became. In the cosmos, not just any planet could support the cultivation of a divine tree. Nurseries meeting the planting conditions were precious, otherwise the Otsutsuki clan would not have sent individuals to the ninja world repeatedly after losing contact with Kage and her ilk. Given the intensity of energy, the natural energy concentration of this planet was exceptionally high, even surpassing that of the ninja world. As long as there was, the energy on this planet was sufficient to yield 6 or 7 divine fruits, if not more. The more divine fruits, the better, the more one consumed, the stronger one became. In the cosmos, not just any planet could support the cultivation of a divine tree. Even Mito had failed to locate the one who cultivated the divine tree. Could it be that he had perished? Regardless, it was time to plant the divine tree. Seiji shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. He was losing focus. What did the past of this planet matter? Whether or not humans had once inhabited it. Its sole purpose now was to provide sustenance for the divine tree. Arima Seiji and his companions traversed the vast ocean, reaching the location with the most concentrated natural energy. As every member of the Otsutsuki clan could potentially become a weapon for the Otsutsuki god against him. Yet, at present, at the pinnacle of the Red Earth stood a grand palace, now covered in moss, yet still magnificent. Arima Seiji cast the seed of the divine tree into the earth. Seiji shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. He was losing focus. What did the past of this planet matter? Whether or not humans, its sole purpose now was to provide sustenance for the divine tree. Arima Seiji and his companions traversed the vast ocean, reaching the location with the most concentrated natural energy. This was atop a continent soaring thousands of meters into the sky, a crimson landmass piercing the clouds and splitting the ocean in twain. The energy surrounding the divine tree became so dense it was nearly tangible, yet the tree welcomed all. The seed matured into the 10 tails. Arima Seiji could sense the chaotic spirit of the 10 tails within the divine tree. This abomination possessed no wisdom, only a primal instinct to annihilate everything. However, before its creator, the Ten Tails was destined to become a mere plaything, obediently compliant. As this Ten Tails gradually matured, Arima Seiji's power surged once more, and countless bolts of lightning struck the divine tree, yet not a single leaf fell, only serving to enhance its lush vitality. The energy surrounding the divine tree became so dense it was nearly tangible, yet the tree welcomed all. The seed matured into the Ten Tails. Arima Seiji could sense the chaotic spirit of the Ten Tails within the divine tree. This abomination possessed no wisdom, only a primal instinct to annihilate. Before its creator, the Ten Tails was destined to become a mere plaything, obediently compliant. As this Ten Tails gradually matured, Arima Seiji's power surged once more. She activated the ocular techniques within her Rinnegan. Boundless energy was absorbed by Conan, and with a delicate exclamation, ripples of time spread outward. Slightly stronger than the Ten Tails Kage had once brought forth. Presently, only Conan among Seiji's women had yet to break through to the Six Paths level. Naturally, Conan was chosen to be the new Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The transformation process mirrored that of years past. With her purple hair shedding its mundane appearance, dressed in a flowing purple robe, sporting short hair, and carrying a backpack, her playful demeanor accentuated by the fishing rod in her hand. She activated the ocular techniques within her Rinnegan. Boundless energy was absorbed by Conan, and with a delicate exclamation, ripples of time spread outward. She grasped the situation, furrowing her brow. The aura of time and space. Did I accidentally arrive in a parallel world? Clad in a white divine robe, and exuding an air of unparalleled dominance, it was Otsutsuki Kage. The other was a beautiful maiden with violet eyes. The remnants of the divine tree's roots on the ground made it clear to Kage what had just transpired. She was taken aback to find someone cultivating a divine tree, as if she had arrived to compete for a meal. It turned out that Conan's activation of her Rinnegan had inadvertently drawn Kage from a parallel world. You are not from the clan. Where did you acquire the seed of the divine tree? Otsutsuki Kage furrowed her brow, clearly deep in thought. Arima Seiji and his companions. Her Rinnegan seemed capable of perceiving the entire ocean across the Crimson Continent. Kage's expression was complex, tinged with displeasure as her gaze turned towards Arima Seiji. Having recently become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, possesses no illusions, yet Taoshi remains unperturbed by her presence, having consumed more than one fruit from the divine tree. As if she had arrived to compete for a meal. It turned out that Conan's activation of her Rinnegan had inadvertently drawn Kage from a parallel world. You are not from the clan. Where did you acquire the seed of the divine tree? Otsutsuki Kage furrowed her brow, clearly deep in thought. Arima Seiji, having lived in the ninja world for so long, had concealed their horns and Rinnegan with Jinjutsu, maintaining their previous appearances to outsiders. However, Xiaonan, having recently become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, possesses no illusions, yet Taoshi remains unperturbed by her presence, having consumed more than one fruit from the divine tree. How foolish of you to think that you could cultivate a divine tree. Regardless of the origin of your Ten Tails, it is beyond your reach. Surrender the Ten Tails, and I may reluctantly spare your lives. Taoshi's power is such that even Kage fears him. He cannot be as weak as depicted in the original. In a fit of rage, thunder roared from the heavens, winds howled, and lightning dragons danced among the clouds, threatening to obliterate. Time seemed to freeze as Arima Mikoto blinked at Taoshi. Suddenly, Taoshi found himself ensnared in an illusion, rendered motionless. A smile graced Arima's face. I finally found you. Arima Mikoto was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what do you mean? Am I seeking the location of the Otsutsuki clan, and to ascertain whether the power of the Otsutsuki god had been restored. If it had, new plans would need to be devised. If not, Arima Mikoto would have to find a way to annoy this Otsutsuki god thoroughly. Employing the Rinnegan's human path technique, he extracted Taoshi's soul. Acquiring the desired information, and a satisfied smile adorned his face. Taoshi's body, imbued with immense power, transformed into a pulsating chakra fruit under Arima Mikoto's influence. A surprising turn of events. He intended to use his Rinnegan to extract Taoshi's memories. Seeking the location of the Otsutsuki clan, and to ascertain whether the power of the Otsutsuki. If not, Arima Mikoto would have to find a way to annoy this Otsutsuki god thoroughly. Employing the Rinnegan's human path technique, he extracted Arima Makoto became convinced that the girl was acquainted with Mito and her companions. Who exactly are you? Arima's heart grew restless, uncertain of the cause. Chapter 39. A Rescue Across Time and Space. No sooner had Arima Makoto spoken than the girl's form began to distort, her figure shrinking. In the blink of an eye, a 16 or 17-year-old girl morphed into a cute little girl of 8 or 9, exquisitely crafted. Her bulging backpack appeared cumbersome on her petite frame, and she panted, clearly having endured considerable hardship. As someone capable of confronting Tao Shi, this little girl possessed strength. Yet a rare hint of anxiety flickered across her face. Her true form was that of a young girl. Size shifting was one of her abilities, allowing her to alter her appearance at will. After all, in the world of shinobi, having multiple identities is often advantageous. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Arima Eri, your daughter, father. My mother's name is Hyuga Hinata. I had initially intended to seize the Otsutsuki's artifact to return to the past. Her bulging backpack appeared cumbersome on her petite frame, and she panted, clearly having endured considerable hardship. As someone capable of confronting Tao Shi, not to mention, you are even more handsome than I imagined. The little girl's smug demeanor mirrored Arima Makoto's when he boasted. Arima Makoto stood in stunned silence. While traversing worlds may not be particularly challenging, traveling back in time was a feat only achievable through the supreme artifacts of the Otsutsuki clan or his own power. The vortex activated by Xiaonan's Rinnegan indeed served as a passage to parallel dimensions, but he never anticipated that it would inadvertently bring his daughter to him. The moment Eri uttered Hinata's name, Arima Makoto realized she had come from the future, as the Hinata of his world had not yet been born. He opened his Rinnegan, scrutinizing her soul, and heaved a deep sigh. Eri hailed from a parallel universe, not the future of his own. While traversing worlds may not be particularly challenging, traveling back in time was a feat only achievable through the supreme artifacts, and it would be best for her to return to her own universe. Although his words were somewhat harsh, Arima Makoto felt no remorse. A shadow and its original form had become two distinct entities. Would he send a shadow to consort with his own wife? Naturally, that was impossible. To him, there was no connection between himself and the Arima Makoto of the parallel universe. That man's child was not his responsibility. Upon hearing this, Eri's face blanched, tears welling in her eyes. She was unaware of the intricacies of parallel universes. All she understood was the painful message conveyed by his words. Daddy doesn't want me anymore. In her future, her father had vanished, and all the mothers had perished. Alone, she battled malevolent foes, striving to protect the last survivors of the Uzumaki clan. At the tender age of 5, she left the shinobi world, bearing the hopes of all, searching the starry skies for a miracle, enduring countless trials. She held a deep admiration for her father, whose features had become blurred in her memories, revered as a saint by the people of the Uzumaki clan. Yet now, her father seemed to reject her. Heart filled with trepidation and sorrow, Eri pleaded, Daddy, have I done something wrong? Is Eri too foolish? I promise I will correct my mistakes. Please don't send me away. I beg you. Mito shot Arima Makoto a disapproving glare, as if reproaching him for his coldness. The little girl was too adorable. The maternal instincts of the women surged forth, surrounding Eri to comfort her, coaxing her back to laughter as her tears began to dry. Having regained her confidence, Eri declared, whose features had become blurred in her memories, revered as a saint by the people of the Uzumaki clan. Yet now, her father seemed to reject her. Heart filled with trepidation and sorrow, Eri pleaded, Daddy, have I done something wrong? Is Eri too foolish? I promise I will correct my mistakes. Please don't send me away. I beg you. Mito shot Arima Makoto a disapproving glare, as if reproaching him for his coldness. The little girl was too adorable. The maternal instincts of the women surged forth, surrounding Eri to comfort her, coaxing her back to laughter as her tears began to dry. Having regained her confidence, Eri declared, I have finally found my father. I cannot rest until I prevent the tragedies of the past. Even if you do not believe me, I will prove my worth to you. Arima Makoto found himself at a loss, compelled to entertain her resolve. But you just mentioned that I should prevent my past tragedies. What do you mean? Eri suddenly realized, exclaiming, Oh, right. If I recall correctly, you are planning to visit the Otsutsuki clan's homeland, aren't you? You were ambushed by that wretched woman Kage and imprisoned within the prison gate, and then she vanished with you. After your disappearance, the Otsutsuki god summoned all his kin from across the universe, unleashing them upon the shinobi world, resulting in the deaths of everyone. Uncle Naruto, Uncle Sasuke, and Boruto as well. Eventually, Mito and the others also fell in battle. The only remaining hope lies in my return to the past to prevent your disappearance. As long as you are here, possesses the power to seal individuals in eternal darkness, unbreakable unless one wields the strength to shatter the cosmos. You were ambushed by that wretched woman Kage and imprisoned within the prison gate, and then she vanished with you. After your disappearance, never trust that wretched woman Kage. Arima Makoto fell into a contemplative state, generally speaking. Eventually, Mito and the others also fell in battle. The only remaining hope lies in my return to the past to prevent your disappearance. As long as you are here, we shall never know defeat. For even our enemies acknowledge a universal truth: you are invincible. Thus, dear father, the myriad methods of soul combat at the Six Paths level are countless, and if Mito and the other souls were to be destroyed, Arima Makoto would not even have the chance to resurrect them. How could he not be concerned? Nonetheless, he did not believe that avoiding the Otsutsuki would render him safe. They were destined adversaries. The so-called parallel universe features identical individuals and names, yet their personalities may vary. However, Arima Makoto felt a slight discontent. Could it be that Kage is indeed untrustworthy? Was her previous demeanor merely a facade of false affection? With a thought, the winds shifted dramatically, altering the celestial phenomena of the entire planet. Thunder roared, and heavenly fire rained down. You need not ponder further. I advise you to return to your own world. My affairs do not require your interference, for I am heading to the Otsutsuki's ancestral home. Farewell. Mito and her companions followed closely behind Arima Makoto. Their hearts intertwined with his, and they certainly did not think him wrong. After all, although their parallel selves shared the same appearance and names, could it be that Kage is indeed untrustworthy? Was her previous demeanor merely a facade of false affection? With a thought, the winds shifted dramatically, igniting their maternal instincts. The women had never deviated from Arima Makoto's opinions on significant matters. Arima Makoto smiled, transforming into the rebirth I chakra mode. My affairs do not require your interference, for I am heading to the Otsutsuki's ancestral home. Farewell. Mito and her companions followed closely behind Arima Makoto. You are indeed tyrannical and unreasonable, you foul creature. Arima Arai stamped her foot and opened a backpack nearly as large as herself, rummaging to retrieve a toy Lamborghini. They were no longer the same individuals. Therefore, it was true that Arima Arai was not truly his daughter. Previously, they had merely been drawn to Arai's appearance, igniting their maternal instincts. The women had never deviated from Arima Makoto's opinions on significant matters. Arima Makoto smiled, transforming into the rebirth I chakra mode, enveloping the women in the power of space, and they became a streak of light, vanishing into the starry sky. You are indeed tyrannical and unreasonable, you foul creature. Arima Arai stamped her foot and opened a backpack nearly as large. The technology was splendid, and the population was vast. At the very heart of the planet stood a colossal divine tree, its trunk stretching into the starry expanse. The vehicle sped through the cosmos at superluminal velocity, crossing galaxies in pursuit of Arima Makoto. Stinky Daddy, so fierce. Don't come crying to me. Time passed as they chased each other. Arima Makoto and his companions arrived at the Otsutsuki's lair first. One could only say that a race which deemed itself divine indeed had celestial bodies of 80 million times the size of the sun at its center. The technology was splendid, and the population was vast. At the very heart of the planet stood a colossal divine tree, its trunk stretching into the starry expanse, measuring a diameter of 10,000 meters. This was the center of the planet, the abode of the deities, where the Otsutsuki clan resided atop the divine tree. At the pinnacle of this tree was a magnificent palace, reminiscent of a celestial realm, the residence of the Otsutsuki. Your combat skills have inevitably diminished. However, do not rush. As an old saying goes, to know oneself and to know the enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. While the Otsutsuki clan holds little of interest for me aside from that Otsutsuki deity, had longed for a fight ever since breaking through the Six Paths with Arima Makoto's assistance. The wives were now quite restless. Arima Makoto felt a headache coming. Consider it a leisurely trip, as the alien scenery is worth witnessing. Although he had gleaned information about the Otsutsuki clan from the memories of the peach-themed parallel world, Arima Makoto felt that witnessing it firsthand would be far more reliable. With that, he and his companions plunged into the vast expanse of stars before them. As an old saying goes, To know oneself and to know the enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. While the Otsutsuki clan holds little of interest for me aside from that Otsutsuki, you are my most cherished wives, and I would be heartbroken should you inadvertently fall into their traps. Besides, since we are here, she stored the superluminal vehicle back into her backpack and began searching within. That bulging backpack contained toys crafted by her father, Arima Makoto. Arima Makoto felt that witnessing it firsthand would be far more reliable. With that, he and his companions plunged into the vast expanse of stars before them. Not long after they blended in, a flamboyantly pink Lamborghini came to a halt outside Otsutsuki Star, driven by the little lowly Arima Arii huffed as she exited the car. "Stinky old dad, why don't you wait for me? Why are you running so fast?" With a wave of her hand. Following suit into Otsutsuki Star. This was the home of the villains, and she wanted to assist her father with her bouncing bombs. From her parallel world at the time of her birth, infused with the power of the Ten Tails ancestor, each possessing wondrous abilities. These treasures were Arii's most cherished possessions, and skyscrapers adorned with flickering neon lights, resembling a scene from the future. Similar to the Hyuga clan in the ninja world, the Otsutsuki were divided into the main family and the branch family. The main family held dominion, controlling the lives of those in the branch family. Following suit into Otsutsuki Star. This was the home of the villains, and she wanted to assist her father with her bouncing bombs, ensuring the main family could cultivate the divine tree. The familiar Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki were bound in such a relationship, Kinshiki, as a servant of the branch family, unhesitatingly transformed into chakra fruit to be consumed by Momoshiki when needed. Despite the lowly status of the branch family, they were revered as deities by the rest of humanity. All individuals possessing Otsutsuki blood resided atop the colossal divine tree at the heart of the planet. This tree was the largest and most powerful Arima Makoto had ever encountered. The branch family not only served as guardians of the main family, but also had to offer sacrifices to the Ten Tails when necessary, ensuring the main family could cultivate the divine tree. The familiar Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki were bound in such a The Otsutsuki would select individuals from these ordinary humans who had made outstanding contributions to grant them the Otsutsuki bloodline, an honor regarded as supreme by the inhabitants. Arima Makoto initially believed that the status of these humans was scarcely above that of ants. However, to his surprise, while they were indeed servants of the Otsutsuki, possibly due to its abundant nourishment, in addition to the Otsutsuki clan, many ordinary humans also inhabited this planet. The Otsutsuki did not engage. These ordinary people served as their subordinates, laboring for the prosperity of Otsutsuki Star. Every 500 years, the Otsutsuki would select individuals from these ordinary humans who had made outstanding contributions to grant them the Otsutsuki bloodline, an honor regarded as supreme. Arima Makoto initially believed that the status of these humans was scarcely above that of ants. However, to his surprise, while they were in, Arima and his companions could only sigh heavily, experiencing a slight change in their perception of the Otsutsuki clan, yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Once a princess of the main family, had been relegated to the branch family for breaching clan laws and was then sent to cultivate the divine tree, even feeding herself to the tree. This drastic fall was one of the reasons behind Kage's betrayal of the Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki were revered as deities here, receiving the faith of all, and the inhabitants bore no desire to rebel against them. In their eyes, the Otsutsuki were their guardians. Arima and his companions could only sigh heavily, experiencing a slight change in their perception of the Otsutsuki clan, yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. The birth of any individual guarantees them to be of 6 paths caliber. Each member possesses the Rinnegan, which begets a myriad of miraculous ocular techniques, some of which could pose a significant threat even to Arima Makoto, marking them as a truly extraordinary lineage. Furthermore, the Otsutsuki clan boasts over 100 masters of the 6 paths, with 2/3 dispersed across the cosmos, paired in twos to cultivate the divine tree. The remaining third remains at the ancestral home, for despite the strength of the Otsutsuki, there are still foolish insects that dare to disturb their peace. In this clan, the birth of any individual guarantees them to be of 6 paths caliber. Each member possesses the Rinnegan, which begets a myriad of miraculous ocular techniques, some of which could pose a significant threat even to Arima Makoto, marking them as a truly extraordinary lineage. Furthermore, and even the powerful artifacts discovered across various realms must be left for the ancestor. Every 40 years, they must deliver chakra fruits to the ancestor. Consider the ninja world. Were it not for Arima Makoto, the only prominent figures of Six Paths would be Naruto and Sasuke, who could never hope to withstand the Otsutsuki. The deity of Otsutsuki has not revealed herself for 200 years, residing in the palace atop the divine tree, never stepping outside. During these 2 centuries, the fruits harvested from the divine tree by the entire Otsutsuki clan have been forbidden for personal consumption, all reserved for the ancestral figure, capable of wielding the full strength of his true form, albeit dissipating once chakra was expended. However, given the truly limitless chakra of the progenitor, the Ten Tails, the clones would endure far longer than one might expect. Yet, before they could initiate their actions, explosions erupted in the distance, mushroom clouds rising into the sky, flames blazing brighter than the sun, a force exceeding that of nuclear weapons by tens of thousands of times, an infinite surge of light and heat racing outward. It was time to take action. With a smile, Arima Makoto assigned tasks to his eager wives. He left a shadow clone beside each of his wives, capable of wielding the full strength of his true form, albeit dissipating once chakra was expended. However, given the since the attention of the Otsutsuki clan was diverted, there was no need for them to conceal their intentions any longer. Ladies, enjoy yourselves. Flames blazing brighter than the sun, a force exceeding that of nuclear weapons by tens of thousands of times, an infinite surge of light and heat racing outward, who refined them into chakra fruits while they slept. The ocular techniques of these individuals were diverse and peculiar, and engaging them in battle could risk missing some. However, what was this? Was someone else attacking the Otsutsuki? Makoto was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled, deciding not to dwell on it. He was eager to reunite with an old acquaintance. He collected all the divine tree fruits gathered by the Otsutsuki clan. Each of his wives took on an enemy, while the remaining 40 Otsutsuki clan members were swiftly confronted by Arima Makoto's clones. He approached the entrance of the Otsutsuki deity's palace and kicked the door open with force, stepping inside. "Ancestor, everything is prepared," he announced. The Otsutsuki deity was a strikingly beautiful woman, her appearance exquisite, yet her figure lacking in curves, priding herself as the omniscient and omnipotent supreme deity. He was eager to reunite with an old acquaintance. He collected all the divine tree fruits gathered by the Otsutsuki clan, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, and then bellowed in rage, "Who allowed you to enter, you fool?" Disturbed at a critical moment of healing, her efforts thwarted. The Otsutsuki deity's expression twisted in fury. "I shall leave immediately," Arima Makoto thought with amusement, yet his feet remained firmly planted, since he was already here. The Otsutsuki deity was a strikingly beautiful woman, her appearance exquisite, yet her figure lacking in curves, priding herself as the omniscient and omnipotent supreme. She mistook him for one of her kin and intended to transform him into chakra fruit to heal her injuries. "You have wounded me," thus, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, and then bellowed in rage, "Who allowed you to enter, you fool?" Disturbed at a critical moment of the Otsutsuki deity's expression twisted in fury. "I shall leave immediately," Arima Makoto thought with amusement, yet his feet remained firmly planted, since he was already here. He had no intention of departing. Blood trickled from the corner of the Otsutsuki deity's mouth as she waved her hand, drawing Arima Makoto. She would not have been unable to perceive his illusions. "Now I shall strike." Chapter 41. The frenzy of Otsutsuki Kami. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through the Otsutsuki deity's heart, blood spilling forth, igniting her wrath. Consumed by fury, a vast power surged with her breath. Unaware that they themselves were seen as delicacies by the ancestor they revered as divine, a mischievous smile graced Arima Makoto's face. "Daruma, Daruma," as he grasped a long knife forged from the jade of the path to enlightenment. The Otsutsuki deity's injuries had yet to heal, otherwise she would not have been unable to perceive his illusions. "Now I shall strike." Chapter 41. The frenzy of Otsutsuki Kami. Suddenly, even if Tsukuyami perished, the technique would persist. In her wrath, the pure eye pierced through Arima Makoto's illusions. her beautiful eyes radiating murderous intent, her Byakugan transformed into the azure of the pure eye, imbued with the power to a manifestation of Otsutsuki Kamiyu, perfectly fused the powers of the Rinnegan and the Tensegan, capable of sealing the Rinnegan of others. As the progenitor of all Otsutsuki, how dare you venture into the stronghold of the Otsutsuki clan? You must be weary of life. Despite seeing Arima Makoto for the first time, even if Tsukuyami perished, the technique would persist. In her wrath, the pure eye pierced through Arima Makoto's illusions. The pure eye is the only eye in the universe capable of seeing through Arima Makoto's illusions, and currently, only Kamiyu possesses it. As if a hole had been carved into steel, Arima Makoto's feet remained stationary, yet his upper body dissolved into a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground. However, in the next moment, he reappeared, fully restored, a lively Arima Makoto standing once more. His face bore that same mischievous grin. He had intentionally come to irritate Kamiyu. At their level of power, it was exceedingly difficult to kill one another. As long as he could disrupt Kamiyu's healing speed, he had gained a critical edge, shattering the very fabric of space, creating a deafening explosion, enveloped in clouds of dust. Where her fist struck, 1,000 miles turned to nothing. Symbolizes destruction. Any material it touches disintegrates into dust. However, there are two exceptions, Arima Makoto and Kamiyu. Though the pure eye was wounded by the jade, in the next moment, he reappeared, fully restored, a lively Arima Makoto standing once more. His face bore such superficial wounds were of little consequence to either Arima Makoto or Kamiyu. The true significance lay in the wounds inflicted upon their very souls due to battle. Kamiyu's eyes widened, invoking the technique, Hozuki no Ryu, a spatial movement technique exclusive to the Rinnegan. In the next instant, symbolizes destruction. Any material it touches disintegrates into dust. However, there are two exceptions, Arima Makoto and Kamiyu. Though the pure eye, annihilating all in their wake. Stars exploded, and the moon crumbled into dust. The divine you emanated boundless power, its fist radiating infinite light and heat. With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of space shattered, and an immense force transformed into a colossal black dragon, surging towards the distant sun. In the next moment, Kamiyu's eyes widened, invoking the technique, Hozuki no Ryu, a spatial movement technique exclusive to the Rinnegan. In the next instant, yet amidst this inferno that scorched the heavens, Onmachung and the divine you battled with fervor. Those magnificent stars, akin to divine miracles, were mere toys before them. Onmachung seized those gigantic super suns as if they were basketballs, hurling them at divine you with tremendous speed, incinerating everything they touched into ash. Meanwhile, divine you retaliated. The very fabric of space shattered, and an immense force transformed into a colossal black dragon, surging towards the distant sun. In the next moment, the sun erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Endless light and heat fled into the cosmos, consuming everything in their path. Star systems spanning tens of thousands of light years were obliterated. Onmachung and the great Otsutsuki Shinyu hovered in the cosmos, silent and contemplative. Both bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, but it was evident that Divine Yu bore the brunt of the injuries. Her complexion was grim. The last time Divine Yu held the advantage, nearly consuming the progenitor Ten Tails, was due to the latter's lack of intelligence. Driven only by primal instincts and unable to wield its powers effectively. This time, however, Onmachung was in control. The disparity between them was palpable. Star systems spanning tens of thousands of light years were obliterated. Onmachung and the great Otsutsuki Shinyu, you had better ensure that you can hide from me forever. Divine Yu seethed, her teeth clenched in fury, resentful that her life's ambitions had been thwarted by Onmachung. The last time Divine Yu held the advantage, nearly consuming the progenitor Ten Tails, was due to the latter's lack of intelligence. Driven only by primal instincts and unable to wield its powers effectively. This time, however, Onmachung was in control. He held a small black cube, the earring of Divine Yu, snatched during their conflict. Upon realizing it was an artifact, you had better ensure that you can hide from me forever. Divine Yu seethed, her teeth clenched in fury. Onmachung, however, wore a scornful expression. Who doesn't boast? I'm just here to see you. Next time, luck won't be on your side. I won't trouble you for the next 50 years, but we will take our leave, and don't obstruct us. It's merely a waste of time. In his hand, I shall ascend to become an omniscient deity. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. After a prolonged silence, Divine Yu's expression turned steely. I will surely devour you. With the agreement reached, Onma Chung set off to find his wives. Upon returning to Otsutsuki planet, he discovered chaos had erupted. 6 Paths level experts had been vanquished. And although there were numerous super shadow level servants, they proved ineffective against Mito and her companions. However, they were not the true culprits. His strikingly handsome visage captivated even the usually stoic Divine Yu, momentarily lost in thought. You think your looks will save you? Once I consume you and I shall ascend to become an omniscient deity. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. After a prolonged silence, Divine Yu's expression turned steely. I will surely devour you. I can help you fight, so please don't leave me behind. Onma Chung fell silent, pondering if he had been too harsh. Beside him, Divine Yu's expression darkened. And although there were numerous super shadow level servants, they proved ineffective against Mito and her companions. However, they were not the true culprits, causing everyone to transform into a streak of meteor and vanish. Once they departed, the gloom on Divine Yu's face dissipated, replaced by a smile, seemingly unscathed. Progenitor 10 Tails. You are simply too naive to sign a contract with me. Don't you know that beautiful women are deceivers? In less than 50 years, when we meet again, I can help you fight, so please don't leave me behind. Onma Chung fell silent, pondering if he had been too harsh. Beside him, Divine Yu's expression darkened. Indulge for a while longer, and you will not escape my grasp. Prepare to be devoured, humph. A flicker of relief crossed Divine Yu's face. Had she not discovered that artifact to expedite her recovery, she might have faced dire consequences. Wait another 20 years, and I shall feast upon you. The ninja realm is a domain favored by destiny, brimming with the extraordinary, allowing Onma Chung to restore his injuries prematurely. In contrast, Divine Yu discovered a sanctum amidst the stars. It was a newly emerged planet, its atmospheric pressure surpassing that of the ninja realm by 1 billion-fold. Indulge for a while longer, and you will not escape my grasp. Prepare to be devoured, humph. A flicker of relief crossed Divine Yu's face. The entire planet was a paradise, with 1/3 land, and the remainder vast oceans. The natural energy there was so rich that it seemed otherworldly. The ninja realm is a domain favored by destiny, brimming with the extraordinary, allowing Onma Chung to restore his injuries prematurely. In contrast, the planet's inhabitants had mysteriously vanished, and time itself seemed non-existent there. Everything was void. Yet, amidst the emptiness, the existence of tangible entities baffled Divine Yu. The atmosphere was imprisoned at the planet's surface, merely floating in the cosmos, while the surrounding space was torn apart by the planet's gravitational pull. A 6 Paths level Otsutsuki, utilizing space-based ocular techniques, managed to breach the planet's spatial rift, only to be reduced to mush upon entering the atmosphere. Divine Yu had restored her injuries there, spending years attempting to master and refine everything about that planet. The energy was highly advanced but toxic to her. Thus, the planet's inhabitants had mysteriously vanished, and time itself seemed non-existent there. Everything was void. Yet, amidst the emptiness, the existence of tangible entities, it was evident that this planet was far from simple. The entire Otsutsuki clan, aside from Divine Yu, could not even withstand the planet's pressure. Once, a 6 Paths level Otsutsuki, utilizing space-based ocular techniques, managed to breach the planet's spatial rift, only to be reduced. Divine Yu had restored her injuries there, spending years attempting to master and refine everything about that planet. The energy was highly advanced but toxic to her. During her recovery and enhancement of strength, she periodically returned to detoxify. Divine Yu regained her chilling aura and with a wave of her hand, tore through a spatial ripple. Thus, it was only natural for them to betray their homeland. He has left, your plans may commence. I hope you can prove your worth, for otherwise, you know what awaits you. If you wish to avoid becoming a chakra elixir, strive to demonstrate your value. Divine Yu regarded them with a cold gaze. The sage of 6 Paths brothers betrayed Kage Otsutsuki not out of a desire to save the ninja realm, but due to their covetousness for her power, immortality. As if he were on the verge of collapsing to the ground. With great effort, he managed to endure, declaring resolutely, I will not betray your expectations. In the next moment, a sense of lightness enveloped him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reopening his eyes, the figure of Otsutsuki Shinju had vanished. You know what awaits you. If you wish to avoid becoming a chakra elixir, strive to demonstrate your value. Divine, you regarded them with a cold gaze, akin to observing mere ants. An invisible pressure seemed to weigh heavily upon Yumura, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead as his body trembled. Possessed powers that only reached a planetary level, yet had the audacity to call themselves gods. In the next moment, a sense of lightness enveloped him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reopening his eyes, the figure of Otsutsuki Shinju left standing there. Yumura clenched his teeth in indignation. As a being born of divinity, he had never endured such humiliation. Just wait, he vowed. Did I not instruct you to remain in your own world? Why are you still here? Irie, however, appeared anxious, her mind racing with other thoughts. Dad. Possessed powers that only reached a planetary level, yet had the audacity to call themselves gods. It was only after witnessing the cataclysmic battle between Onma Seiji and Otsutsuki Shinju that he began to grasp the vastness of the world. Onma Seiji and his companions traversed the starry sky, with Irie closely following, never straying far from his side. Seiji felt a headache coming on. Did I not instruct you to remain in your own world? Why are you still here? Irie, however, appeared anxious, her mind racing with other thoughts. You didn't bring the Hell Gate, did you? Seiji produced a small, pitch-black cube adorned with eyes, eliciting a heavy sigh from Irie as despair. I know you are both handsome and powerful, father. However, do you not find it strange that the Hell Gate exists? Seiji was at a loss for words. You know well what my abilities are. I possess the power of ultimate fantasy. Have you seen the 9 orbs atop the Hell Gate? Any entity that meets their gaze will be forcibly sealed in eternal darkness, where nothing exists, no space, no time, no energy, no life or death. Legends say it hides two-dimensional space, though some claim it is four-dimensional. Dad, if you obtain this, please do not tell that little wretch Kage, or you will be ambushed. At this point, Seiji realized that even if he wished to discard the Hell Gate, he would have no opportunity. The Hell Gate possessed intelligence. Once someone acquired it, unless it desired otherwise, it would return to their hands no matter how far they might cast it away. After pondering the small box in his hand, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Different dimensional spaces were an experience he yearned to explore. Enough of your needless worries. I cannot endure your constant alarm. I have told you. This is neither your world nor your original timeline. I shall return you now. Irie, recognizing the futility of resistance, nodded reluctantly. Her thoughts lingering on the fact that the Otsutsuki clan's time-space artifact, the plow, remained in her possession, allowing her to return at will. I say, wherever you came from. Return there, Seiji declared, and the ripples of time-space coalesced into a vortex that swiftly whisked Irie away. The endeavor of planting the divine tree could be regarded as concluded. Most areas in the starry expanse had been harvested by the Otsutsuki clan, making it arduous to find a nursery. Moreover, it seemed that all the spiritual energy near the ninja world had been absorbed, leaving the rest devoid of life. With the 40 chakra fruits produced by the Otsutsuki, they were sufficiently equipped. Upon returning to the ninja world, they gazed at their long-lost home, filled with nostalgia. The world is indeed vast, Kushina remarked, her face reflecting wonder. Brother Seiji, do you think there exist beings more powerful than the Otsutsuki within the universe? Her admiration was palpable. Though she had always known Seiji was strong, she had never grasped the extent of his power until this journey revealed the universe's grandeur. Seiji smiled while playfully ruffling Kushina's hair. The universe is boundless. There may very well be stronger existences. Yet, do not lose heart. We are by no means weak, and as a family, we are destined for eternal lives. With countless vistas yet to behold. Returning home, Seiji planned an exhilarating battle with his wives, Mito, Chiri, Ino, and Tsunade. Due to Irie's endearing nature, the women were eager to have children, necessitating more combat. There remained a gap in the essence of life between Seiji and his wives, which had thus far prevented pregnancy. Seiji could easily employ a few tricks to ensure Mito conceived, but that would feel more like an experiment than the miracle of childbirth, which he was reluctant to pursue. Instead, he resolved to rely on frequency to bridge that gap. Meanwhile, Kushina had taken Konan to train. Just as Seiji had begun to disrobe, a knock at the door interrupted him. Annoyed, he trudged to open it, only to find Uchiha Itachi on the other side. "You must be mistaken," he grumbled, preparing to shut the door. Yet, Itachi blocked the entrance, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. "I apologize for the intrusion. May I inquire if Chiri-sama is present?" Seiji could easily employ a few tricks to ensure Mito conceived, but that would feel more like an experiment than the miracle of childbirth, which he was reluctant to pursue. "If you're unwell, go home and take your medicine. My wife is not someone you can seek. My home does not welcome any men. You should return to your own." Seiji shot an irritated glance at Itachi. Having his good fortune interrupted was vexing enough, but to have it disrupted by a man seeking his wife was intolerable. Preparing to shut the door. Yet, Itachi blocked the entrance, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. "I apologize for the intrusion. May I inquire if Chiri-sama is—" Chapter 43. Why should Uchiha's life or death concern me? Uchiha Makoto remains unmarried to this day, and Itachi and Sasuke are the children of Uchiha Fugaku and another woman. "If you're unwell, go home and take your medicine. My wife is not someone you can seek. My home does not welcome any men. You should return to your own." Why should they suffer death at the hands of Itachi for his dreams? Traveling through the starry sky consumed considerable time. Why should Itachi, simply because of his name, believe he could dictate terms? Seiji had never held a positive view of Itachi since his days of watching Naruto. While he himself was no saint, Itachi's actions were still hard to endorse. Could one justify murdering their own parents for the sake of— Itachi had matured from a small child into a boy of 10. While 10-year-old Itachi appeared mature compared to his peers, he remained childlike in the eyes of Seiji, who had lived multiple lifetimes totaling 70 or 80 years. Only 3 years remained until the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. The rift between the village and the clan grew ever wider, and Itachi found himself consumed by thoughts of their future. Aware of his clan's rebellious intentions, he believed that should they rise against the village, it would plunge the Uchiha into irretrievable ruin. Itachi pondered how to find a path for the Uchiha clan, leading him to seek out Uchiha Chiri. In the eyes of Itachi, Chiri was entirely different from the arrogant members of the Uchiha clan. She was kind, gentle, who had lived multiple lifetimes totaling 70 or 80 years. Only 3 years remained until the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. The rift between the village and the clan grew ever wider, and Itachi found himself consumed by thoughts of their future. Aware of his clan's rebellious intention, he believed that should they rise against the village, it would plunge the Uchiha into irretrievable ruin. Itachi pondered how to find a path for the Uchiha clan, leading him to seek out Uchiha Chiri. In the eyes of Itachi, Chiri was entirely different from the arrogant members of the Uchiha clan. She was kind, gentle. The night of the Uchiha massacre was merely 2 or 3 years away. When Uchiha Fugaku took Itachi to the battlefield, it was intended to forge his character, yet unexpectedly. It instilled in Itachi an overwhelming fear of war, leading him to be willing to sacrifice everything to avoid it. Itachi had fallen into utter despair. This was his final attempt. In Itachi's mind, if anyone could resolve the Uchiha's plight, it would be the legendary Uchiha Chiri. Why should the fate of the Uchiha concern me? Are you foolish enough to attempt moral coercion? Begone. Kuruma Makoto was at a loss for words. The downfall of the Uchiha was purely of their own making. It had been said long ago that Chiri would not concern herself with the current Uchiha affairs. Despite Itachi's own disillusionment with his clan, the condescension in Kuruma's tone deeply wounded him. Their gazes locked as Itachi activated his Sharingan. This was his final attempt. In Itachi's mind, if anyone could resolve the Uchiha's plight, it would be the legendary Uchiha Chiri. Why should the fate of the Uchiha concern me? Are you foolish enough to attempt moral coercion? Begone. Kuruma Makoto was at a loss for words. Itachi lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his face contorted in horror as he trembled uncontrollably. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, Kuruma crafted 3,000 different endings for Itachi. Each scenario depicted his beloved younger brother meeting a tragic demise before him, and yet, he remained powerless to intervene. His eyes brimming with killing intent directed at Kuruma. "You dare glare at me?" Kuruma scoffed, and in that instant, Itachi felt as if thunder had erupted beside, especially his cherished brother, while Itachi, weakened by illness, found himself unable to even lift a finger. Layer upon layer of illusions unfolded, with his brother dying repeatedly, cut down, and treated as a mere plaything, leaving even the Sharingan unable to discern any flaw. Blood tears streamed down Itachi's face as he cried out in despair. Yet he remained helpless. After Kuruma departed, Uchiha Mikoto approached, observing Itachi, who lay on the ground like a broken doll. With a heavy sigh, she remarked. In the illusion, Itachi had forgotten the events of the day, believing he was still at home. A masked figure in dark attire mercilessly slaughtered his parents, especially his cherished brother, while Itachi, weakened by illness, found himself unable to even lift a finger. Layer upon layer of illusions unfolded, with his brother and treated as a mere plaything, leaving even the Sharingan unable to discern any flaw. Blood tears streamed down Itachi's face as he cried out in despair. And a sinister smile crept across his aged countenance. Indeed, the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan has proven to be a source of disappointment, even to Kuruma, who married Uchiha Chiri. I told you not to come here. What was the point? Although Mikoto treats me well, he harbors no affection for the rest of the Uchiha. She took Itachi away. The strongest jinjutsu that can permanently alter one's thoughts. Could it transform Kuruma into my puppet? If I could control him, I would wield absolute power over the entire ninja world. A smile of glee graced his face as he devised his plans. Quickly, summon Shursui. Chapter 44. The Leaf Village believes in its resilience without a doubt. Uchiha Shursui remained firmly under Danzo's grip. Despite his formidable power, Shursui lacked any political acumen, blind to the realities of the village's situation. They are destined for destruction. The eyes of Shursui must be procured at all costs. Such an evil technique as Kodoame Tsukumi must never fall into Uchiha hands. After being ambushed, Shursui encountered his dear friend Uchiha Itachi, entrusted him with his other eye, and subsequently took his own life, mirroring the original narrative. A smile of glee graced his face as he devised his plans. Quickly, summon Shursui. Chapter 44. The Leaf Village believes in its resilience without a doubt. Uchiha Shursui remained firmly under Danzo's grip. Despite his formidable power, naively believing in mutual understanding between the Leaf and the Uchiha, the desire to please both sides would ultimately lead to disappointment from both. If he intended to flee from the outset, he should not have spoken of sacrificing everything for his dreams. In the depths of the root, Danzo's left eye. This was precisely what Kuruma found contemptible. Shursui was utterly useless. Shursui's dream was to reconcile the village and his clan. After the ambush, he managed to meet Itachi. With a wave of his hand, Danzo dispatched all root ninjas. Find him. Dig to the depths of the earth to retrieve Uchiha Shursui's other eye, regardless of the cost. He then sought out Hiruzen Sarutobi for a discussion. The grotesque effects of Kodoame Tsukumi instilled within Danzo a delusion of divinity. Hiruzen, unaware that his cherished Uchiha Shursui had perished, regarded the sudden arrival of Danzo with a frosty demeanor. The third Hokage and Danzo had grown up as close friends, while Danzo, as an elder to Hiruzen, concealed beneath bandages, had transformed into Shursui's Manjikyu. A malevolent grin spread across his face. Is this Kodoame Tsukumi? With a wave of his hand, Danzo dispatched all root ninjas. Find him. Dig to the depths of the earth to retrieve Uchiha Shursui's other eye, regardless of the cost. Over the years, Danzo's actions had often conflicted with Hiruzen's ideals. Whenever Hiruzen felt anger building, Danzo would retort, if Danzo were still here. Regarded the sudden arrival of Danzo with a frosty demeanor. The third Hokage and Danzo had grown up as close friends, while Danzo, as an elder to Hiruzen. Hiruzen inquired. Danzo's expression remained impassive. Uchiha Shursui has defected. Issue a warrant for his capture. Are you mad? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's fury ignited. Shursui embodies the perfect inheritance of the will of fire. He is someone I value highly, a bridge and a catalyst for transforming the village's relationship with the Uchiha. Over the years, Danzo's actions had often conflicted with Hiruzen's ideals. Whenever Hiruzen felt anger building, Danzo would retort, if Danzo were still here. He would undoubtedly make the same choices I have. Such words would leave Hiruzen with a sense of bitterness and frustration, forcing him to withdraw. What brings you here? Hiruzen inquired. Danzo's expression remained impassive. Uchiha Shursui has defected. Issue a warrant. Shursui embodies the perfect inheritance of the will of fire. He is someone I value highly, a bridge and a catalyst for transforming the village's relationship with the Uchiha. You dare to assault him? Do you not regard me as Hokage? Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, you remain too indecisive. They are the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. Do you truly believe they will acknowledge their faults? Moreover, you call Shursui the perfect embodiment of the will of fire, a person who has devoted everything to the village. Yet are you aware that he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan? Do you not understand that his ocular technique is Konoha Otsutsuki? The strongest genjutsu capable of subtly altering others' thoughts and controlling them? At this revelation, shock flooded Hiruzen's face. He was utterly unaware. The implications of Konoha Otsutsuki sent chills down his spine. If Shursui were covertly manipulating him, the notion of such an unguarded, permanent genjutsu was terrifying. In this world, no one wished to inadvertently. Sarutobi no longer mentioned the heir to the will of fire. Instead, he was filled with anger. You, Uchiha Shursui, always pretending to be self-sacrificing for the village. Would you? The third Hokage's gaze was fixed, scrutinizing Tenzo's bandaged left eye. Tenzo chuckled nervously. How could I? We are allies. I would never attempt to control you. Even in death. After a long moment, the third Hokage's murderous intent dissipated, and Tenzo breathed a sigh of relief. In comparison to the third Hokage, the once formidable ninja hero had aged into a man in his 50s, yet he still felt pressure in Tenzo's presence. Shursui's eyes are far too perilous. It is better to leave them in the village's care, the third Hokage said with a smile. No way. Would you? The third Hokage's gaze was fixed, scrutinizing Tenzo's bandaged left eye. Tenzo chuckled nervously. How could I? We are allies. I would never attempt to, even in death. After a long moment, the third Hokage's murderous intent dissipated, and Tenzo breathed a sigh of relief. He felt quite inadequate as the leader of Root. Tenzo possessed only the strength of an elite jonin, insufficient when measured against the shadow of the Hokage. Shursui's eyes are far too perilous. It is better to leave them in the village's care, the third Hokage said with a smile. No way. All of this was orchestrated by my people to secure Shursui's eyes. I must retain them myself. And it would not be impossible for Konoha to gain universal recognition. The third Hokage recalled the days when he was at Kurama Seiji's mercy and felt a surge of displeasure. After discussing with Tenzo, they realized they had a significant opportunity. The two old men shared a glimmer of hope in their eyes, as if envisioning Konoha unifying the world under their astute command, securing their names in history. I will issue the bounty for Uchiha Shursui, the third Hokage assured. Laughter echoed from the Hokage's office, where the two old men were clandestinely plotting. In Chapter 45, and it would not be impossible for Konoha to gain universal recognition. The third Hokage recalled the days when he was at Kurama Seiji's mercy and felt a surge of displeasure. After discussing with Tenzo, they realized they had a significant opportunity. Shursui had not divulged the truth of his attack to Itachi, who was left wondering how his close friend had become a rogue ninja. I will issue the bounty for Uchiha Shursui, the third Hokage assured. Laughter echoed from the Hokage's office, where the two old men were clandestinely plotting, forsaking the memory of his friend. Naturally, he did not surrender the Konoha Otsutsuki, as everything he did was for the peace of the village. He intended to use that power to fulfill his own ambitions. The profound grief of losing his dear friend awakened Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. The immense power, combined with the seemingly invincible effects of Konoha Otsutsuki, instilled in Itachi an unparalleled confidence. At that moment, he believed he could achieve anything. Yet, with newfound strength, Itachi did not consider resolving the clan's plight himself. Instead, he decided to enlist Kurama Seiji to address the Uchiha's issues. Itachi had no opportunity to approach Uchiha Chiri, as Kurama Seiji forbade any other men from interacting with his wife. After Makoto's departure, Chiri remained at home, while Makoto, now wielding great power, had been led astray by Kurama Seiji, severing ties with the Uchiha clan, which Itachi perceived as a betrayal. Thus, Itachi resolved to use Konoha Otsutsuki to control Kurama Seiji. In Itachi's eyes, Kurama Seiji was merely a handsome man with a bit of strength. Otherwise, he would not have married so many exceptional women. Whether it was Tsunade, Chiri, or even the current Kushina, Konan, and Makoto, they all obeyed Kurama Seiji, forming a formidable force. If I can turn Kurama Seiji into my puppet, harnessing his influence over those women, I can curb the ambitions of my clan and maintain peace in the village. A long-lost sense of relief washed over Itachi. He felt both brilliant and mature, having finally found a solution. He contained Shirsue's eyes within a raven before seeking out Kurama Seiji. This time, in Itachi's eyes, Kurama Seiji was merely a handsome man with a bit of strength. Otherwise, he would not have married so many exceptional women. Whether it was Tsunade, Chiri, or even the current Kushina, Konan, and Mikoto, they all obeyed Kurama Seiji, forming a formidable force. He was curious to see what Uchiha Itachi intended to do. In an instant, Itachi's form exploded into countless ravens, one of which bore a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Kodo Amatsukami, activate. Yet the next moment, the raven that had Shirsue's eyes detonated into a mist of blood. Itachi's Mangekyo power felt boundless, yet upon entering Kurama Seiji's body, Itachi knocked loudly on the door of the Kurama household during lunchtime. As Kurama Seiji opened the door, his expression, "Have I been too lenient with you all these years because of Mikoto?" Itachi felt his entire body stiffen, as if his very soul trembled. Every cell exuded fear. "Impossible. You cannot be this strong. You are supposed to be just a pretty boy who knows only illusion." Itachi's face contorted with rage and disbelief. In an instant, yet the next moment, the raven that had Shirsue's eyes detonated into a mist of blood. Itachi's Mangekyo power felt boundless, yet upon entering Kurama Seiji's body, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The cobbled path was riddled with jagged cracks. After tumbling several meters, as the dust settled, Itachi, bloodied and battered. "Have I been too lenient with you all these years because of Mikoto?" Itachi felt his entire body stiffen, as if his very soul trembled. Every cell exuded fear. "Impossible. You cannot be this strong. You are supposed to be just a pretty boy who knows only illusion." Itachi's face contorted with rage and disbelief, and his right arm reduced to a pulp, the blood trapped inside due to the heat generated by the impact. Itachi, in a frenzy, lamented that the divine power of Susanoo had been shattered. The strongest ocular technique, Kodo Amatsukami, was rendered ineffective. "You are not human. What kind of monster are you?" No longer bore the arrogance of his past. Only terror remained on his once cold face. He had activated Susanoo in a desperate bid, yet that armor, "You wretched beast. Mikoto cherishes you. Moreover, I am also a comrade of Konoha. How dare you defy the village's laws and turn against your allies?" And his right arm reduced to a pulp, the blood trapped inside due to the heat generated by the impact. Itachi, in a frenzy, finally realizing the chasm that separated them. However, Itachi believed he shared a close bond with Mikoto, who held significant sway over Kurama Seiji, and being within Konoha. Itachi's anger boiled over. "Mikoto cares for you so deeply. You possess such power yet refuse to aid the Uchiha clan. Why do you wish to see us? You wretched beast. Mikoto cherishes you. Moreover, I am also a comrade of Konoha. How dare you defy the village's law? You will pay for this." With his ocular technique dispelled and half of his body crushed, Itachi, weak and filled with venomous hatred, gazed at Kurama, finally realizing the chasm that separated them. However, Itachi believed he shared a close bond with Mikoto, who held significant sway over Kurama Seiji, and being within Konoha. He did not think Kurama Seiji would dare to kill him. Thus, Uchiha Itachi continued to speak his mind. His words further displeased Kuruma Mikoto. It was all in vain. In a blink, Kuruma Mikoto seemed to teleport, leaving behind mere afterimages, now standing a mere 10 meters from Itachi's side. A snap of his fingers unleashed immense pressure upon Itachi's eye sockets, shattering his Mangekyo Sharingan, eliciting a pained cry from him. Mikoto would not afford Itachi the opportunity to invoke Izanagi. In this narrative, Izanagi is automatically mastered upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, in the next moment, the black flames of Amaterasu vanished without a trace. No matter how Itachi strained his ocular prowess, blood oozing from his eyes. "Allow me to show you the taste of being scorched." With another snap, he unleashed the everlasting flames of illusion. A shroud of indelible black fire swiftly enveloped Itachi. A snap of his fingers unleashed immense pressure upon Itachi's eye sockets, shattering his Mangekyo Sharingan, eliciting a pained cry from him. Mikoto would not afford Itachi the opportunity to invoke Izanagi. In this narrative, Izanagi is automatically mastered upon awakening the Mangekyo. His anguished wails drew the attention of many in Konoha, particularly when mingled with the faint scent of flesh, instilling dread in countless hearts. "Allow me to show you the taste of being scorched." With another snap, he unleashed the everlasting flames of illusion. A shroud of indelible black fire swiftly enveloped Itachi, promising not to dissipate until it had burned him alive. I declare, the space is fixed. With his final proclamation, Kuruma Makoto returned home. Uchiha Fugaku rallied every ninja in the clan to seek vengeance upon Kuruma Makoto. Unsurprisingly, none of those arrogant Uchiha returned. Fugaku's public display of Susanoo astonished Konoha. His anguished wails drew the attention of many in Konoha, particularly when mingled with the faint scent of flesh, instilling dread in countless hearts. The public execution of Uchiha Itachi sent shockwaves throughout the village. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly aware of Kuruma Makoto's reputation, yet in the past, he had not made a move. The current Uchiha dismissed the old tales as fabrications, struggling to believe such a formidable individual could exist. Uchiha Fugaku rallied every ninja in the clan to seek vengeance upon Kuruma Makoto. Unsurprisingly, none of those arrogant Uchiha returned. Fugaku's public display of Susanoo astonished Konoha, sending chills through the heart of Taka. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan met their demise at the hands of Kuruma Makoto. Infuriated, he personally invaded Uchiha territory, severing the ties of fate that had lingered for millennia. A gaggle of fools. Disdain filled Kuruma Makoto's gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Taka welcomed the chaos with glee. Observing Makoto's effortless annihilation of the Uchiha clan, they hesitated in their plans to control him with Konoha Tsukumi, opting for a more cautious approach. During this time, they had discerned that Shirsue's remaining eye had undoubtedly fallen into Itachi's hands, yet Itachi was reduced to pulp before Kuruma Makoto's might. Was it that Itachi failed to activate Konoha Tsukumi in time, or was it ineffective against Makoto? Taka and Sarutobi could not fathom the outcome. Orochimaru, I have prepared the experimental resources you requested. I need you to expedite the suppression of the first Hokage's cells. Taka's face twisted in malice. Years prior, observing Makoto's effortless annihilation of the Uchiha clan, they hesitated in their plans to control him with Konoha Tsukumi, opting for a more cautious approach. During this time, they had discerned that Shirsue's remaining eye had undoubtedly fallen into Itachi's hands, yet Itachi was reduced to pulp before Kuruma Makoto's might. Was it that Itachi failed to activate Konoha Tsukumi in time, or was it ineffective against Makoto? Taka and Sarutobi could not fathom the outcome. Orochimaru and their infinite evolution returned substantial power to Makoto. With no pressing matters at hand, he indulged in leisure, and the women of Mito succumbed to defeat. When Kuruma Makoto transformed the God Tree, he had slain Hashirama, only for Tobirama to reclaim a severed arm. This remained the only surviving Hashirama cells, leaving Kuruma Makoto behind in Konoha. Do not seek us out. We shall return in a month or two. Little Makoto reflected home. After a recent rendezvous, Mito, as the eldest, stood bare, her ample bosom swaying as if to be offered to Kuruma Makoto, flushed and glistening with sweat. Following their encounter, she playfully teased him. Makoto, exasperated, responded, "Were you not equally eager during our battles? It seems my shortcomings are to blame. However, who else would he spoil if not his own wives?" Growing weary of staying at home, Kuruma Makoto decided to venture outside. After years of exploring Konoha, he sought merely a meal. The winter scene in the village. Leaving Kuruma Makoto behind in Konoha. Do not seek us out. We shall return in a month or two. Little Makoto reflected home. After a recent rendezvous, Mito, as the eldest, stood bare, her ample bosom swaying as if to be offered to Kuruma Makoto, flushed and glistening with sweat. The future princess in the original narrative. As the child of the Hyuga clan leader, she was often overlooked due to her timid nature. Growing weary of staying at home, Kuruma Makoto decided to venture outside. After years of exploring Konoha, he sought merely a meal. The winter scene in the village. There were guards hidden nearby to ensure Hinata's safety. Hayashi sought to alter Hinata's character through such bullying. However, as a father, watching his 3-year-old daughter being assaulted was a clear indication of his inadequacy. This scene echoed a pivotal moment from the original story, where Naruto Uzumaki intervened despite suffering greatly, ultimately helping Hinata fend off her tormentors. It was in that moment that Hinata first glimpsed Naruto's tenacity and kind heart, falling hopelessly in love with him. Yet it was unlikely she would venture out alone. Makoto felt a surge of irritation, intending to seize the opportunity to confront Hayashi Hyuga. Unquestionably, There were guards hidden nearby to ensure Hinata's safety. Hayashi sought to alter Hinata's character through such bullying. However, as a father, watching his 3-year-old daughter being assaulted was a clear indication of his inadequacy. This scene ultimately helping Hinata fend off her tormentors. It was in that moment that Hinata first glimpsed Naruto's tenacity and kind heart, falling hopelessly in love with him. Yet, in this iteration, Kuruma Makoto arrived first, while Naruto remained several streets away, still 3 to 4 minutes from the scene. Chung was momentarily taken aback. A satisfied smile graced his face. After all, Hinata was the wife he had designated upon his arrival in this realm. Allow me to take the opportunity to rescue her, while you, Naruto, can continue pursuing your Sakura, who is as green as tea. Enough of this, Chung bellowed, a hint of menace in his voice. In an instant, the group of rascally children scattered in fright, their pants somewhat dampened. After all, they were merely 5 or 6 years old, ill-prepared to withstand even a flicker of Chang's aura. Are you all right? Chung helped Hinata, who had fallen in the snow, to her feet. The little girl appeared somewhat disheveled, her cheeks flushed from the cold, and her hair dotted with snowballs. Nevertheless, she bore no complaints, exuding an ethereal charm, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll. As Hinata gazed at the extraordinarily handsome Chung, a sense of safety enveloped her, and her fear seemed to dissipate. I'm fine, thank you, big brother, Hinata said, exhaling a puff of warm breath, only for her stomach to audibly grumble the next moment. Chung chuckled, come, let me treat you to ramen. Hinata possessed remarkable talent, ill-prepared to withstand even a flicker of Chang's aura. Are you all right? Chung helped Hinata, who had fallen in the snow, to her feet. The little girl appeared somewhat disheveled, her cheeks flushed from the cold, and her hair dotted with snowballs. Nevertheless, she bore no complaints, exuding an ethereal charm, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll. This was also one of the reasons her eyes had not evolved into the Tensigen. The two enjoyed a hearty meal, and with Chang's decades of experience, exhaling a puff of warm breath, only for her stomach to audibly grumble the next moment. Chang chuckled, come, let me treat you to ramen. Hinata possessed remarkable talent, but nurturing her Byakugan required substantial nutrition. However, due to her father's strictness and the need to uphold her status as a young lady, she had constantly suppressed herself, living in a state of perpetual hunger. This had resulted in her Byakugan developing inadequately, failing to unlock its true potential. This was also one of the reasons her eyes had not evolved into the Tensigen. The two enjoyed a hearty meal, and with Chang's decades of experience, their bond deepened significantly. Little Hinata looked up to this handsome, kind, strong, and knowledgeable big brother with admiration. Big brother, could you be my master? She asked earnestly. I'm quite formidable. Even your father wouldn't stand a chance against me. If you take me as your disciple, I could become very powerful, making it easy to deal with Niji. Chung scooped little Hinata into his arms as if she were his own child. The warmth of his embrace alleviated her stuttering, and with a mixture of skepticism and hope, she looked at Chung and asked, really? Of course. Don't believe me? I could go to your home right now and teach Niji a lesson. Chung replied, smirking. Hinata quickly shook her head. No need. I believe you, master, she declared, her tone unexpectedly resolute, a hint of determination on her small face. She was let us go to your house then. Matters of apprenticeship should be discussed with your father, and I happen to know him. He won't refuse, Chung said with a smile. The duo returned to the Hyuga residence, leaving a bewildered Naruto to entertain himself. Hinata's father, Hayashi, was astonished to see Chung, who looked as youthful as ever, and even more surprised to see him carrying Hinata back. It's been a long time, Hayashi, Chung greeted with a smile. Master is my father's master? Then how old are you really? Hinata pondered, her thoughts drifting to peculiar places, grappling with the notion that such a handsome master could actually be an old man. Suddenly, she paused, realizing the implications of child bride. Chapter 47, The Informer. Orochimaru Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, steam practically rising from her head. Chang's words startled Hayashi, leaving him incredulous. Teacher Chung, are you joking? The Hyuga clan has uncovered some information about me over the years. I trust you won't refuse, Chung stated with a half-smile. My disciple and child bride, and master is my father's master? Then how old are you really? Hinata pondered, her thoughts drifting to peculiar places, grappling with the notion that such a handsome master could actually be an old man. Suddenly, she paused, Realizing the implications of child bride, Orochimaru Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, steam practically rising from her head. Cheng's words startled Hayashi, leaving him incredulous. Teacher Chung, are you joking? Although Chung had been less active in recent years, the land of Whirlpools remained a formidable presence in the ninja world. Chung had never concealed his identity. Cheng's numerous romantic entanglements were indeed excessive. Hayashi had only learned of these matters after becoming the clan leader. Such information was typically withheld from the younger generation to avoid instilling fear. He hesitated, acknowledging that Chung was indeed a fitting candidate, powerful and beloved by Hinata. However, a fact that the clan had not forgotten. Moreover, the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, and Mito Uzumaki, who had slain the third Raikage, shared. Even his former classmates, Kushina, Uzumaki, and Konan, were among the many he had taken a liking to. Cheng's numerous romantic entanglements were indeed excessive. Hayashi had only learned of these matters after becoming the clan leader. Such information was typically withheld from the younger generation to avoid instilling fear. He hesitated, acknowledging that Chung was indeed a fitting candidate. He felt compelled to voice his concern. Forgive my bluntness, but Hinata is merely 3 years old, and you are said to have lived since the Warring States period. If you were to marry her once she comes of age, you might. If your bond deepens and you were to pass away. She remains both enamored and intimidated by your usual stern demeanor. I understand your approach, but rest assured, I will protect Hinata from the shadows of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi's gaze softened as he looked at the unconscious Hinata, the tenderness in his eyes revealing a momentary release from the burdens of being a— You don't believe I've employed some technique to preserve my youth? Cheng's words resonated like thunder in Hayashi's ears. Immortality? Chung then turned his eyes toward little Hinata, chuckling. Although I have conveyed to Hinata that you deeply care for her, she remains both enamored and intimidated by your usual stern demeanor. I understand your approach, but rest assured, as for your concerns regarding my longevity, I have maintained the appearance and vitality of an 18-year-old for many years. Surely. Hinata's gaze intensified, meeting the ambiguous smile of Onma Makoto, which abruptly doused her with a chill of clarity. A look of astonishment washed over Hayashi's face for the first time. While Chung was undeniably powerful, he was, after all, his former teacher, and now he had taken an interest in his daughter. As long as he didn't act recklessly, Chung would not cause him any trouble. Thus, Hayashi maintained a facade of calmness. But now, the facade crumbled. In a world with billions of people, who wouldn't yearn for eternal life? With a subconscious gulp, Hinata's gaze intensified, meeting the ambiguous smile of Onma Makoto, which abruptly doused her with a chill of clarity. Before her stood a formidable man capable of cleaving the fire country in two with a single sword strike, even if he possessed the gift of immortality. It would be folly for them to seek a share of his fortune. Without further ado, she declared, Teacher Makoto, I consent to this marriage. From this day forth, you shall be his fiancée. Hinata had anticipated her father's refusal, but upon turning to see Makoto's warm and charming smile, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Makoto's mouth. As snowflakes fell and the sun dipped towards the horizon, Hinata finally regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, however, as he strolled midway, his brow arched at the sight of a small white snake by the roadside, prompting him to enter a tavern. The jovial demeanor that Hinata had witnessed from Hyuga Hizashi vanished, replaced by his customary cold and stern, his pupils resembling those of a serpent as he greeted Makoto with a sly smile. A rare visitor indeed. What brings you to seek me? Makoto, intrigued, recalled that he had not seen Orochimaru since the legendary Sannin had parted ways years ago. Orochimaru's gaze was aflame with intensity. However, as he strolled midway, his brow arched at the sight of a small white snake by the roadside, prompting him to enter a tavern. Chapter 48. Orochimaru transforms into the great serpent queen. A smirk played upon Makoto's lips. You come to me out of goodwill? An invisible pressure enveloped the room, his pupils resembling those of a serpent as he greeted Makoto with a sly smile. A rare visitor indeed. What brings you to seek me? Makoto, intrigued, recalled that he had not seen Orochimaru since the legendary Sannin had parted ways years ago. Orochimaru's gaze, as if he had unearthed the most exquisite treasure of the world. The Mayaboku mountain is poised to take action against you, and I have come to deliver a warning. Chapter 48. Orochimaru transforms into the Great Serpent Queen. A smirk played upon Makoto's lips. You come to me out of goodwill? An invisible pressure enveloped the room, akin to a mountain towering over Orochimaru, rendering him breathless. It was noteworthy that Orochimaru had since transcended to a level comparable to an average Kage. Yet even this restrained aura from Makoto was enough to cause him to tremble and struggle for breath. After all, the power of a Kage could not contend with the true cosmic might of the primordial Ten-Tails. Under such oppressive force, despite his discomfort, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, you are breathtaking and formidable, the legendary ninja who vanquished the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world. The fourth time you intervened, you battled an unknown entity in the skies above the land of rivers and the southern regions of the Fire Country. The second Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Your second conflict involved defeating the first Hokage, altering the geography within a 50-kilometer radius permanently. Thereafter, you were revered as the foremost among the legendary three, known as the Supreme Illusionist, whose Jinjutsu could reshape reality itself. Your third emergence occurred at the Valley of the End, where you transformed into a colossal tree and annihilated 28 Kage-level experts, leading to Konoha. The fourth time you intervened, you battled an unknown entity in the skies above the land of rivers and the southern regions of the Fire Country. While they may possess strength, they pale in comparison to you. This is a gamble. If I win, I shall gain the friendship of an immortal. If I lose, and your records are classified secrets in every ninja village, cementing your status as the strongest in the ninja world, having lived from the Warring States period to the present. You are now 80 years old, yet maintain a youthful form, with not a single woman in your life showing signs of aging. You are undoubtedly extraordinary. Though fleeting, they profoundly influenced him. In his recollections, Orochimaru embodied fear, exuding an air of superiority. Now, before him, he was reduced to a submissive figure, allowing himself to be toyed with, a gratifying sense of achievement. After all these years, you remain unchanged, delighting in the manipulation of hearts, Makoto remarked with a smile. You're partially correct, yet not entirely, Orochimaru replied, his interest piqued. Do elaborate. Setting down his cup, Makoto summoned the natural energies of the world, channeling the primordial Ten-Tails. His consciousness expanded throughout Konoha. With a soft sound, all the toads of Konoha shattered, dissolving into a crimson mist, leaving no trace behind. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to be reborn, in my eyes, he would merely be an ant. Makoto's gaze turned frigid, allowing himself to be toyed with, a gratifying sense of achievement. After all these years, you remain unchanged, delighting in the manipulation of— You're partially correct, yet not entirely, Orochimaru replied, his interest piqued. Do elaborate. Setting down his cup, Makoto summoned his consciousness expanded throughout Konoha. With a soft sound, all the toads of Konoha shattered, dissolving into a crimson mist, leaving— Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to be reborn, in my eyes, he would merely be an ant. Makoto's gaze turned. As the progenitor of the ninja world's destiny, the Sage of Six Paths possessed extraordinary power, far surpassing that of an ordinary Six Paths level. I initially intended to obliterate him entirely, but at that time, a colossal renegade on the moon threatened to forcibly transport me into the cosmos. Lacking mastery over spatial powers at the time, I feared that a misstep would leave me lost in the universe, making my return to the ninja realm nearly impossible. I searched through the Pure Land, yet could not locate the sage's soul. Had I done so, I would have ended him long ago. As for those toads of Myaboku, had I known their spatial coordinates, I would have annihilated them long ago, a group of beasts attempting to dominate humanity. I initially intended to obliterate him entirely, but at that time, a colossal renegade on the moon threatened to forcibly transport me into the cosmos. And even someone as astute as Orochimaru took a considerable time to assimilate what Makoto had conveyed. Shock and a deep yearning filled his once cold visage. Orochimaru. Hence I spared his life. Subsequently, I devoured that massive renegade and fully comprehended the essence of space, ensuring that no means could threaten me ever again. The sage who created the world, extraterrestrial beings, and the secret of immortality. Orochimaru licked his lips, his face alight with astonishment. Do you have any thoughts to share with me? Utterly oblivious to their folly, Makoto shared the details of the Sage of Six Paths and the history of the ninja world with Orochimaru. The influx of information was staggering. Orochimaru remained steadfast in his beliefs. In his eyes, despite Arima Masaru's formidable strength, the notion of killing a sage as one would a chicken was utterly implausible. Even he, constrained by his limited perspective, could not fathom the true level Arima Masaru operated at. Masaru-sensei, the sage who created the world, extraterrestrial beings, and the secret of immortality. Orochimaru licked his lips, his face alight with astonishment. Second only to the sages. The sages of the three sacred lands are beings of unfathomable power. Before them, I can see no end. Without hesitation, I can assert that even I would meet only death in the presence of those three sages. According to you, the powerful figure beside the Toad Sage, constrained by his limited perspective, could not fathom the true level Arima Masaru operated at. Masaru-sensei. All the ninja villages have fallen under their control. The 5 great ninja villages would form an alliance with the 3 sacred lands and Otsutsuki Kage. Second only to the sages. The sages of the 3 sacred lands are beings of unfathomable power. Before them, I can see no end. Without hesitation, I can assert that even I would meet only death in the presence of those 3 sages. According to you, the power with those pure white eyes must be the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kage. Not only beasts, but in recent years. Could it be that I have my own homeland among the stars? However, he refrained from sharing these thoughts with Orochimaru. If what Orochimaru claimed was true, they have discovered the legendary homeland of the Ten Tails. There, they obtained an artifact capable of nullifying all powers within a certain range. Even you, Masaru-sensei, would become an ordinary person in an ambush. I will turn against them at a crucial moment, assisting you. And I hope to receive your guidance and the secret to immortality. Arima Masaru struggled to contain himself. The origin of the Ten Tails. Could it be that I have my own homeland among the stars? However, he refrained from sharing these thoughts with Orochimaru. If what Orochimaru claimed was true, you are a clever man. No need to say more. Your information is of little use to me, yet I shall still grant your wish. Opening his eyes, he revealed his 9-tomo Rinnegan. Divine technique, birth of the ancestor. With a mere gesture, Orochimaru's soul underwent a transformation. Everything remained intact. In every other aspect, they cannot compare to me. If those beasts could achieve immortality, would they have aged to such a state? If the Sage of Six Paths could attain immortality, would he hide in the Pure Land, relying on the bodies of his descendants to resurrect himself? Arima, you are a clever man. No need to say more. Your information is of little use to me, yet I shall still grant your wish. Opening his eyes, he revealed his 9-tomo Rinnegan. Divine technique, birth of the ancestor. With a mere gesture, Orochimaru's soul underwent a transformation. Everything remained intact, yet it twisted into that of a girl. Masaru had completely healed Orochimaru's spiritual wounds. Soon, Orochimaru's harboring a touch of mischief from his previous life. Surprisingly, Orochimaru was quite attractive, yet he felt no desire. He swiftly repaired the attire of the transformed Orochimaru. From this day forth, your soul has been entirely true. Do not tell me you lack its spatial coordinates. You must have collaborated with them. You must have visited, correct? Arima shot a cold glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru seethed internally with a desire to kill Arima Masaru. When Masaru had agreed to assist him, he had anticipated achieving immortality, only to find himself transformed into a woman. However, under the menacing gaze of Arima Masaru, he could only force a smile. I have only visited the Dragon Cave. Surely the White Snake Sage knows more. With that, the thought of this beauty being the soul of a man sent shivers down his spine. Let us proceed to Myaboka Mountain. They found themselves in a cave shrouded in mist, dark and damp. The chill and the stench of demonic beasts overwhelmed Arima Masaru, making him feel nauseous. Orochimaru seethed internally with a desire to kill Arima Masaru. When Masaru had agreed to assist him, he had anticipated achieving immortality, only to find himself transformed into a... However, under the menacing gaze of Arima Masaru, he could only force a smile. I have only visited the dragon cave. Surely the white snake sage knows more. With that, derived from the Rinnegan's heavenly path. In an instant, the weight equivalent to 30 million tons descended upon them, crushing the three serpents into pulp. The next moment, they found themselves in a cave shrouded in mist, dark and damp. The chill and the stench of demonic beasts overwhelmed Arima Masaru, making him feel nauseous. The white snake sage gazed at Arima Masaru, astonishment etched upon his features. How did you find this place? With an arched brow, Arima Masaru scrutinized the white snake sage. The sage's power, easily discerned by the progenitor of the Ten Tails, was significantly superior to that of Kage, but still a far cry from the true cosmic entities. Derived from the Rinnegan's heavenly path. In an instant, the weight equivalent to 30 million tons descended upon them, crushing the three serpents into pulp. The next moment. What do you mean by betrayal? I am human, and I have never been allied with you beasts. While I believe that the forms of life can change. The white snake sage gazed at Arima Masaru, astonishment etched upon his features. How did you find this place? With an arched brow, Arima Masaru scrutinized the white snake. The sage's power, easily discerned by the progenitor of the Ten Tails, was significantly superior to that of Kage, but still a far cry from the true cosmic entities. Just then, Orochimaru entered the chamber. The white snake sage's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Orochimaru, what do you mean by betrayal? I am human, and I have never been allied with you beasts. While I believe that the forms of life can change. A human is distinct from you creatures. Humans and demons may coexist peacefully, but if demons wish to treat humans as mere pawns, then they must perish. As her words echoed, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Arima Masaru's eyes. Indeed, Orochimaru possessed far more wisdom than the foolish Jiraiya. That old fool Fukasaku is simply out of touch, requiring all of us to conspire against a mere Ten Tails. Are you unaware of your impending demise? Do not think of notifying anyone else. Time and space have been sealed by me, and no matter if you disclose the spatial coordinates of Myaboka Mountain, I may grant you a more comfortable death, perhaps even allow you to reincarnate. Fukasaku failed to reveal my true identity to you, and thus you shall be the first to perish. No need to inquire further. I shall simply read your memories. That old fool Fukasaku is simply out of touch, requiring all of us to conspire against a mere Ten Tails. Even if you are a Ten Tails who has attained a human form, so what? With Arima Masaru's current strength, as long as he willed it. Even the Ten Tails from the original narrative would be rendered immobile under such pressure. In the ordinary realm of the six paths within the Dragon Earth Cave, her domain, she was undeniably not a foe to be trifled with. Here, time and space, and everything else, obeyed her command. However, Arima Makoto remained unyielding, his posture unwavering. The white snake sage transformed into a beam of light and shot toward Arima Masaru, the natural energy of the dragon cave coalescing and pressing down upon him. In the eyes of the white serpent sage, Arima had been stripped of all his powers, rendered as feeble as a defenseless mortal. Devouring you will allow me to attain a human form, transforming into a true dragon. The white serpent sage's eyes gleamed with fervor as she opened her gaping maw, ready to consume Arima. Yet, Arima's gaze reflected resignation as he recoiled from the foul stench of the serpent. Could you please be quiet? With a blink, his crystalline reincarnation eye flared open. I decree, time and space shall come to a standstill. I declare, all time shall be stripped from the white serpent. In the eyes of the white serpent sage, Arima had been stripped of all his powers, rendered as devouring you will allow me to attain a human form, transforming into a true dragon. The white serpent sage's eyes gleamed with fervor as she opened her gaze. In an instant, she felt as though she had aged countless years, her once vibrant life rapidly decaying into oblivion. Arima Makoto unleashed a powerful punch. His crystalline reincarnation eye flared open. I decree, time and space shall come to a standstill. I declare, all time shall be stripped from the white serpent. In the next instant, the body of the white serpent sage was suspended mid-air, rendered immobile. Failing to wield her true power, the legendary poison capable of corrupting the world and tainting time and space had never even been unleashed. TSK. In an instant, she felt as though she had aged countless years, her once vibrant life rapidly decaying into oblivion. Arima Makoto unleashed a powerful punch. The great serpent, feeling a shiver run through her being, promptly declined. No. That place may pose no threat to you, but it is far too perilous for me. Do you wield the power of names? How intriguing. Arima chuckled. The white serpent, a mere beast, had overestimated herself. I intend to obliterate this little world of the Dragon Earth Cave. All serpents shall perish, including your myriad serpents. The great serpent hastily made her retreat. Then, with a single punch, Arima shattered the fabric of space itself. The entire Dragon Earth Cave collapsed, morphing from three-dimensional to two-dimensional, flattened like a pancake. With everything within reduced to dust, millions of wise serpents met their demise. In the next moment, Arima, harnessing the temporal power of the reincarnation eye, arrived at Mayaboko Mountain. Though I do wish to witness the battles of the sages. Arima smirked. You've grown timid since becoming a woman. Figure out your own way back. I intend to obliterate this little world of the Dragon Earth Cave. All serpents shall perish, including your myriad serpents. The great serpent hastily made her retreat. Wielding a colossal brush, he radiated an aura of menace. The progenitor of the Ten Tails, you are overly confident. He poised his brush and inscribed Arima's name. Chapter 50. Mastery of the Names of All Things. Is that it? The power of mastering the names of all things. Unlike the Dragon Earth Cave, the moment he appeared, he was detected by the toads of Mayaboku. Arima smiled. Toad Maru. Arima's sudden arrival caught Mayaboku Mountain off guard. The previously coordinated alliance of yokai beasts remained scattered in their respective sanctuaries, failing to assemble. Toad Maru had covertly dispatched a message, which Arima sensed but did not impede. It was far more convenient to capture all those troublesome yokai scattered across the world in one fell swoop. Arima felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as if the very space around him were shattering like glass, with dark fissures tearing through the fabric of reality. These fragments of space, capable of cleaving through all. Arima's sudden arrival caught Mayaboku Mountain off guard. A flicker of surprise crossed Toad Maru's eyes as he sensed the immense power of the Mayaboku realm reacting to him, a force comparable to the cosmos itself. Yet he remained unfazed. Although he held a measure of strength within the starry expanse, the progenitor of the Ten Tails was a genuine cosmic entity, a concept beyond his grasp. Toad Maru himself was merely at the galactic level. The leap from 6 paths to cosmic level may seem like a single tier, yet the disparity in strength is immense. Left not a single mark upon the progenitor of the Ten Tails. Are the only 2 cosmic-level entities. Arima raised an eyebrow, perceiving everything around him retreating from his presence. As founders of the 3 great sacred lands, these sages wielded powers akin to that of a creator god within their realms. Energy, space, time, and all forces recognized by the external world seemed to be obscured by a thick ink, rendering Arima momentarily devoid of these powers. Darkness enveloped him, and his body lost sensation. This technique, once employed against others, was now turned upon him, imparting a unique flavor to his experience. It felt as though all power had been stripped away. Toad Maru chuckled. In that fleeting moment, I utilized the powers of force and darkness. These sages wielded powers akin to that of a creator god within their realms. Energy, space, time, and all forces recognized by the external world seemed to be obscured by a thick ink, rendering Arima momentarily devoid of these powers. Darkness enveloped him. Anything whose name I know shall fall under my control. I am the true god of the universe, and all of this is granted to me by this brush. A miracle beyond your imagination. The power of that brush instilled Toad Maru with unprecedented confidence, leading him to believe he was omnipotent. Yet, it was all an illusion. The name of force grants me dominion over all cosmic powers. As long as I desire it, you cannot wield any force. No force could surpass that of the progenitor of the Ten Tails. The Otsutsuki god, born alongside the progenitor of the Ten Tails, stood as the singularity of the universe. Moreover, Arima sensed a familiar aura emanating from Toad Maru. The Toad Sage was wielding a fragment of his own lost power. A miracle beyond your imagination. The power of that brush instilled Toad Maru with unprecedented confidence, leading him to believe he was omnipotent. Yet, it was all an illusion. the essence of the progenitor of the 10 tails, the ultimate fantasy that birthed the universe, the power of omnipotence, while it remained in existence. No force could surpass that of the progenitor of the 10 tails. The Otsutsuki god, born alongside the progenitor of the 10 tails, stood as the singularity of the universe. Anyone marked by my brush will lose their name. Just as I can take away a name, I can bestow one as well. Just now, I erased Arima's name. In the universe, Arima no longer exists. Thus you have lost all your powers. Henceforth, you are no longer the undeniably powerful Arima. Swiftly traversed the void, appearing before Arima. The enormous white brush struck Arima's form. In that instant, he appeared to be engulfed by a thick. He could not foresee Arima's future. Mastery of the names of all things, the ability to seize all names, that was the power Toad Maru had acquired amidst the stars. And it was this extraordinary capability that emboldened him to challenge Arima. Seizing the moment while Arima was immobilized, Toad Maru inscribed 2 new characters in the void. Black Ant. In the universe, Arima no longer exists. Thus you have lost all your powers. Henceforth, you are no longer the undeniably powerful Arima. Even if you are the progenitor of the 10 tails, before me, you are but an insignificant insect. The fervent expression on Gamamaru's face twisted with madness. He could not foresee Arima's future. Mastery of the names of all things, the ability to seize all names, that was the power Toad. And it was this extraordinary capability that emboldened him to challenge Arima. Seizing the moment while Arima was immobilized, Toad Maru inscribed, the simple image Gamamaru had envisioned of crushing an insect did not materialize. Stripped of all power and control over his body, Arima Makoto did not flinch. Instead, even if you are the progenitor of the 10 tails, before me, you are but an insignificant insect. The fervent expression on Gamamaru's face twisted with madness as he struck Arima Makoto squarely on the head. His intention was to keep the progenitor of the 10 tails in a state of near death. A pitch-black void began to consume Mayaboka Mountain, threatening to annihilate this small world entirely. A cold smile crept across Arima Makoto's lips, a commendable display of power. The simple image Gamamaru had envisioned of crushing an insect did not materialize. Stripped of all power and control over his body, Arima Makoto did not flinch. Instead, he opened his eyes and sent Gamamaru flying with a single punch, propelling the enormous creature like a cannonball, raising a cloud of dust that obliterated several. Is it not amusing, Gamamaru? Do you not sense that your so-called brush capable of claiming all existence bears a striking resemblance to the essence of my very soul? A pitch-black void began to consume Mayaboka Mountain, threatening to annihilate this small world entirely, yet ultimately futile against me. I have experienced this power before, so you may as well perish. Blood trickled from. Impossible. How could you still possess power after having lost control of your body? Even if you regain some semblance of control, it should only be. Is it not amusing, Gamamaru? Do you not sense that your so-called brush capable of claiming all existence bears a The brush that commanded all existence fell into Arima Makoto's grasp, transforming into a stream of light that he absorbed. Gamamaru immediately coughed up a mouthful of old blood. The connection between him and the divine brush severed forcefully. In the blink of an eye, Arima Makoto traversed space, arriving directly above Mayaboka Mountain. Gamamaru attempted to escape through the power of time and space, but his movements were rendered futile as Arima Makoto had anchored the very fabric of time itself. A capability lost to me after my battle with the deity of the Otsutsuki clan. With a wave of his hand, transforming into a colossal bomb akin to a sun. In the next moment, the bomb detonated. A shroud of gray mist enveloped the entirety of Mayaboka Mountain. In an instant, the connection between him and the divine brush severed forcefully. In the blink of an eye, Arima Makoto traversed space, arriving directly above Mayaboka Mountain. Yet not a single one survived. As these toads perished, they released an unfathomable surge of energy, and their souls became a delectable feast. With a single finger raised skyward, Arima Makoto proclaimed, "Here, I bestow upon you all death." An endless transforming into a colossal bomb akin to a sun. In the next moment, the bomb detonated. A shroud of gray mist enveloped the entirety of Mayaboka Mountain. Every living creature upon the mountain began to decay at a visible rate. Even Gamamaru was reduced to a cloud of ash. Millions of toads inhabited Mayaboka Mountain. All the beasts that ventured forth were slaughtered without mercy. Before a cosmic-level powerhouse, they possessed no means of resistance. Arima Makoto would not allow such power to languish unclaimed, destined to become mere sustenance for the Sage of Six, which Arima Makoto had once regarded as benign due to his prior memories, and their alluring voices were proven to be no less vile. Arima Makoto unleashed a punch that sealed the fate of the slugs. In the next instant, their bodies exploded into a mist of blood, and not a single one of their hidden clones in the ninja world survived. Simultaneously, they all turned to ash. In their final moments, the slugs cried out for Arima Makoto, pleading for mercy on account of Tsunade, but it was all in vain. Arima Makoto harbored no compassion. Thus, the three great sacred lands and all creatures in the ninja world with malicious intent towards humanity were extinguished, allowing Arima Makoto to lay one burden to rest. The only lingering regret was the uncertain whereabouts of the unfortunate Otsutsuki Kage. Upon returning to Konoha, Orochimaru was taken aback to see Arima Makoto unscathed, and not a single one of their hidden clones in the ninja world survived. Simultaneously, they all turned to ash. In their final moments, the slugs cried out for Arima Makoto, pleading for mercy on account of Tsunade, but it was all in vain. Arima Makoto harbored no compassion. Thus, Arima Makoto's expression grew complex as he regarded the alluring Orochimaru, whose form was provocatively clad. "Are you asking to borrow my essence?" The only lingering regret was the uncertain whereabouts of the unfortunate Otsutsuki Kage. Upon returning to Konoha, Orochimaru was taken aback to see Arima, not a single drop of blood upon him. The fate of the three sacred lands was all too clear. This encounter deepened Orochimaru's understanding of Arima Makoto's power, igniting an insatiable desire for his body, though alas, it was unattainable. "Could you possibly grant me a fragment of your genetic material?" Orochimaru ventured, her longing evident in her gaze. Her whereabouts unknown. A distant voice echoed from above, bruised and battered. "I shall return." Arima Makoto dusted off his hands. Gazing at the rising sun, his spirits lifted. It was already the second day. His wives should be returning soon. He decided to procure a bouquet for them. As he wandered through Konoha, they would be artificially created, never birthed by me. Realization dawned upon Arima Makoto, but his expression darkened further. "You intend to use my genetic material?" Arima Makoto's playful spirit ignited. "Little miss, may I have a rose, please?" Young Ino wrapped the flower delicately. He plucked one from the bouquet and presented it to her. "You are quite adorable. This is for you." In the sunshine, Arima Makoto's smile radiated like a beam of holy light, as beautiful as the world's most precious treasure. It was already the second day. His wives should be returning soon. He decided to procure a bouquet for them. As he wandered through Konoha, which made her shy. Flattered by Arima Makoto's compliment, Ino eagerly accepted the rose from his hand. At that moment, her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, emerged from the backyard, calling for Ino to join him for breakfast. He was stunned to find Arima Makoto charming his daughter. "Whoa, Arima-sensei, what a surprise to see you here today." As a member of the graduating class of Konoha ninjas, Inoichi and his comrades were among the few who maintained a rapport with Arima Makoto, occasionally gathering for camaraderie. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans shared a bond, making them a notable force within the ninja world, and they remained informed of Arima Makoto's endeavors. "Just passing through." Arima Makoto replied with a smile. "Your daughter is delightful. She'll be attending the Ninja Academy in a couple of years, right? Ino and I seem to have a connection." Calling for Ino to join him for breakfast, he was stunned to find Arima Makoto charming his daughter. "Whoa, Arima-sensei, what a surprise to see you here today." Who could resist such charm? While dreaming of nurturing Ino was one thing, it was imperative to note that in the original story, Ino lacked impressive skills aside from that one mind-body technique. To Arima Makoto, that was simply inadequate. In contrast to the other wives, Ino and Hinata are inseparable from Konoha. Arima Makoto replied with a smile. "Your daughter is delightful. She'll be attending the Ninja Academy in a couple of years, right? Ino and I seem to have a connection. Perhaps she could be my student." Ino, when grown, would be a golden-haired beauty, kind-hearted and considerate, shedding the clumsiness of her youth to become a gentle older sister. Who could resist such charm? While dreaming of nurturing Ino was one thing, it was imperative to note that in the original story, Ino lacked impressive skills aside from that one mind-body technique. To Arima Makoto, that was simply inadequate. In contrast to the other wives, as soon as Makoto finished speaking, Ino eagerly chimed in, clinging to his arm. "Hey, handsome, are you really that strong? You can't be my teacher if you're not." Makoto feigned contemplation for several seconds before smiling. "I suppose I am the strongest in the world." "Really?" Ino glanced at her father, who nodded helplessly. Yet they have heard whispers of his interests. In the past, Tsunade and later Kushina and Konan all began as apprentices before becoming wives. Now, it seems he has his sights set on his own daughter? Regardless of the world, it is impossible for a teacher to harbor no thoughts about his daughter. However, as soon as Makoto finished speaking, Ino eagerly chimed in, clinging to his arm. "Hey, handsome, are you really that strong?" Makoto feigned contemplation for several seconds before smiling. "I suppose I am the strongest in the world." "Really?" Ino glanced at her father, who nodded helplessly. The golden-haired little girl immediately jumped up, wrapping her arms around Makoto's leg, exclaiming, "Master, I swear my loyalty." "Then it's settled." This minor side effect was easily remedied by Makoto. The two girls' starting point surpassed that of their peers. Hinata's gentle fist technique did not suit her. She closed her eyes. "If I must, I will marry you when I grow up. After all, my master is so handsome and powerful." The fusion of chakra flow with this martial art produced power rivaling Kage's ultimate techniques, such as the 80 Gods Air Strike. In the original storyline, it could even match the ultimate ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei. When the 4-year-old Hinata shattered a 5-meter boulder with a single punch, she became enamored with her newfound strength. However, her age limited her martial arts development. Thus, the legendary master of Wing Chun, Hinata, was born. Ino inherited Makoto's illusionary prowess through her innate in-release talent. Mastering several techniques initially developed to rival Izanagi, including the illusionary Susanoo. After returning from their travels, the fusion of chakra flow with this martial art produced power rivaling Kage's ultimate techniques, such as the "You barely have time for the ones you have now. Just tell me honestly, how many more do you want in your harem?" Mito glared. A 7-day, 7-night battle ensued. In the end, Makoto nearly fainted from exasperation. "I'm fine. A man must never admit weakness." In Chapter 52, the Sage of Six Paths breaks through. Mastering several techniques initially developed to rival Izanagi, including the illusionary Susanoo. After returning from their travels, Mito and the others found that Makoto had taken on 2 more female apprentices. "You can't take on any more." It was destined to one day harvest the entirety of the multiverse. After all, the Ten Tails itself lacked intelligence, driven only by a vague instinct for survival. However, with Makoto's arrival, the Ten Tails gained awareness, and even as it devoured everything, it would not annihilate the multiverse. Consequently, the barriers containing the Ten Tails were shattered. Over the years, Makoto created countless Ten Tails, distributing them across the universe and even into other timelines, harvesting fortune and energy. His strength now surpassed that of his last encounter with Otsutsuki Shinju by more than double. For a cosmic-level expert, this was miraculous, as the energy required for a breakthrough is beyond comprehension. Not only Makoto. With Makoto's arrival, the Ten Tails gained awareness, and even as it devoured everything, it would not annihilate the multiverse. Consequently, the barrier. Over the years, Makoto created countless Ten Tails, distributing them across the universe and even into other timelines, with one Sha representing the peak strength of a wielder of the Rinnegan. Kushina, not far behind, had achieved a combat strength of 12 Sha. Time flowed quietly, and years passed swiftly. The events of the original narrative began to unfold. It was time for Hinata and Ino, along with their peers, to graduate from the Ninja Academy. At 12 years old, Hinata and Ino blossomed into young women, their figures becoming increasingly graceful. Throughout these years, both girls had completely surrendered their hearts to their master. Mito and Kushina exhibited the greatest talents. Mito's prowess had reached 19 Sha, a unit of combat power, with one Sha representing the peak strength of a wielder of the Rinnegan. Kushina, not far behind, had achieved a combat strength of 12 Sha. Time flowed quietly. Without Sasuke, The prodigious Niji undoubtedly emerged as the strongest genius in the Ninja Academy. Although Niji's family remained intact, the cursed seal of the Hyuga clan had instilled in him a pent-up rage and murderous intent since childhood, leaving him with a perpetually cold expression. Under Makoto's guidance, Hinata had shed her former timid demeanor, while Ino was wholeheartedly devoted to him, having no thoughts of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto remained utterly enamored with Sakura. Yet, even without Sasuke, Sakura showed no interest in Naruto, instead developing a fondness for the self-important Hyuga Niji, not even half as handsome as my Makoto. The two remained the best of friends. Hearing this, Sakura raised an eyebrow. While Makoto-sensei is indeed handsome, he is still our teacher. How can a student like a teacher? So Niji is the best. Ino sighed in exasperation. Love-struck minds are truly hopeless. However, the next moment, Makoto entered the classroom, and instantly, Ino transformed into a lovesick expression, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Sakura scornfully regarded her best friend, Ino, becoming the object of affection for countless female students. Niji is so handsome, Sakura swooned. Ino rolled her eyes, dismissing him. Today marked Hinata's and their graduation, as well as Makoto's final day as a teacher. After bidding farewell to Hinata and the others, he is still our teacher. How can a student like a teacher? So Niji is the best. Ino sighed in exasperation. Love-struck minds are truly hopeless. However, the next moment, and even if he did not pursue her, she would inevitably come looking for him. As one's strength has significantly increased, it is only natural to take action. For the thief operates under the cover of night, while the guardian remains vigilant only for so long. Today, you are to leave the academy and become official ninjas. Shortly, your guiding instructor will arrive to escort you. The teacher here wishes you a bright future. Chung smiled warmly, then winking at Hinata and Ino. The two girls exchanged shy glances, their cheeks flushing a deep crimson as they followed Arima Chung out of the classroom. The moment they stepped outside, they leaped into Cheng's embrace, holding him tightly on either side. Master, did you miss me? Ino chuckled. While I might be willing, I am still too young for such things. Perhaps in 3 years, I will be ready, Cheng teased, ruffling their hair, fully aware of their youthful infatuation. But fear not. My little brides, you are growing up fast, and I won't let you slip away. Hinata said nothing but wore a satisfied smile, while Ino giggled in agreement. Today, I have come to bid you farewell, as I must embark on an important journey that may last from a year to 3 or 4 years. Upon my return, I shall take you both as my brides, he declared. With your current prowess, you should face no danger in the ninja world. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, seek out your sister Mito for assistance, understand? After 8 years of training under Arima Chung, both Hinata and Ino had achieved a power level comparable to that of a Kage, though they had yet to reveal it. Chung had not yet considered bestowing upon them the powers of the Rinnegan or the Tensegan, as their youth still rendered them unprepared for such immense strength. Although reluctant, Hinata and Ino nodded obediently, lingering in Cheng's embrace for a long moment before parting. At the Arima residence, after ensuring everything was in order, Mito expressed her concern. Do you truly not wish for us to accompany you? Even if we are no match for the Otsutsuki, we could assist with other matters. Both Hinata and Ino had achieved a power level comparable to that of a Kage, though they had yet to reveal it. Chung had not yet considered bestowing upon them the powers of the Rinnegan or the Tensegan, as their youth still rendered them unprepared for such immense strength. Although reluctant, Hinata and Ino nodded obediently, lingering in Cheng's embrace for a long moment before parting. At the Arima residence, after ensuring everything was in order, Mito expressed her concern. Do you truly not wish for us to accompany you? Even if we are no match for the Otsutsuki, we could assist with other matters. Though she could hear her husband's thoughts and understood his capabilities, the notion of him going out to confront danger naturally filled her with worry. Cheng chuckled lightly. The power of the former Otsutsuki is not dissimilar to my own. In just 20 years, my strength has doubled. The power ceiling in the Naruto universe would be confined to that of a stellar system, merely commonplace among countless universes. With that, Chung transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the cosmos. Even at his current speed, reaching the Otsutsuki's homeland would still take some time. For cosmic-level power can obliterate entire universes but does not grant the ability to traverse them at will. Unbeknownst to Chung, nearly half a year passed after his departure. In the realm of the afterlife, the landscape had drastically transformed, with countless souls of the deceased prostrating on the ground. High above, a pitch-black throne was occupied by none other than the Sage of Six Paths, whom Chung had sought for so long without success. The realm, once governed by Yama, vanishing into the cosmos. Even at his current speed, reaching the Otsutsuki's homeland would still take some time. For cosmic-level power can obliterate entire universes but does not grant the ability to traverse them at will. Unbeknownst to Chung, nearly half a year passed after his departure. Akin to the entirety of the cosmos, the afterlife serves as the universe's shadow, distinct from the ninja world's version, encompassing all the deceased across the cosmos. A pitch-black throne was occupied by none other than the Sage of Six Paths, whom Chung had sought for so long without success. The realm, once governed by Yama, transforming the entire universe into a realm of the deceased. With a wave of his staff, he tore through the fabric of reality. In an instant, ominous clouds enveloped the ninja world, casting it into an eternal winter as a chilling aura spread. Monstrous bronze gates rose from the ground, scattering throughout the ninja realm. The gates of the underworld have opened. The army of the dead surged forth, storming towards the universe. In the ninja world, the moment the spectral army appeared, battle ensued. The countless souls now fall under the sage's command. All spirits, heed my call. March forth and seize the world of the living. Red-haired specter wielding a western sword cleaved open a chasm stretching over 100,000 meters. The spirit of a white-haired, horned Otsutsuki wielded the true Six Paths, heavenly star. Ominous clouds enveloped the ninja world, casting it into an eternal winter as a chilling aura spread. Monstrous bronze gates. There existed those who were half a step into cosmic levels, though such beings were exceedingly rare, each one a trump card for the sage. There was no communication or negotiation, only bloodshed. A towering wooden figure, standing thousands of meters tall, manifested, an embodiment of red-haired specter wielding a western sword cleaved open a chasm stretching over 100,000 meters. The spirit of a white-haired. When you return to find the ninja world in ruins and your beloved slain, what will your expression be? Chapter 53, Niji's Betrayal. Hinata awakens the Tensegan. A single soul possesses immense strength. Due to the laws of the world, the denizens of the afterlife could not freely manifest in the realm of the living. However, the Sage of Six Paths shattered this barrier. Mastering the afterlife and reaching cosmic levels granted him the confidence to confront Chung, while commanding the spirits to slay the living and convert the world into a realm of the deceased would allow him to evolve further. At that time, even the Ten Tails would be insignificant. The universe was in turmoil. Yet, the sage cunningly avoided the location of the Otsutsuki clan. Should the original Ten Tails and the Otsutsuki deity discover him, they could easily consume him first. The sage's millennium of planning and restraint hinged on this moment. He no longer needed to seize Kage's immortal essence. The technological advancements in the ninja world had reached levels comparable to that of Earth. Mito and her companions were at the Arima residence, absorbed in their games. Surrounded by the barriers set by Chung, they remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. At that moment, Hinata was returning to the village after completing her first mission. She was still in the same class as Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka, under the tutelage of a youthful Kurenai Yuhi, who had yet to enter a romantic relationship with Asuma Sarutobi. Given Hinata's capabilities, she should not have needed to engage in such childish games, yet Chung insisted she partake, for it was a rite of passage for every child her age. The cultivation of one's mental state proves immensely beneficial. Only when one's mind is aligned can they wield formidable power without calamity. At this moment, Hinata had become acutely aware of the world's transformation, her countenance marred by disquiet. Byakugan activate. With the nurturing strength of Kamara Makoto, Hinata's Byakugan had reached its zenith, enabling her to perceive all within a 20-kilometer radius. Countless specters rampaged, leaving a trail of carnage, while innumerable souls wailed in despair. Whether human or beast, all living beings were mercilessly slain. The living had scant means to attack the ethereal. While they could be extinguished, they could not retaliate. Return to the village, Hinata bellowed, hastily guiding her companions towards Konoha. As they traversed the path, the weight of despair settled upon her heart. Specters were everywhere. With Makoto absent, she could only seek Mito. Anxiety gnawed at Hinata's heart. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the Hyuga clan territory, an ominous transformation enveloped the entire ninja world. With the emergence of the specter of Hashirama, a colossal wooden giant, towering 10,000 meters, obliterated the Hokage rock with a single blow. Earth and stone erupted like thunderclaps, plunging Konoha into chaos. All fallen spirits of Konoha had returned, with Hashirama under the control of the Sage of Six Paths. The other specters were manifestations of their inherent chaos. Just Hashirama alone was sufficient to compel every ninja in Konoha to act swiftly. Niji Hyuga sensed the disturbance, though the reasons eluded him. A sinister smile crept across Niji's face. It was an opportunity, a rare chance to escape Konoha. With the adult ninjas gone, the clan was left with the elderly, the weak, and children. But soon, countless specters surged from the depths. Lightning release, thunderclap, water release, water chaos technique. The void birthed water that transformed into a lake, engulfing the entire Hyuga clan. Lightning danced like a dragon through the waters. Specters wielding long blades mercilessly tore through the living. Blood flowed freely, and the paralyzed children and women offered little resistance. Niji watched as the esteemed members of his clan fell before him. Blood splattered upon his face, the warmth staining his white garments. Yet Niji felt no discomfort. Instead, a manic smile spread across his features. Kill, kill, let them all be slain. With that, Niji drew a kunai and joined the massacre of his kin. The sister who had always brought him flowers looked on in disbelief as he pierced her heart. The elderly neighbor, who had often brought him meals, met the same fate. Perhaps the depth of Niji's resentment towards the main branch was so profound that the specters chose not to attack him. When the Hyuga clan fell silent, not a single living soul remained. A glint of coldness crossed Niji's face. Today, he would collect his dues. The Hyuga clan would pay the price. Niji's hatred for the main branch had seeped into his very bones. The curse of the caged bird had predetermined his fate from birth, regardless of his talent. He was fated to be subjugated by the main branch's incompetence. After slaying all the women and children of the Hyuga clan, Niji defected. He would leave Konoha, and upon growing stronger, he would eradicate the repugnant members of the main branch. Hinata finally returned to Konoha, only to be met with chaos. She rushed home, but the moment she arrived, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted her senses, reddening her eyes. She dashed inside. In an instant, she nearly collapsed. The ground was littered with remains, blood flowing freely. After a strenuous search, Hinata found her mother's lifeless body, devoid of warmth. Once a beautiful woman, her right arm was missing, and she had been cleaved in two, crumpled against the wall. Beside her mother, two small bloodstains bore the name Niji. It was a clue left in her final moments, pointing to her murderer. Hyuga Niji. Hinata's furious roar echoed, even her gentle heart consumed by the desire for vengeance. A resolute determination to slay Niji shattered the seals left upon her by Kamara Makoto. With unwavering conviction, she gathered her strength. A vast, boundless chakra of the Otsutsuki converged upon her, merging with her Byakugan. The seeds of her rebirth began to blossom. Chapter 54. Hashirama. Do not bully Madara's wife Senjutsu. Spirit, severing sword. Ino clapped her hands together and then spread them apart. A pitch-black lightning surged from her palms, transforming into a terrifying long sword, its blade exuding an aura of annihilation, seemingly poised to obliterate all. In the next moment, Ino propelled herself forward, a streak of light shooting forth. The sword light, like a dragon, cleaved through the specters, extending over 10 meters, as if to destroy everything before her. Yet, when the light faded, the earth remained unscathed, save for the vanquished specters. This was the sword technique created by Kamara Makoto, capable of striking at the soul, utterly ineffective against physical entities. Once a soul was severed, the enemy's corporeal form would perish instantly. At this moment, Ino had already eradicated hundreds of specters, including several elite jonin. Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma stared in disbelief at the sole female member of their team. Asuma had presumed Ino would be a liability, yet he was astonished to discover her strength surpassed even that of the Hokage's son. The three now relied on Ino's protection to survive. Am I truly aging? Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor weary. In his early 20s, he bore a beard that made him appear nearly 40. Ino's clan naturally possessed an affinity for yin release, and under Kamara Makoto's guidance, they had quickly mastered techniques that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, the skills taught by Makoto were so advanced that even if Ino wished to impart them to her parents, they would struggle to grasp them immediately. Has Hinata not returned yet? Ino asked anxiously. She was with her team. Though Shikamaru and Choji were reasonably capable, they had no means to contend with the specters. Ino had initially intended to regroup with Hinata so they could together seek Mito. Yet the sheer number of specters was overwhelming, and she had to protect Shikamaru and Choji, leaving her little room to maneuver. I don't know. We can't establish contact. The phones are down. Shikamaru's expression mirrored his concern. On the other side, Hinata's rebirth had finally matured. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon her face. Her mother was dead, and her father's fate remained uncertain. She knew Kamara Makoto could resurrect the deceased, but if her mother's soul had been obliterated, even Makoto could not restore her to life. Creating an identical soul and instilling her mother's memories would not equate to her original mother. A chill settled over Hinata's face. The rebirth was indeed powerful. An overwhelming force coursing through her, granting her the illusion of being capable of annihilating all. However, in terms of functionality, it paled in comparison to the Rinnegan. Ultimately, the powers of the rebirth encompassed three aspects: attraction, repulsion, and space. Yet the ultimate secrets of these aspects could not strike at the soul. Unlike the Rinnegan's 6 paths Hyuganiji, I will find you. The blood debt for my mother shall not go unavenged. Hinata's expression hardened. She bit her fingertip, using her blood to form the tiger's seal. Senjutsu, a 1,000-mile search. She watched as the droplet of blood transformed into a gem, streaking across the sky like a meteor, heading into the distance. This was a technique crafted by Kamara Makoto, harnessing the natural energy of the entire ninja world to locate those connected to her bloodline. As Niji was her cousin, with this drop of blood, he would be found. No matter where he attempted to flee, blood will transform into imperceptible marks. Subsequently, Hinata clapped her hands, performing the same technique. Sage art, spirit sword, the dark blade, designed specifically to sever souls, danced fiercely in Hinata's hands. She had already spotted her father's location. Hyuga Hizashi had taken the clan members to assist the third Hokage. Hinata was determined to retrieve her father before seeking out Mito and the others. Logically, such a significant event should have alerted Mito and her companions long ago. Yet the wives of Kuruma Makoto remained silent, causing Hinata concern. She feared they might be unwilling to aid Konoha. Under Makoto's guidance, Hinata and the others had shed the reckless notion of sacrificing themselves for Konoha, but this was still their home, and within her limits, Hinata wished to lend a hand. Many lives had already been lost in the village, corpses littering the ground, with barely 1 in 10 remaining. Under the 6 paths, Sage's manipulation, the departed souls could assault the living spirits while also inflicting damage on the tangible world, oscillating between the realms of illusion and reality. Only a select few ninjas endowed with the in-release talent possessed the capability to resist. Most were fleeing. Although Hinata could ensure her survival, she felt powerless against the village's turmoil. In her perception, she sensed 2 souls that matched her strength. She understood that outside of Konoha, the land was rife with the deceased. At this moment, the third Hokage was engaged in battle with the aid of a ninja clan. His adversaries, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. The 3 of them, with Madara and Hashirama merely spectating, saw Tobarama skillfully suppressing Sarutobi and a ninja clan. All the departed were under the control of the 6 paths sage. Slaying the living was imperative. No one could escape. Though formidable figures like Hashirama had some leeway to act as they pleased. Thus, Madara and Hashirama maintained their consciousness. Monkeys, you must flee and protect the embers of Konoha, Tobarama urged. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Clapping his hands, water materialized from the void, transforming into a blade over 10 meters long. In an instant, Tobarama executed the flying thunder god technique, leaving behind an afterimage, and in the next moment, he appeared beside the Konoha ninjas. The speed was such that only Sarutobi and Hinata Hizashi, through the Byakugan, noticed Tobarama's movement. The soft flow of water was sharper than steel. In the blink of an eye, it cleaved the group in 2. The ninjas, witnessing the third Hokage's flight, were filled with disbelief. We came to assist you, yet you abandoned us without even a moment's resistance? As their vision reversed, blood gushed forth, and yellow-white viscera spilled across the ground. Sarutobi's face was etched with bitterness. Where was the ember of Konoha? Besides in-release, only sealing techniques could combat these spirits. However, the powerful seal practitioners were concentrated in the land of Whirlpools. Konoha's sealing techniques were merely half-baked. Apart from the Reaper Death Seal, Sarutobi had no means to confront Hashirama's spirit. Yet, the Reaper Death Seal required a life as payment. And Sarutobi was not ready to die. If only someone could assist me in sealing the first Hokage, he pondered. His gaze scanned the remaining ninjas, ultimately resting on Hisashi, and he did not look away. Typically, Hisashi, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, disregarded Sarutobi, often dismissing his orders and rejecting his proposals during meetings. After the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Hisashi boasted that the Hyuga clan was the premier clan in Konoha, his arrogance reaching new heights, showing Sarutobi no respect. If only he could persuade Hisashi to utilize the Reaper Death Seal. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Sarutobi's eyes. Meanwhile, Madara was feeling quite vexed. The legendary Six-Path Sage was indeed real and had taken control of all souls in the underworld. Even Madara found himself powerless to escape. This left him as a mere pawn under the sage's command, a situation intolerable for the proud Uchiha. However, Madara still harbored an interest in destroying Konoha. The Uzumaki clan was known for their longevity. Ino should only be around 70 now, still alive. We can directly assault your souls. Only sealing techniques can prevent us from being controlled. Ino's sealing techniques can counter us. Go find my wife, seek out Ino. The Buddha atop Hashirama Senju continued to pound relentlessly, resembling meteorites falling from the sky, causing destruction. Although his body acted uncontrollably against Konoha's ninjas, Hashirama still fought to regain control, striving to offer Konoha's ninjas a sliver of hope. Lady Ino married Kuruma Makoto and has long since distanced herself from the village. She has not involved herself in village matters for many years, Sarutobi admitted, a hint of fear evident in his tone. Yet, upon seeing Hashirama's intense gaze, he spoke the truth. As the words left his mouth, Hashirama's eyes turned crimson, nearly causing him to spit blood. Naive as he was, even Hashirama could not ignore such a betrayal. No man could endure the humiliation of a cuckold. Kuruma Makoto, you not only killed me, but also forcibly took my wife. This grudge shall not go unavenged. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. I have always said, women are not to be trusted. Only I can be by your side eternally. See, even in death, I am the one returning to accompany you. At this, Hashirama's face lit up with emotion, gazing affectionately at his dear wife. No, rather, his dear friend. Thank goodness for you, Hashirama chuckled. In an instant, a chill ran through everyone present, as an ambiguous tension filled the air. Let me witness the caliber of Konoha's ninjas today. It has been far too dull in the Pure Land for so many years, and my body has grown rusty. Madara's expression turned icy. Susanoo. In an instant, a towering blue-armored giant appeared, standing 100 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Allow me to lead you in a dance. Madara's face twisted into a sinister smile. With a single swing, the blue chakra sword seemed capable of cleaving space itself, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Enveloped in murderous intent, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon the crowd, causing even chakra manipulation to feel sluggish. We cannot escape. We must unite to resist as best we can, Hisashi declared. Heavenly Spin. All the Hyuga clan members executed this technique. Their bodies spun at high speed, creating blue chakra half-circles that shielded everyone like turtle shells. The clash of Susanoo's sword shattered their defense with ease, cleaving through the earth as if it were mere paper. The ground was stained with fresh wounds, and the members of Hisashi's clan coughed up blood, buried beneath the rubble. Yet, they survived. Impressive. You managed to withstand my casual strike, Madara raised an eyebrow. Hisashi and the others wore expressions of despair and terror. They had not anticipated that their collective effort in the heavenly spin would be insufficient to counter Madara's mere casual attack. A single blow, akin to a deity moving mountains and filling seas, revealed the stark disparity among ninjas. They were witnessing the vastness of the world for the first time. Hisashi, let us perform the Reaper Death Seal together. We must seal the first Hokage, or none in the village will survive, Sarutobi proclaimed, adopting a righteous demeanor. Only your talent is high enough to learn it quickly. I am already too old. Even if it costs my life, I can only take 2 souls. The sun set in silence for a moment, contemplating a refusal. However, upon witnessing the fearful eyes of his clansmen, he fell silent, ultimately consenting after a brief pause. The Reaper Death Seal, unlike other ninjutsu, demanded the ultimate sacrifice of one's life for its execution, rendering the technique itself remarkably simple to learn. Within mere minutes, Hisashi returned. Very well, Hisashi, prepare alongside me. I trust that everyone in Konoha will be grateful for your courage. You are the hero of Konoha. Sarutobi feigned approval. Little did he know, Hisashi's willingness to embrace death was not for the village, but for his clan, for his beloved daughter. The two began to form hand seals. But in truth, only Hisashi was genuinely performing the intricate seals for the Reaper Death Seal, while Sarutobi merely mimicked the motions, lacking any chakra. Sarutobi, you seek your own demise. Father, cease this at once. A voice cried out from afar. A green comet streaked across the sky, swiftly cleaving a gaping wound into the wooden construct of Hashirama Senju before it landed. Tengai Shinsei. A golden radiance transformed into a longsword, striking forcefully against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Flames erupted skyward, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended, radiating boundless light and heat. Hisashi found his half-formed seals interrupted. Hinata, with a swift kick, sent Sarutobi flying several kilometers into the distant underbrush, uncertain if he would survive the encounter. Hinata, how could you treat the Hokage in such a manner? We must assist the third. Hisashi's expression turned to one of alarm. Hinata's face bore a trace of sorrow. Her mother had perished, and she had come to rescue her father, only to be met with his first words blaming her for being too harsh on the third Hokage. Do you not realize he was just moments away from ending your life? Yet, Hinata refrained from voicing this thought. Regardless, Hisashi was still her father, who had raised her. Father, I will take care of these nuisances first, Hinata stated with an indifferent demeanor. Yet, her gaze, which regarded him like a mere jester, pierced Madara's heart deeply. A sinister grin crept onto Madara's face. Ah, splendid. No one has ever dared to consider me, Uchiha Madara, as insignificant. As he reopened his eyes, they were no longer the Sharingan, but rather his own Rinnegan. For the Sage of Six Paths, bestowing a pair of Rinnegan was a trivial matter. Tengai Shinsei. With a swift motion, Madara summoned a colossal meteor, over 10 kilometers in diameter, hurtling down from the heavens, trailing flames as it streaked across the sky. Father, I will take care of these nuisances first, Hinata stated with an indifferent demeanor. Yet, her gaze, which regarded him like a mere jester, pierced Madara's heart deeply. A sinister grin crept onto Madara's face. Ah, splendid. No one has ever dared to consider me, Uchiha Madara, as insignificant. As he reopened his eyes, scattering earth and stone in all directions. Though both were of the same super shadow level, Madara was unaware of the true capabilities of the Rinnegan, while Hinata was acutely aware of Madara's powers. In the realm of shinobi combat, the strength of intelligence was terrifying. The next moment, Hinata transformed into a meteor, hurtling directly towards Madara. Humph! Madara emitted a cold grunt, unleashing a vast repulsive force that struck toward Hinata like a massive hammer. However, Hinata's golden technique broke through Madara's Shinra Tensei effortlessly. My ocular prowess surpasses yours, thus your technique fails against me. While we both manipulate gravity, your abilities pale in comparison, Hinata stated with an indifferent expression. A pitch-black blade of spiritual severance struck Madara directly. Hashirama clapped his hands together, summoning the wood release, flower tree world. In an instant, countless enormous ancient trees erupted from the ground, their trunks measuring meters in diameter, adorned with blossoms over 10 meters in height. The pink flowers bloomed, hurtling directly towards Madara. Humph! Madara emitted a cold grunt, unleashing a vast repulsive force that struck toward Hinata like a massive hammer. Hinata's golden technique broke through Madara's Shinra Tensei effortlessly. My ocular prowess surpasses yours, thus your technique fails against me. While the founding Hokage of Konoha and the battlefield demon, Uchiha Madara, two great men entangled together. Just the thought of such a scene disgusted Hinata. Ugh, utterly revolting. She scoffed. Countless enormous ancient trees erupted from the ground, their trunks measuring meters in diameter, adorned with blossoms over 10 meters in height. The pink flowers bloomed. This technique size was determined by chakra. Theoretically, as long as the chakra was sufficient, the wooden construct could expand infinitely, capable of reaching even the stars. When Hashirama was alive, the wooden figure could reach a staggering height of 10,000 meters. Now, in his spectral state, with infinite chakra, the wooden construct had grown to a height of 100,000 meters, truly obscuring the sky and casting an unparalleled pressure upon the battlefield. The wood, infused with chakra, the chakra of the Rinnegan flared to life, igniting into an inferno of vibrant green. Hashirama had unleashed his most potent technique, Sage Art, True Thousand Hands Buddha. This technique size was determined by chakra. Theoretically, as long as the chakra was sufficient, the wooden construct could expand infinitely, capable of reaching. When Hashirama was alive, the wooden figure could reach a staggering height of 10,000 meters. Now, in his spectral state, with infinite chakra, they revealed vulnerabilities before the Rinnegan. Is dodging all you can do? Hashirama roared in frustration. Kusarayasen, Hinata's Rinnegan emitted a vast, oceanic azure glow. Was harder than steel. The colossal wooden figure's speed of attack was surprisingly swift, with punches that seemed to create afterimages, hurtling toward Hinata like meteors. Hashirama cared not for Hinata being a member of Konoha, for anyone who dared to harm his beloved would face dire consequences. The ground quaked as his fist struck, tearing the earth asunder amidst a cacophony of explosions. Yet, Hinata soared through the air like a graceful butterfly, effortlessly evading Hashirama's assaults. They revealed vulnerabilities before the Rinnegan. Is dodging all you can do? Hashirama roared in frustration. Kusarayasen, Hinata's Rinnegan emitted a Hinata's chakra surged within her, and the stance radiated an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a dragon, capable of ripping apart the very fabric of existence. Hashirama felt a primal instinct of being torn asunder by a beast. The little girl before him seemed to transform into a mighty dragon. Hinata unleashed her strike. His eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized the martial stance Hinata had adopted. Though he couldn't pinpoint its origins, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, resonating with the sound of dragons soaring through the skies. The air exploded, shattering the Buddha's fist and even fracturing part of his body. Wood splintered as Hinata, nurtured by the chakra of her ancestral tin tails, wielded the Rinnegan. Her power far beyond Hashirama's super shadow level. Hinata zipped through the air, a streak of light, transcending space to stand before the spectral form of Hashirama Senju. Just as my brother said, you truly are no good. The only commendable act of your life was founding Konoha, Hinata remarked with disdain in her eyes. Even in death, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, resonating with the sound of dragons soaring through the skies. The air exploded, capable of striking at the very soul. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the starry sky, Kamura Saikyo, having exhausted immense effort, her power far beyond Hashirama's super shadow level, Hinata zipped through the air, a streak of light, transcending space to stand before the spectral form of Hashirama Senju. Just as my brother said, you truly are no good. The only commendable act of your life was founding Konoha, Hinata remarked with disdain in her eyes. Every last descendant of the Otsutsuki bloodline had disappeared. The mortals who worshipped them were despondent over the absence of their deities, believing their misdeeds had caused their gods to abandon them. The entire planet was striving fervently, desperately yearning for the day they could once again embrace their divine beings. Let me see where these people have gone, Kamura Saikyo mused, raising an eyebrow. In truth, had it not been for the Otsutsuki deity Yuru's desire to consume him, he would have been disinclined to exert such effort in the endless cosmos to seek them out. I command a reversal of time. The radiant purple light emanated from Kamura Saikyo's Rinnegan, as he seemed to transcend dimensions, stepping beyond the earthly realm, with the world before him transforming into ethereal shadows. Believing their misdeeds had caused their gods to abandon them, the entire planet was striving fervently, desperately yearning for the day they could once again embrace their divine beings. Accompanied by her subordinates, traversed space to another locale. Kamura Saikyo had discreetly noted the coordinates of that space to the left. With a sweep of his hand, he would have been disinclined to exert such effort in the endless cosmos to seek them out. I command a reversal of time. Arriving in a realm unlike the current universe. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an incredibly familiar azure planet, one inscribed upon his very soul. A world he could never forget even in dreams. Blue star. Impossible. Kamura Saikyo gasped, recognizing this as the very planet he had inhabited before his traversal. The same nations. The same little world. But why was there not a single soul to be found? Chapter 56. Becoming the sovereign of the universe, traveling the heavens with my wife. A swirling vortex of darkness materialized before him, and he stepped inside. In an instant, the world spun, and Kamura Saikyo felt the vast distance, arriving in a realm unlike the current universe. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an incredibly familiar azure planet, one inscribed upon his very soul. A world he could never forget even in dreams. Blue Star. Impossible. Kamura Saikyo gasped, recognizing this as the very planet he had inhabited before his traversal. The same nations. The same little world. But why was there not a single soul to be found? Chapter 56. Becoming the sovereign of the universe, traveling the heavens with my wife. Without hesitation, Kamura Saikyo stepped onto Blue Star. The sensation of crossing dimensions washed over him once more. An immense pressure bore down upon him. The planet's gravity was billions of times stronger than that of the ninja world. Should a resident of the ninja world recklessly enter, their body would be crushed, and even their soul would be infinitely compressed to the point of oblivion. However, this had no effect on Kamura Saikyo, for his soul had originated from Blue Star and had long since adapted to its conditions. Now, upon returning to Blue Star, he finally understood it was a world of a higher dimension than the ninja world. If the ninja world existed in 3 dimensions, Blue Star resided in the 4th, or even the 5th or 6th. Due to the characteristics of higher dimensions, any being from Blue Star, born under pressures far exceeding those of the ninja world, would possess the power to obliterate worlds upon arriving there. You have arrived, spoke the Otsutsuki deity Yuru, now standing beside Kamura Saikyo, her expression tinged with wistfulness. You are not the original Ten Tails, are you? When I battled the original Ten Tails, it was devoid of any rationality. Though you now possess the body of the original Ten Tails, seamlessly blending both body and soul, you are certainly not the original. You must have crossed over from Blue Star, correct? With that, the Otsutsuki deity Yuru gleaned the entirety of their existence from the comic. We were conceived by the inhabitants of Blue Star. But who knows if that which we deem divine is not also a creation of an even higher dimension? In that moment, the Otsutsuki deity Yuru had acquired a wealth of information while on Blue Star and was well aware of what traversing entailed. This is our tale, is it not absurd? And only then did I manage to establish my footing on this planet, perfectly integrating the essence of Blue Star into my being, yet it all feels meaningless. The Otsutsuki deity Yuru gleaned the entirety of their existence from the comic. We were conceived by the inhabitants of Blue Star. But who knows if that which we deem divine is not also a creation of an even higher dimension? In that moment, allow me to send you to your demise. With a swift motion, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tsunami. The Otsutsuki deity Yuru did not resist. Kamura Saikyo pointed, invoking the divine technique Nest of the Ancestors. In the next moment, the Otsutsuki deity Yuru transformed before Kamura Saikyo, a relieved smile upon her visage, into a chakra fruit. This fruit, embodying the cumulative power of the Otsutsuki clan's countless ages, possessed enough strength to create a universe. Consuming it would yield a being of cosmic caliber, comparable to the Otsutsuki deity Yuru. Without hesitation, Kamura Saikyo devoured it. The original Ten Tails underwent a transformation once more, becoming an omniscient and omnipotent deity. However, such omniscience was only applicable within the ninja world. Beyond its confines, he was left with only omnipotent power. Of course, the fall of Blue Star was a consequence of external forces, and thus Kamura Saikyo was unaware of the reasons behind it. Now, this fruit, embodying the cumulative power of the Otsutsuki clan's countless ages, possessed enough strength. The original Ten Tails could now distinctly sense the boundaries of the ninja world. His thoughts radiated, permeating the entire universe, revealing events occurring across it. The subtle machinations of Sage of Six Paths had been detected by Kamura Saikyo. He raised an eyebrow. The old man of Six Paths wishes to compete with me for the title of Universe's Sovereign? Let me tell you, had I not consumed the Otsutsuki deity Yuru, you would have posed a considerable challenge. Now, you are merely a jester. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and Kamura Saikyo traversed the infinite starry river. Arriving home, outside, chaos reigned. You all have not sensed a thing? A smile graced his face. While he was away, his wives had cast aside all modesty. Mito, Ino, Chihiro, Tsunade, Kushina, and Konan were huddled together in bed, disheveled, with soft curves exposed and legs intertwined. Kamura Saikyo, of course, did not hold back, playfully smacking each of their rear ends. They were delightfully soft. The wives jolted awake, and upon seeing their husband, smiles bloomed on their faces. You would have posed a considerable challenge. Now, you are merely a jester. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and Camera Saikyo traversed the infinite arriving home. Outside, chaos reigned. You all have not sensed a thing? A smile graced his face. While he was away, his wives had cast aside all modesty. Mito and the others, devoid of jealousy, wore nothing but affectionate smiles. After ensuring the safety of the ladies, Arima Makoto personally intervened, shattering the soul of the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land, rendering any possibility of resurrection obsolete. He redefined the laws of the Netherworld, establishing that this universe required but a single sovereign, Arima Makoto. With the demise of the Sage of Six Paths, the departed souls finally returned to the Pure Land, were also transported back into their home. The two were taken aback, but upon realizing it was their beloved brother, Arima Makoto, they immediately rushed into his embrace. Was born, possessing the formidable strength of the Sage of Six Paths from the moment of his arrival. With the birth of their first child, Tsunade and the others became envious, exerting their demands upon Arima Makoto nightly. A millennium later, each wife had welcomed her own child into the world. Arima Makoto halted the flow of time in the shinobi universe, breaking through the void with his wives and children to explore the magnificent vistas of other realms. Yet, one lingering question remained in Arima Makoto's heart. Where had the humanity of Blue Star vanished? He felt compelled to seek the answer, a lingering obsession from his past life. The end.